Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And off we go on another week. I am in LA coming back today, as a matter of fact, and I'll be in Houston for the big tournament tomorrow. I guess it's what, 90% chance of rain tomorrow or some crap? Have you seen this? What's
I don't think
what's
it's
it like
that
out there
high.
now?
Did it change?
Huh?
Let me see.
It's
Well, I guess there'll be a lot of poker being played or something then.
Yeah, I think there will be. I think there's going to be a bunch of poker being played if that's the case. What do you got
This week?
You got nine?
Ooh, no, it's actually at 99%.
99%? 99%.
Wow, like literally nothing today, nothing after that, no other day, like only tomorrow.
Yeah, I got Tuesday 65%.
You do?
Yeah.
Are you looking at Weather Channel?
60% today.
It says 45 today, 99, 0, 1, 14, 36.
How is everybody's different? Mine says 60% today and 65 tomorrow.
Is yours Weather Channel?
We're on the Apple app.
I'm
the
on
Apple Weather app.
Oh, he's on a broke app.
Oh.
It's a broke app?
Yeah.
A broke app is what you just called Apple. Okay. I think they're doing pretty well for themselves.
You got a discount app.
That's a broke app.
Weather Channel has actual weather people. Apple's people just has like, see what they're saying.
Right.
See what they're saying.
Who's worse at predicting, sports people or weather people?
Do you think that we play all 18 holes tomorrow?
Oh, I don't think we play all.
Well, there you go. Weather Channel for the W.
Okay.
Interesting. If I just go through Google and just type in Houston weather, they don't predict. Now the precipitation 45% according to Google and their app
for tomorrow.
Yes.
Well, this is all over the place then.
Yeah.
So
who knows?
We'll see.
Weather predictors are so accurate all the time.
Well, they actually are pretty accurate now.
No,
that really Ken Hoffman thing is an old bit. It's actually pretty accurate. I've noticed. I don't really ever have a problem with them because the weather patterns don't change. Like they don't change late very much. They can only increase or decrease. But at least we can keep up with.
Don't you think the Weather Channel benefits from scaring people with weather? Don't you think it benefits them?
Yeah, because the people just keep
take a deeper dive into what's going on. Don't you think it benefits their entire operation to scare people?
There's the conspiracy theorists coming out.
Yep, it does. It does benefit them though.
So,
it's going to be nice.
Them to say it's going to rain. How does it benefit the Weather Channel?
You tell people you're going to get up to the minute updates on the horrible weather coming. People will tune in.
Everything's a conspiracy theory. I've heard Amen Thompson is actually an industry plant.
Absolutely, that's true.
Sure,
are you kidding?
Sure,
it's all about follow the dollars, Lance.
Thank you.
I know. Amen Thompson's not even a real rocket. Do you know that's actually Asur Thompson? That's the new theory.
Who's theory?
That's the new theory, is that he's an industry plant. This is not even Amen Thompson.
So who's the one playing
ever since
Detroit?
He did the hair thing, that it's actually Asur. It's Amen. It's Amen.
So they just did a flip and we didn't know.
Yes. Amen. It's Asur is here and Amen is there. They did a flip.
Well, I know which team is playing better. The Pistons are right now.
Yeah. That's why Detroit's so good now.
Yes. Yes. That's the theory.
Yeah.
If you look deeper, one of them is an industry plant of the twins.
So they're two twins. They were drafted back to back, and only one of them is the industry plant.
One of them is an industry plant, and it's beginning to look like it's Asur. So that's what and also I've also heard the other conspiracy is that this has been a big ruse that Alper and Sengun came over to be good, so only to hold the United States hostage by leaving the NBA and forcing them to give Turkey our minerals. So that's one of the conspiracies out there. Turkey is going to get our minerals, which is why Trump is getting Canada's minerals. So we don't have to come out of pocket for the minerals to keep Alper and Sengun.
I don't know if he's
that is what I saw on a Reddit page.
I don't think he's good enough to invoke all that type of action.
Well, he can get some. There's at least we got to give him something for him.
We're not paying Turkey off in minerals.
Well, then maybe vitamins. All I heard about was vitamins and minerals. Why are we talking about this when we got the Oscars to talk?
Not just the Oscars.
What I want to know is why I am the movie buff in here. Well, Dell is too, but I've been going to. I went to Oscar. Now I will admit, since COVID, I don't watch them all. I'm the reason that Sean Baker was talking. He was talking directly to me. Go to the theater, Lance. Stop trying to stream everything. Go to the theater. But
yeah, I know he did tell you that.
He was literally talking to me because I used to never miss all of them. Documentary. If you were nominated, I was going, except for like lighting and crap like that. And now I don't even see.
Sean failed to mention the cost and all of that as well, right? $20 to watch the movie at
home.
It's gone. And $70 to go to the theater.
It's gone up, but I'm also
somebody else.
Well,
you bring your wife and you get
for
drinks.
What? For what?
Why bring
He's
your
talking
wife?
to me. He's talking to Lance.
Well, why would you bring a wife?
I'm not. Lance's trip's gonna take 70.
Okay?
No, you don't. Lance goes on a Tuesday. He brings his own
in the
food
middle of the
somehow.
afternoon.
You bring your own stuff in.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll pay for the drink.
Of course.
I do pay for the drink.
Sneak a soda there, but
yeah. So it's more expensive than it was. But everything's more expensive than it was.
It's not just the movies, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, everything cost me a lot more.
Yeah. And go to
I should go more to the movies.
And see what you're spending there.
Now you don't have to go to.
You don't have to go to iPix.
You don't have to go to the elitist River Oaks.
Wife.
Well, yeah.
Well, then he was not talking to you. I promise. No. Sean Baker was not saying, John, get to iPick more and go spend $90 on
talking about
flash fried green beans with pork belly and
he's talking, get to your local AMC and get some popcorn is what he's talking about.
I went to go see.
Have you seen the price of popcorn?
Yeah, I'm sure, but it ain't flash fried green
always
beans.
Been high. It's not as high as eggs. Eggs are $76 a crate now. So listen, I went to go see The Brutalist in Indianapolis. Bing, bang, boom. The theater was gone.
The theater's gone.
Yeah, I didn't go see it because the only thing open now was a different theater that only had a bunch of Marvel crap there and all those cartoons that you watched, Del. And I didn't get to have the real movies anymore because the theater's closed.
Listen,
and it was an AMC.
You had 7 hours to watch The Brutalist, then that's great. But you didn't have 7 hours.
No, but
that's
I did.
How long that movie
I started Honora last night, and I liked the first 25 minutes of Honora.
Honora not only took all of the Oscars.
Stop doing that. People can see you.
All of the Oscars, but it's taken all the AVNs as well.
I mean, let me tell you something. Well, Sean Baker knows how to make a movie.
About a sex worker.
He's a movie maker.
Yeah,
and that's
and she's Mikey Madison's a damn good actress.
And that young lady won an Oscar as well last night.
Yeah, she did.
I believe she was a stripper. I believed it because she put in the work. Her craft.
She put in the work.
She put in the work.
She said hey.
I don't want to hear about Daniel Day-Lewis like, I'm Abraham Lincoln. Yeah. Oh, look at me. I'm an Irish boxer. That girl was a stripper for real, in real life. Do you see that one move she did?
She did.
She did that and she reached back and went pop, pop, pop. Yeah, that's a real move. She did real moves. She said she studied. And you know what?
The sex worker industry, and
she studied it. And I'm gonna tell you something. She put it into play.
Do you think she passed?
That's acting. That's acting.
I can't believe that won an Academy Award. To tell you the truth, if you want to know the truth.
Well, I mean,
what's the standard now?
What is the standard? What are the other movies you love? Did you want to see?
Amelia Perez should have won.
No. I mean, no.
What movie did you want?
No. How about I'm Still Here? That woman.
I haven't seen that movie.
Acting up.
You didn't see that movie.
I didn't see that. But if I did see it, I'd say.
Did she feel okay? Did she feel like a stripper?
She did feel like a stripper.
That's called acting.
She was good.
Yeah,
she made you believe. Won. Much like a stripper does, they make you believe. She made you believe.
She made me believe. She did make me believe.
And the early scenes when she's like, once again, I'm only like 25 minutes in, where she's got her first shift. The first scene is her going through a shift at work, and she does all these private dances, and she's buddying up to, hey, how you doing? Can I sit down? And all that. And I was like, now it's been a long time since I was ever in one of those places. But it's exactly like that. I was that's the move. You go like, hi. I just said, look how convincing she is. This is acting.
Now I'm watching it, so I'm not in it, but I can't believe. I believe it because it always happens. But is it alcohol infused that it gets these guys convinced that what she's doing is real?
They just want to believe.
I can't believe you. Why?
They just want to believe because they want to believe it's a stripper with a heart of gold.
Yeah. They don't exist.
They want to believe.
They don't exist.
So You've never been convinced by a stripper that you're special?
No, I know I'm
Dell,
not.
what's wrong
No,
with you? You haven't lived.
No, my father's ingrained in me. You're not special. So the stripper's not gonna remove all that nurture.
I can't tell the whole story, but we did go. Me and John Whitehead, who was a sales rep at 1560. He took me to. Wait, did he come over from John? Was he just here? Or did he come over from 610?
It's 610.
Okay, so it was at 610. That's what I was thinking. It was with the early days. I was a young buck, and it was me and him and somebody who used to advertise on the station. And we all went to a golf course. John came from the alcohol sales, world. He sold beer, like he worked in that industry. So he said, "Hey, I want you to come. There's a big golf course for treasures. There's a golf tournament they're doing." I'm like, okay, here I am, first marriage. And so we go out to what then became
first
Redstone.
That's what strip clubs are for.
It was Redstone, and then it was whatever the name is now. But I guess that's what the course whatever this course used to be. And it was kind of isolated. And you had one of the people who worked there was ride with you in a separate, one, two. Yeah, it was only three of us. That was our fourth. And we were riding around the for 18 holes, and putting became more challenging, Del. And one of the people who was in our group began to believe that she was in love with him. And he's like, "Guys, I need to ride with her because she actually really likes me, and she's going to school." And let me tell you, she goes to school right now, and it was like right out of the playbook. Right. No. She's going to school. She's going to become a dentist. It's happened all over. Oh my God. It was literally, she's getting a degree and then she's going to become a dentist. It was like the whole dental hygienist thing. It was right out of the playbook.
It's right out of Pretty Woman. I mean, that's what it is.
And then afterwards he left and we asked, "What happened?" He goes,
I gave her 10,000.
It was, he just said it. No, he just said it wasn't good. It was a bad, as expected. So, it was a bad move.
You explained
and
to
he
me.
was not an oligarch's son at all.
Like the kid in the north. So you walk in with the mindset that you want to be convinced. Is that what it is? Because what if you walk in knowing, okay, anything that comes out of her mouth is going to be crap?
Well, you just think this could be the one, Del.
This could be the one.
Yeah, that's what you think. This could
be
film
that comes over you.
The nudity helps. Yeah, I imagine it does. Yeah.
It's hard to explain, but
it changes the whole game plan. You don't feel like
you don't feel like
you know what I say when Mike Tyson said everyone's got a game plan until they get hit, until they get punched in the face.
Yes,
similar.
Yeah,
and then your game plan is like
with me.
Well, I mean, she seems to be taking a shining to me.
That first hi would turn me. Okay, get out of here. This is not.
No, it's
I don't like that tone.
It's convincing.
The tone itself, like, okay.
What
game
do it
are you running right now?
I didn't do it well, but trust me, it's a convincing. When you're that,
I heard it
when
in
you're
Nora.
that age, now you know.
I heard it in Nora, and I was like, okay, I get the Russian oligarch the kid's falling for it. He's never experienced what she's about to put on him. But at some point, you're like, oh, that tone. Every girl has the same tone. It's got to be practice. What are you doing? But hey, he's like 20 years old, got a lot of money. I understand. I understand.
Think like that when you're in there.
I understand.
Drinks.
I understand.
Yeah.
You're not thinking like that.
No.
You're thinking, man,
it's a whole atmosphere. It's dark. There's music playing. There's all. It's just, it's discombobulating if you're a young man. Now, if you're older, you should not fall for any of those tricks, those booty tricks. But when you're in your 20s, you can't. There's no way you walk out with $1 left in your pocket. And in fact, I'll say after my shift to Papado, not only did that, but me and Lester Saucier, not who we called Elvis, not only did we leave with all of our tips were gone, but I'd gotten into my emergency credit card that I had, the one I'm not supposed to touch. It had a $500 limit. That sucker got hit up to the tune of about $240, which I thought was the end of my life. I'm like, how am I going to pay this off? All my money's gone from the shift. This is gone. And then my girlfriend was in a car waiting next to my car, Papado, just laying asleep in the girlfriend, then became, wife, then became felon. And like laying next to the car, like asleep in the car. I'm like, well, this isn't great.
So your first wife took the path of what a stripper would take from girlfriend to wife to felon, but she wasn't a stripper?
That's right.
Okay.
She was like a Sean Baker movie.
Okay.
I don't know who's the protagonist. I guess she'd be the protagonist.
Yeah, the story's about her. You're not the main character in that story.
I was not the main character energy in her life, and I'm glad I was
All
for
right,
a while.
That's our first
So
segment.
Rockets are back
lost.
at Rockets.
Rockets
Rockets are
haven't
trying to
even-
get back at it.
Yeah,
and,
they play tonight. Maybe down some guys. OKC might be too with their fight they had last night.
Yeah.
What we need to find out, we've got questions about John's experience.
So
we talked about the movies, but we have not heard
got
about
into
John's
that.
experience.
But the reason it came up is because John was at the Oscars, and we have video proof
on television. Yes,
I went. It was cool.
Stalking Demi Moore, according to people.
Yeah, me and Demi were hanging out
big time.
Or Demi.
Yeah, I like to call her Demi. We're old school. But but Wendy was there, and she, of course,
screwing it
kind of
up.
C-blocked me.
She's screwing it up.
C-blocked me.
So
Good Lord,
we got that and more right here on ES. We got. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence?
did any other host here in
half
Houston?
hour
Are you
away.
going to listen to another show where somebody was at the Oscars?
No,
Yes or
you're not.
No, you're not going to.
You think
No, you're not
Clint
gonna hear it.
Sterner's at the Oscars?
Clint Sterner's not at the Oscars. I can promise you. Sean is not at the Oscars. Nobody's at the Oscars. Adam Wexler did not go to the Oscars.
Adam Wexler didn't
No
go.
chance.
I thought I saw him.
Nah,
Maybe
somebody who
not.
looks
Maybe
like
it wasn't
Wexy.
him.
It's a
That was a
Maybe
seat filler. That wasn't Adam Wexler.
it's just a producer.
It was a seat filler. No. All right, we got a break, and we'll get into it on the other side right here. But first, let's talk about ProDunk.com. Let's talk about the best goal, and the best goal award goes to ProDunk. ProDunk is the best goal. Period. I mean, when you have the best everything of the best tempered glass backboard, the best unrustable stanchion, when you have the button that you push to raise and lower the goal, when you have the unbreakable rim, which is it's a breakaway rim, but it's unbreakable. I mean, it doesn't make any sense, but that's what it does. If you're looking for the best goal, period, mom, dad, they want the best goal. They want to dunk. They want to raise and lower the goal. It ain't like the past where you had to crank. Back in the day, that's what we had. Back in the day, you had to crank it and raise and lower it. Now you just bzzz, and it goes up and down, and the kids love it. The kids want to dunk. They want to have fun, especially the little kids, Dad. You got little kids. They ain't playing on no 10-foot goal. They ain't playing on no crappy goal that all the time it's moving and it's terrible. No, what you want is the best goal that's in the history of goals. That's ProDunk.com. ProDunk.com. You want to play on the best goal? There's only one. ProDunk.com. Okay. Call me sometime. Okay?
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number. We got in about 25 minutes. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? I learned a lot of stuff this weekend. It was, guys, for those of you who don't know, you didn't see Twitter last night. It was all over. I was at the Oscars, and it's pretty cool. It's really, really well done. It is a huge, huge undertaking. Holy crap. We got what was cool for the ABC employees, Wendy's one of them, and she, she's got her bosses were there and were taking us through. There's 2 red carpets, one for all the media and stars, and then there's the other red carpet, which is behind the scenes, and you walk down that and you can see, you can see what's going on, but there's so many people. It's so crowded. It's just so nuts. But the people that Wendy's boss got us on the other side, which people that we were with that have been with ABC for years and going to the event for years said they never got to do that. So it was really special. For those of you that saw me on Twitter, I was just feet away from, where Demi Moore was being interviewed on ABC, and it was really, and I'm last night getting out of there. I'm hanging out with Adrian Brody and his family. His whole family was there, and it was.
What do you mean by hanging out with?
We were
Standing
all
next to
around this giant heater thing because it was, it got cold after. I gave my wife my jacket.
You were
That's the
outside?
kind of guy. Yeah, it's a tent that you're waiting for your car.
Oh, okay.
The worst thing about the whole night is waiting for your car to pick you up.
Especially when you got a radio show in the morning.
Yes. It was about an hour that you got to stand there,
Wow.
and it's freezing, and even everybody, all the people from Enora were there. I mean, that's where they try to separate you from everybody, and then when everybody's picking up their car, you're right next to them, right next to everybody. I mean, and everybody's got to wait on their
Why don't
vehicle.
y'all just take your helicopter out of there?
You can't. But here's the deal: is you can't drive yourself. You have to be driven to it and picked up. You have to. There's no way to drive there.
Nowhere to
There's
park,
zero chance. You can't get within about a mile of it. Of the place because it's so locked down.
Did you see
there
that?
were a million cops. A million.
I bet. Did you see Halle Berry put that kiss on Adrian Brody?
I didn't. No.
Yeah. What movie were they in? It wasn't The Pianist. What was she in with him?
No, I don't know what movie they're in, but he made out with her. Well, he put a kiss on her at an Oscar like 20 years ago.
That's
so
what
she
it was. He did that with her. So this time on the red carpet, before it, she did it to him. She went up, and I was like, man, I hate that guy.
That guy is. You want to spit in his mouth.
Yep, I hate him now.
Well, she does.
Like, how come he got to do that? And did you
I like
see
to
who he's
spit in
with?
his mouth while he sleeps.
Like, Adrian Brody has got. I will say, listening to his speech, you stayed for the whole thing? That guy must have had a rough time over the last 20 years. Like, he was not making a lot of stuff. He was not
stuff we cared about. At
no,
least.
he was at the top of the food. He was, he won an Oscar for the pianist, and then it really fell off on him.
Wait till you see it. You're going to be like, not great. Nah. I thought none of the things I thought were going to win. Timothy Chalamet should have won. He should have won. He was great.
I can just tell you, I didn't see that and see Brutalist. That's how far off.
The best movie.
I don't get to see anything. Honora's the best movie 25 minutes in. I'm sorry. That's clearly the best.
No, the best movie of all of them was A Complete Unknown. The best movie of all of them. Conclave was good too, but
it wasn't The Gorge. It sucked. Never seen.
Well, it was never an Oscar candidate.
It won't be either.
Well, yeah, it's a movie about a gorge where.
It's also two snipers fall in love.
Is that supposed to win an Oscar?
No, it's supposed to win a Razzie.
The Gorge?
Biggest waste of my time.
It's an Apple movie. Don't worry about it.
It looks like it'll be good.
No, it doesn't.
Well, it's got Miles Teller and Anya Joy Taylor or whatever.
Yeah, Apple's got a big bag, and they got both.
I thought it was going to be good, and then I heard,
why?
Wait, there's demons involved in this?
Yeah, that's in the trailer.
I don't love that.
The minute you see demons in an Apple movie, you say, no, it's not going to be good. What are we doing?
What are you doing? Oh, you mean like Demi Moore at the end of what a stupid ending. That's why she didn't win.
I don't remember the ending,
I
but
don't-
it was a pretty good. It was an
It was
interesting
awful.
concept. Really interesting.
It was
concept.
interesting concept until they turned it into a horror movie.
I mean, she's an aging.
Doesn't it begin like a horror movie? When
Well,
one
it was
crawls
just
out of the other's body.
It was just way.
Yeah.
It was way over the. Yeah, it was
well,
like.
at least you could suspend a little bit, but then at the end it was just like, what are we doing? I'm out. Anyway, anyway, it was.
So John didn't like any of the movies.
No,
it was a
except for-
neat. No, a complete unknown.
Did you get a swag bag? People
Conclave
want to
was
know.
good.
Did you get a bag?
No, but Conan left us. We had under our seats, under everybody's seats, we had a pretzel and raisinettes and water. That
Yes,
was so
and a
nice.
note from Conan
And
saying
the
he
note
would have
from
got you a gummy, but Disney said
Yeah.
no.
That's exactly right. He would have got us a gummy, but he didn't. But so we had that, and Conan my buddy Conan gave me that, and it was a really neat event. Surprising. The thing that surprised me the most was how short the breaks were. There were a ton of them, but they were really, really short. They came back pretty quick, and when you're sitting there, waiting, it's usually, commercial breaks you feel like they're forever. It was actually pretty. You want to talk about putting something into an event? They put this thing is well run and it is top of the line everything. Then we went to the governor's ball afterwards. The governor's ball.
Tillman
And-
Fertitta there.
I did not see the governor. No, it was an NBA.
Is it
governor.
just NBA
No,
governors,
no.
or is it?
No,
No.
it was
okay.
the governor of the state. His
Oh,
ball.
okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was. Yeah, I thought it was all the NBA owners /
It
governors.
was. You want to talk about? I mean, they had the people walking around. Just Lance, you would have been in heaven. All the food that they brought you, all these. I mean, chicken pot pies and
Chicken
of
pot
these-
pie seems a little
chicken-
much
Mini
for an
chick- was it
Oscars.
mini chicken pot pies?
I mean,
Is that a hand food?
truffle mac and cheese, and it was.
These all feel a little heavy.
It was
It's the end of the
really
night.
but then you had cheeseburgers and chicken sandwiches and
Yeah.
fries. And,
Oh, this is just real food.
Well, yeah,
there.
those people haven't eaten to get
Yeah,
into
they're-
those
that's
fits.
true.
Time to eat.
yeah,
Good point.
Yeah.
yeah.
Good point. Now I know where those tax dollars are going in LA.
pastas and everything. No,
Truffle mac and cheese.
The people there paid for it. The tickets that they bought, they paid for.
Oh,
Don't
really?
trust me.
Oh, I didn't even
yeah.
think about that. How?
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, my
tickets to
God.
the governor's ball.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I showed you a picture of all the people there. There were thousands and thousands.
Let's
of
get to the
thousands
real
of
stuff, John. You were in the vicinity of Demi Moore and other people.
Did you know you were sneaking on TV after Raheel told you to get on TV?
I looked down at the monitor. I said, "Oh crap,
I'm on TV.
I'm
Who
on."
You
were
did, because you could see you looking
I
into
could
the
see-
camera. I'm like,
I
he's
could
doing this
see
on
it.
purpose.
I was like, "Yeah." Well, no, I looked at she's doing that interview, and I looked at the TV monitor, and I went, "Oh, there I am." Oh crap!
But you didn't move.
Now-
You stayed there like
I
a good
did.
boy.
It was
I did.
Hollywood's prom, and of course, the fits all matter, and who's wearing them. Who were you most impressed with, John? See,
Who
red
was-
carpet, walking through governor's ball in the building. Was it the Kodak Theater? In the building. What person were you most
Timothée
impressed with?
Chalamet was the biggest star there.
Yes.
He
Yeah.
was?
Well, yeah, because a lot
That
of
little
He
weight?
was the
you
well,
keep
he
calling him
was-
that, but
I know.
he was.
He likes sports.
Well,
that kinda
first of all,
sucks.
his yellow fit was impressive. He had a yellow fit on like Wendy, and I mean, who's right now? Is there somebody that's doing more than Timothée
we're not
Chalamet?
talking about talent, Johnny. Well, we are in
Will
some
you
ways.
Stop and just answer the real question.
The real question.
John.
a lot
who's
of
Yeah.
Hollywood actors are walking around. Who are you most impressed with? We'll just leave it at
Would
impressed.
D'Amico Ryans have impressed people had he been there in his tuxedo?
Yes, he would have. Yes, he would have. D'Amico Ryans would have impressed.
Yep. What about Nick Casario?
Less likely.
Yeah.
Less so.
Oh,
Yes.
Much less
you know
so.
who walked right? We're sitting outside. We went to a break during the thing. We're standing there, and here comes Queen of the South. She's just hanging out. Hey, what's up, Queen of the South? How you doing? What are you doing?
Sophia
Queen
Vergara?
of the South.
No.
No,
Who was Queen of the South again?
She's a little. She's wee. She was. You know who she was.
The
She was
actress
the actress,
is Elisa Alice
Alice
Braga.
Braga?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know.
She-
I know her.
I will say this about all of them.
You do know her?
They are
I know of
wee.
her.
All of them.
Yeah,
are
everybody
She's
is.
5'4". Yeah, she's
Everybody in Hollywood, if you're over 5'10", you're a giant.
yeah.
How
They
tall is
are
Chalamet? He
small
seems
people.
tall.
He's probably like 6 foot. Chalamet 5'11", 6.
Chalamet is he's actually a little taller than I thought, and Adrian Brody was like my height, but skinny. They're all skinny.
Yeah,
They're
you
all
gotta-
skinny.
Yeah, part of the deal.
They
Part of the
got
deal.
to be, right? Because they put the camera put 10, 12 on you.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's why I looked a little out of place because
you're a real
I'm
man.
not in my acting. I'm not at my acting weight right now.
Oh, okay. You didn't look bad on screen. We saw you.
Yeah.
Well, you look creepy.
I did.
Well, okay.
I did look creepy. I know that. I know. I was
Looking
creepy.
over
I was creepy.
Demi's shoulder. And my
I was
wife said, "How old is she?" She's starting to look. I said,
62.
"Demi's 62. She looks good at 62."
Yeah, what are we doing?
Yeah,
She's been around a
she's
long
done-
time.
No, but she's done so much work.
Oh yeah, all of them have.
Yeah.
Meg Ryan could barely move.
I know. Her face was stuck.
I just wish women.
You know who
would be
has it,
like,
though?
they're
It's
like,
Halle
no,
Berry.
No, you look. You don't have to do all that. I swear.
Halle
to you.
Berry hadn't done any of that.
Wow.
Well, you know what they say, John.
Crack.
Don't crack.
Although the mom could potentially be cracking.
Which mom?
Halle Berry's mom is white.
Oh,
her mom
I
might
don't know.
be
What,
cracking.
I don't know what her mom looks like, but
yeah, her mom could be cracking it.
But you know what? The DNA is strong from the dad, I guess, because that. Mom,
That-
Well, I mean, she's an all-time
That ain't cracking.
model.
Yeah.
That ain't
Wow,
cracking.
man.
Nope. All right, we're gonna break. 713-780. You got
Good
about
sports so far. So far,
What do you
so
want to
good.
talk about? The Rockets losing to the Kings? Is that what
I
you
mean,
want to talk
that was-
about?
I couldn't. I didn't get back from Indianapolis until like 6:45, 7, and I had to try to finish my mock draft in the back of the car. You got to turn it in today by 8:00. For what? Why do I have to turn it in by 8:00?
For what?
I've been working every day of the weekend from 6:30, 7:00 to about 8:30. Like, what do I have to turn this in Sunday? You better. I tell you what. I better wake up and it better be in the freaking NFL.com today. And I made the Texans trade up. I went and got them some help because I don't like who's going to be there at 25. So we traded up with Arizona. Boom.
So you don't want to give away, but can you give away?
Well, we traded up
the
to get
position?
some. Yeah, we traded up to get some help at 16 with Arizona. Trader Monty Austin-Fort. We traded up. Minnesota only has like 3 draft picks. They picked 9.
Well, let's do this on the other side. We're gonna do this. I want to hear because we got to hear what you got. So we'll do that on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm talking about Chastain Ford. I'm talking about deals that are incredible right now at Chastain Ford. Listen, they have got to get these off the lot, people. They got to. You cannot. They're going to sit there and guess what? They're going to make deals for you. It is incredible what they're doing right now at Chastain Ford. If you're looking for the best deal on a Ford car or truck, this is it. It doesn't get any better than right now because the 2024s are still on the lot. They can't have that anymore. They need to get rid of them. They need you on the lot, getting those off the lot right now at Chastain Ford. They're the best. I'm telling you, you are going to love the deals at Chastain Ford because that's what they do. They just are going to make the deal to make sure that you get into that car or truck. No add-ons, no markups. They never, ever, ever will do that to you. They want to know where your payment. They want you to have the best car buying experience that you can possibly have. If you're looking for the best in deals right now, Chastain Ford is it for you. I'm telling you, they've got the Ford car or truck and the pre-owned vehicle that you're looking for. ChastainFord.com. It's on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. It's only 5 minutes from downtown. You will love doing business with the great people. I love them. You'll love them. Everybody loves them. You're looking for the best deal, Chastain Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here. Okay, in about 7 minutes, it's going to be a quick one. About 7 minutes. What did you learn this weekend? One sentence. You get one sentence, and you can tell us what you learned this weekend. 713-780-3776. Let's get some. You learned about some guys. Okay, so reading up on. I mean, I know that your boy McShay was so high on Jaden,
My boy.
the cornerback from Texas, but Kuiper was all over it too. What did you?
Oh, Jahdae Barron?
Yeah, Jahdae Barron.
Yeah.
What did he do that everybody's all over him now?
Well, he had a bunch of his productivity was really, really good. He is. Let me see if I can bring his stats up here so I can remind myself. But he, first of all, he's got kind of average size, to be honest with you. But he had 5 interceptions this year, 11 passes defense. But he was in on a lot of plays. He just showed really good. It's also a weak cornerback draft. So anybody that kind of stands out really stands out. So, he just showed good instincts. He was all over all the plays. He was much better than he was last year, which is last year I wrote him up and I thought he was like a 4th rounder. I thought he was coming out. I thought he was like a 4th rounder. I gave him a good backup grade. And this year I gave him a much higher grade because he was much better. He was just much better. He matched routes well. He made plays on the football. So yeah, he was a lot better. I'm trying to remember let me look it up. If he worked out. Oh yeah, he did. He ran a 4.39. So he ran a 4.39 40. He had a 35-inch vertical, 10'3" broad jump. Those are all really, really, really good numbers. And he weighed, let's see, because that one's kind of a big deal too. 5'10", 194. So he weighed, yeah, I mean, that's good size. That's good size. So he's going to go. I think he'll go on the first. So I talked to some teams who weren't quite as hyped on. They don't like Shedeur. This is going to get weird. This is going to get weird because I found out
like this.
He's not going to like it. And I found out you hear the draft media, I'm in a little bubble for a while and I talk to some teams, but this is where I get to talk to more people and you start to find out what the real deal is on the NFL teams and not with the teams and not with just the bubble you're in. I don't know where Shedeur Sanders. There's some people who think he falls out of the first round. I plugged him into my mock draft. If you don't put him with the Raiders at 6 or the Jets at 7, he's going to fall. And I had to rescue him in the first round just so I didn't have to hear crap from everybody. And I'm still going to. I thought about putting him to Seattle, and then I decided not to. I put Matthew Golden there because they're trying to trade DK Metcalf and they're going to cut. They almost have to cut Tyler Lockett. So I put Matthew Golden with Seattle. He was on our flight, by the way. Good kid, man. Really nice guy. And then I had who did I have? I had the Browns trading it back into the first with one of their draft picks. I just tried to find someone. I was thinking about the Titans. I just made the Browns.
So Shedeur is going to be the guy in the green room this year that's just sitting there.
And then we're going to have.
Or he's not even going, is he?
We're going to have to hear about it forever. I don't think he goes early. I think Cam Ward. I can tell you this: I'd have talked to no teams who have Shedeur Sanders over Cam Ward. Nobody. I mean, and then they don't even think it's close. They don't even think it's close. I 100% believe Cam Ward will be the first quarterback off the board, and I put him number 3 to the Giants in this latest mock that's out. I'll give you guys a head start on it because we got to get the break.
You don't think the Titans take him?
No, I don't think the Titans take him. Well, Cam Ward. Well,
somebody, I think
the Titans could take Cam Ward, but I don't think anyone believes that he's anywhere remotely as good as Abdul Carter. You will be taking the lesser player with a lower floor if you do that. So it's a very big risk because it's a very important position. It's a very important position.
So nobody's worried about Abdul Carter's foot.
I don't know. No, I didn't hear anybody who was. So not really. It's a fixable. It's not something that's known as something that's going to continue to have problems. But they ran the medical, so I don't know. I mean, I didn't talk to anybody from the Titans, so I really don't know. I can't tell you the Titans spent a lot of time talking to Cam Ward on the field. I was down there for the quarterbacks, And there was a coach down there who was literally standing by Cam, talking to him a ton. Now he talked to Shador some too, but he spent more time with Cam because Shador was kind of standoffish, just didn't have any personality at all. He was almost like just way too cool for school, which is not smart. And Alonzo, I think I can tell this. I flew back with Alonzo Highsmith, was on the flight, and Matthew Golden got off. He said, "Come here, come here." And Matthew came over, and Alonzo basically just said, "You be on your best behavior through all this. If somebody asks you to run a route, you run a route. If somebody asks you to do not say no to anything teams ask you when you're on your trips. You don't get in trouble with anybody. You be polite to every person you come across if you're at a restaurant." He said, "Give nobody a chance to say one negative thing about you." He said, "You make sure," because the fact is, this dude ran a 4.29. Like I was up in the booth, I was up in the NFL Network area, the little suite they have up at the very top where we have food and do all that. And Sark was up there with Brandon Harris, his personnel guy, and they were blown away that Matthew Gold, like they thought he was going to be under 4.5. They thought he'd be maybe high 4.4s. He ran a 4.29. And Isaiah Bond, they thought for sure Isaiah Bond was faster. Isaiah Bond said, "I'm for sure breaking the record." What a dummy to say something like that. I'm either going to run a 4.2 or a 4.19 or a 4.41, which is fine. But I mean, Matthew Golden beat him there too. He beat him on the field. He beat him in, Bond had all the love coming in. Matthew Golden was much better during the season. He ran faster. He keeps his mouth shut and just handles his business. Like Matthew Golden's moving up. He's going to be the first wide receiver off the board other than, Ted McMillan will be the first one off the board, probably to Jacksonville 5. Jacksonville's trying to build a juggernaut, I found out. They want McMillan. They want to do Chase and Higgins all over again. So they're going to go Brian Thomas and Ted McMillan.
Yeah.
Because they're like, we're paying Trevor Lawrence all this money. We got to put a super team around them and see what happens.
All right, let's break it, and we'll get back to more draft talk on the other side after this. But we've got what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Del, I'm sure you got some good ship talk this week. There was a lot of stuff out there. And so we got that at 8:30. But when we come back, this is it. 713-780-3776. What did you learn? You get one sentence to tell us what you learned this weekend. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Get on now. 713-780-3776. But Lance, first, what did you learn about Underdog Fantasy?
I learned that Underdog Fantasy has the ability to, with that combine stuff, I looked at some of the stuff, the higher and lower, and I was like, I can't mess with that stuff. But I thought, some of these are going to be pretty hard. I think they were pretty dialed in with it. But there are other times that I look at the Underdog stats that they have on players, and I just think, especially with Rockets, and I think, oh my gosh, you guys are so off. You don't even know. And we've got advantages. We watch all these games. So you could literally just sit there and pick apart, statistics for all these different Rocket players. Now you have to have a player from another team when you do. You have to mix and match anywhere from 2 to 3. You can have 2 or 3 that get you paid off, and then it goes up to like 6 or 7. You can do a flex option, which means you don't have to win every pick. You can still win if you have 1 loss, or in some cases even 2 losses. The payoff comes down a little bit, but your odds of winning go up. So it's really up to you about how confident you are in your pick, but you can win up to 1,000 times your original play. You take some shots, you take some long shots, you move the statistics up to make it higher. The payoff is actually higher. It's really, really cool. So play along with the games you're watching. Find the statistics you think are soft, go higher or lower. You've got them all paired up together. Boom, there's your payout. You're winning real money using your sports knowledge, and it's a lot of fun. Use promo code Lance, and you can get up to $1,000 bonus cash and a free pick with your first deposit. But you got to use promo code Lance to make that happen. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. It's time to play. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? That's what we're playing here. You get one sentence to tell us. And we got a full board, but as soon as somebody gets off, you get in. 713-780-3776. Big weekend. Big weekend. So what did you learn? There's something that you had to learn. It doesn't have to be about sports. It can be about anything. It can be about anything. So let's let the listeners start, and we'll get in here whenever we can. Well, Justin will start us off. And what did you learn this weekend? Brought to you by Game Day Men's Health, by the way. Thank you, Game Day Men's Health, for being a part of us, of this show, and for sponsoring. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Game Day Men's Health. It's just different. It's just better to get your testosterone on. Justin, you're first up. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Morning, guys. I learned it didn't take long for Johnny G to go from Man of the People to Hollywood Elite.
I did not. I was just because you go to the Oscars, you're not Hollywood Elite. Just because, I mean, it's a lot of just.
It certainly doesn't make you not Hollywood Elite.
Just real regular people. That's what I
don't know.
Has La Raza ever been to the Oscars?
No. Well, he could go.
He's the most regular.
It's not like you can't go. You can go.
How do you go?
You go because you get a ticket.
How much does a ticket cost?
You can't buy a ticket to the Oscars, can you?
Remember Doc Lyston?
Yeah, Robert Lyston. Yeah.
Robert Lyston. He used to go when he was a seat filler. He and his wife would go.
How did he get that?
Year.
So can Irv be a seat filler?
You gotta apply for it.
Can you? Okay, you can get us. Some of our listeners should become seat fillers. I think that's fair.
Yeah. You can be a seat filler with Timothy and Kylie or Kyron or whatever her name
Kylie.
is.
Kyron is a running back. Kylie is his girlfriend.
Okay. When they get up,
Kyron.
You get to sit in their seats. How cool is that?
I don't trust our listeners after Kylie gets up.
No, there's a real chance something real creepy would happen.
Yeah. What? Who's up next?
Why are you smelling that shit?
You had to say it, John.
I mean, we all knew what we were talking about.
You didn't have to say it. That's the subtlety of it all.
What's wrong with him? He doesn't. Why?
No, he had to say it out loud.
So Gallagher at it again. Let's move.
The back of the chair because she's got her perfume on.
No, that's not what you meant. We all know what you meant.
Exactly.
Let's move on to Will. Will, what have you learned?
Hey, I learned that between Joel Damon, Peter Malnati, and now this Highsmith guy winning the Cognizant, the bucket hat is making some serious moves on the PGA Tour.
About the bucket hat.
Wait, bucket hats are winning tournaments?
Yeah, bucket hats are winning tournaments. Joe Highsmith, how about he made it on the cut line. He had to make like a 25-footer on 17 on Friday to make the cut, and then he won the tournament. This is the first time in forever that you make the cut on the line and you won the tournament. That's crazy. But there was nobody in it, but that's okay. Who's next, Del?
We go to Ocho. Ocho, what have you learned?
Yeah, I learned that saying Matthew Gold. Oh, sorry. I learned that saying draft Matthew Golden or fold the franchise wasn't as crazy as y'all thought it was.
Or fold the franchise.
Yeah, people say if you don't draft this guy, you might as well just fold the franchise.
Fold the franchise? Well, we'll see if he's any good.
I like Matthew Golden. I don't know if he's a fold the franchise guy. I'm not sure there's any of those guys in this draft.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about folding the franchise. Goodness gracious, Ocho. Yeah. But maybe he's going to be really good. That'd be great if he's really good. That's good for him. It's good for the Cougs.
I knew Tez Johnson's little
good for the Cougs.
Slow wide receiver.
He's a Coug.
They're not going to mention him on the Cougs.
Oh, yeah,
on draft.
They're not
day.
mentioning the Cougs.
They're not mentioning the Cougs.
It's going to be all Longhorn talk.
What is he talking about?
Longhorns. He's a Coug.
13 Longhorns getting ready to get drafted.
Yeah.
They ain't mentioned
that
Cougs.
4th and 13 play. That's going to be in the B-roll.
Yeah, that'll be in there.
They may throw
His
a Coug highlight in there.
will be in there.
Yeah, they might throw a Coug highlight in there. I'm not
sure. That man ran 140, and it was an unofficial 4.30. It turned into a 4.29. He went back, got his bag.
I'm out.
Put the cleats in.
I'm done.
Put the yep. Are you gonna run any routes? Yep. Nope. We're done. And it was fine. I mean,
Good for him.
frankly, he didn't
Good
need
for
to.
him. Yep.
Let's go.
Who's next, Al?
Let's go. And credit to Leo. She may be the first intern to get Mito's name right on first chance.
Oh, nice, Leo. Way to go.
What's up, Mito? What have you learned?
Hey, I learned don't leave the air hose on over the weekend. There's grease everywhere. It looks like an Oscar party over here, man.
Drinks everywhere.
Yeah, looked like an Oscar party.
Looks like an Oscar party. Well, that's a lot of drinks. I'm telling you. If you have an Oscar party, a lot of drinks. That's for sure.
I learned
next?
that if you're a 154-pound wide receiver, you shouldn't run about a 4.6.
Yeah, Tez Johnson ran the slowest time for someone his weight. That's what I saw as far as receivers are concerned for the combine.
He was in the high 4.5s.
Yeah.
Like, dude,
Wow.
you can't weigh 154, ready to get broken in half, and then run a 4.57. Your whole thing is that you have to get away from people so you don't get hit. But I didn't think he was fast on tape anyway. So
Who's next,
he's
Al?
cooked.
well, someone who's not cooked is Kevin. Kevin, what have you learned?
I learned Texas has to fire Rodney Terry immediately.
Rodney Terry is this is going to be it for him, I think.
Yeah.
I don't think Rodney Terry makes it out of this year.
He,
No, I think he makes it to the end of this year. But I
did
think
he
that's
take over interimly and then they made
Yes.
it to the Elite Eight
Yes.
it. Yeah,
and then they
Yeah.
gave him a deal and now it's
Correct.
not worked out? Okay.
correct.
Right. Yeah.
Correct.
It's what everybody
It was
does.
the
You-
Chris
you have
Beard
some
thing, right?
success and get a 12-year, a bajillion-dollar.
Well, I
deal.
don't think he has I don't think he got that. But
No,
they really couldn't do anything.
they
I don't think they wanted to go interim. I think they wanted to go a new head coach, but he had success. He knew the kids,
yeah, but I think he's pretty happy walking away with it.
Whatever money he
Listen,
got, yeah.
May not be a bajillion, but it is
Life-changing,
an
whatever it
assistant
is.
coach, a lifetime assistant. Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yep. Well, who's next, Al?
We'll go to Leo. Leo, what have you learned?
I learned that my heart was broken because John Cena's a bad guy now.
Oh, John Cena turned into a bad guy.
If you missed that over the weekend, John Cena turned heel at the behest of The
wow.
Rock. People
I
were like,
missed
no,
it.
not our guy. Yeah, well, it happens.
I missed that.
You missed it, John? You missed that in wrestling? A
I
giant
missed
event in
that.
wrestling?
Well, I missed everything in wrestling. If you want to,
You would have liked the Trish Stratus, Stacy Keibler, Tori Wilson era of wrestling. You would have liked that. Yeah, you would have liked that era.
What did they
No,
call
I
it? Like
see the highlights on that, and
Attitude,
I'm like,
the Attitude
This,
Era.
yeah.
this is wrestling. Okay.
Oh yeah. No, there was a lot of
Well,
the
and what-
Mr. McMahon doc. You
McMahon.
saw it. I didn't realize what I missed either.
Holy crap!
I was like, hey, this looks like I'm
Mr.
watching a
McMahon.
Nora.
Yeah.
It's very
Mr.
true.
McMahon is. This is.
Honora
not what I
is
thought our
a
kids
great,
should be
Honora is a
watching.
great movie.
You've only seen the first 25
the first
minutes.
20, 25 minutes are Oscar worthy.
Okay, we'll see
Good.
what you think of the rest.
Well, I can just tell you, hopefully it stays the same as the first
No,
25.
It gets more serious
Yeah.
as opposed to all the fun
Well,
they
it gets
had
a lot
early.
more clothes on.
Well, yeah. Well, I won't give it away. Let's get to Travis. Travis, what have you learned?
Good morning, gentlemen. Welcome back, Lance. I
Thank
can't
you.
wait to hear all the stuff you learned up
All right.
there.
All right.
But I learned that hands down, the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo Barbecue Cook-Off is hands down the best event in Houston all year round.
One sentence, Travis.
That's it. One sentence.
Appreciate
That was
it, though.
good. That was a good one too. Yeah, I meant that. That's the bummer of going to the Oscars yesterday. Was I was going to come in for the barbecue cook-off because it's not. This is the first time in I don't know how long that it's not during Lent. Because I'm not going with all them drunks, Del. I'm like you. I ain't sitting around all them drunks all weekend.
Because you can't be
But
one of
that's
them.
it. But if I am a drunk, then I'm going to be with them.
There
with
it
my
is.
peeps.
Yes. Understood.
Yeah.
All right, we
Yeah.
got one more to go before we wrap it up. Let's go to Tom. Tom, what have you learned?
Morning, gentlemen. I learned that the Texas State Bobcats are becoming the powerhouse in college baseball in Texas.
What? What's funny about that?
Because Uncle Freddie called last week, and I said, hey, if you got your college baseball stuff, call in about it. 'cause
Oh,
it's
yeah.
such a great story. And Tom did it.
There he is.
Yeah.
There it is.
There it is. Texas State. That's what he learned.
Yeah. Well, and Tom usually brings something better than Texas State baseball.
Well,
But,
he
yeah.
learned what he learned, John. He learned what he
That's all
learned.
you can do. That's all you can do. I learned that the Oscars is a pretty cool event. That's what I learned this weekend. That's what I learned. It was neat. All right, that's it. Del, you didn't learn anything this weekend?
No, Not really. Nothing that I didn't already know.
I learned that you can eat a pork chop and they can get it mostly cooked. Like if you just stop,
Mostly?
if you stop where you have some real concerns that you will not get.
Oh, okay.
That you will not get food poisoning.
So how much of it do you have to eat before you can complain?
No, it was fine until we got too close to it was a bone-in pork chop, and then I'm like, hey, this is awfully fleshy. You know, it can be a little pink. Pork chops can, it's fine.
Yeah.
And I was like, come on, you know what? I've had about 70% of this. I'm good. Good. Had some braised greens with it.
You're not getting your money
I'm
back.
like, no. Oh, well, my wife would have gone back. She would have. I've seen her get money back from milk that expired. Like, this is on us, like, right? An expiration date, like we go past expiration date, you can't get money. I just don't want to be anywhere around where she does her magic.
Yeah.
I need to return this vacuum. I'm like, you've had it like 2 years.
My dad has mellowed with age, but when I was a kid, the worst thing that could ever happen to me was he's upset with the purchase or they missed something on a receipt. It's the worst because he was so loud about it. It's like, and he had an accent that was stronger when he was younger, and everyone's looking at me. Hey, I'm 12. What do you want from me? I can't help you here. This is a grown man. I knew it. Anytime there was a problem, we're gonna have a long issue, and it was gonna be a long day for whoever was at work that day. Whew, I'm glad he got older. Love my dad, but woof.
Thank you, Game Day Men's Health, for bringing us What Did You Learn This Weekend in One Sentence. If you're looking for testosterone replacement, go see our peeps over at Game Day Men's Health. I'm telling you, it's just better. They just do it better. Here's, who else does it better? Is Champion Energy. Champion.energy/1560. Champion.energy/1560. The best. They're fantastic at bringing you your electricity. I have been with them for, 17, 18 years. And I got to tell, I just got an email the other day from them about, wait, we got a better rate for you right now. And I'm like, what electricity company wants you to have a better rate? Because they're trying to gouge you for all that they can get. And yet Champion Energy goes, here's a better rate. We got a better rate for you. Look, it's gone down. So let's get you into this one. I'm like, that is so awesome. Well, it can be awesome for you too. This is what they do. If you're looking for the best way to get that electricity at a better price, I've never had a lower price than we had this month. It's been awesome. Champion.energy/1560, champion.energy/1560. All right, so 3 players ejected in the Thunder Spurs game after had a scuffle last night. So, maybe maybe a suspension. I mean, that'd be cool. I don't care about people being in full strength. Got Oklahoma City tonight. The Rockets need that game Saturday. They started. What was this? It was 19-3. But you talk about Fred's back, and boy, did they get off to a crap start.
Fred turned his ankle.
Recovered.
He turned his ankle on the first play. He said he stepped on the ref's foot, and he was never the same on the first play, and that's why he's not playing tonight.
I mean, goodness gracious, though. I mean, so you couldn't start? I mean, really? It was, what is it, 19-3. 19-3 at home to Sacramento. What are you doing? How can you come out that flat? And Fred's back. Fred starts the offense. It's awesome. No.
And they lost a bonus early. He got hurt on the first play as well. He didn't come back. So they were without their best player, and they still got off to a 19-3 start. The Rockets took a lead, 54-51, I think. Dylan Brooks got hot, I think, in the second quarter, something like that. But after that, it was just Sacramento kept batting the Rockets away every time the Rockets tried to get close. It was disappointing.
Yeah, to say the least. Losing to Sacramento at home in the middle of a, I mean, and it's not like every game is, but you want to, you don't want to get into, now all of a sudden you're on the border of playing, and no, you've had a great
You won't fall
year.
that far off.
Well,
but you really need to have top 4, and you can't do that when this
Yes.
kind of stuff goes on.
I mean, you're the 5th seed. You want to go to LA or no. I mean, and games like this, it's so funny. This team, for whatever reason, it gets up for the good teams, and for mediocre teams that are without their best players, they just lay an egg. This happens way too often with this team.
Yeah, that's something you don't want to happen. I'm watching these ejections in the Oklahoma City San Antonio game. What in the world of fluffy, soft tissue paper is going on here? What happened here that was any kind of a thing? Just Sochan grabbing somebody and pulling them? Like what? No, there was no punches thrown. What are we ejecting these guys for? I would make them fight. I would say, all right, you started it. Now you have to fight. So let's get this fight out of the way. Y'all go fight. We don't actually want to fight.
Well, did you see
what happened?
It started with an elbow to the face.
I saw, and then no one cracked anyone in the face. No one threw a punch. No one did anything. It was just a lot of NBA harumph. Like, man, if y'all are gonna do something, do something.
You want to go?
I mean, you're getting guys thrown out because what? Because you're all in a circle and one guy pulls another guy's shirt. Come on. What are we doing here? I know Sochan's an a-hole, but still, I don't know. I don't see enough there. Like no one got. Calvin Murphy didn't punch anyone in the face 4 times like back in the day. It was crazy. You could punch somebody and stay in a game back in the day. Yeah. I'm not saying that was the best thing. That's not. You should be ejected. But like this is what we call a tussle. This is a dust up. This isn't anything, man. The Rockets, at least the Rockets give you real stuff.
Yeah,
if you tussle with the Rockets, it's real stuff's going to happen.
Yeah, Amen will throw you to the ground, right? Like a little rag doll.
Yeah, Amen is not to be played with. He'll give you a personal foul where he grabs you by the chin, and he didn't care what star level you are. He'll give you a chin strap and just get him out of here. Expel him from the game. Man, he was just trying to hold Giannis's jaw together. That's all. He just didn't want him to get his jaw broken.
That you think that's what?
That's
happened?
all it was. He was trying to do him a favor.
Yeah. Oh, well, thank you, Amen. Yep. That's the kind of guy he is, though. That's the kind of guy. So did we ever hear anything from that? Is there any?
No, we're just. I mean, we got to keep bringing it up.
Like
we're done. They'll get us a little fine, and we're good. We don't need anything else on this.
Yeah, I mean,
there's going to be something. There would have been something.
Has he even been fined for it yet?
I'm sure. Oh, I'm sure he was. I think there's an automatic fine if you're ejected from a game. I don't know what it is, but it's not my money, so whatever.
Yeah, I don't care.
He
about
ain't paying
that.
for me to go to the movie theaters that I pick.
No, you can't. Nobody can pay for that.
No,
Not even NBA players can't go there.
too expensive.
No, it's too expensive, especially for a young guy on his first contract like I'm in. Can't afford that. 713-780-3776 is the number. So yeah, that was just another stinker. Just throw another stinker out there, Rockets. Come on. I don't know. It's so amazing to me. They play so well and so hard, and then they let Sacramento come in here. Sacramento sucks. What are you doing? Get him, and Sabonis is out 2 minutes into the game, and you're throwing a stinker like that. It just seems like everybody though just plays better. I mean, maybe the Rockets got some kind of lesser teams seem to get up for the Rockets and play shoot like lights out against the Rockets when and this is supposed to be a really good defensive team. Not so much a lot. Not all the time. For whatever reason. Crappy teams with their best players out seem to do pretty well against the Rockets.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like for my entire life that's true. Like any iteration of the Rockets, if they face a team that doesn't have a star, they're probably going to lose. For my entire life of watching Rockets basketball, from Moses Malone on up, don't let a team have one of their stars out because they're probably going to beat the Rockets. I don't know why that's the case, but it just is the case. Rockets do need to tighten it up. And I mean, the entire, I don't think they have enough momentum to try to hang on to a 4 seed. I think right now what you're trying to do is just hang on to 5. You got a little room to maneuver, but that can go away quick. So you still want to fight for 4, fight as hard as you can for 4. You don't want to fall to 6. I think 5 is where you'll probably end up. God forbid you fall to 6. If you fall to 6, you can fall to 7. Like, it's not that it's there's a little gap right now, but you fall back another spot and you got problems because you got to, now all of a sudden you're hanging in there. So you don't want that to happen, but I think they'll be fine. I think the Rockets will be okay. It's just they feel like they're running out of gas a little bit right now, and there's still plenty of basketball to go. They really can't afford to run out of gas right now.
Yeah,
it's hard. Western Conference is hard, man. There are so many teams to look for, and it just got harder. Even though Luka can't shoot right now, Luka is just broke.
Who you got? You got Oklahoma City coming out of the West?
Yeah, until they prove otherwise, they don't have any distractions. Everyone knows their role. They have a clear superstar. Like, it's kind of like when James Harden was here in his prime. You knew it was James's team, just like his SGA's team. You knew what it is. They know how to get the ball. He's an efficient scorer, just like James was. Like, there's actually a lot of similarities to the best Rockets teams with what. Now they're a little bit younger. Obviously the Rockets got a little bit older, but there's a lot of similarities with how their offense kind of runs through one player, and that player is a really highly efficient scorer, one of the best, if not the best, in the entire league. And everyone knows their roles. There's no confusion about roles, and they play hard. They're well coached. Like, it's hard to beat Oklahoma City. It doesn't feel like it should be.
No,
they don't look impressed. They don't look all that impressive, but it's hard to beat them.
Yeah, no, that's a good basketball team. This is a good measuring stick tonight. They got them at Oklahoma City. The Rockets have laid an egg there. They got slapped one of the games there. They're 1-2 against Oklahoma City this year. This is the final game against them. So you want to it would be nice to, not that the tiebreaker is going to come in any way, shape, or form. What with a 12-game, 13-game lead, whatever it is, over the Rockets. But you want to you would like to.
It's a confidence thing. That's all.
Yeah, that's all it is. That's all it is. And you know what? And positioning. So it's kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
And playoff positioning right now, because you just laid a stinker. Because you just had a stinker against Sacramento. So hopefully they'll refocus. Hopefully Fred's ankle, he's out again tonight. Okay. All right. I don't know. I tell you this. I know he stepped on the ref or whatever, but it's sure all of that when Fred gets back, it was the first time that they've been completely healthy since like the first couple of weeks of the season.
Right.
Because Tari went down right away. So it was the first time that they've been completely healthy
in
since
years.
the beginning of the year. And then they're not right away. And they look like crap right away. I mean, they look like crap. 19-3. 19-3. What are you doing? I turned them off. I was like, yeah, you pissed me off. Okay. Yeah, they made me mad. Sorry about that. But I had to. I'm pissed. Play better to start the game, Fred. Fred's back. Great. They look like crap. 713-780-3776 still ahead. Dell's got Ship Talk coming your way. That's in about 13 minutes from now. Right now, we got to take a quick one. If you want to get in, hurry.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Good on Quentin Grimes. 44. The Sixers beat the Warriors, and Quentin Grimes had 44. How about that? Pretty good. Nice job, Quentin Grimes. Kook. That's right, Kook.
Nice.
All right. Not Kentucky or Kansas or wherever he was. Who cares? But Matthew Golden. All right, let's get back to okay, so Mel Kiper has Membu as he had himself. He helped himself.
Armand Membu, who I've had as my top offensive lineman the entire time, and he's good. He won't be the first one drafted. I think Will Campbell is going to be the first one drafted, but Armand Membu.
How about Will Campbell running under a 4.5?
Yeah. No, not a 4.5.
I mean,
5.0.
Under a 5.
Yeah, he's athletic. He's pretty athletic. He's fast in a straight line, but I think but everyone, his short arms, it'll be a question, but everyone loves him. They interview him, and he's real tough. He's only 20 years old. He's about to be 21, so he's real young still. He more than Emory Jones, his teammate, is not getting a lot of love in the team community. But Will Campbell, everyone thinks he's real tough, like he's going to be fine. So he'll go. Armand Membu will get drafted, I think, inside the top 12 picks from Missouri. He was really, really good. I've got your Houston Rock. I think the third offensive lineman off the board will probably be Josh Simmons, even though there's some questions on him about work ethic, things like that from people I talk to. But and then it gets interesting. Then we see if Kelvin Banks is next off or Tyler Booker. My guess is Tyler Booker goes next. Now, I think Tyler Booker would be perfect for the Texans. He fits everything D'Amico is looking for. An ass kicker. He's got
interview.
He's a good interview. He's a leader in the room. He's like everything you need in an offensive line room. He played at a big school, which Nick Caserio seems to like based on his history. I think the problem is that you draft too far back. At 25, Tyler Booker's not going to get to you. So a lot of the offensive linemen you want are not going to get to you. And I was looking through, as I was going through my mock draft, I started realizing, man, this is going to be tough for the Texans. Would you say the Texans are entering a win now phase, John?
Oh, yeah.
I would too. Yeah. So what I did with this is I said, you know what? They're in kind of a win now phase. D'Amico's got to get a certain type. He wants to get a certain type of player. He knows he wants to get his trenches tightened up. So initially, I had him trade up with Arizona again. Arizona's at 16. And initially, I had him taking Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle from Michigan. And I could see that happen, although Kenneth Grant, to me, on tape, needs to get a lot better. But he's got tremendous, he's a great athlete. He's like 6'5", 340 pounds. He's got a lot of potential. It's just not there yet. That could be something he does, trades up for a defensive tackle. Instead, I kind of mess with the mock until I get it to where I want it to look, where I think it could happen. I had him I want to see what you think about this. I had him take Kelvin Banks. I had him trade up and taking Kelvin Banks. And I couldn't really talk about the whole thing in my little small blurb. This is what I was thinking. You take Kelvin Banks, he can come in and start right away at right guard. You can have Titus Howard if you want at left guard. You can have at right guard. You can move Titus Howard back to right tackle and have Fisher as a swing tackle and move Kelvin Banks into left guard or right guard as a starter. He's a good run blocker. He's a tackle who's playing down at guard, so his pass protection is going to be pretty good. And then what you do is once you got him in the room, you work on next year getting rid of Laramie Tunsil via trade. You work on trading Laramie Tunsil, or maybe cap casualty, but you'd like to trade him. I'd love to trade him this year, but the only way you do that is if you sign Ronnie Stanley, and I don't know if you're going to sign a guy with that kind of injury history. But you can play guard. You can play him at guard for 1 year and then eventually move him out to left tackle, or keep him in at guard and go draft a left tackle later. But I had them move up and take care of offensive line right away. What do you think about that?
I like it.
Yeah, I don't know that but if you sit at 25, it's really dicey.
How are you going to complain with their biggest weakness that they're trying to help?
Yeah.
So, if it's listen, if it's best player, if they think that they got a solution out there, free agent wise, that they can grab somebody to help on the offensive line, okay. If they can free up some money and they can get somebody that they really like, then okay. If they want to get a corner, I'm okay. I'm okay with a defensive lineman. I mean, I'm okay with a wide receiver there. They got some needs now, and I know they're in win now mode, but they ain't Kansas City, they ain't Buffalo,
right?
They ain't certainly not the Ravens right now. I mean, they got work to do, and they don't have the money to do it.
Right.
So, you know, they've got a lot of places where they need some help. Omarion Hampton, where does he get drafted?
I think there's an outside chance he could go in the first round, but my guess is one of the top 40, 42 picks. He's a big, fast, tough, strong, built like Adonis running back, who only knows how to run in a straight line, is fat, who basically has no brakes on the car. He doesn't have great vision. He runs so hard. It's like a car crash. Every single carry's like a big car crash. But he is a bully. And like I said, he's really, really fast. So I think he goes in the top 42 picks. There's an outside chance that Jim Harbaugh could add a player like that to try to start, to bolster his bully attack on the ground. That's not completely out of the realm of possibility for him to be a Charger, but it's, I don't know. I think Travion Henderson could sneak into the back half of the first if teams really want to go for the Jahmyr Gibbs experience, if they want to convince themselves that he's got the Jahmyr Gibbs stuff. Judkins helped himself a lot. He ran fast. Now on tape, he's not that fast. He doesn't have nearly as many explosive runs per carry as Travion Henderson, right behind the same offensive line, but he ran fast. He was all of his measurements were explosive. He's big, physical. Like, this is going to be a year where there will be 4 running backs off the board by the first 45 picks.
Really?
I think, 45 to 50 picks, because Judkins, you mentioned all of them, Judkins, Omarion Hampton, Travion Henderson, and Ashton Genty. Those 4 guys are going to be the first 4 guys to go. It's almost like a lock. They're the first 4.
Okay, Jihad Campbell.
Yeah, Jihad Campbell is from Alabama. Not a very physical linebacker. Like, it's not a Nick Saban linebacker where he comes downhill and smacks the blocker and he doesn't have good instincts. He's not very physical getting downhill to attack blocks. But what he does well is he's really fast. He can run, and he's got great sideline to sideline coverage. He's excellent in coverage. He's got good instincts. For some reason, he has no instincts in run and great instincts in pass. He can make plays on the football. He's a very good blitzer, and some people look at him as a potential outside linebacker, a 3-4 outside linebacker. So it wouldn't shock me if he went from linebacker to outside linebacker, or for us to continue to see this trend of hybrid players who play linebacker on first and second down and then rush on third down. So he's a guy that I had sneaking into the first round, going to the Rams in my mock. Rams need some help at inside linebacker, and so I could see them potentially looking at him. The guy that's going to really move up is Nick Emanwari, who I gave to the Dolphins. I reached out to Dell and asked if you had any position that you could have, because I was going to go best available at that position. And Dell convinced me to go safety, since there are no safeties on their roster, basically. I could see them also moving back. I could see the Dolphins moving back, because they have some real needs, and they could move back. And if somebody wants to move up, that could be a trade spot. I think the Saints could be a trade spot where they could move out and pick up picks, but Saints are always so desperate. They just trade up. Like, never seen a team run so poorly as the Saints. We're still in it. We're still in it. Let's trade all of our picks and go get somebody.
The Saints can't draft anybody. They're $58 million over the cap.
That's what I'm saying. They've traded away all their picks. They've had to go free agency. They're poor. So they're poor. They trade away all their picks all the time. They don't do a great job of evaluating. Like, they're really run poorly. How do you, like, if you don't grow your own, you end up going into debt because you got to buy other people's free agents. And then they're telling us, we think Derek Carr's fine. We're going to stick with Derek Carr. That's because you don't have a choice. Now, I was tempted to put Shedeur Sanders with New Orleans. That's one of the spots where I could say, okay, if he doesn't go 6 to the Raiders, and I don't think I don't think Tom Brady's going to want to mess with all that. And if he didn't go 7 to the Jets, then the Saints would be a spot. The Seahawks would be a potential spot. And then it's like somebody's going to have to trade back into the first if he's not going to slip out of the first.
Yeah. All right, we got a break because Dell's got Ship Talk next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Ship Talk coming your way next. Who was talking some ship?
Ooh.
We will do that on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. Time to hear who was talking ship this weekend with Dell. He's got, I imagine there's a lot of ship talking going on.
Not that much, to be honest. But we're going to start with Kirby Smart. He was at a coach's clinic talking about his defenses and who has had success or not success against them. And then he brought up 4 quarterbacks, and he took some audience questions, and you're going to hear his response.
What do these guys have in common? Speak up. Heisman. It's a good answer. That's actually true. They're definitely quarterbacks. That's the most elementary thing. Heisman, quarterbacks, champions. He ain't champion of what? Champion of fireball. All right. I'm gonna go here for you. There's Heisman, right? They all had great days versus our defenses. Okay, they both all 4 of them went off on us in some way, shape, or form. Okay, but the Heisman.
So the quarterbacks in question were a picture of Bryce Young, Joe Burrow, Cam Newton, and the one he was referencing, Fireball, is Johnny Manziel.
Johnny Manziel. I knew as soon as he said Fireball, it was Johnny.
You did?
Yeah.
I couldn't think of who it was.
Yeah.
Kirby.
Johnny loved some Fireball. Johnny wanted to was. I got a story. I can't tell any.
Yeah, you can tell it. You're in Hollywood.
No, that's what I'm coming back. I'll be back.
But you can tell anything
today.
when you're there.
What?
Yeah.
You can't tell stories out of school. Well, there was a bowl game Johnny wouldn't get back into unless everybody was doing fireballs.
Oh, well.
That must have been the Duke game.
Yeah, I don't think it was a Cotton Bowl.
That was the Duke game.
It must have been the Duke game.
I don't think it was the Oklahoma Cotton Bowl the year before.
No.
Let's move on to the Oscars. Now, Conan had a joke that went viral mentioning Kendrick Lamar in halftime. But the one we're going to go to is one that in a segment that was honoring firefighters who helped try to save homes in LA, and homes were mentioned, but not for some of the people who lost their homes. Well, at least not by fire.
Well, our hearts go out to all of those who have lost their homes. And I'm talking about the producers of Joker 2.
Damn, best delivery of the night. All right.
Who said that?
One of the firefighters up there. They're honoring them at the time, and Conan had them read some of the jokes, and that was one.
Wow, that's a good one.
Yeah. And they flashed the crowd, and Scarlett Johansson didn't mind laughing. Now, Monica Barbaro, I think that's her name. She was with Timmy in A Complete Unknown. She was like, get that camera off my face. I don't know how to respond. Maybe she knows the producers of Joker too. So the one that I like the most is something you probably don't know a lot about, John. Do you know who Cameron is, the rapper?
No.
You know who Chad Ochocinco is, though. So they both are in the same space where they have podcasts, their shows based off the internet.
Cameron and Mace, both of them.
Cameron and Mace, and then of course we know Ocho does the show with Shannon Sharp. So they're kind of in the same space, and Cam does not like Ocho, and this is about a minute of like a 2.5-minute rant, and it probably has the most beeps I've ever had to put in a clip. And this is only 1 minute of it. Here's Cam on his dislike for Ochocinco.
I don't really with Chad Ochocinco, to be totally honest with you. He all right, but at the end of the day, when we started this show, the was hating from the very beginning. We started the show, we was doing very well, it was very successful. We didn't have no deal, no sponsors or nothing. We was doing this off the muscle. He comes out of nowhere talking about, yeah, I'm gonna get myself back together and I'm taking Cam's spot. Why the you gotta take my spot? You talking about you been a football player your whole life. Now because I'm doing sports, you come and take my spot. And at that particular time, we had only been doing the show about 2.5 months, 3 months. But that's how much of an impact that I had that bitch ass felt threatened. You know what I'm saying? Then after that, I tried to give him a job. He like, yo, talk to my agent. I said, I'm talking to you now. What the? I don't do business like that. I talk to my agent. See, you so dumb, you can't even speak for yourself, stupid motherfucker.
He does not like him.
He does.
What? You just minding your own business, trying to get your hustle up, and Chad's like, I'm going to come take, like, that is kind of, I get it. I get it.
What?
It's you and Todd McShay all over again.
No.
That's, oh, man.
I'm going to try to go to NFL. Well, who was I? Was I? Which one was I?
Beef like that?
You're Cam.
Yeah. No, I don't think Todd was coming from my stuff.
No, but Todd would if he had to. You know, that's the vibes you get from him.
Yeah, but
if he needed to,
that'd be too much work.
Oh, you don't think he works hard?
I mean, writing up 500 players is a different level of stuff. That's not all doing TV and podcasts.
Yeah, he ain't grinding like you.
No,
he ain't putting in that work like you.
He's not.
No. That's all.
You didn't do Vernon Maxwell getting slapped by Akeem Olajuwon?
So that's Matt Barnes told that story, right?
Yeah. Well, Vernon told the story on All the Smoke. Where Matt Barnes said, "Is it true that you got slapped by Akeem Olajuwon?" He's like, "Oh yeah, he slapped me a little bit," or something like that. And then he told the story about that he was complaining and everything, and Dream said, "Be quiet," or told him to be quiet at halftime or something, and stop talking like that or whatever. And then Vernon said, "Man, F you, Dream." And then Olajuwon like came from behind him and slapped him as hard as he could.
Is that the first time that story's been told?
It's been told before.
Okay.
I know I've heard it before.
I feel like I've heard that story before.
But he just kind of expounded on it. And by the end, and he's like, "Man, it hurt." It's like he was scraping his hand on the floor, getting it ready to pow. And then they said, "Well, then what happened?" He goes, "Well, there's a lot of people scrambling then." He goes, "I didn't take it well." Vernon kind of just limped into the fact that how we all knew Vernon couldn't just get slapped and like, "Whoa, what's that about, Dream? Come on, cut it out." None of us thought that was actually the case. Somebody actually asked him because that wasn't the main thing he was talking. He's just talking about Dream slapping him. And they said, "Well, then what happened?" He goes, "Well, a lot of them started scrambling." And they said, "What happened?" He goes, "Well, you know," and then I don't know if it was him or Steven Jackson said, "Feels like after something like that, you're going to get the tool." He goes, "Well, now you know. That's what happened." Vernon went for the gun. So yeah, which is what I expected the end of that story to be, frankly. So yeah, that's one where it's all laughing and everyone's joking and laughing. Probably was terrifying at the time.
That's speaking of Hakeem. And,
I mean, he also threw a weight at Carl. Like hit Carl Herrera in the head with a weight.
You think Vernon's a bit of a prop? Was a bit of a
problem?
problem?
Yeah, Vernon had some. They had to get rid of Vernon.
Okay.
Brandishing guns at stoplights and people.
He was
hitting Carl
He was
Herrera
about
in the head
to.
Breaking news.
Breaking
Vernon's
news.
a problem.
Was a problem.
Vernon Maxwell.
He was on the verge of shooting the franchise. Is what you're telling me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sticking with Hakeem, well, at least his school, Kelvin Sampson cut down those nets over the weekend. They won again and have the outright title. What do they win the Big 12 at this point? But like. It was what they have a 4 or 5 game lead now, so they're coasted to the Big 12 title. So they cut down the nets over the weekend out at Fertitta Center. Congratulations to the Cougs, outright champions again.
Yeah, again, back to back and dominating. One loss that Iowa that
Texas Tech came in,
at home
by a point. Was it an overtime, a point, or something like that?
I was at that game. What am I doing?
You're a curse.
Going to the game. I've been to a few games.
Don't go to any tournament games, John. You stay home.
Yeah, I saw Alabama come in there and beat them. I saw a couple of years ago. I saw Texas Tech this year. I did see some wins though. I saw the nice Iowa State win.
Yeah.
I mean, I seen some wins. So I ain't no jinx. Okay.
Well, proof they lose one conference game and you're at it. Maybe you're a bit of a jinx.
Maybe I was. But I've gone to a few games.
I like how Lord he's defending himself like I'm serious. John, you're not a jinx, all right?
Okay. Well, they win most of their games.
Yeah,
so
yeah. You're gonna see a lot of wins.
Loss, okay.
Yeah.
I was there.
You're going to see a lot of wins for the Cougs because they're just going to win a lot of games. And at this point, we're almost through the regular season into the postseason. Still healthy, right? Everyone's good. No.
Yeah, so far so good.
All right, good. Okay.
Knock on wood.
Yeah.
Knock on wood. Yeah. So far so good. 713-780-3776.
Okay. There's a question for you from Art. Did the Academy Award fly in Houston sports fans because it was very quiet in there? taking a shot at Houston sports fans for not making any noise. Is Demi Moore your hall pass? Did
No.
you dance during Queen Latifah's song?
I did not.
And who did you wear?
I saw her afterwards. So she came up. She started. She was at the party. She goes, "Oh, I love your dress." When everybody loved my wife's dress, it was a yellow and just.
What did they say about
wonderful.
you?
Anyway, Queen, nothing. Nobody says nothing.
Nothing's
about me
looking
ever.
at the guy.
If I'm standing next to Wendy, guess what? I get nothing.
Ooh,
Nobody says
ladies
anything.
first. Ladies first. That's what she was saying to Wendy.
Well, answer the question. What were you wearing, John?
What were you wearing?
I was wearing a tux.
No,
What do you
but
mean?
who made the?
What
Come on.
were you wearing? Who were you wearing?
Who were you wearing? Yes,
Who were
that's
you
the-
wearing?
That's the question.
State and
Men's
Liberty is what I
Warehouse?
was-
He said State and Liberty.
State and
I
Liberty.
don't know what that is.
It's a store.
Sure, some fancy
Is
stuff.
that a January 6th Taylor?
January 6th Taylor. It was actually a blue with black trim.
Oh, it was blue?
It was blue, yeah.
On TV, it was black.
It was fancy. It was fancy.
And what was Wendy wearing? Or where?
Wendy
who was she wearing? Excuse me.
A beautiful. I hadn't seen. She don't usually. I mean, it was good. Her dress was really good.
Did you
And
know that
every
dress was-
woman, Every woman. I love your dress. I love your. I'm so sick of it.
Did you know that dress was the one, or did she surprise you? Like, did you not see it beforehand?
Del, you think I know?
I don't know. Maybe you might have asked. I don't know what she's wearing. I don't know.
No,
She
listen,
just-
she doesn't.
She didn't ask
me.
your opinion for anything,
She
did
doesn't
she?
ask my
No, I'm not saying
on any
opinion,
of
but
her-
he might have been like, oh,
No, I
look,
was just curious if she said, how does this look? Does she even?
not a chance.
She didn't even try it on before.
Yeah, he had no idea.
She didn't even try it. What do you mean she didn't?
Well,
try
she
it on?
tried it on. She had to get it hemmed and stuff, but I didn't see it.
He didn't see it.
beforehand.
You
at
were
all.
not involved in any
Not
of
at
the
all.
process.
Just put on the suit.
No,
Just put on the suit. And
Just
be
put on
ready.
the suit, monkey.
I'll send y'all pics.
She just wants you to just.
You sent us the pictures, but just put on the suit. I don't need anything
Yeah,
from
no,
you.
send a picture. I want to see
No,
how
I
Wendy
didn't
looked.
send
You
you
didn't.
the pictures
I
of
noticed
us
that Wendy
by the-
wasn't included in anything. It was like she didn't exist with
Here,
you
I'll-
sneaking on the TV.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't sneak.
For
on the
those who are
TV.
just joining us, John was at the Oscars and was actually one of the stars of the red carpet as he was almost escorted away by security at one point.
They weren't sure why he was doing what he was doing there.
Yeah, well,
I'm
I'll
looking
send
at a
you
picture of you standing right next to Wendy right now. You sent us this picture yesterday.
did?
Wait, he's standing next to Wendy?
Yeah, he sent a picture of him and Wendy on
Oh.
on the red carpet. I'm looking at it right now.
Then I probably meant because I couldn't download that stuff from the airport. So
Yeah, you probably
I mean
didn't
from
see
the
it.
airplane. So that's probably why.
Yeah, I just.
Oh
I just-
yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a good dress by Wendy.
yeah. She
And then
usually
there's
doesn't
you with
wear
your
a
bow
low-cut
tie kind of
dress, so-
crooked.
Yeah. What a hater.
And then there's Wendy just styling and profiling.
And John's bow tie's off center.
Yeah. Well, she liked that though. That she said, "I don't want it to be."
Oh,
straight."
well, look, no one's looking at him anyway.
Hold up.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the shoes now. Dell, take a look at them shoes.
I'm looking at him.
Are those velvet shoes?
Those are velvet shoes. Yeah.
Oh, don't say it with so much shame. You put them on. Oh, all of a sudden now you're shameful.
Ooh.
Those the velvet shoes.
I had
Johnny
to buy
boy's
him this.
tight. He's
Hey,
got it tight. He's tightened up.
I
there.
had to buy him this week. She goes, "Here, put these here. Get these." And I was like, "Okay." Oh, she told me a price, and I was like, "Oh, that's okay." Then I get it was 2.5 times that price.
Oh yeah.
And she was like, "So what? Buy him anyway." I'm like, "Oh, goodness gracious, to wear
Buy
once.
him anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, to wear once.
You ain't gonna embarrass her at the Oscars. Put on them shoes.
I need shoes in here. I need shoes in here.
Well, you got them. Don't worry. You got those shoes.
I got 'em. I need John Daspit in here.
John
I need
Daspit in here. I
Daspit
need
in
personal injury lawyer in here. John Daspit, your guy. If you need help fighting against the insurance company after you've been injured, and they, first of all, I wouldn't even talk to an insurance company if you've been injured at work or on the roadway or out in the water or whatever the case may be, the negligence of a business that had something that caused injury. And the first thing that's going to happen is the insurance company is going to get a hold of you right away. Hey, we just really want to make sure you're taken care of. We're really sorry this happened. Here's what we're going to do. Let's get you, we're going to get you a check right away so you can take care of all those hospital bills and all this, okay? So we'll make sure to make this right for you. And they'll be the nicest people. You just can't believe how nice they are. Until you talk to John Daspit and you find out, yeah, they're not accounting for this, and this. They're not accounting for your pain and suffering. They're not treating you fairly. And that's really the case. There are standards in this business, and insurance companies try to fly well below the standards so they save their people money. Well, they save themselves money, not their people, because they're gonna pay the same premiums, and they'll raise the rates on them, and then they squeeze, and then they want to keep more money for themselves. The insurance companies, this just in, they're trying to keep all of their money, and they're trying to deny as much as they can to you. Well, John Daspit's going to fight for you. He didn't care what those insurance companies has to say. What they have to say. He is going to fight for you, passionately pursue justice for the injured, and you will, any time missed from work, you're getting compensated for. Your bills, you're compensated for. Your pain and suffering, properly compensated for. He is going to look out for you. That's the difference with John Daspit. Call today, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW. Or for more information, go to daspitlaw.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Well, how about the trade, the Deebo Samuel trade? Deebo going to the Commanders for a 5th rounder.
Yeah. That's why that's a great reminder to people that you think that draft is based on what you consider to be the player's on-field value, and it's not what it is. It's always going to be less than you think for most of these guys, because it's really based on what their contract is too, how much you have to pay. Do you have a new contract coming up? There's a sliding scale. Like, I bet you if you ask, well, what do you think Deebo would get? 2nd? Nope. 5th.
Yeah.
5th. It's not, but now you get a pass rusher, a left tackle, or a quarterback, you got to pay. Like, you have to
and
pay.
Deebo's an aging guy. Deebo's a pain in the ass.
Breaks down, pain in the ass. Yeah. He is. But for Washington, the value of Deebo Samuel versus a 5th is like, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
To me, like, I'd take that on. You're advancing quicker than you thought. Now let's see if Jaden Daniels. You know what? I think Jaden Daniels may have a little bit of second season blues. Maybe not like C.J. Stroud did. And, I talked to Kurt Warner on the field because he watches all these guys. And I asked him, I said, what'd you think about C.J. Stroud? And Kurt Warner said, I watched the offensive line stuff. He goes, it wasn't great. He said, but CJ just wasn't very good this year relative to what he is. He saw kind of the same stuff we did. He goes, there's some simple throws. And I said, was footwork an issue? He goes, not really. No. He said, I didn't think his footwork was that bad at all. He said, he had some moments, but nothing like most of these NFL. He said, a lot of these guys have really bad footwork, especially coming out of college. He said, footwork wasn't the issue. He was just missing. And he said, I don't know how to explain it other than the fact that he didn't have the rhythm, and he just didn't have his same accuracy. And he couldn't explain it, but he thought the same thing we did, John, which is, yes, there was he didn't like he thought the Texans game plan against the slowest game plan against Green Bay was bad. I don't even remember it, but he thought it was really bad. But then he said, watching, there were some issues with the offensive line. He goes, but there's a lot of times he has time to throw and he just misses throws that he made.
We saw that.
And he's like, it was across the board. There were issues for the Texans. So he saw kind of what we saw, which is just CJ just didn't throw well. So I'm interested. And I told him some of the stuff about CJ that kind of maybe was a little too active in the offseason last year. Nothing salacious, and the Texans wanted to get back. And he was like, he thought that was great to hear. He said, that's really good. He said, if he can, the fact that he recognizes this himself and he shows some self-awareness, he said, that's a really, really good sign because he's smart. He knows football. And the fact that he knows he's got to lock it back in already is a really good sign for the Texans.
Yep. No, yeah.
He's really great. I'm going to tell you something, man. Kurt Warner is so much fun to talk to. And I talked to Greg Cosell for a while, but Kurt Warner was such a good dude. And listening to him, getting insight from him on some of the quarterbacks, because he hadn't really studied them. So his first look is when he gets there. So he's seeing all the physical stuff. Like Jackson Dart really has to push it to throw the ball, to throw drive throws. He's really got to put a lot of effort into it. I don't know if you saw him. He had this sweet necklace on. He's got the curly blonde hair. Like he's coming for your woman. 100% Jackson Dart's trying to steal your girl. 100%. He's got that vibe. But he and Dylan Gabriel have to really effort to throw the ball. It's a labor to push those intermediate throws across the field. But Dart is accurate with it. Like he can throw it accurately, even though he has to labor some. Once it goes outside the comfort zone, Dylan Gabriel will spray it around a little bit. I thought Quinn Ewers was fine. It didn't. I was hoping that he would, for the kid, I was hoping he would kind of really pop. And he was fine. I mean, it's nothing special. He was fine. The guy that really impressed was Tyler Shuck from Louisville. Man, he came over to Kurt Warner. So he's in the second quarterback group. It was him and Milroe and Kyle McCord, somebody else. There's 4 quarterbacks throwing. And I talked to Matt Corral for a little bit there. He was one of the extra quarterbacks just throwing while he was there. Man, his arm is really not the same anymore. And it wasn't great before, but it's really gone down when he had to throw certain deep balls. But Tyler Shuck comes by. You got to remember, this guy's been in college 7 years.
Yeah.
He's had 3 major injuries, 2 collarbones to the same arm. He's had a broken ankle because of a hip drop tackle. So he's been in college 7 years. He came in with Trevor Lawrence into college. He backed up Justin Herbert his first year. This dude is old now. I think he's 24, going to be 25. And he acts like a grown-ass man. He walked by. He goes, hey, Kurt. This is before he ran. He goes, hey, Kurt, you make sure you tell everybody on TV that I'm going to be the fastest quarterback out of my group. And that had Jalen Milroe in it. He goes, you tell him. He goes, now, and Kurt goes, okay, I'll tell him. He goes, I'm the only one running. So there's that. He goes, I'm also going to jump higher and further than anyone else in the vertical and the broad. He goes, you're the only one jumping? He goes, that's right. I am the only one doing that as well. But then he ran like a 4.61. And
really?
Yeah, the dude ran fast. He threw the ball. He was impressive. I had to move him up. You look at him and he looks like the only guy. Once you get past Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward, the most impressive guy is Cam Ward, followed by Tyler Shuck, the most impressive arm talent guys. And Kyle McCord has some of that too. But Tyler Shuck could end up being the 3rd quarterback off the board, even ahead of Jackson Dart. So that's something to keep an eye on. But I think it's going to have 2 NFL starters out of this draft, Shedeur and Cam Ward. And I think the rest are probably going to be backups that maybe one or two of them may get a start. The guy that was really disappointing was Will Howard. He just doesn't have an arm. And I felt bad because they were booing him. Every time he stepped up to throw, he got booed because it's the fans came in for that one. They all booed him. And if he threw an incomplete pass, this huge cheer would erupt.
They booed him because they're all Midwest people who hate Ohio State.
That's all it is. And now there were Ohio State fans that would cheer.
Yeah.
But it was a bad look that they're all booing. They're booing him because because they're Dell's right. He spent 1 year at Ohio State. They won a national championship. They're Midwest fans, and they just booed the piss out of him every time he stepped up to make a throw, and they cheered like they had just won a championship every time it was incomplete, which was more than it probably should have been.
Well, and I heard that he was out the night before in the parking lot throwing.
Yeah, he needed extra work. Trust me.
Pat McAfee was really hyping him up beforehand, talking about all the things he was doing to get ready.
Big dude. He just doesn't have much of an arm.
Yeah.
Like you expect him to have way more arm, and he doesn't. Tyler Shuck was the guy that's really impressive, but he's played 7 years in the league, but you can be a 25-year-old rookie and no one cares for quarterbacks because they play a long time. I have to write up 25-year-old cornerbacks and safeties, guys that usually have to be Mormon if they're going to be this old because they do Mormon missions. Instead, because of COVID, so many guys have played 6 years. You got a bunch of 24-year-olds coming to the draft. And I talked to a team who said, yeah, they're physically, guess what? You were probably better physically or people who are true athletes, people who work at it and lift and run. He said, they're all better at age 24 than they are at 20. You're more physically mature at that age. You fill out, you're a better athlete. So you're not going to get much better.
Did you get your head out of your hiney and put Malachi Starks in the first round?
Nope.
Or no?
Is that a question
I still got him right where he should be, second.
Whoa.
Why is his head in his hiney?
I don't know.
Because people told him that after his first mock draft.
Did Georgia fans get to you?
No,
you can't even see because your head is so far up.
I think somebody said that, but that's just because Daniel Jeremiah's got him all gassed up. He ain't going. He ran pretty well, and then he did the short shuttle stuff, and he was like, it was like a defensive end.
Oh, it's not.
His numbers were not great. Not great. He could go in the first. I didn't put him in my mock, though. No, I put him in the second. Nicky Manwari is a Dolphin, and he's going early. He's going early. This guy is like he and Shamar Stewart are
the Dolphins pick is in.
The Dolphins pick is in. Those two are maybe the most impressive guys I've ever seen at the combine. Shamar Stewart and Nick Emanwari. Nick Emanwari is one of the most physically impressive people I've seen in my life.
More than D'Amico? You love D'Amico.
No, he's more impressive than D'Amico. He can jump higher.
You guys can debate that more on the other side. We
On the other side, when we come back, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Big ups to the Dynamo. They played Inter Miami, and Messi didn't show. Didn't even make the trip. And the get-in price for that game was $200 on the resale market. The Dynamo are offering anybody who went to the game to have a free ticket, a complimentary ticket to a future game.
That's good. That's good of them. That shows a good understanding.
Yeah.
So the livestock show, the chili cook-off is over. They've already done that.
Yep.
Over the weekend.
You know what? I got to get Bun on tomorrow. He's opening a place called Trill Town. He's got his own burger. Like,
we're gonna have rides. What do you mean Trill Town?
I don't know.
Amusement
Park.
park.
We're
What are we
find
doing?
out. I'll get Bun on tomorrow. We're gonna have during our show out at the golf course.
Is he bringing us burgers?
No.
Then John's like,
what's
why?
the sense?
For what? For who?
No. You can't bring food out to the golf course.
Is he coming out to the golf course?
No, it'll be a
Brown Bag Kelly is.
Yeah, I know they're
Okay,
sponsors.
so is Valencia's.
Yeah, Tex-Mex
They're sponsors.
Garage.
Who has burgers for lunch at a golf tournament? I've never seen that.
He's talking about us specifically, not
Have
us.
you really had
Absolutely
burgers
have.
in
Yeah,
a
Smash
bag
Burgers.
waiting for you?
Smash Burgers, as you make the turn, Smash Burgers are making
The
them for
turn, not beforehand, though.
you. No. Well,
I'm talking about you don't get your bag of burgers and fries headed out to the course.
You could.
It's
if
a
noon
you could.
start.
I've just never seen it.
So he's not bringing food.
Well, you
No,
play frisbee
but if you
golf.
go to the
How do
if you
you
go
know?
to Trill Town, you can get them.
Where's Trill Town?
It's at the bar. It's at the rodeo.
So
he's gonna tell you tomorrow, Dale. Don't worry.
But he's not bringing the food he's going to tell us about.
No, but I'm gonna put pressure on him to bring some food too.
I ain't giving him no love for not bringing us something. No.
He's got a new spot opening up by close to where I live, so I'm gonna have my kids work. I'm gonna have Mason working there to work off his
Why
debt.
are you trying to punish Bun with your kids working there?
Because he needs to work off his debt.
No, I know what
That's
he
why.
needs
He
to do.
wrecked
Why-
that car. He needs to pay for
But
it.
why are you punishing Bun with your kids?
Hey, I've done a lot for Bun over the years. It's time for him to
Do you think he thinks that way?
Step up.
help.
Step up.
Yeah, it's time for him to step
Bun
up.
has to step up and employ
It's
your
time for him to
children.
step up.
Yeah.
And I can't have them both there because they'll fight again.
No, they'll be throwing.
I don't need somebody throwing grease on the other one.
Well, put one at one location, the other at the one closest to you.
That's a good point.
There's one. Does he still have the one on Richmond?
Well, you mean the one off of Shepherd, right?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But there's just rumors that there's going to be some. I don't know if it's out, but there's going to be some more opening up, and I know where at least one of them is.
Oh,
and it's not that
nice.
far from me, so I'm gonna
That's
run
good
one of my
burger.
kids over there, like drop them off, said make that trill sauce, get on the trill
Like,
sauce.
what responsibility would not be
sauce.
too much for your kids
Oh,
at a
too
place?
much?
Yeah.
Oh.
Something that's not too much because you don't
Cooktop.
want them on the grill.
No,
No.
cooktop's too much.
By the
Making
way,
trill sauce is fine.
We found out that the tournament is still on tomorrow, despite the weather reports. He has stupid weather reports. They don't know what they're doing. I mean, come on.
I'm not
Weathermen
going
are
out if
clever.
it's lightning because you already know I'm not going to get myself.
Oh, my God. Well, 2027 comes early where you die on the course.
Wait, do we have a tornado threat? No, we don't have a tornado threat.
Well, thank God. Okay.
Somebody
good.
else does. Like,
We
oh,
don't have
Mississippi.
tornadoes.
Well, like
We got everything-
Alabama and Mississippi, but they always have tornadoes.
So according
we
to
have hurricanes.
our source, it should be partly cloudy around 11:30, turning to a sunny day in the afternoon. So maybe it starts a little pushback, but it should be fine.
Well, wait, when's it going to start raining? Is it? It says 99%
It's
on
supposed to be
this.
rain in the morning.
Well, the course is going to be wet.
They got the
Yeah.
highest elevations. It rains.
Yeah.
John's
Okay,
been
then we're
telling you
gonna
about
have to
that for
keep it on
years.
All crown fairways.
Yeah, he's been telling you about that for years.
Keep
For
it
years I've
on
been
the
telling you, you
fairway.
don't know.
Fairway only. It's going to be cart path only.
No.
CPO. I'm not playing with a team. I'm going to be out in my own cart with my clubs, and I'll just decide when I want to hit for people. And you got to use my ball. No matter what happens.
Those people that are shooting 51 are going to be pissed because they don't want your shot.
Oh, they're shooting quote unquote 51.
Yeah, they're going to shoot 51.
Cheaters.
That happens every year.
Yeah, I know it happens every
and
year.
It's a bunch of unathletic guys. You're like, really? Beat it. You didn't shoot 51, but then they take their umbrellas and they go. They get an umbrella.
So
They
what's
win an
the
umbrella.
what's the ambiance out there? Are we gonna have cart girls out there? What are they called again? What are those
Yeah,
women
cart
called
girls.
again who hand you stuff when you're at
Cart
holes?
girls?
Cart girls. They're going to be out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
We
going
gonna
to be
have any-
Sam and Abigail.
Abigail has a full-time job. It's not going to be Abigail.
Well, she can take a day off to go do that.
Seems unlikely. She just
Yeah.
started.
What's Sam doing?
She just started. What's her job?
She's doing real estate stuff somehow.
No, property management. I think
Yeah,
is what
well,
it
you
is.
know,
Yes.
same.
Oh, that's different.
Yeah, it's
Same.
different
Property
than real
management
estate.
is different than real estate.
Yes, it
but
is.
Okay. Right.
So she just started that job today, so she won't be out at the tournament. No.
Yeah, there's cart girls out there.
Okay. For the peoples? That's
Do
nice.
what?
For the people.
Yeah, for the people. Yeah. Everybody's going to get just plastered. It's going to be great.
We got to go to a break so I can tell Melissa where you were last night.
Okay.
It's their break, so I have to tell her what you did. I have to show her pictures.
Okay. When we come back.
So
you going to have her on the show or not?
No, he just wants to have a personal
Well,
conversation.
if we go to break now, we might be able to get back in time. They have a long break right now.
All right. Well, right now we got Game Day Men's Health to talk about. I got what I mean. I'm telling you, I've been doing testosterone replacement for a while. Game Day Men's Health is just better. Game Day Men's Health has labs. The other guys don't. They have a lab at every site. Game Day Men's Health is growing. They're going to be, and there's enough of them now. They're all over the city now. I think they have 19 that are open. They're going to be, I'm telling you. And there's one that's near you. If you're downtown, you got the new Edo place that's opened up. That's just great. It's easy to get to. Boom, boom, you're in, you're out. If you want to get shots, you can get shots. If you want to get pills, you can get pills. If you want to get where they put it in you and it's time released over 6 months, you can do that as well. There's all kinds of different options. They're so good. But here's the deal is they also, it's not just about the testosterone replacement. It's about you just feeling better. What is it that you're looking for? What are your goals? And this is something that's way different than the other guys. Goal-oriented stuff that they do for you for you to hit whatever it is that you're looking to get to. You want to gain weight with muscle? You want to lose weight? Do you want to be more sexually active? Do you want to be smarter or more focused? All of those things happen every single day at Game Day Men's Health. They're just better. I'm telling you. You're looking for the best way to get that testosterone replacement and more. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them you heard it here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We have got, all right, so some of the, let's do.
Hold on, John. You see who's in the, you see who's in the shot with me. I showed her, you didn't sneak into the Oscars. You actually had a ticket there.
Yeah.
But what did you say it looked like what he was doing?
The end of the video, you were smiling like a little kid, like I made it. They're gonna feel so proud of me.
He was like,
really nice. Yes.
Looking at the camera.
I knew I was on. I
know you looked right into the camera.
I was creeping, Melissa. Yep.
But did you? She said she liked when he's dressed also.
Yes.
Yeah,
I have to add to my comment that your wife looked beautiful.
Yes.
But she
That
didn't
yellow
say anything
dress.
about your tuxedo. She said nothing about it.
No, don't lie. I say both of them.
She
look
said,
really
why
good.
does he have velvet shoes on?
No.
It was the first thing she said when I showed her the picture.
Yeah.
I didn't say none of those things. You know me.
I know you. She's a
nice.
nice person. They're not nice people. They're not serious people, and they're not.
I didn't
nice
say
people.
anything about your shoes.
I have to go work.
She has to go do
Bye,
her
guys.
show.
Nice saying hi to everyone.
Bye, Melissa.
She's now running back to her job.
Yeah, because Lance is, not fooling around. He's not a serious person. He's just not a serious person.
And hey, by the way, I did see A Real Pain. It was a good movie.
I started it. I'm going to get back to it. My wife said it was good too.
It's not going to be like, it's just a character study. And you realize A Real Pain is, by the way, you know who my boy is at NFL Network? Like we have a lot in common as Mark Ross. Do you know Mark Ross? He used to work for the Giants. Maybe you've seen him before. He was a pro personnel director, I think, and he works at NFL Network. That dude is awesome. Like, loves all the Oscar movies, loves food and cocktails, good restaurants. Like, you'd like him. He's a real good dude. But A Real Pain means too, at the end you realize, this has dual meaning.
Yeah.
And Jesse Eisner is the one. Is that who it is? Jesse Eisner is who's right?
Eisenberg,
yeah, whatever. He's the one who wrote it and directed it and starred in it. And he does a really good job. And then Kieran Culkin is from Succession is.
Yeah, but here's the thing. We were talking about Kieran Culkin basically played himself.
Well, so the more you watch it, yes. So he's kind of smarmy and smart alecky, but he has a softer side too. Like the more you watch it, you'll realize, okay, it's a different character, but he's got some of the same mannerisms.
Well,
a little bit.
I thought Jeremy Strong should have won for The Apprentice. He was really,
yeah.
really
I
good.
did see it, but
I heard he was
really good.
You need to. You
I know. I
got
to watch these movies. I haven't watched it.
The Apprentice was pretty good, and he played Roy Cohn, who was Trump's advisor when he was young.
Roy Cohn is famous for being a rough dude now.
And Jeremy played him, and I saw a picture of the real Roy Cohn. And I was like, holy crap. Jeremy was great in that. I thought he should have won best supporting actor.
I'll have to watch that one. I mean, I'm going to get off of Nora here after it sounds like I just saw the best scene and it's all downhill from there now.
Well,
25 minutes in, I rented it. So I got 48 hours to watch it. So I got like another, I guess I'll finish it. But if you guys tell me it really goes downhill from here, if it's not, are we not doing the little booty moves?
Well, I don't know because
are we doing the choo-choo pops?
I'm only about 35 minutes in. I just know that it probably it changes from her just strictly being a stripper and dancing and stuff.
No. She
still does that
for the rest of the movie.
There's a different story after that.
Oh, does it turn into a love story?
No,
well, not really.
No, not really.
It doesn't? Okay.
No, it turns
because I feel like we got some hoish stuff going on right now.
Well, she showed up at his home after meeting him at the club.
After one night, well, she recognized.
It turns into a Russian mob movie.
Well, okay, like Eastern Promises. Are there any? Hopefully, there's none of those shower fights.
It's kind of comical. Eastern Promises, there were no laughs in.
There were no laughs. Just guys with tattoos on the back of their arms and naked shower fights. Like, hey,
no, I don't.
Hey, can't we keep this a tight shot? Why, we don't need a wide one shot on this one. Can't we just keep a tight shot just on the faces?
if we're going to wrestle around in the shower, can't we keep our clothes on?
Yeah, can't we
yeah.
use stunt? Can't we? Oh, you know what I found about Lionel Messi? How about this? So I had a dinner with somebody
Before you
who's a good friend.
Before you finish, I just want to point out how we got from naked wrestling in a sauna, Russians, then him going Lionel Messi. I just want to know how he got from one to the other.
How did we get there?
Oh man,
What's the
how
connection?
did that just happen? Let's see. Behind this, I don't even know. I don't know how it happened.
Okay,
You said
go ahead.
behind the scenes, and I think you.
Yeah, maybe that's as close as I get. I found out Lionel Messi, apparently not great to deal with, which he seems like he's super
He's like a nice guy.
Apparently not great to deal with. Number two, he's only spoken one time ever in advertisements. In all these ads that he does, you'll notice he only did it for, I think it was a Modelo, or he did it for a beer company. That was it. Nothing else. And every time you see him, so this is how little he likes to do. He wants as much money as possible. And then he has a body double come in, and the body double does all the soccer stuff. And Lionel Messi, despite the fact that he doesn't want to do any of that stuff, Lionel Messi will then watch the video. He has final control. And if he doesn't like the way it looks, if he thinks it doesn't look like him, or this is not the way you pull the ball with your right foot to your left foot, he makes them reshoot it. Not him doing it. He makes the body double reshoot it until he said, okay, this looks like the way I would do it. And he gets paid so much money, he won't talk. He makes a body double do it. And then he gets to say when it's acceptable to print. And he makes them reshoot stuff, which costs even more money.
Well, if you become a multiple time Champions League winner, 2-time Copa America winner, and a World Cup winner, you get to pull that type of stuff.
I thought he would be like a good dude. And I also found out that that Zlatan ended up like Money Smith was involved in an incident with Maserati. You know who that
Maserati or Matarazzo?
Matarazzo. He and Zlatan were on the same team, and Money Smith went to Pepperdine, and he was from Chicago. Like, he's from a real blue collar family. And his brother told him, if I had to do all over again, I'd go to college somewhere where I wanted to live. That would be awesome to live. And he went to a job fair, or he went to a college fair. The first place there was Pepperdine. He saw the pictures, like they're on the beach. He's like, oh my God, I'm going to go to Pepperdine. So he did. Then he spent a year abroad at the Pepperdine campus in Italy. He learned Italian. And so they said, so he was working for the Lakers group, and, he was friends with Kobe. And he said, and they said, Money, you know how to speak some Italian. This team is coming in. I don't know, maybe it was Inter Milan, I guess, was coming in town. We want you and just some Italian. He goes, oh, it's been a while since I spoke any Italian. They said, no, it's real simple. We'll have questions for you. It'll be real simple. So what's his name? Matarazzo?
No, you're right. There's a Matarazzo, but the one you're talking about is Materazzi.
Okay.
If you're talking about the
so
Italian
he comes
defender.
and everyone's, Money will ask him a question in Italian. They'll answer. He gets to him and he's like, so blah, 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 which means I don't understand what you're saying. And Money did it again. He goes, I don't understand what you're saying. And Money's getting really embarrassed. It's very, and he knew, like, it's real simple. You couldn't not know what he's basically making Money feel like crap, and he's trying to embarrass him. And Zlatan Ibrahimovic, who they were on the same team, came over and he grabbed the microphone. He goes, I'm sorry, you'll have to excuse my teammate. He's a real a-hole. He just called him a real a-hole. He does stupid bleep like this because he's such an a-hole. He said Materazzi got so mad. Right then, I said, did he show it? He goes, oh, yeah. Right then and there, he was pissed. It became an international thing, and they ended up moving Zlatan out of there to Real Madrid like 2 days later because I said, you're like Forrest Gump. You're in the middle of all this crazy stuff. He's the one that told stories about Gwen Stefani was a pain in the ass when he used to have to work with her. She'd force them to rent out an entire top row of a hotel and then not even stay there. When they do, they were doing these concerts. She lived in LA so they could get, really great people to come out to these concerts. And it was for charities, like, charities that really, smaller charities that really needed help. He said she was the worst. I'm like, that's unfortunate. What about the Harajuku girls that she used to have? Those Japanese girls from Hollaback, were they okay at least? He didn't know. So I was like, no, I don't care anymore.
All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. We got one segment to go, and then it's News of the Weird coming your way after that. Right now, though, a little Zadok Jewelers.
Zadok Jewelers is your place to go for. You got Mother's Day coming up. Great opportunity for you. There's always times where Zadok is great, right? So I can tell you go anytime, and that's certainly, certainly the case. But I want to mention, we had Christmas, we had Valentine's Day, we have Mother's Day. Do you know what a really cool gift is? Is you go in and you tell one of the experts you're there and you want to get something special for your wife for Mother's Day. Maybe you just had a baby. It's called a push gift is what they're calling it. But you might be able to do it for Mother's Day, push gift, whatever it is. And they'll help you find the perfect gift that's specific to that. It may be the birthstone of the child. It could be charms or something that is going to specify, I don't know. I don't work there, but something that will specify the very special time of you guys having a child together. Maybe your children are growing up or currently growing up, and you want to have something to commemorate her. You want to do something special for Mother's Day because she's so special. She's a great mom, great wife, and you want to do that. Zadok Jewelers is perfect. You go in, you let them know what you're there for. They will take you through, and you'll look at all the things that are appropriate for what you are hoping for, and you don't have to know anything. They'll just walk you through the process. They'll work with your budget. You're going to get something that is amazing from the best designers in the world, boutique location that has unique pieces just for her. And they make it so easy. The experts there are awesome. It is a beautiful location at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. Zadok Jewelers is the place to go. I promise you, you will find something there that will blow her away. ZadokJewelers.com. It's Zadok.com. That's Zadok.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. This is our final segment before News of the Weird. I wanted to play this Christian Walker sound. I don't know that dude's had 95 homers over the last 3 years. Christian Walker is going to be a guy I think that we're going to enjoy having on our baseball team. I mean, look at first base the last couple of years. I mean, it is one of the worst positions in all of Astros. First base has been one of the worst positions in all of Major League Baseball over the last couple of years. Now you've got a guy who I think is going to be, first of all, we're going to love him defensively. And then he's going to hit, and with that short porch, he was hitting 95 homers in Arizona. So I think we're going to really like Christian Walker. Here he is talking about moving over to a new team and getting acclimated.
Great. It's a good camp.
Discipline, just kind of trusting yourself. Like, what's clicked for you mentally?
Yeah, I think it's kind of what we were just talking about, like figuring out what you're good at and embracing it. I think early in my career, it was easy to go into an off season and look at the sample size of the year and say, like, oh, I need to handle velo better. I need to handle the top of the zone better. And you spend all off season working on something that it might be worth it to get better at, but it's not me. Like, I need to figure out how to do what I do well and do it more consistently. So these days it's less about addressing, things that you're not happy with and more about embracing who I am in the box.
Cliff, he came in studio.
Yeah. Nice. I think we're going to like Christian Walker. I do. And I think that's going to be a nice move. Paredes homered the other day. Of course, he pulled it. But you know what? I think they looked at the metrics. Like, he would have had, 700 home runs over the last couple of years if he played at Minute Maid. So,
well, and that's one of the things is because of exit velo and all the Hawkeye data that they get, they know we see it on broadcast how many stadiums a home run would be out of. So they know but listen, left field's a short porch here. If you're a dead pull hitter, you're going to be prioritized here. The Astros knew what they were doing. They were getting him for a very specific reason.
Yeah.
I agree. I think he's the guy. Like Paredes, I don't really whatever. But Christian Walker must come in hot. He needs to come in and be Christian Walker. There's really nothing we need Christian Walker to pick up. It doesn't have to be exactly Kyle Tucker's numbers. It's probably not going to be. Kyle Tucker was on an MVP pace at one time. But he needs to pick up some of that slack from Kyle Tucker out of the lineup. That just has to happen.
I think he will, and I think Paredes has a chance to be really good here as well as a dead pull hitter with that short porch and that high wall. There's a good chance Paredes could be a big contributor as well. I'm not going to poo-poo that just yet. And this is going to make you happy, Lance, I think.
Okay.
Mike Toma, the new president of the Houston Texans.
I saw this.
While we are open to all options, one of them emphatically is not leaving Greater Houston.
Oh, okay. Well, it never was. But they did. Well, what they did was they came out in an article and basically started hinting at stadium.
They need a stadium.
It's what they're going for. But They're never going to leave Houston. And they have to get that out there because you're trying to turn the city against the McNairs. This last week you just tried to turn them against the McNairs.
I did not. I'm trying to get them money. I'm trying to get them to stay.
No, you said they're going to leave. We're going to leave.
Yeah. Okay.
You don't know?
Did you notice what he said here? While we are open to all options, one of them emphatically is not leaving Greater Houston.
Right, and that's what I said. I don't care if they go to Kingwood. Yeah, because the cheaper land is going to be on the outskirts. So I'm fine. You want to move to Sugar Land, Katy, wherever? That's fine. I don't care about all that. Because frankly, now Woodlands is a little far away, but Woodlands is set up to where like those areas, they can build up hotels. They can those are actually better set up. And you really want to know the truth? If you wanted to get a combine or something like that, those events, if you could make it walkable, that would be preferable.
Yeah.
Because ain't nobody walking around to NRG Stadium from hotels around there. Nobody.
Well, now you're going to have the Astrodome. You're going to have NRG, which we'll have to keep for posterity because it's the first NRG stadium ever in the world. And so now we're going to have those two just sitting there collecting rats, and it's going to be great. It's going to be great that those two buildings are going to be right next to each other for years and years and thousands of years to come, and people will visit.
The city never tears down a existing stadium. We just repurpose, except for the Astrodome. They turned the Summit into a mega church.
Yeah,
NRG. I don't know if Joel Osteen needs a bigger place, but I'm sure they'll
get
keep
more people in there.
Yeah, I'm sure. You don't think Joel
And when
Osteen
you
gets
see the Lord is
65,000
shining
people
down, well, he's not shining down through this roof because it's broken, but he could have shined down through the roof. I remember when I was splashing jumpers on Lance's team, got him up off the court, and then the Lord blessed me with not only a wet jumper, but the power to heal.
The power
through
to
word
heal
and deed.
And lock my doors whenever there's a.
The only thing.
Oh, here they come! Lock them up.
No, lock them out. Not
Lock them out. Yeah.
out.
Lock them up meant the gate, meant the locks, but yeah, lock them out. Oh, they're coming. Y'all hurry up, shut everything down. Turn the lights off. This isn't Jehovah's Witness.
Pretend
where you try to stay real low. So
turn off the TV.
Hello, ding dong, ding dong. I'm not here. Don't worry. Whatever language you speak, they can speak it. Jehovah's Witness. They are going to get you.
If the point is to make them think you're not there, why would you say it there?
Yeah, don't say anything.
Don't say a word.
You stay low, stay really quiet. Nobody
turn
move.
the lights off. Actually, don't turn the lights off because that's a clue. Keep the lights on, but pretend, hey, we just left.
You
left
can't
the lights
let
on.
them see you.
Yeah.
Like you got to lay down behind your couch.
When people knock on my door, I mean, it's not even Jehovah's Witnesses. I could just not go to the door, but I instinctively always turn off the television or mute the television because that's what I used to do as a kid to keep the Jehovah's Witnesses away.
I've told it before. I won't tell the whole story, but I thought I was going to be slick and come with a Russian accent, pretend like I spoke Russian. I thought that would shut them down because I thought that would be funny. And I'm like, and then this lady goes, and she speaks, a black lady in the back is speaking Russian. And I'm like, oh, okay, hold on. And I had to just say, hold on, like, 1 second. And I shut the door and I had to regroup. And I'm like, I don't know what I can do. And she checkmated me immediately. And I'm like, I just can't. I don't know what I can do here. She clearly knows I don't speak Russian. I'm sitting there going, blah, blah, blah. And so I just opened the door. Thank you. No, thank you. I mean, I'm not even speaking. I'm doing an English. I'm doing a bad Russian accent. And Jehovah's, and I told this story years ago on 1560 when it happened. And somebody who was Jehovah's Witness reached out to us, I think they called in and said, oh yeah, we've got people who know like whatever the most prominent languages are. Vietnamese, apparently Russian is one of them here in Houston. It's Spanish, Vietnamese, Russian. I think they've got somebody who has French. And so they get people who learn multiple languages, and there's always somebody in the crew. So you better be careful. Don't be coming trying to speak. Like if you try to speak Spanish, they're going to come right. They're going to hit you with Spanish and let us in. We got some things to talk about.
I knew I should have learned Yoruba when I was a kid.
Yeah,
when my dad was trying to teach me Nigerian, I knew I should have. Actually, they probably had one of those too. It is Houston.
Yeah, my Urdu, they've got Rahil's locked down. Like it's just best just to be quiet, mute your TV, and lay down.
You should have hit them with this. Think you've adapted though. It could have been this.
Ich bin davon klon und Stein.
Would they have had someone to checkmate you with that?
I mean, I would say no, but they had Russian, so I would have never guessed Russian ever. And I wasn't actually speaking Russian. I was speaking pretend Russian.
But she was like, wait a minute. No, you're speaking broken English Russian.
And she may have checkmated me she may have just called my bluff with fake Russian.
You never know.
Like there is a chance that she basically saw my hand and she called me with fake Russian and I folded because I didn't know I knew I didn't have a good hand. So I immediately folded to her Russian. Trust me.
Yeah.
Just stay out of this. Just stay out of sight. Just
don't answer the door.
Don't mess with those
There's
people.
nothing that says you have to answer the door.
No, don't mess with those people. It's just not worth it. They'll beat you.
You're certain she knew what she was saying.
I mean, it felt like Russian.
She might have been throwing that back at you the same way.
That's what I'm saying. She could have, and I folded to her when she called my hand.
Fold.
I basically immediately
bluffed you.
Oh, trust me, I had no hand. Yeah. I knew I was bluffing.
You were Zelensky.
Oh, I was. Let me tell you something. I went in there, and I'm like, as soon as she started hitting me with Russian, I'm like, oh, hold on, 1 second, please. Then I turned it up like Borat, basically. And I had to go back and like, you win, thank you, click. Don't be one of those people that, you know what, I'm going to get in a biblical discussion with them. I'm going to get in a biblical argument. That's they're you're getting tricked. Don't do it. You can't win. Turn your TV off, lay down like a normal adult male would do, and just hide.
Just hide and wait for them to go
hide
away.
like a grown man would do. You hide or you're going to the kitchen until they're gone.
Yeah, you peek
out of a side window.
Peer through your curtain to make
go
sure they're
very slowly so they can't tell you're looking.
Yeah, do all those things. And they'll go. It takes about a minute. In your life, you'll feel ashamed a little bit, but your life goes on.
Oh, yeah. You're back on Pam Ward's Call of the Big Ten somewhere. Who cares?
Saturday morning.
Yeah.
I think I might, instead of Indiana
That's
Purdue,
where they got me, was Saturday morning.
Instead of Indiana Purdue, I think I might want to deal with the Jehovah's Witnesses.
It was like Spielman. It was like
Spielman and Pam Ward.
It was Pam Ward, Spielman, calling like
Jehovah's
Purdue versus
Witness
Indiana.
and Pam Ward.
It's not the Pam Ward thing. It's a lot. I've seen a lot of bad Big Ten football when I was a kid on ESPN2. I think I might rather deal with Jehovah's Witnesses than watch Purdue try to beat Illinois 17-14. Give me a distraction.
By the way, somebody in here goes, when is the junk measuring at the combine? They had special pants this year. You know how you get underwear that the big selling point is it doesn't bunch up? You know, it's more comfortable the way they build it out. That's kind of how they made the tights. Whoever has the tights, I think it was New Era technically, or I don't know. And it was like, oh, guys, at one point, Colleen Wolfe told me, she goes, this is uncomfortable here. I don't know what the new pants thing is, but this is like there is nothing to the imagination now.
Oh,
nothing.
I don't need that.
Oh, here come the wide receivers. Great.
You know,
what?
All right, we got a break. On that note, we don't see, but there was something that we hadn't talked about yet, and that's the guy's junk at the
hey guys, let's go back to big baggy shorts like
on
back
a more
in the day.
serious note involving the station, we haven't talked about the fact that it's now back to the Paul Gallant Show.
Paul Gallant Show. Joe George, best of luck, man.
Well, he's still here. He's not leaving.
I know, but best of luck with he's got stuff going on, so best of luck to him.
He's gonna run the station and handle business, and Paul Gallant gets his 3 hours the way God intended Paul to have a show.
That is what God intended for him. I'm pretty sure, because that's the way it is. So that was God's intention. Paul have his own show. So good luck to Paul, and best of luck to you, Joe, with the stuff you got going on. So best of luck. Yeah, and I hope it all works out great for you. Time to talk right now about Jim Fiume and Gulf Coast Windows. Jim Fiume, back in 1983, founded Gulf Coast Windows, an established window replacement company, track record that is unmatched, proudly sells, installs a wide variety of doors, patio doors, windows, meticulously crafted, high-quality materials installed by skilled professionals. When you see the window, you go to that showroom and you see what Jim Fiume has to offer, double pane, double strength. They got hurricane wood-clad windows. It's amazing. And it's just not like regular windows. You know, when you're growing up in the house, it's just a window. It's just a window. This is different, man. I'm telling you, it is. They are the best quality you could possibly have. If you want the best, you want to replace. Listen, if you're replacing your windows or your doors, there's a reason. Do you want another flimsy, crappy window or door? No. You want the best. And just go and look. I'm telling you, go and look at Gulf Coast Windows and go and look at the other guys, and you're going to go, there's no question, the best window, the best quality, the best insulation, the best of everything. GulfCoastWindows.com. 713-849-5454 or GulfCoastWindows.com. So an Indian man did what we all want to do. He sued a movie theater because of all of the commercials that ran before the movie, and he won. He was at a movie theater that it was playing Sam Bahadur that's supposed to last 2 hours and 25 minutes. So he was at a 4 o'clock movie. He was out at 6:30. No, he didn't get out till 7 p.m. and he missed all kinds of work calls, he said. And it cost him money and it cost him anxiety and he won. Do you think we should sue
Stupid. How
the
did he win
cinema?
that? You already know there's 15 minutes built into it.
Well, there's no. If the movie says it's 2 hours and 30 minutes and it starts at 4, then it should be over by 6:30.
Giving that man money for.
Do I get that for having to wait 15 minutes for a basketball game to start that says it's going to start at 7:30?
How about that?
When the game's supposed to be over at 3 and there's a bunch of timeouts.
I'll
when
sue
I
everyone.
sue Space City or the Rockets, game's supposed to start at 7. It starts at 7:12, and I'm watching more basketball than I thought I had to watch. I'm missing work calls.
That's right. That's right. So sue. I'll sue everybody.
I'm not suing.
Apparently, there is a gigantic measles outbreak going on And a Texas health official in Lubbock, Texas, Ron Cook, chief health officer at Texas Tech University, says, do not go to a measles party.
A measles
As the
party?
outbreak in West Texas grew to at least 146 cases, do you want to go to a measles party?
No, I'll just take my measles, rubella, MMR shot. Give your kids those stupid shots so you don't have measles outbreaks, you dummies. What are we doing? The hell is measles back? Is polio back?
Measles are back.
Measles are back. Polio's
Tuberculosis,
back.
TB
What else
is back.
coming back?
It's making a big comeback.
I saw
I'll be your Huckleberry.
I saw Harrison Ford at Shingles.
Well,
Yes.
shingles happens.
And instead, they had to have a Star Wars guy.
And they're having
He is Star
measles
Wars
parties. Man,
Mark,
what are we
no,
doing?
Mark Hamill.
Well,
had to come.
they're both Star Wars. Okay, the other Star Wars guy.
The other Star Wars guy.
No, Luke. One of
Luke
them's
Skywalker.
career. How about Luke Skywalker's career just never really took off, and the other one, like
He's got a big voiceover
Han Solo was. What's that?
He's got a giant voiceover career. He's been making money doing that for years.
No one cares about
Well,
that.
it's easy money, apparently.
A man is suing
That's
Kim
true.
Kardashian because she mistakenly identified him as a death row inmate. And Kim's attorney said, you know what, it was a mistake. Oh, really? You put me on death row?
Is he not?
Sue
on,
you.
Is he not on death
I'll
row?
sue you.
Is he a prisoner but not on death row?
Yeah, he's not on death row.
Well, isn't her whole,
That's a technicality, then.
her whole thing is trying to?
She's trying to help him too.
Save
Oh,
people.
no. He was a guy who lives in New York.
He wasn't even in prison. Okay.
He's not even in prison.
jail?
They put,
Okay.
She put his picture up as
okay.
a death row inmate.
Oh, that's
She's got to
interesting.
talk to her team, whoever did that. That's a
Yeah,
problem.
well, so sue Kim. She's got more money than the team. That's who I'm suing. A bank accidentally credited a customer $81 trillion instead of the $280 they were supposed to credit him. Do you
Ooh,
want
that's somebody fat fingered that one.
$81 trillion or 280? Which one?
Well, I'd rather have the proper amount because they'll just they'll send you to prison if you actually spend any of the fake money.
Yeah, but until then, buy yourself.
Well, it's not until then because
PJ.
you have to give the money back.
Until then.
There's no until then.
Until then,
Until
what?
Get yourself a PJ.
You spend
No.
you spend that
Give
money.
it to Kelvin Sampson.
Well,
Yeah, he needs a PJ.
it's a charitable donation at that point, but just give me the money I deserve because if I get into money that's not mine, you're going to take it back and I'm going to have to reimburse. I don't want that.
Yeah.
Make life simple.
I don't know. I kind of want that. I kind of want 81 trillion for at least a couple days.
What are you going to do with
Well,
81
yeah,
trillion?
I mean, just don't mess with it though, John. Just leave it alone.
Just look at it. That's great. Thinking you have that type of money.
Yeah. Hey, look at me. I got money. Oh, I could buy a golden toilet, except it was stolen from the English Palace in an
Who
audacious
stole a golden toilet?
raid. Somebody stole a golden toilet made of gold. Okay.
I mean, it's not a golden toilet, but did you see that the Tesla dealership in League City? People just took 44 wheels off the cars. Like KRPC was driving around. You just see all these Teslas without their wheels.
Yeah.
Up on like cement blocks.
Yeah. They just stole all the tires.
Yeah. Wheels and tires.
Take that, Elon, while you're looking at all of our information. Now you lost all those
Let
tires.
me look at these tax. Hey, you stay up out of our stuff now and worry about getting your wheels stolen.
Yeah. So now all of a sudden in his front yard, Elon's got all kinds of cars on bricks. I'm
Tired of Elon trying to. Hey, the HOA needs to step in and say something about that. You can't be having all your cars on. I'm tired of him trying to be the boss of me. You ain't the boss of me. You're from South Africa. You're not the boss of me. You're not even from Needville or.
Yeah, how's this happening? He's not even an
He's
American.
not even from like Katy.
I thought America first. How's a non-American running our country?
You need to get him up out of my taxes.
President Musk, just take it.
President
Sit back.
Well, he's gonna find out it ain't gonna go great for him.
Well, apparently Tesla's already lost billions.
I saw that
100 billion or whatever.
Stock took a little hit.
Yeah, I kind of like what he's finding out, though. I kind of like that. Okay, keep it going, Elon.
Keep looking
going,
into
baby.
John stuff.
Yeah, he's a Hollywood elite, Elon. You know those guys don't like you. Look into John.
He can look at all my numbers, pal. And I ain't got nothing to hide.
Well,
I
okay.
ain't got nothing.
Until
ain't
Elon
had nothing.
gets into it, we'll see. We'll see what
Okay.
Elon finds.
All right, we'll find out. We'll also
President
find
Musk.
out. We will be back in. I'll be back in studio tomorrow. On my way to Houston
Well,
right now.
we'll be
as
at
a matter of
Wildcat,
fact.
but the point is, John
Yep,
will be back in the city, but we're going to be at Wildcat tomorrow.
That's right. Yeah, Lance, pick me up on the way, will you? That's great.
Oh,
All
yeah,
right.
no problem.
That's all. We are done. Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Have a great day, everybody.
Welcome into the show. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Sean and I were talking minutes before the show, maybe seconds before the show began, about the big winner, at least in my eyes, from last night's Oscars was Kylie Jenner. Now, her guy didn't win anything, but she could have been up in Canada hanging out with Travis Scott if she had made a different choice. She's practically front row at the Oscars with Hollywood's next big thing, even though he did not win last night. That went to Adrian Brody. Sitting there as the biggest event in Hollywood is going on, or she could have been up in Montreal listening to Pat McAfee yell about how Canada sucks. So while Timmy didn't win, I'm gonna say Kylie wins. You make choices in life, and sometimes whatever you think of Travis Scott as a rapper, your situation sometimes improves. And I don't know anything about Montreal, Canada, but I do know enough about Pat McAfee that I don't want him I don't want him anywhere near me if I could be in the Oscars. It's at the Oscars instead.
Wait, so you it's just the fact that you're sitting in a room full of thousands of people that doesn't include Pat McAfee versus sitting in a room that contains thousands of people that does.
No, I could sit in a lot of rooms that don't contain Pat McAfee.
You're doing it right now.
Yes, but even a crowded room, I can go to a movie theater or game, and they'll likely not be Pat McAfee in attendance.
Most likely.
But when I do the compare and contrast between up in Canada I gotta watch my significant other play act, which her other significant other actually does, but that's actually beloved and credited, as opposed to what Travis Scott's doing. Not saying wrestlers aren't liked. Well, Travis Scott in that world, people don't care that much.
The tiebreaker for me might be, I just typed in Montreal weather.
It wasn't a great day.
No. It high of 17.
Oh, that's Celsius or Fahrenheit? That makes a difference.
Fahrenheit.
Oh, then cold.
And then 5 is the low.
Yeah, she was in a much more moderate location weather-wise, and she got to watch all the big muckety-mucks in Hollywood either win or lose, and watch Conan O'Brien do his thing. So that's my Oscar thoughts. Will it get me to finish Honora? Probably. I've only seen the first 25 minutes, the part where she's doing all the dancing and stuff, and she meets the Russian oligarch's kid. Will I get to the parts where
why'd you stop?
Because I don't know why I stopped. I didn't know that was like, it's not like I knew that was where that stuff was going to end. I just happened to stop at the 25-minute mark after he asked her to marry him or something. I didn't get to all the complications from that. I've been told by the Academy that's a great movie. It did win all the awards, so I'll probably watch that. But that's probably the only one I'm going to be driven to watch, just because the Oscars are a thing. Because I started it. I'm not going to watch The Brutalists. Feels unlikely. I may watch Conclave because you said it was pretty good, and John has as well. And John Granado, he was a winner last night too. He got to go to the Oscars.
Yeah, I mean, who cares if I liked Conclave? John Granado, industry insider. He probably got to tell Ralph Fiennes that to his face.
I don't know who he got to talk to. That was one of the things we should have got into more. How many people he got to talk to? I know he was around Demi Moore, like in the background of a shot, because she was doing an interview and he happened to be peering around there. He went to the governor's ball as well.
I will say, and it's just because I know John Granado, it did look like he was like, how the hell am I here? It did look like he knew that he was out.
There's got to be a moment where you're like, I don't even know how I got here, but I am here. That wouldn't surprise me. It's a bit of self-awareness, which would be a credit to him to go, I probably shouldn't be here, but let's enjoy my time. He and his wife Wendy look great, and from what I heard this morning, had a good time. I just don't know who he got to talk to. He said he got to stand around people because when they have to go get your cars, they don't separate anyone. They try to separate you as much as possible from all the famous people until the cars need to be gotten. And then you're around, everyone's huddled around.
That's the great equalizer.
Yeah. So everyone has to wait for their car in the same spot. So the Oscars couldn't plan that out where they can separate the riffraff from the stars. So there it is. I don't know. LA or Montreal, you be the judge. I guess it all depends if you're Canadian or not. So that happened last night. But as far as the weekend in sports. Altuve played left field this weekend. We'll get into that. Joe Espada spoke this morning about what the plan is for him and how they will handle his appearances or his games throughout the regular season. You can expect him to play a lot in left, more so than second, and they don't really want to switch. I'll read what Espada said. We'll see if we can find the sound between now and when we get to it. The Rockets had a disappointing loss we'll get to. But before we do all that, I guess this news broke Friday afternoon. I'm not sure exactly the day. I know I and this show were off the air. We found out that the Texans are still star hunting. They were in on Deebo Samuel, who is now a Washington Commander. But they were interested. They were considered one of the finalists. The reporting initially was from a guy who's had a bit of a week, Jordan Schultz. He of the Ian Rappaport's near scuffle. He put it out there that the Texans were one of the teams who were looking at Deebo Samuel, one of the finalists, I guess you could say. I guess there are two types of people in the world. People are like, man, I wish we had Deebo Samuel. And the other people are like, man, I'm glad the Commanders got Deebo Samuel instead of my team. It didn't cost very much as far as compensation, only a 5th-round pick. But that's an older player who's injured a lot, whose production has gone down. Although I believe he played most of the games last year, but still the production has gone down. And he's not a accomplished route runner. He was at his best, if it tells you anything, where he was splitting time between receiver and running back. We all see what he does: catch a screen, break a couple tackles, go a long way. But as far as running anything beyond slants and bubbles and hitches, I'm not sure what Deebo Samuels provides at this point in his career. And I am glad the Texans don't have to foot the bill for that salary, for that limited of a receiver right now. But it is enticing in the thought of only giving up a 5th-round pick to get him. And while I don't think much of him as far as a receiver, he is a playmaker, and the Texans are devoid of that right now on the offense. They have a couple, Joe Mixon and Nico. They got to search for more this offseason. And if it was only going to cost, if you can find a more reasonable salary and you can drop a 5th-round pick for a playmaker, I'm all in. I just didn't think that Deebo was the right choice, particularly because you're going to have to give him targets, make him your clear number 2 while Tank is recuperating. And we're going to hear from Cecil Shorts a little bit later today on the show. Cecil Shorts had an injury very similar to Tank Dell, and he forecasts, at least if you go by his healing process, a long recovery. Former Texan for a little bit, play in the AFC South, I believe, the Jags as well. So we'll play some sound from Cecil Shorts on what people and what Tank can suspect or expect from that injury. So we're just getting started here on the show. If you want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776 is how to talk to us. Of course, you can tweet us as well. And one more thing, Sean, do you remember a call from maybe he called in on the morning show, and maybe I brought that his thoughts to this show. We have a San Francisco 49er fan who proposed a trade. He proposed Myles Garrett for Deebo Samuel. He might have thrown in some draft compensation, but he assumed that Deebo's value was at a level where he could acquire Myles Garrett for Deebo Samuel. And rightfully, I scoffed at it. I think anyone who heard it should have scoffed at it. And it turns out Deebo's worth the 5th-round pick. So not Myles Garrett.
But if you package that 5th-round pick
with what else?
Like 2 firsts? Then, boom, we got Myles Garrett.
Yeah, yes. If the Commanders...
Just some filler 1st-round picks.
Yeah, some filler premium. The Commanders played well. They made the playoffs. The 1st-round picks won't be so premium if we were treating 1st-round picks like the NBA does. Like if it's not a top 10 pick, it's practically worth nothing, at least on the day of the draft. But when you're trading a 1st-round pick in the NBA, it means everything. But then when the draft comes, it's like, oh,
wait, only like 6 of these matter?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But when you're trying to convince yourself that Mikal Bridges is worth whatever the Nets thought he was worth, 5th-round picks is so much. Except, oh yeah, the Knicks are going to be pretty good, and then the Nets, are they going to be able to turn the 24th pick in the draft into anything? Probably not. But the NFL has a different standard, and you can find guys throughout the 1st round and into day 2 and day 3. So a 5th-round pick for Deebo Samuel. Myles Garrett, probably not getting traded. At least if you listen to the Browns, they say, no, we don't care what he says. We're not trading him. We'll see how. We'll see. It's only March. We'll see if he doesn't report to all their mini camps and OTAs, if he's not around for training camp, if they still hold that line. It's easy talk right now because there's no pressure on you. Just tell the world we're not trading Myles Garrett, and try to build the market to a spot where you can extract as much as you can from a team when you eventually acquiesce, because Myles Garrett tells you, I'm never playing for you again. All right. Myles Garrett, another guy unlikely for the Texans, but they are or were in on a receiver. So we'll see if there's something they do before free agency officially hits. We're about just over a week away from that, and the Texans will be involved in trying to acquire playmakers if the Deebo Samuel reports are any indications. All right, we'll get to break here. We'll come back with what happened on, what was it, Saturday night? The Rockets lost their starting point guard again. Fred VanVleet won't play tonight, and we have some sound from him about why, and we'll also talk about what happened when they lost a disappointing one in Sacramento. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So I was expecting a relatively easy, probably the wrong word, but I expected a comfortable win for the Rockets. You got your starting lineup back. By that I mean Ime made the announcement that going forward, Amen Thompson was going to be in the starting lineup no matter who is playing, but specifically to the point when Fred VanVleet is back, Jabari is going to go to the bench. Very complimentary of Jabari. Won't matter. Jabari will handle it, but it was Amen Thompson's time to be solidified as a starter. And then the game happened. Fred gets hurt in like the first play. He'll talk about that. We'll hear from him in a little bit. But it wasn't a bigger deal than Sabonis playing less than a minute. He had to limp off the floor. He has a grade 1, I think, hamstring strain. I think that's what I saw. So he'll miss some time. But as someone, I think KJ tweeted, the Kings are the Rockets' daddies. The Rockets aren't a team who have fared poorly against really anyone. I mean, the Thunder have blown them out, but they've taken one from the Thunder, but the Kings swept them 3-0. And the Kings were up big. I think it was 19-3. Now, in the NBA today, big leads don't really matter. Cleveland was down big to the Celtics in Boston. Now, the Celtics were missing a couple starters, but Cleveland roared back and won that game. So leads evaporate. Hell, the lead against the Rockets for the Kings evaporated. Eventually, the Rockets took a 3-point lead. I think they went from being down 19-3 to up 54-51. I think that was the first time they took a lead, and it was made note of by the Space City Home Network broadcast. But from that point on, once the Kings were gaining the lead, they kind of just kept the Rockets at bay, kept making shots. Dylan Brooks and DeMar DeRozan had another one of their back and forths. This happened when DeMar DeRozan was in Chicago last year. It's happened again now. You can say they don't like each other. I believe DeMar DeRozan dropped, what did he go BAN on him, or did he just call him the P word? I forgot. It might have been a combination of all that. Either way, Dylan Brooks didn't appreciate it and shoved them away. But it was unfortunate because Alpi had a big night. The free throw thing is still a thing right now. His misses at inopportune times, but Jalen had a nice night. Fred didn't shoot the ball well at all, and the Rockets go down. The numbers when it's Fred, Jalen, Amen, and Şengün in the lineup at the same time, those four, they're on all. I mean, their net rating is -12 as a lineup. It changes when Jabari's out there. So there is a push from some to have Dylan Brooks be benched as opposed to Jabari, but that loss surprising. I thought they would finally get a win against Sacramento at home. Sacramento has been playing well though. They're fighting to stay in the play-in. Them and the Warriors are going back and forth there. But yeah, it's Jalen, Amen. Actually, let me correct it. It's Fred, Jalen, Amen, Dylan, and Şengün. They're -12. So the starting lineup going forward, according to Ime, does not play well together right now. But, you've got a vibe. You got a feel for what you think should be your starting unit. You're going to go with it. I'm in out of the starting lineup. I understand why you don't do that. But maybe there should be some thought to how do you improve as you try to find your best lineups for the playoffs. And maybe Dylan Brooks is the one who has to be sacrificed whenever Fred is fully healthy and ready to go, because they are better when Jabari plays next to Şengün. But let's hear from Fred. Fred VanVleet won't play tonight. There are some other Rockets who are questionable for tonight's game as well. I think it's Amen, Dylan, and Alpi are all questionable for tonight. We'll see if that's just NBA speak for game time decision and they'll actually play. But here's Fred on his re-injury.
Pretty sore. Felt good going in. Obviously been working, trying to get back to a good spot. Felt pretty good pregame. Yeah, first play of the game, stepped on the ref's foot. Just one of those weird things. So kind of tweaked it again, something a little bit different than what I've been dealing with. So the rest of the game was just, me trying to push through and be out there for the guys. Obviously wasn't my best performance, but just trying to fight and push through what I can.
We might have been better off just playing Aaron Holiday more minutes. The way Fred did shoot the ball was a detriment to the team. But I get it. You've been gone for a while. You're finally back. You want to get out there and play. Did it make him more unavailable for tonight? I don't know. I don't know that. But the question will he be the only one out? And also, the Thunder got into an altercation last night with the Spurs in a game that was more competitive than you would think. And the score kind of showed you that it wasn't. But throughout that game, the Spurs gave the Thunder a game, and I think the Spurs led at half. No one could get any stops. Spurs had like 77 points at the half. But 3 guys got ejected. It was an NBA thing, pulling up collars. No one threw a punch, so maybe they all do play tonight. The NBA typically doesn't make decisions that quickly. They have to do that whole review thing, and with the back-to-backs, even if they were going to suspend someone, unless it was a clear and obvious punch, it feels unlikely that any of those guys wouldn't be available. Hopefully, the Rockets have as much of their roster available because they need this one in terms of where they are in the playoff picture. And also, the Thunder have kind of punked is strong, but the Thunder have kind of handled them. And if you are what you think you are, one of the teams who can contend, you need a bounce back here. It's a tough place to go play, though. It's maybe the toughest place to play in the NBA when that building gets going. And the Thunder, one of the favorites to win. And now, look, if you haven't paid attention, the Lakers are the 2 seed. With the Nuggets dropped their game to the Celtics, so the Lakers are the 2. So the Luka trade's working out for them right now. Luka won for 29 points last night in their win over the Clippers. They played the Clippers in back-to-back games and beat them both times. So that's kind of where the NBA is right now, at least in the Western Conference. The Rockets, now the 5 seed, got a good lead on the Clippers for 6. So I don't think there's any real fear of falling to 6. And the Warriors are tied with the Clippers for 7. So 6 and 7 are identical. So I guess I could say you're 5 games away from the play-in. I don't think that's happening. Don't think we have to worry about that. But Rockets, we know, haven't played that well in this most recent stretch. So we'll see what they do tonight against the Thunder. 49-11 on the year. The Cavs now have won 10 in a row. I mentioned the game against Boston. They came back and beat the Blazers after being down big. So they're 50-10. Cavs, best record in basketball. All right, we will hear, or at least I'll get you some quotes from Joe Espada. He talks about the plan for Jose Altuve. How much of left? How much of second? Will there be a lot of DHing involved? We'll hear from once again, not here. We'll have some quotes from Espada. We'll also talk about the weekend. Altuve and left, throwing error. Made a nice play going back on the ball. So some good, some bad. And maybe we blame, was it Caratini for not making a play on the ball? It wasn't a game that was broadcast locally from what I remember, because it was a lot of either grainy footage of a Houston media member filming Altuve's plays in the outfield, or also that thing, if you've watched a lot of college baseball, or for whatever reason, someone who plays high school baseball, so you watch their games, it's just like one camera behind the catcher. So, and then you'll see the camera pan out on fly balls. It's kind of the view a lot of us got of Jose Altuve playing left. I'd like to see him on Space City Home Network, but they can't control when he plays and when he doesn't. So, Espada, get on that. Give the people what they want, or at least give this show what they want. I don't know how much people care about it, but this show does. I need to see Altuve in left in HD before they get back to Dyken Field or Dyken Park. Excuse me.
I actually kind of like it.
You like the
mystery? Do it behind the scenes.
It's not behind the scenes though. People are filming it.
No, but for us, it's behind the scenes. There's only grainy footage of it.
Yeah, I'm not even sure it's Jose Altuve out there, to be honest with you. I know they say it's him, but I'm not sure.
But yeah, they could have just taped a beard onto a 6th grader.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah, no, I like it. It's like these are like sneak peek, behind behind closed
Like
doors.
you're filming the game from the parking lot.
And but the only time to see him legit is going to be opening day.
No, I think. Well, I don't know if he'll actually play in the game when they're back here playing the Space Cowboys. But that'll be the time where he's back.
Maybe,
he's in his home ballpark.
Maybe you do that one.
Yeah,
because that one's definitely going to be broadcast.
It is. I've already looked up the schedule to make sure.
Yeah, just hide it for as long as possible.
It's not being hidden. People can see. I mean, it's been on the other team's broadcast. It's just being hidden from us.
See, I don't like that.
Yeah, I mean,
I need it to be like behind the like screeners for. There's an embargo on what you can tweet about Altuve's left field performance.
Like it's Thunderbolts.
Yeah, yeah. Where Brian McTaggart's seen it 3 weeks ago, but he can't really tell you what he thinks.
So Altuve and left is like a video game that's coming out.
Yeah,
I've played like when CFB 25 came out, and all the video game streamers and reviewers had already played it, but they couldn't talk about it until a certain day. I hope there's not a lot of bugs then, since no one can see it. I hope on release day the patch is already ready to go.
Oh, see, I want to compare it to a movie, not to, because video games, they just don't release the game completely. Like they just here's
here. If there's any mistake,
85%.
Don't worry about it. We're already working on a patch.
Why don't you fix it later?
Why can't you have the game ready to go? Things happen
because we have to make this date.
Yeah, so we'll patch it.
You want it later, or do you want it right now? But kind of crappy.
Yeah. Well, I think generally the consumer wants it when they can get it. So video games do that. I get it. A movie, because you're not going to go in and re-edit a Nora after it's already.
I don't know.
No, once screeners hit, you don't go re-edit the movie.
That'd be great if they did.
Critics
People would be so pissed off.
We can just put a couple more clips in if you don't like some of the narratives going on in the story. More strip club scenes. I think Nora needed.
You know what? Let's actually make the dad Kenneth Branagh doing his Russian accent from Tenet. People like that, right?
Yeah, you just want to recast an entire actor. Critics didn't buy the accent. Kenneth Branagh, what are you up to? Another Perot movie you're doing? No.
Get in there and do another Russian oligarch.
Yeah, one of those Perot movies that's never winning an Academy Award, but Nora, we got a real shot as long as Kenneth Branagh is playing the dad. I probably got to finish that today. Been talking so much about it. I've talked more about it today than the minutes I've seen of the actual movie.
Wait, so you talked about John and Lance?
Yes, because Lance has only seen like the first 25 minutes, and that's all when she's doing a lot of her stripper stuff. And a lot of the sex stuff is very early in the movie.
How do you guys just watch like 20 minutes?
I'll just stop and go away, and then I never get back to it. The reason is mostly because I didn't see it in the theater, so if I watch it on my laptop, there's always a distraction at some point. So and then I never get back to it. So I'm at the part where he asked her to marry him because he's so love struck, or there's another word for it, but we can't say that word here. So I'm there.
Okay.
So I know the tone changes, at least for their relationship. Imagine that.
Just watching the first 90 minutes of Goodfellas, you're like, this is great.
Yeah, everything's going great for these guys.
Henry Hill really figured it out.
Yeah, and later on, he's in a cocaine-induced paranoia where he's staring up in the sky. That's life. Life as a mobster, I guess, and apparently life as a stripper who makes a oligarch's son fall in love with him changes drastically. So I'll find out how drastically it changes probably today. All right. We'll get to the Espada quotes on Altuve when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
This is from Matt Kawahara. And the quotes are from Joe Espada, excuse me. Sorry, I'm being distracted by Sam asking for a clip from this morning. I was like, they didn't really provide anything that you would put on YouTube. Sorry, sometimes the show doesn't give you that. We will see what she comes up with for your daily social video and YouTube video from the shows today. Okay, here's Joe Espada. If we commit to left field with Altuve, the plan is he'll get more starts there in left field than second base during the regular season. Espada said that moving Altuve back and forth is something that I am going to avoid. And he also goes on to say, playing him in the majority of the games in left field, but when they don't, he'll play second, and that opens the door for Yordan to get a start in left field while someone else gets a DH day. So moving him to left allows for more creativity. So the plan is to see Altuve play left more often than not, and then Spot starts at second base. So it's not really surprising. So maybe he's going to have to figure out whose glove he's going to have to borrow when he plays second. He's already given away his infield glove to a kid. So whose glove is he going to have to grab? Probably Dubon's. Feels like Dubon's is the choice. Well, particularly if Dubon's having a day off, he can take Dubon's glove when he has to play second. So there it is from Espada. Had the throwing error, made the play at the wall. It's kind of what we think is going to happen, right? The arm is going to be the thing we question most. As long as he can get back on balls and play those competently, I think we'll be fine. And the point was made that I think in his first game, there were no balls hit to him.
Yes, that was Friday at 12 o'clock, because it was during Gallant George, and we were tracking it. And then after like the third or fourth inning, we're like, there still hasn't been a ball hit his way. And then he played 6 innings of spring training baseball and got no work with the glove.
And that is, I guess, the appeal, because his numbers at second have dipped considerably over the years. So he wouldn't be able to avoid that at second, which puts his defense in the spotlight. Now, left, is it going to be every couple games where he doesn't have a ball hit to him? Maybe, but even if not, there are less opportunities for what has been a declining defensive player to affect the game.
Or just less plays. Like there might be a play out there, but as just walking to a fly ball.
Yeah, as opposed to ranging to your left or right to try to make a play. Yeah. So that's the logic behind it. It's just, you hear it and you're like, why are we doing this? Particularly when there isn't a clear reason to do it. But as far as a player being brought in, when the Bregman thing popped up, then, okay, that makes some sense. But, of course, we've already done all the back and forth from that when we found out from Altuve himself that was a plan even before Bregman, even before the thought of Bregman coming back kind of crystallized. And, of course, maybe the Astros weren't ever close to making that happen. So it'll be something to monitor going forward. Sean wants to be behind the scenes like it's a preseason basketball game, college basketball game where no one sees it. It's like, hey, U of H wound up playing Oklahoma State in a game. Mm-hmm. Aren't they Big 12 opponents? Yeah, but this one doesn't count. This is a preseason exhibition game that no one sees.
Secret scrimmage.
Yeah.
But then they have like full box scores that come out
somehow,
later.
some way. We find out how the game went.
Yeah, or I want it being like on set pictures of like, here's Robert Pattinson as Batman, but I don't want to see it until opening day.
Do you want to see? So you want to see the paparazzi shots where, of course, they never look good in their actual suit. Yeah. That's how you want this treated. Well, that's kind of how.
That's what I'm getting.
The blurry video of him playing out there felt like someone snuck a shot of a comic book movie they weren't supposed to sneak.
I just need a mute. Brian McTaggart, Chandler Rome.
No trailers. You're not gonna watch any of the trailers.
No. Can't have Jason Bristol spoil it for me.
Cut it out, Will Kunkel. Knock it off. Don't want to see it.
No spoiler.
Yeah. You want to be surprised on opening day. You don't want any plots, narrative stuff out there. Okay, I respect it.
I just want to be like, wait, he's the Red Hulk?
No, we're gonna find out. He's a great left fielder. He's on pace to win a Gold Glove. Everyone's gonna see it, and if that'd
be awesome.
It would be awesome. Feels unlikely.
He's just Jim Edmonds 2.0.
What a name to bring up.
I just an outfielder, Gold Glover.
Who made lots of plays. Yeah. I don't like, I guess, have you guys done it on now the Paul Gallant Show? If you guys missed it, Joe George is still with the station. He won't be the co-host with Paul, so it will not be Gallant and George. It will be Paul Gallant, but you'll hear Joe from time to time. Certainly he's capable when he can of filling in to produce or hosting, so that'll still be a thing. Did you guys do an over-under on number of diving catches Altuve makes this year?
No.
Well, okay, we'll do it. Let's go. So he plays in left. So I'm gonna start and think low on the number, just because of his position, and then I throw in maybe his inability to dive and get to balls too. So that plays a part as well.
Also, opportunity. Like, how many diving catch opportunities are there? Like,
this is what I'm saying. And left, yeah.
Or just like, how many diving catches have you seen like Jake Myers do? A handful, maybe.
Sure. Do you think? Well, I think maybe the better question is, how many failed dives compared to actual successful diving catches does he make?
If I'm
Jose
Altuve, I'm not leaving my feet under any.
Yeah, that kind of makes some sense. But the thing is, Jose Altuve would leave his feet.
He would. But I wouldn't. I just want it out there.
Well,
my strategy would be to not be visibly bad. To you and I to be like, he's fine. Nothing crazy. And then you have to look at the numbers where it's like, he's terrible because he doesn't make diving catches.
You would have to say, if I'm Sean Mapes, which I am, I'm not diving for anything.
No.
Okay.
That's how the ball gets past me.
Yeah.
I'm just keeping it in front of me.
That's right.
And then hit the cutoff man. Hopefully it's only a double.
That's the goal. Don't maximize disaster. Minimize the problem.
I think he probably makes
2.
No, I was going to say like 5.
I'm not talking about sliding catches. I'm talking about flat out dive to make a play.
I think like 4 or 5.
4 diving plays.
Attempts.
Oh, attempts.
And half of them are ill-advised. Half of them are just like, what the hell are you thinking? Like, why are you diving for that?
Yeah, no professional outfielder would have dove for that.
Yeah, I'm really thinking about how he runs the bases and the decisions he makes running the bases.
It's not a bad call. It's not a bad call.
Does he know that he's not 25 anymore? It's unclear.
It's not even that he's not 25 anymore. He's just a bad decision maker. Like,
that too.
You can be an older player and make good decision, have nothing to do with your athletic ability. He just makes bad decisions. I think he successfully dives for 2 successfully. And I think he misses. I think let's put it failed dives. I think he's got 3 failed dives in him this year.
I'm making no promises on how many he actually converts.
Okay.
I'm just saying
I think
5 attempts and 3 of them are going to be like nowhere close.
Because of flat out effort, I think he will at least get 2, and they will be exploited by all the accounts.
And it will be, remember when people said he would be a bad left fielder?
Yeah,
just 1 catch.
Yes, people will certainly write that caption going, because that's just the way the world works and aggregation works.
I thought he couldn't play left field.
No, it's not that.
The hater said he couldn't do it.
No,
now
it's that he can't play second base.
May
that's
28th,
why he's in left
he's
field.
making a diving catch in the 3rd inning.
Yeah. If it happens in that first series, we won't ever hear the end of people using that particular line.
It's the flip side of why I would never make a diving attempt if I was him. Whereas it is all going to be perception. No one really is going to be looking at the numbers that hard. All you have to do is to avoid the like obvious like blooper reel play where you're like, this guy cannot do this. And so the flip side of that is if you can make a really good play early, do it. So in our heads, we're like, it's pretty good. Remember that one play he had against the Mets?
Sam Altuve, like when corners bait a quarterback throw a football, I'm going to bait everyone into thinking that there's no chance I can get to this ball. And then I'm going to get to the ball. And everyone's like, wow, we didn't think he had that in him. Yeah. I'm doing that.
Make every play on the run. Even if you could have gone there fast enough to where you could have stopped, just make it look like you're on the run every time.
Like when a goalie in soccer dies for no reason.
Yeah.
And makes a spectacular save when he could have just shuffled over and got that. That's part of my plan for Altuve early. And then when I set the standard of, look, I can make plays out here, then I'll ease off. So people know. They'll stop paying attention to me out here.
Yeah.
we got. Hey, Jose, when you get back, let us know.
I
We'll
can
give you some
help
advice.
you. I can help you. I
Man,
mean, it's really
just-
what I was best at as a baseball player is appearing to look not terrible.
That's all you're looking for.
Just, is he terrible? We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know.
He doesn't give us any reason to think he is.
He doesn't look terrible out there.
You manage expectations.
Yeah.
Set a standard of Jose of not being awful early, and you should be fine. And we will find out more about him throughout the spring and certainly into the summer. And speaking of spring, it's spring savings time at Monument Chevrolet. What does that mean? Employee pricing on the Silverados this month. So if you want one of those, you've heard me talk about them and all the other great cars at Monument Chevrolet, you get that employee pricing. And they have an excellent service department as well. So whenever you have an issue with your vehicle, take it there and they will take care of it because they want you to become part of their family from the get-go. And it's not just a one-time thing. They're not going to treat you like family to get you to buy the car. And then once you buy the car, they're going to act like, well, you're an in-law. No, you're family until you get your next car because they sell multiple cars to multiple people and also across generations. Because when you've been in business for 50 years, that's what happens. You get people to come back more and more to the dealership. Monument Chevrolet is the place you go to for whether it be a pre-owned vehicle or a new car. You can check out everything they have at monumentchevrolet.com. And remember, if you do get something pre-owned, it's 6 months, 6,000-mile warranty. So if it comes off the lot and something happens, they'll take care of it for you. No worries, because Monument Chevrolet is about the customer. They're not pushy. They're friendly. They're going to make everything work out for you. They're going to work with you to get you in the perfect car for you. So they're off of Beltway 8 and 225 in Pasadena. As I said, you go to monumentchevrolet.com and check out the entire inventory. And remember this, Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So not having Messi on the active roster is now like a artist canceling a concert. Because when they cancel concerts, at least the respectful ones, they're like, we're going to reimburse you, or we're going to have another show, and your tickets will be valid for that show if you missed it. And Glenn Davis, I believe, gave away tickets last week. Lionel Messi wasn't available for Inter Miami against the Dynamo, so the Dynamo said, we know the influx of interest in this game is because of a certain player, so what we're going to do is, because we can't make him play, since he's not going to, we're going to give anyone who attends free tickets to another game, which was very nice. I don't know how many people will take advantage of that, but I get why the Dynamo are going to do it. Hey, we think our product can stand on its own beyond Messi. Enjoy the environment if you show up today, and come back, and we want you to come back for free. So that's what happened. It is a downer, though. I get it. A lot of people never seen him play live. Maybe one of your last opportunities, particularly if you're not going to travel to an Inter Miami game. And it didn't happen for people over the weekend. Didn't even make the trip.
Why is Messi scared to play the Dynamo?
Is that what it is?
Well, why doesn't he want this Dynamo smoke?
You know, the man played in a World Cup final, right? Against Mbappe and others. And you believe that coming to the oven, do they still call that was a nickname, but it's not hot right now, but that was a nickname I found out people called that place the oven at one point. You think that scared him away? Playing in Brazil during qualifying, or just playing Brazil no matter what, but the Dynamo are what's got him shook.
Yeah, maybe
we'll go with it until he shows up here.
He's
Joel Embiid when it comes to Jokic in Denver.
Yeah, Ben Olsen might have some tactics that will expose me.
I know
Ben Olsen. I am.
The fraud I am. Look, I know I'm a fraud. Ben Olsen may know I'm a fraud, but I don't want everyone else to know I'm a fraud. Ben Olsen does have a big win against Inter Miami. They won the U.S. Open Cup.
I don't need Jack McGlynn shutting me down.
Are you looking at their roster right now?
Yes, I am.
I couldn't. How many guys could you name without looking at the roster?
Jack McGlynn.
You just looked at the roster.
No, Glenn Davis dropped his name, and I wrote it down last week.
I will tell you, it did not matter that Messi didn't play as far as the actual outcome, because the Dynamo did lose 4-1.
Wow, they're better without him.
Luis Suarez scored a goal. Former Liverpool man, Barcelona guy too. So they have plenty of big time talent, big names, and they took the Dynamo apart in that one. 4-1. Wasn't ever really a game. Dynamo were down 3-0 before they scored their first in the 85th minute, and then just for good measure, Inter Miami tacked on a fourth in extra and added time.
Did Griffin Dorsey play? Because if Griffin Dorsey didn't play, I say asterisk.
You riot? Well, he did play, so sorry, no asterisk.
Michael Halliday?
Stop looking at the roster and see and finding names. Halliday did not play.
Okay, that's why. That's why this happened.
Oh, sure.
Let's run it back with Halliday. See how it goes.
Well,
Ethan Bartlow can't do it.
He was
himself.
available. Halliday was available. Ben Olsen just didn't put him in
because he's the Messi stopper, and you don't want to tip your hand.
You don't want to wear him out.
No, you just don't want to tip your hand.
So he only plays when Messi is on the other side. Sorry, Halliday. I guess you're never playing this year.
Well, no, you play him every once in a while just to keep him sharp. But against Inter Miami, you don't want to, hey, this guy will shut it all down.
We didn't get that matchup. We didn't get that opportunity to see the Messi stopper, the Ruben Patterson of MLS.
Exactly.
Because
that's what I was going to say.
Because Messi wasn't available. There it is. We don't get that anymore, right? No one gets a moniker of insert star player and stopper after it.
Deshaun Stevenson, LeBron stopper.
Yeah, that doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah, I guess that was 15 years ago.
Yeah, we don't get guys that are called the stopper of a star. Is there a Tatum stopper, a Shea stopper? a ref who doesn't want to call fouls, I guess. We'll see that tonight. We'll see if there's a ref out
Tony
there.
Brothers, the Shea stopper.
Maybe. We know how Jeff Teague. Well, at least I know how Jeff Teague feels about Tony Brothers. I saw it in a clip. Yeah, that's a thing long gone by.
Jokic stopper. Rui Hachimura.
Oh, that was
that one game that the Nuggets still won.
Yeah, that was a thing that Laker fans were pushing, and they also push like Jared Vanderbilt. When we have him, we get stops. What game was it? I forgot who they gave. They didn't give him the moniker, but they just said Jared Vanderbilt plays this guy well, and the guy cooked him. I forgot who it was. It was in a recent game. It might have been against. I can't remember. Let's get to Jerry. Actually, what, Jerry? Hold on, Jerry. We are past due for a break. So, Jerry, we'll get to you when we come back. Anyone else want to get in? You can. You want to talk about the Messi stopper, MLS in general? Feels like an unlikely way to get people to call, just historically speaking, unless you're on the Glenn Davis show. Anything you want to get into, you can. 713-780-3776. We will get more into the Texans. We talked about Deebo Samuel and their pursuit of him. That was short-lived. We'll also talk about their team president. We'll bring him up in the second hour because he's pushing your concerns aside. Don't worry about something that was really a product of speculation. Doesn't appear to be a real thing. We'll talk about that in the second hour as well. Jerry, hold on. We'll get to you when we come back. Welcome to hour 2. Let's get to Jerry here. What's up, Jerry?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Man, as a big Dynamo fan, I was really excited before the season started, and I attended 2 games. I don't think I'm the curse because they lost 2 games, but my goodness, like, I already feel like the season's washed. Like, it's over. There's not a guy on the team. I guess, like, Jack McGlynn, but he's too young, and Nico Lodeiro, he's already past his prime, so... I mean, I went to the game yesterday. It was fun to laugh at our defense. That Ethan Bartlow guy, awful. And I know Messi didn't make the travels, but you would think like throughout the week, stadium security was like, all right, Messi's going to be here. Be careful. Make sure no one runs on the field. Did you see that one guy in the all black shirt just walk randomly on the field? It took like everyone like 5 seconds to realize he was on the field. Thanks, Dale.
Dynamo's given up more goals than anyone. They've only played 2 games. You heard Jerry say he's been to both. So 2 home games, 6 goals given up, differential of -4, worst differential in the Western Conference at least. Let me make sure. Let's see. Another team has given up 6 is Toronto, but they have secured a point with the tie. So the Dynamo, along with Chicago and Toronto, have given up the most goals, and throw in Orlando City as well. But the Dynamo aren't scoring any goals, so they got a -2. -4.
Let's get Jerry to stop going to these games just to see.
Jerry, if you're not going to enjoy the games,
just one game, just as a like, let's see if this works.
Jerry, I think you should spend your dollar however you'd like, and you were at the game yesterday, so you get a free ticket, right? Because that's what the Dynamo are doing for people who decided to go watch Messi and didn't get the chance. But
do you think they'd do that if they knew Jerry was the curse?
Give a ticket to Jerry?
Yeah, for free.
I would say they would not put one of our fans as a curse out there, so I think they would still give him a ticket. They wouldn't acknowledge that that's a thing.
Yeah, and we don't.
Are they good enough to have someone curse them? Like a curse generally is, oh, this team wins a lot, but when I show up, we lose. No. Jerry, I'm going to suggest that they would have lost if you were there or not. That's all. You just laid out how bad the defense is. I didn't see the guy running the field.
But with him there, that's how bad they are.
Well, you can...
Even the stadium defense stinks with Jerry there.
Even security stinks. Oh, I'm not even going to say maybe you have a point. But the next time Jerry doesn't go to a game, hey, Jerry, we are going to, because of you, we're going to track Dynamo home games. I'm going to assume you're not traveling with the team, but maybe you might travel to a away game. Can you call up next time you don't go to a game? And then if the Dynamo win,
5-0 win,
then you have your answer. Just let us know. Let us know, because I'm going to keep track because you have thrown it out there. I want to know. Jerry has thrown it out there. I'm going to know pretty quickly if he is really a curse.
And I don't want to be unfair to Jerry and say that he's a curse. Now, I'm not saying he's not a curse, but I'm not going to be unfair.
You're not taking it off the table, though.
No. There could another Dynamo fan could be the curse, because there has to be more than one Dynamo fan that's gone to both these games, more than Jerry.
You don't know that.
I think especially with Messi coming to town.
Someone went to the opener, and yes, you're right. And there's some season ticket holders who go to every game.
Yeah, so maybe one of them are the curse.
It doesn't have to be you, Jerry.
No, Jerry, you might not be the curse.
Jerry, pull everyone who you think has gone to every game, and each of you pick a game where you don't go, and we'll find out our answer.
Yeah, there's like what?
You got plenty. The MLS season
20 home games
takes forever to complete. We'll figure it out
between cups and we got this.
Don't worry, Jerry. We're gonna get an answer for you. Good luck. And we have an answer, at least I do, to what the nickname is for the Dynamo Stadium. Used to be the Oven. Now, according to JLP, Hell in the Shell, because it's Shell Energy Stadium.
I like that.
It's not a bad nickname.
I
just don't know how much hell they're putting the opponents through right now.
Well, it also works because it gets hot.
Yes. Well, that was the reason it was the Oven. Yeah, it wasn't because they were cooking their opponents.
Hell in the Shell.
I like it. It's a good one. I don't know who came up with it, but credit to you.
Do you think someone told Messi that was called Hell in the Shell, and he was like, "Oh, no thanks"?
He plays in Miami. The weather's not great there. It's pretty humid, but it doesn't have they have mostly open air. It's not that dome-like figure that presides over the Dynamo field. So maybe
It's
a
also
lot
not
of
hell.
things.
Yeah, it's a living hell for
Jerry?
or for Dynamo opponents.
Not so far.
Well, they just need to work out the kinks. Give Bartlow a couple more shots to integrate.
Ben Olsen, step it up. You're ruining Jerry's experience. And Jack McGlynn may be their hope, but he's too young to make too big of an impact. So there it is. More Dynamo talk than I would imagine. But once again, credit to them for understanding their market, understanding there's an influx of people. Too bad they didn't play better because even without Messi, people are there for Messi. But hey, if you put on a good performance, show the product's good, people might want to come back when you actually start charging them again, as opposed to everyone who gets to go for free because they showed up last night. All right, Dynamo go down 4-1 at home to the Messiless Inter Miami. That stadium's called Hell in a Show. I don't know what nickname will be created for the new Texan stadium, but we've kind of gone from renovate to, all right, if it happens, it's going to be a new stadium. But what you don't have to worry about is them moving. They're not relocating. That is not anywhere in their plans. They had an interview with Mike Tolman, the new president of the Texans, known for getting stadiums done for ownership groups. They want a transformative renovation if they can. And if they can't do that, they want to build a new one. But no matter what, they are not leaving the greater Houston area. I wonder what they mean by greater Houston. Does Katy count as greater Houston? Sugarland, I imagine they would count that. The Woodlands, would they consider that greater Houston? How far out do they have to go before they're out of the greater Houston area? I don't think they're going southeast of Houston. I don't expect Lamarck to have a stadium, or Pasadena. I don't think that's happening.
I don't know why you're limiting yourself.
I
put one right next to the Bojangles in Webster.
There's not a lot of space, is all I'm saying. Not a lot of space. There's space if you want to build a stadium in Lamarck, cool. But considering how you think about going south of, I don't know, whatever your line of demarcation is, how far south you'll go.
59 right here.
Yeah, okay. I think a lot of people feel the same way. I don't know how many people are traveling southeast down 45 to get to a Texas game. So that's why I'm going in the opposite direction for where places that stadium could be built if they build a new stadium at all. But Greater Houston is the range, which would be Webster, but it ain't going to be Webster. I don't think it's ever crossed their mind to go south. No chance. Not southeast, at least.
I'd just say you want as many options as you can get.
Yes, you don't want to limit yourself, except if you have to travel down 45.
All right.
It's not my thought. I travel down 45 every day.
Yeah, no one does it more than you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's someone who works 7 days a week and has to come in the city and go back down. But as far as people who work here, Joe and me are the two. He's a League City resident as well.
Wow, a lot of League City representation.
Shout out, DLC. But I don't think it's happening. If they do build a new place, it'll probably be longer than any driving distance you would want to be a part of, considering your habits. But I would say north and northwest are the options for the Texans if they want to build something outside of the loop. Or you can just stay at NRG and renovate the place for less than $1.4 billion.
No, I can't do that.
Yeah, you can. It's possible. It's possible.
I don't want to, though.
I know they don't want to.
I'm whatever, Greg Tolbert or whatever that guy.
Mike Tolman.
Greg
Tolbert. Whatever. At least you got a T in there.
Mike Tolbert. I'm Mike Tolbert. All
Mike
right?
Tolman. Tomon. Whatever he has said, the only real thing you can set in stone is we're not effing leaving the greater Houston area.
Unless.
No, they're not.
Unless Lamarck,
I think they would consider that the greater Houston area.
Okay.
Even if you don't. Even if a lot of people don't.
I wouldn't think greater.
Lesser Houston area? No one says that, though. Lamarck, I'm not insulting you. Sean Mapes is. I drive through that place to get that giant ass Buc-ee's. I'm not insulting you guys. I like that Buc-ee's.
Yeah, you drive past it real fast.
No. Well, I'm on a highway. How slow do you want me to
spend
go?
as little time as possible.
Well, yes, because on a highway, you're not supposed to really loiter on the highway. You drive as fast as the speed limit suggests, and maybe a little faster, depending on if
you're in Lamarck.
If there's law enforcement. No, you're not gonna trick me into ripping Lamarck. Law enforcement. Then, if they're not around, maybe drive a little faster. But the Tangier's outlets are down there in that area. As you're heading towards Lamarck, you got, as I said, that Buc-ee's that I love. Lamarck, I don't have any problems. This is a Sean Mapes joint, even though he's never been down there. So I don't know what his issue is. He's never going to go down there.
That's what makes it easy.
I'll take all the shots I want. I don't have any connections there, so I'll say what I want. But yeah, get ready, everybody. This conversation will continue as the Texans keep making their push. They're going to soft sell it. They don't want you to think they're going to ask you for all your money, just some of it. And we'll see how much it costs, but it's going to be costly because they want to get back into that window of getting Super Bowls or rotation of getting Super Bowls and national championships and regional finals and Final Fours. And they're currently out of it, except for I think they've got a regional final this year, or at least you're gonna have
Sweet 16 or something.
That would be the same thing. A regional site, or at least they're gonna have their tournament site this year. I don't exactly know if that's gonna be a first second round thing, or they're gonna be the regional site. But I know Houston's going to have a spot there, I think, this upcoming season, and then it's pretty much done for. Besides, that giant World Cup thing that's coming to town.
Yeah. That's the funniest thing about this. They have the World Cup next year. What, 2 years ago they had the college football national championship. The year before they had
the future, Sean.
March Madness.
The future.
We haven't actually gone through the drought of not having these things.
But they're forward thinking and they see it coming.
Thanks, former Carolina Panthers running back Mike Tolbert for.
It's not Mike Tolbert, although that'd be funny if Mike Tolbert put on a suit, was going around town trying to get people to be all in on getting a stadium. I'm former Carolina Panther running back Mike Tolbert. Maybe he thought I was a fullback, but I had quick enough feet to be a running back. What do you think about a new stadium in Houston or in the greater Houston area? No, it's 2026, and it's not NRG. It's Toyota Center. They're going to have a South Regional. So So NRG is completely out of the mix for big events going forward, and that's why you see a potential new stadium on the horizon.
You know what? Never mind. I build a new stadium. I'm ready to pay for it myself.
Now it's not so bad living in Galveston County, is it?
Yeah, because I thought that we had a regional final coming up. Now we don't.
No, we do. It's just not at NRG.
Yeah, that I can't stand for that. Although they normally don't put those in football stadiums.
They did once here.
Did they really?
Yeah, it was a long time ago now, but they put a regional final here.
Wow.
Because I don't remember. I know we haven't always just had Final Fours as far as NCAA tournament stuff in this town recently, even in just the last 10, 12 years. There was a regional final here. They put it at NRG, and it was fine. I mean, I don't remember the games being very good, but it was okay. But yeah, but this time, or at least in 2026 at Toyota Center. Okay, so no stadium in Lamarck if Sean has his choice. Hell, nothing in Lamarck if Sean has his choice.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you intimated.
They can keep the Buc-ee's.
They say thank you. I just got word. Lamarck says thank you.
Though.
All right, when we come back, we'll talk about some stuff going around the NFL. There's some talk about Matt Stafford's new location. Well, it's not going to be new. He's going to stay home, and so the Staffords will be okay. And we'll get to some more NFL stuff when we come back.
But first, I want to talk to you about Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, and it's the best place to make some money as the college basketball and the professional basketball seasons are coming down to the wire. Only a few games left for your Cougs and like 20 left for the Rockets. And tonight's game, it definitely does count towards those 20, but for most of the players that you know and love on the Houston Rockets being questionable or game time decisions, it's going to be looking like a tough one for the Rockets against the OKC Thunder tonight. So what you do is you go, you know what? I think Jalen Williams from the OKC Thunder is going to have a big game. I think Cason Wallace is going to have a big game. I'm taking the more on their points projection. And listen, I don't know who's going to be out there for the Rockets. I just know looking at the roster and looking at the backups, there's probably going to be some missed shots. So I'm taking Alperen Sengun to have more than 11 rebounds because he's the only Rocket that's available to that has a projection on Prize Picks right now because the rest of the team is questionable, and you have to have players from two different teams in a lineup. So give me Alperen Sengun for to get 11 rebounds for tonight. So download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Just to clean some stuff up, the Tanger Outlet and that Buc-ee's are in Texas City. So I invited slander on Lamarck for no reason. Dude, you're the one who slandered Lamarck. But
And I would not have slandered Texas City. So
no, you
No.
would have stayed away from that.
No.
They're on the way to Texas, Lamarck. Those two great locations.
They gave me Deontay Foreman. I'd never slander them.
Oh, look at that.
Lamarck?
I'm sure Lamarck has given you a great line.
I don't know though.
You haven't looked. You're not going to look into it.
Hell no.
Okay. Because if you look into it, then you can't make your jokes.
Exactly.
Exactly. Okay. Well, this man did not go to Texas. He went to Georgia. Matt Stafford is staying with the Rams after much speculation that led to a near fight between two media personalities, two insiders in Jordan Schultz and Ian Rappaport. That's my Matt Stafford legacy. The fact that he almost got those two to fight over a report of him potentially being a Las Vegas Raider. He will stay with the Rams. They're gonna get him a new deal. So, and all this stemmed initially from the thought that they were going to they weren't going to try to win at the highest level because they were trading Cooper Kupp. That led to a podcast from Matt Stafford's wife Kelly, and some initial looking around to see if there was a better spot for him. But the Rams are where he will stay, so that removes the Steelers and the Giants and anyone else who's looking for a veteran quarterback from the equation, which probably makes Sam Darnold's representatives pretty happy if he's not going to be a Viking again. There is going to be a likely lucrative deal for a guy that I would say most of the football world questions, but some NFL team will convince themselves that Sam Darnold, the way he played in Minnesota, is a viable potential franchise quarterback. I vote. Now, the only place he can't go is the Jets. Can't do that again.
Why not?
Oh, I don't know, Sean. You think about it.
There's been like 3 different administrations since then. Football administration.
Yes, let's treat the Jets like their presidency. Sure.
I mean, because you
Woody
normally
Johnson
only get about 4 years.
Well, we found that normally isn't the norm anymore. And Woody Johnson has ties to a certain administration, so there is something there. But I think that's out. He wouldn't go back to New York, period, I think. So I would remove the Giants from the equation. But do the Steelers really want to get into the Russell Wilson or Justin Fields game for another year? Now, the question is, would Sam Darnold be any better? Because the Sam Darnold we saw before Minnesota would suggest he's right in their tier of quarterback. But someone's going to give him a giant deal. Maybe not a typical quarterback deal, but something short, 3 years, 145, whatever the number is. I think he's getting $40 million, which is a lot for Sam Darnold.
Probably because he's gonna be on the open market, where like Baker got 30 or 30 something, 33 or something. But he never was a free agent. He was never unrestricted free agent. He just re-signed with the Bucks, and like really, that's kind of like Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield. How different are they really?
But you would think if anyone would give him a deal, of course, if JJ McCarthy didn't exist, would be the Vikings. He would be more valuable to them than anyone else who would look at this last year and go, maybe it's just a 1 year thing, or maybe it's just a Vikings thing. We can't expect to have Sam Darnold with us. And with Lance in his reporting this morning, he talked about how people at the combine look at Shedeur Sanders as a real clear faller. Like he's a guy where if someone doesn't come up and save him, he could be a guy who's in the late 20s, mid to late 20s. Sure.
Captain Shedeur.
Whoever that might be, if that captain doesn't exist, there's a real chance that Shedeur is a faller. Cam Ward is the one, whether you think he's a franchise quarterback or not. NFL teams are okay if you're desperate for quarterback taking him high. They may have to overlook an Abdul Carter, who is considered the better player. But if you need a quarterback, Cam Ward seems like the choice in that top 5. Shedeur is a guy that falls. So if you don't think Shedeur is any good or don't think he's first round worthy, are you going to default to a Sam Darnold and go, how much? Are we going to give him $40 million to come and play here? Plus whatever signing bonus you're going to give him? $40 million a year for Sam Darnold?
Yeah, with it only being like basically one first round quarterback or one top first round quarterback, it looks like there's someone's going to pay a lot for Darnold, and probably for Rodgers too.
Yeah, this is
like Rodgers. It goes from like, man, is there a team for Roger? Like who's signing themselves up for that? To like, actually, there's gonna be like 3 teams that are gonna be like, hell yeah.
Yeah, the teams who don't take Cam Ward, and maybe the Titans the Titans pay money for a quarterback. I'm not sure about them, but it feels like the Giants have to. The Raiders want to. We already know because they had conversations with Stafford, so you can keep them. You can keep them as a real candidate for someone, and then you look around the league. Can Pittsburgh, as I said, really do this again, or would they bring in a Rodgers? Does Mike Tomlin have the energy? For Aaron Rodgers, would he want to do that, or is he far more comfortable going like 10-7? But at least I don't have to deal with Aaron Rodgers. It may be a quality of life thing for Mike Tomlin.
10-7, just give me Justin Fields. I'll figure it out.
Yeah, I just don't want to have to deal with Aaron. That's a choice he's going to have to make. But the fact that Shador might be off people's boards is going to change how some of these teams attack this. And with Matt Stafford back in LA, that's good news for Aaron Rodgers and Sam Darnold. Probably better for Sam Darnold. Yeah. He's younger. He's less complicated of a quarterback to deal with. And if I was signing a quarterback, no association with Pat McAfee, you're in. I love it.
Association. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know if Pat McAfee and Aaron Rodgers are friends, but they happen to be. They're like co-hosts for an hour a week or whatever they do. I don't want any part of that.
Okay. So J.J. Watt also associated with.
Well, he's retired. I don't have to worry about him. Yeah, you know what? I wouldn't sign him as my quarterback either.
All right.
There it is. And I don't need him as a defensive end at how old he is and how much weight he's lost because he doesn't have to play defensive end anymore in the NFL. So my list, because of non-McAfee associations, Sam Darnold, Cam Ward, Shador Sanders. What's Kirk Cousins up to? Does he go on Pat McAfee?
I'm sure he has, but he's not a weekly contributor.
Yeah, and he could be available, although the cap hits too much that he likely won't be with Michael Penix now being the starter there. So let's remove Kirk Cousins from. But if I wanted to trade for him, I'd have to know.
Daniel Jones.
Never seen him on Pat McAfee, so he goes above Aaron Rodgers.
Russell Wilson.
Name all. I feel like he's been on there before. He's had to have been on there before, but he's not a weekly contributor like you said. Eric, I see
AJ
you.
Hawk.
He doesn't play quarterback. He doesn't talk, actually.
He's higher. He's higher on your list.
Yeah,
he just doesn't
He never speaks, which would make my life easier. Eric, I see you. We'll get to you when we come back. If you do want to get in as well, 713-780-3776. And I'm not sure that we still have any spots available, but we are going to be out at Wildcat tomorrow, the entire station. Well, Sean will be back here, but all the shows will be out there for the occasional invitational. I know there's some rain, so if you're listening and we're planning on going out there, Wildcat gave us some notes that expect the rain to dissipate by 11:30 or so, and it'll be partly cloudy and then sunny into the afternoon. So if you have some concerns, we're trusting the weather people over at Wildcat. Don't worry about it. You'll get to play and have a good time, and then obviously you can come by and see all the shows starting very early with John and Lance at 7. John's going to be back in town. He'll be back from the Oscars. So John and Lance reunited doing the show out at Wildcat Country Club. Eric, once again, whatever nonsense you're bringing to the table, we welcome it. We'll talk to you when we get back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Let's get to Eric. Eric, what's up?
Hey, Del, great show. Yeah, I was wondering that they're seeing Quinn Ewers, or whatever his last name is, go it's combine. Do you think he'll go in the 6th round or undrafted? And why would Oscar so white this year? And are you excited to see Toxic Avenger? On him to listen. Great job.
Thanks, Eric. I didn't know Toxic Avenger was a thing until you called in about it on Friday. So I'm not excited, but I did see it got good reviews, so I'll watch it. Supposed to be very violent, so we'll see. What else did he ask about? Quinn Ewers, 6th rounder undrafted. He couldn't have been any worse than Will Howard, so I don't think Quinn Ewers is going undrafted. The question is he a day 2 or a day 3 pick? Pro Day will help, I would think.
Is he going ahead of Shedeur Sanders?
Then
Eric's Captain Sava Ewers.
Then Eric's Oscar so white will turn into draft so white if somehow.
Hey, Cam Moore.
But if somehow Ewers goes ahead of Shedeur Sanders,
like Jalen Milroe go ahead of Shedeur Sanders.
Well, then I can't do those draft so white joke. But
or Jackson Dart.
It might happen. We'll see if someone falls in love with Jackson Dart. I'm not sure. From what I saw of Jackson Dart, I would be wary of falling in love with Jackson Dart from what I saw of him at Ole Miss. But I'm not an NFL evaluator, so that's up to them. Quinn Ewers,
I'll say closer to 6th round.
Then 1st round.
No, then undrafted. If the options.
If the options. I don't know if either is an option, though. I think he's a 3rd or 4th rounder. He's a quarterback. They always get pushed up. You got to be really bad if you played at Texas for as long as you've played to not get elevated. Sam Ehlinger got drafted. When did he get drafted?
Probably 5th or 6th.
I think Quinn Ewers gets drafted higher than Sam Ehlinger, despite Texas fans slandering of him. I think he's a better pro prospect than Sam Ehlinger. Not tougher.
No.
Not full on Texas. If you've seen the pictures, every game Sam Ehlinger's in a little Texas uniform.
6th round pick.
He's getting drafted before the 6th round. Quinn Ewers is getting drafted before the 6th round.
218.
I think Quinn Ewers is a potential day 2 pick. But even if he is a day 3 pick, it ain't the 6th round. I'm thinking no lower than 4th round he gets drafted. It's not a great quarterback draft, partly because Quinn Ewers isn't as good as people thought he was going to be, but he's going to get an opportunity to be drafted by someone and not in a way where it's embarrassing. I don't know why we got to think about embarrassing. I mean, he was fine. He was fine at Texas. He just wasn't what people thought he was going to be.
And if you believe the talk, he was hurt basically the entire season this year.
Banged up.
I don't love that.
You don't like that excuse coming out? What is he? He's like a hockey player. He was hurt, played through it, and you find out later he was hurt.
I mean, just so obviously the PR for what he's telling teams.
Of course. But what if it's true?
And then I don't know. But then I saw one throw. Just one of his throws against air at the combine, and it was another one of those like kind of moonball ones. Yeah. I was like, all right.
He's still hurt.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know where the velocity went. Maybe he never had it, but it feels like he was placing balls and lofting balls because he could not drive footballs anymore. I don't know if maybe you remember more of him when he first got there, but it felt like the velocity decreased.
Yeah, there's a little bit more zip. Or it felt like there's an option for it to
more zip.
Have zip, and then now it was all just
he's throwing paper airplanes the entire time now.
It was all beautifully leveled passing.
Yeah, the Matthew Golden throw was a great one, but it was a lofted down the field. You didn't have to drive that football.
Or even the intermediate stuff. It would be like the one where it's like just kind of layered in there, and you're like, good throw, but I still have not seen him actually zip it.
Yeah, I don't know where that went, or if I'm just misremembering him ever having it, but it looked like he threw the ball as an injured quarterback because of the lack of velocity.
All right.
I don't know that he was
All
injured,
right, you
but
were
if
PR over there.
I don't know, look, you're
Make it-
and you're a yours hater, so you can't. We're both,
I'm
I
not
guess,
a hater.
yeah, kind of a hater.
Tell it how it is.
No, you come from the school of I love myself some Arch Manning. You're at that school. You're like at Arch U. You think you went to the University of Texas, but you went to Arch U. That's where you went. So no matter
I went
what,
to what?
you went to Arch U.
What?
It's been the entire year. It's been Arch this, Arch that. Now you got your
It
opportunity.
wasn't Arch this, Arch that. For most of the years, Quinn this, Quinn that.
It's
I
true.
was the one late in the year being like, "Hey guys, they're not making the switch."
Well, you accepted reality.
Yeah.
But you didn't really like your reality.
No, I liked it. By the end, I was like, there's no way that
It's not happening.
Arch is going to be better than this. Because if he was, it would have happened.
Yeah, because Quinn wasn't exactly lighting the world on fire, but it's just what it was.
No, they'd play a good quarter and a half, and then hang on for dear life, and they win.
Because they were, for the most part, more talented than everyone they faced.
They could just run the ball and play defense.
Yeah.
They
ask him not to screw it up, and they would win.
Honestly, if they just played like Iowa the entire season, the games would have been much easier. But they didn't know that they're Iowa. But they're Iowa.
It's real. You got to credit Iowa for that, knowing you're Iowa. It's ingrained after like 25 years of being Iowa. You expected it to be.
Yeah.
Let's throw the ball to Golden and Silas Bolden and Isaiah Bond, all those guys. You don't want to be Iowa when you've invested that type of money into NIL for your receivers until your quarterback is like Cade McNamara.
Yeah. Hey.
Then you're forced to be Iowa, except you weren't because Sark is like, you think I'm going to run an offense like the other Ferentz? Not even Kirk, his son. You think I'm going to run it? I don't remember the son's first name. Brian. I'm not going to run an offense like Brian Ferentz. What do I look like? And in some cases, he would have been better off. Just hand the ball off to the running backs who are faster than who are not as fast as they think they are. If you go by their combine braggery, turns out Jaden Blue not as fast as he thought he was, but fast enough, at least in college. Just hand the ball off to him. Jarek Gibson, give him a couple carries, and let it. And who's the other guy?
Trey Wisner.
Trey Wisner. Sorry. You said that with a little contempt.
He was. I mean, you pulled out Jarek Gibson.
I like a single-digit running back. That's all. Okay. That's how I remembered his name. Be Iowa. You probably don't lose to Georgia the second time around.
Yeah. Yeah, and just like it's just less stressful because you have less like 4 and outs, where
True.
it's just 3 throws and you run the ball once, get a first down, then like a bunch of incompletions.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, all right.
If you're winning games 28-10, that's fine.
Just keep the clock moving.
Michigan did that last year, won a national title.
Yeah, or just like me in the college football game against the CPU. First half, put it on them. Second half, I'm just trying to get out of here.
Yeah, look, I gotta advance. I gotta recruit. Let's move on.
Text RTA to it and get out of here.
There it is. Did he ask about anything else?
There was another one other than Toxic Avenger and Quinn Ewers.
Probably doesn't matter. It's just Eric's calls. Thanks, Eric, for calling in. We always generally just get to 2 of your 3 things. That's how it is. All right, we got one more segment to go before we wrap it up. If you want to get in and have us ignore one of your topics, you can. 713.
If you only call it the one, chances are we won't.
We will get to it. But if you get to 3 of them, there's a real shot, particularly if you don't offer any commentary. It's like, hey, what do you think about this? We probably will only get to 2 of the 3. But we promise to at least get to some of it. 713-780-3776. We will be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Okay, the other thing Eric asked about, or at least brought up, was Oscar So White. Zoe Saldana won an Oscar. I didn't see much of the award show, but you hear that music. Conan didn't make a Kendrick Drake joke. I can't deliver it the way he did, but it had to do with half of the Oscars being over and Drake calling or Kendrick calling Drake a pedophile. So he made that joke, killed. The entire room laughed. Still funny to people. I don't know how long that's gonna last, but Drake's got to be cat. The Super Bowl, the Oscars,
The Grammys.
Yeah. When does it end?
Just random people.
Yeah, like I don't know if he thought he was safe, but he was probably, hey, look, I like Conan. Let me watch this, and then bang, damn.
I like Conan.
Yeah, I mean Conan's never said anything to bother me. He doesn't even really
messed up what Jay Leno did to him.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I mean,
let me watch the Oscars.
And then Conan's like, nah. Of course, it was a writer, and the writer tweeted about he thanked the Academy, or at least I think he thanked ABC for not cutting that joke. So, Drake, if you have any consolation, it wasn't Conan who wrote it. He certainly delivered it in a way that made a lot of people laugh. A lot of the people you might have thought at one point you could hang out with, because Drake is nothing if not a star effer. He does like to be around stars.
Do you think Drake has a problem with the fact that Conan O'Brien doesn't write his own stuff? Or do you think Drake just like, don't have that big of a problem with it?
That's really inside rap from you right there. I'm going to assume Drake doesn't mind, considering the allegations.
It's like a real artist writes his own stuff.
Yeah, he
Take
can't.
it from me.
No, we won't. We have
Someone who
evidence.
doesn't.
I know I'm not a real artist. I'm a pop star, but not a real artist. So that happened. But I don't think the Oscars is gonna get tagged with Oscar So White. I'm trying to think of the nominees. I can't think of. I can't think of any.
I had to Google them.
Yeah, Zoe Saldana won, and she was very emotional about winning, and credit to her. I remember
Culkin.
White, sure. We did this list during the break. Mikey Madison of Honora, White as well.
Mm-hmm.
Adrian Brody.
Yeah. Adrian Brody won over Timothy Chalamet.
White on white.
Yeah. They don't talk enough about White on white. Coleman Domingo.
Okay. So I don't.
Sing
By the
Sing.
way, Eric, it wasn't just about winning. It was
Sebastian
about
Stan.
Nominations were an issue. That's why that came about. So you have Coleman Domingo, and you also had Zoe Saldana. And I mean, I'm not saying it was this big multicultural rainbow.
Oh, I mean, leading actress. You got Cynthia Erivo
Arrivo from Wicked. So
Carla Sofia Gaston
from
was Emilia Perez.
Okay, I haven't seen that. As soon as I saw singing, I was out.
Fernanda Torres.
So
from I'm Still Here. Demi Moore from The Substance, who
what,
at the end of The Substance isn't white.
Well,
anymore.
I haven't seen the end of The Substance.
Oh, spoiler.
It's fine. You just told me she wasn't white. That's not that big of a spoiler. I'm sure it means something else, but it's fine. So Eric, you're wrong. Had plenty of representation across the board, mostly with women, but also you had Coleman Domingo, who is in a not great Netflix show where he's being framed for murder, at least from the first couple episodes I watched. It's not great though. Probably won't finish, but it's there. So Eric, don't bring your nonsense to the show anymore. We will investigate. And thanks to Sean.
Yeah, I will pull up the Oscars winners and nominees list and go and read their names and say, they're not white.
And that's the extent
and
of
then
our
sometimes
research.
I even read a white guy just because it's funny to be like, Guy Pearce, is he what? Yeah, I think he's white.
Maybe one of the whites of the whites. Sure. Guy Pearce, great actor. I think Australian. You wouldn't know that.
Really?
Yeah, see?
He is a great actor.
Point. My point is made immediately. I didn't know that until like 5 years ago, but he's an Australian actor. We just never seen him with that accent. He's always in American productions. Okay. By the way, it's a new /old/new show coming up here at noon. The Paul Gallant Show begins again So what's the timeline? It was Paul, the Paul Gallant show, then the Paul and Vanessa show.
No, it was Vanessa and Gallant. Paul.
Oh, Vanessa Gallant first.
Gallant George.
Then Paul, then Gallant George, then back to Paul.
Yes.
Okay. So what we know is Paul's a survivor.
Yes.
Paul remains.
It's the snip, snap from The Office.
There it is. So Paul Gallant and Sean Mapes for 3 hours going forward. You've heard Sean. He'll do the same. I assume the same things he's always done on it. Or do you take on a greater responsibility because Joe's no longer there? Or will you do less to make a point?
I think less to make a point.
You need me. It's the point you're making.
Also less because kind of mail it in after afternoon.
Oh, I get it. But my mailing it is from 7 to 10. I do it early.
Your minutes restriction.
That's right. I'm
load managing
definitely
the front half.
The front half of the back to back. I'm Tari used to this.
Yeah.
I manage the front half of the back to back.
You're the Rockets tonight.
Yeah.
First night of a back to back, being like, you know what? Let's punt this one.
Let's sit some guys out. If you missed it, many of your Rocket starters are questionable. Fred's not playing in the game because of re-injuring his ankle. Dylan Brooks, Amin Thompson, Alfred Şengün, and I think Jalen's the one who always plays, so don't worry about him. But all those other guys are questionable. I don't know if they're going to work out with a warm up with the intention of playing, or are they really not going to even put on the shorts tonight? I'm not sure, but we'll find that out a little bit later. It's a big one tonight. You want to bounce back. That Kings game was ugly. I don't want to lose to a team where Malik Monk's playing point guard. He's their default because they traded De'Aaron Fox. They didn't have a real option, so he's playing point guard, or at least he's handling the ball more than he normally would. And the Rockets were never in it early, fought back, and still could not get over the hump.
I will say you do want to bounce back. The ESPN matchup predictor does not expect a bounce back. 14% chance for the Rockets tonight.
OKC is coming off a back-to-back. They played the Spurs. It was a home game, so there's a rest advantage for the Rockets.
No travel.
If they actually can play their full roster beyond Fred. If those guys are going to play, they've got a shot. That Spurs Thunder game was a little tougher than you might think, despite the score being in double digits. The Spurs gave the Thunder a pretty good game that first half. And of course, the Thunder being the Thunder pulled away. But you get your guys out there. You got a real shot. We'll see what the Thunder are the one team that doesn't F around, though. They're one of the teams who back-to-back, first or second, they don't care. They will go all out. So that might be an issue.
Yeah, they're 49-11 for a reason, guys.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of ones where it's like, oh,
Yeah,
Thunder
we're just gonna toss this one away.
didn't have it.
Yeah, they don't do it. Even if there's a game where Shea doesn't play, they still go all in and try to get the dub. So they have an attitude that you commend, and they're kind of like the Rockets in that way, where it doesn't matter the opponent, except for the Rockets and the Kings. Apparently, that's never gonna go the Rockets' way. At least it won't this year. They get swept by them. But good matchup tonight. Two of the best young teams in basketball. You just hope the Rockets can be at somewhat full strength and give it a go. All right, we're done for the day. Gallant Joe. Nope. Gallant with Sean is up next. But the official name is the Paul Gallant Show. And then the Killer Bees follow them. And after today, we're out at Wildcat tomorrow. So you can join us if you haven't signed up. Probably late, but we're going to be doing a show out there from 7 to 6, the entire lineup. So it'll be a fun day for the occasional invitational benefiting kids meals. Since we're done for this day, Sean, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Sounds a little weird, but it's familiar. Hello and welcome aboard. Yes, the Paul Gallant Show. I am, in case you didn't know, Paul Gallant, and this is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Obviously, Joe shared the news with you guys last week. Joe's going to be stepping away from the show. He's still going to be at the station, so this isn't one of those things that I'm all too familiar with where some radio guy gets taken out back. It's not any of that. But Joe's going to be in the building. Joe does so much here, guys. I don't think enough people appreciate the very many things that he does. I'm thankful that we are going to still have him here. Obviously, we're thinking about his family and everything that they're going through right now. Also, it's also strange because I see him through this window behind Sean because he is doing work behind the scenes. It's just very funny to see it. But we're changing things back to what it was a year ago, where it was just me after Vanessa left. And that means we hear more from you. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. It is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We've also got Sean Mapes behind the glass. Sean, how are you? Another shakeup. Always fun when we have them here. How's it going?
Good. Yes, another shakeup. Somehow, with all the shakeups, still you and I, Paul.
It's all it's ever been.
Through it all.
Same as it ever was.
Yes. Dell asked me about the timeline of Paul Gallant Show versus other shows, and I was like, I think it was Vanessa and Gallant, Paul Gallant, Gallant George, Paul Gallant again.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
I was like, do we sneak in another one somewhere in there? But no, just those changes.
I don't think I've ever had a show last longer than 2 years. I'm not kidding. And obviously a lot of different circumstances. Sometimes I've gotten canned. Other times a host has left or a host has been taken out back. It's been weird.
Yeah.
It's been weird. But here we are on this Monday. I am barely alive. I took off 5 days, guys. I am a part of the poultry auction committee. I am a rookie on this committee as part of the Houston Rodeo. And Wednesday night through yesterday, the amount of libations that I consumed would put many weaker men, not as tough as me, down. I mean, I was straight poisoning myself for the last few days. Anything that happened in the world of sports, total blur. Figured out about all of it yesterday. And by yesterday, I mean this morning at 2 a.m. because after a very long day that featured me taking down a rodeo tent, getting hit by something in the head, I don't know what it was. It was metal. I might have a concussion, but I got home and I woke up at 2 a.m. in the morning and I figured out everything that's gone down over essentially the last 5 to 6 days. NFL Combine, more Astros at spring training. And I want to talk about the big thing everyone's talking about at the Astros in spring training. It's Jose Altuve. He's in left field. The Houston Chronicle has a 16-paragraph story talking about 2 plays to Jose Altuve in left field. I love it. This is so funny. This kind of coverage is all that anyone cares about in spring training. And we got a 16-paragraph story at the Chronicle from Matt Kawahara detailing literally 2 plays by Jose Altuve. One where he made a nice catch on the warning track against the fence, and the other where he did not have the best throw to home. It was a throwing error. 16 paragraphs to describe it all. I got to give Matt Kawahara credit. The way that he paints the picture of something that we really don't have that much access to see, because most of spring training baseball, it's not on TV, so you're not getting the best camera work out there. He painted a picture. It was an incredible picture, and guess what, guys? We really don't know whether or not we trust Altuve in left field. What we do know is it's going to happen a lot. Because today, Joe Espada was asked about Altuve in left field. Here's what he had to say. If we commit to left field with Altuve, the plan is, quote, he'll get more starts there in left field than second base during the regular season. Moving Altuve back and forth is something that they want to avoid. And here's really where Espada said everything that we thought is possible, but probably didn't expect to follow through on. Joe Espada, quote, right now the plan is for Altuve to play the majority of his games in left field. Majority. So what's actually happening? It's so strange to think of. And I know that we've had conversations before about, hey, I mean, how is Altuve as a second baseman these days? I'm not going to go so far as to say that the guy's a disaster out there, but I do think that some of the things that were once routine for him are no longer that. In left field, will he be better? Will the Astros be better off for it? I don't know, but it's happening. And I guess they will move him back and forth a little bit. They're going to have him play second base a couple of games this spring. We'll see what happens there. I don't think that there's really any way that they go back, barring some sort of injury. But even then, the injury seems like it would make it more likely that Altuve plays more games in left field. Espada said plans with Altuve can still change. Quote, "It's really early in the process, and I don't want to commit to any of this without getting Altuve's feedback and seeing how this continues to develop." I wonder what Altuve's feedback is. Here's Altuve weighing in on his two defensive plays yesterday after the game.
Oh, it was kind of like a dead fly ball right on the fence, but made a great play. Yeah, good to be the first one. Yeah.
What was the read like and the break? How did it feel?
Yeah, I kind of like saw the ball going high, and I'm like, okay, that's going back. And then I saw the wall, I saw the ball, and like, okay, it's gonna be interesting to see. So I got it, and then I hit the wall. But I think it was a great play, great read, and excited about it. Want to get more. What's up?
Where did you catch it? It was kind of a vantage point to tell if it was near the going over or not.
Yeah, like I said, I saw the ball, I saw the fence. I know they were getting close to each other, and in the last second, I was like, oh my God, I gotta catch it. So it was like boom, boom.
What did they say in the bullpen there? It looked like you.
Yeah, they were cheering for me. They were really happy. They were helping me too, saying you get a room and all the stuff, and so it was great. I'm really happy about it.
How about that? He's happy. He's really happy. Do you not believe him? He's happy. You could see it. There's a little gleam in his eye. He's just got that spark about him because he's out there playing left field. He's excited about this. I really don't know how it's going to go down. I do think it's really funny that we are focusing so hard on Altuve in left field, doing a job that I would say is probably easier than playing second base. You got second, you got to have quick reaction. You got to make quick decisions. As an outfielder, pretty basic stuff.
Well, also Friday was his first game playing in left field. It was happening during doing the show with Joe on Friday.
Okay.
The game started right at 12. And as we kept kind of refreshing, I had a window open watching the broadcast on some streaming platform.
Okay.
Altuve literally did not have a ball hit his way in 6 innings.
Damn. Imagine being the person that's in charge of tracking this, or you're Matt Kawahara.
Yeah.
And you know that eventually you're going to have to fill a lot of material in the paper writing about what Altuve did out there, and nothing happened.
One of the game, the first game in left. Nothing happened. And so that does speak to maybe why they moved him out there, is that you might have a game not where you literally don't get a fly ball to left field, but that maybe there's only a couple plays and they're both pretty routine, and you kind of steal a game of not having to worry about who's playing left field or not having to worry about a defensive liability out there.
I hope he's going to do better than that throw. I do hope that he does better. I think we all do. I mean, wasn't great. Wasn't bad. I've seen worse throws. This wasn't quite Will Howard at the NFL Combine, who, in case you didn't know, the national champion quarterback at Ohio State, supposedly had the worst NFL Combine performance of all time because he was incredibly inaccurate, like he was a stormtrooper in Star Wars, you know? I always wonder what kind of equipment they were working with. Why did they never upgraded to the Empire? What are you doing? What are you doing here? Can we get better guns?
Budget cuts.
Real budget cuts, right? Well, we're going over the luxury tax?
Yeah.
Tightening the belt like you're Jim Crane with these crap blasters.
And the helmet, maybe the visor on the helmet wasn't great.
It could have been that. It could have been that. But Altuve's in left. He seems excited about it. He made a nice catch. He had a bad throw. And I think this is what we're going to be doing perhaps after every game that he's out there in left. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. It is the Paul Gallant Show. Have I screwed it up yet? I have not. Hell yeah. It's a start.
One segment clean.
We're one segment clean. I guarantee you, especially since I know Joe's here. I know I'm going to do it. I know I'm going to do it at some point. It'll be fun. People want a date update. Fine. I'll give you a date update. So Friday, I went to the Chicken Shack with Vanessa. It's good to see her again. It's been a while. With my friend Eric and with a girl who I have hung out with a couple of times. We go there, and from what I understand, my friend Eric said, yeah, you were talking to Vanessa too much. But like Vanessa and I are essentially sisters. So she wasn't thrilled. And at the very end, brother and sister, you know what I'm talking about, right? Right. You know what I'm talking about? Like
That was a funny slip though. But yes, I get
I'm a
I get what
sister.
you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, listen, the show's back to you being a little bit more like that too. So she wasn't thrilled about this. We go to a bar afterwards, and I'm sitting at this table, and I swear to God, have you seen Malibu's Most Wanted? I saw a caricature version of Jamie Kennedy in Malibu's Most Wanted. It was breathtaking. Pink hoodie, pink sweatpants, just so loud. White beanie, white guy. He was trying a little bit too hard to be B-Rad. So this guy just sits down next to me while the girl that I'm on the date with is here, and Vanessa had already left, and he just gives me his life story for 10 months. And he's like, should I call my ex-wife? Should I call my ex-wife?
And this was what Malibu's Most Wanted was?
Yeah,
doing?
this Malibu's Most Wanted guy. So while this happens, she just left. The date just leaves the bar, and me, not feeling so good, blocked a couple people. I blocked her, and then got even more dramatic. I blocked the marathon girl. I sent like one last text. I was like, yeah, what's going on here? And then I saw marathon girl literally the next day at Chicken Shack. And that was the most awkward interaction I could remember in a while. I was like, hey, how's it going? Gave her a hug, walked away. Fun times. So that's the date update. We've blocked a bunch of people. We are completely alone. Alas, earwax. 713-780-3776 to call. To text, you can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. So you want to weigh in on Jose Altuve in left field and some other things going on in spring training, including this promising development. We'll stick with it. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Jose Altuve's in left field now, and the news that we got from spring training today, Joe Espada, right now the plan is for him to play the majority of his games in left field. There will be the occasional days where he plays second base, but that is what Altuve will be this year. A left fielder. Still weird. Lance McCullers. He's alive. And get this, guys. This is the most substantial Lance McCullers update that we've seen in quite some time. He faced live hitters Saturday for the first time since 2023. I don't know where this falls on the chart to being back out there, because throwing to live hitters, theoretically, he should be able to throw to live hitters in a game, right? But was it more of a batting practice kind of situation where the guys weren't allowed to swing? Like that's what I'm trying to figure out here. He said it's a big step for him. And now it's the volume, I guess, that's going to be the big obstacle in terms of the amount of throwing he does. I agree, especially considering he's supposedly only hitting 89 to 91 on the gun. I don't remember if McCullers ever was just delivering 99-mile-per-hour gas. I feel like it was more about his super filthy curveball and how far it drops than it was about, just blowing people away. But he's throwing to live hitters. And I don't know why they didn't just say, like, yeah, he pitched. But nope, he's throwing to live hitters, which is the next weird step on Lance McCullers' eternal rehabilitation tour.
Yeah, are there different type of hitters than live? Like the
right
inactive hitters?
Yeah,
Dead,
why
dead
not,
hitters?
Exactly. Like, why not just call him a hitter?
Throwing to Moonlight Graham?
Yeah, I don't. The way that it's been described makes this hilarious to me. Obviously, to everybody else, you're like, we just want to see the guy out there. I'm seeing some jokes already. He's preparing for 2032. Maybe. But Lance is throwing to live pitching, and Jose Altuve's in left field, making one good play and then having a bad throw. The Oscars were last night. How many people watched those? I didn't want to watch because I have only seen one of the movies that were in the Oscars, Dune 2. I think Dune 2 should have won everything. Paul, is this because it's the only movie you saw? Yes.
That'd be great if they just won every, and you're like, perfect Oscars.
Every single Oscar, if it was Dune 2, I would have been happy about it. I loved Dune 2. It was so good. I guess the movie that won, a movie that I had seen a ton of advertisements for on social media, like an annoying amount, honestly, to the point where I didn't want to see it, Anora. So it won Best Picture. I looked up the plot of it. It's just a rich Russian guy who falls in love with a stripper. That's the plot of the movie. And I guess they say the F-bomb more than I do. Almost 500 times throughout the movie. Not going to lie, no interest in watching it after this. I feel like everybody that went to the Oscars, you saw, hey, Conan O'Brien. You saw John Granado. That was awesome. Wonder how he fit in there. Do you think he asked for a Coors Light and they didn't provide it to him because they think it's beneath them? These Hollywood people. I mean, all these Hollywood people, they're California sober, right? Like, do they even drink? Probably all on Ozempic. And I would imagine these are just people that are smoking doobies more so than their Coors Light climb honors.
Yeah, they just have the champagne there just for like, it seems like a thing we would have, a champagne. If you're wearing a tuxedo, you have to have champagne.
You have to look classy. And a koozie and a beer inside it doesn't look that classy with the tux. So I'm hoping John was able to find beer there at a setting like that. The Oscars do go on for a very long time. You need to, keep yourself going. I'm kind of bummed out that Amelia Perez didn't win more. For those who don't know, Amelia Perez is the one with Zoe Saldana in it. So Saldana got Best Supporting Actress from it, but there's a song that went viral, and it's a song about penises and vaginas, and turning one into the other, or the other way around. And I remember seeing it, and Zoe Saldana is in the background going, yes, yes. And they're talking about all the potential changes that you can do to your parts. I thought that was actually going to win more. because I wanted people to get mad about it. Because unless someone gets slapped in the face, it's just not fun to watch the Oscars. Conan O'Brien, I think he's awesome. I think he's, of all the late night TV guys, the only one that is, even though he doesn't do it anymore, still good. Conan, I listen to his podcast from time to time. Like, I enjoy Conan a lot, but I don't think he saved the Oscars. And I don't know that movies are even possible to save anymore. It's just hard to get excited for anything these days, because I think you generally know that the only movies that get greenlit to be made are the ones that have ridiculous budgets because they're superhero movies, you know? And then everything else, like, would you want to go to a movie theater to watch it, or would you rather just wait for it to come out on one of the streaming apps? Because we'll probably go to Max right away and then watch it for free, or watch it for $3.99 or something like that.
Yeah, because you don't really have like the event type movies that get honored at the Oscars. So for the most part, it is movies that like you only see one of these things, and it's Dune Part 2, which has no real chance of winning. You know, I think they won like some sound awards and stuff, but they have no chance winning the big ones just because apparently it just came out in March and the Academy is just like, yeah, old stuff. We want the stuff that's come out more recently, even though I don't know, it seemed pretty good at the time for it to just be kind of shut out. Not actually shut out, but like not. Oh, I don't think they got an acting nomination. Like, just it was only in Best Picture because they have 10 Best Picture nominations and 5 of everything else.
Right. And so it won the things that it would obviously win for, which I think were like visual effects.
Yeah,
and
visual effects
sound.
and sound. Yeah,
because the sound in that movie was
crazy,
pretty awesome. It was worth going to see in theaters. But I mean, I thought Timothée Chalamet was incredible in Dune 2. I think he should have been nominated for Best Actor in that. I really thought he was great.
Yeah, I haven't seen the Bob Dylan movie.
I haven't either.
What people have told me is that like it's not a great like movie, but if you like Bob Dylan, you'll like it. Or it's just like it's like a nice little. They didn't say puff piece, but that's what it seems like. It seems like if it's completely dependent on me liking the artist that is being shown to me, it seems like I just have to be a fan of Bob Dylan, which I'm not, so I won't see it.
Bob Dylan, buddy. Yeah, like it would be funny.
I don't even know if I know any of his songs.
He has a lot of great songs.
I'm sure I have. I'm sure I've heard them, but I don't have any like, oh yeah, that's Bobby D.
All Around the Watchtower by Jimi Hendrix, originally Bob Dylan's song.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah,
I've heard the Jimi Hendrix version.
Sounds a lot different, but yeah, listen, he's a folk artist.
BD in the Straight Shot.
I like him a lot, but I also know that all musical biopics suck. They're all the same thing.
I think we're tapped out on these.
Yeah, the best musical biopic is Walk Hard, the Dewey Cox story, which just makes fun of the genre, because the genre, every one of these movies is truly the same thing. Like, there's going to be, a rags to riches rise. There's going to be a couple of opportunities along the way for this guy to make the right choice, or gal. They make the wrong choice. They fall in love with somebody. They break that person's heart. There's some random tragedy that happened in the past that haunts them.
Also, there's a scene where they're writing their most famous work and people are looking around the room like, oh my God, this is awesome.
Yes.
Like, where they're like, oh my God, he's doing it.
Yes. It's one of those things where you see it happen and you think to yourself, I've seen this before.
Yeah.
I've seen this all the time. Why am I watching another one of these? Because they're always the same.
But it like we said, it's a good way to get, like my mom to buy a ticket to one of these movies. Like, she's not going to go see The Brutalist. Chances are she's going to go see a biopic of a artist she likes. Also, I never know if it's biopic or biopic.
Me neither. I do the same thing. So let's just,
you say you say whichever one you're
biopic.
I'll say biopic.
You'll say biopic. It sounds like a lab experiment.
I know.
You put it like that. Sean Mapes Behind the Glass. I am Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show. Joe still works with us. He is just in a different role. So it's just me again. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text. And you can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. Did the Texans miss on an opportunity this weekend? We'll discuss. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
That's the big change today. Joe still works at the company. He's doing a lot of different things, taking time away from the show, though, to be there for his family. And we're thankful that he's still a part of the station. But it is now just me. That means it does go back to becoming the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. I know that some people saw this happen over the weekend and probably thought to themselves, damn it, the Texans should have done this. What am I talking about? I'm talking about the trade. The San Francisco 49ers sent Deebo Samuel to the Washington Commanders for just a 5th-round pick. Samuel's due $21.7 million this season. A guy who has 20 receiving touchdowns and 20 rushing touchdowns. He's the only receiver in league history to do that. But things have been weird there with Samuel and the 49ers for the last couple of years. He asked for a trade in 2022, but they got a contract extension worked out. Last year, the 29-year-old, crazy that he's 29 already, played in just 15 games, 51 catches, which is the lowest amount of catches he's had in a year where he's played 13 games or more. He also recorded 670 receiving yards. He had 3 touchdowns, 42 rushing attempts for 136 yards and a score. All of that sounds fun, right? No Tank Dell potentially next year, maybe ever again. No Stephon Diggs, who's also rehabbing from a serious injury. 5th-round pick is all it took. Should the Texans have done it? It does seem tempting, doesn't it? If it's just a 5th-round pick, I mean, what are you finding in the 5th round that's very valuable? What are you going to get that actually is an immediate contributor for you in the 5th round? Probably nothing. Every now and then you stumble into a good player in the 5th round, but the 5th, 6th, 7th rounds, those are picks that you can just essentially light on fire. Yeah, you might get the occasional good player, and if you can find a guy there, great. I mean, that might give you an entire career as a general manager, as a scout, if you're able to stumble on somebody in the draft at that point. But 5th-round pick for Deebo Samuel, I think most people, if you were told about that, you would say, why didn't my team do this? 5th-round pick for Deebo Samuel? Just a 5th-round pick? I look at it from this perspective, though, because I know that's how we're all thinking if you are interested in Deebo Samuel or the Texans just getting somebody to help out at wide receiver. You're thinking, why didn't they do this? You got to remember how much money that they are paying Nico Collins, and you got to consider the actual salary cap limitations of what bringing in somebody like Deebo Samuel would do. It doesn't seem like it would help you out. And I'm a big believer that the Texans do spend in free agency. It should be on an offensive lineman. More wide receivers are not going to make CJ Stroud's life easier as much as a better offensive lineman will. And I know that there aren't as many options potentially available for the Texans now that over the weekend, the Chiefs gave the franchise tag to Trey Smith, who's a right guard for Kansas City. So that's one less guy the Texans could potentially sign in the offseason. That sucks. But I don't think that they needed to trade for Deebo Samuel. I don't. I feel like it's on CJ Stroud to raise the level of play of the receivers around him. And I get that everyone loves their little fantasy football trade ideas and you want to see a big splash get made. I don't think that Deebo Samuel makes the Texans better. I just don't. 713-780-3776 to call in. It's also how you text, and you can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. We also saw at the NFL Combine a lot of Texas receivers running. It's a great day for 40 times, huh, Sean? I mean, sure. You definitely have to call Isaiah Bond a liar because Isaiah Bond promised he would break Xavier Worthy's 40 time of a 4.21.
4.21. Okay. I mean, that's a low number, Paul. Like, surely he got close.
He did get pretty close. 4.39. That's pretty good. But he lied. It's funny. It's a really impressive time, but he lied.
Yeah. I mean, it is like a full 1/10 of a second
Right.
slower.
But I mean, 4.21, insane. It's 0.2 nearly slower.
Yeah.
Sub 4.4 is good. It's very, very good.
It is very good. But
Why did he say he was going to break this record? Like, this would be super impressive to everybody. Because listen, the NFL Combine, I've said this a bunch of times. It's dumb. It's dumb.
It's dumb, and it feels like it's getting dumber because the best guys don't do the 40-yard dash, or they
Right.
don't throw if they're quarterbacks. Like, it seems like they're doing less and less stuff, at least the stars of the draft are.
Correct. So I think it's dumb. But it's if you're the guy who runs a sub 440, that's awesome. This is what I'm trying to tell Isaiah Bond here. Dude, you shouldn't have said this because you would look cool if you hadn't said this before.
Yeah.
If you had just been quiet. And I mean, he wasn't even the fastest Texas receiver because Matthew Golden ran a 4.2940. So this has nothing to do with how these guys are actually going to play in the NFL. It's more, guys, don't over promise. Just don't. Just don't.
Yeah.
You're only going to disappoint people. And this applies to everything in life. Just never overpromise anything. Don't do it. What's the benefit? If he broke Xavier Worthy's time, like talking about it before doesn't make it more impressive. It's just impressive as hell. He's fast. But then to have a good 40 time, but still be that much slower than the guy who had the best time, I don't know. I feel like it makes you seem like an a-hole teammate to your old boy. Like, I mean, Xavier Worthy played with him, and he thought he was going to do better than him. Now he looks like he looks like he always doubted Xavier Worthy.
Isaiah Bond actually didn't play with that. With
they
Xavier
weren't there at the
Worthy.
same time?
No. Isaiah Bond transferred. Like this past
Gotcha,
season was
okay.
his only year there.
Okay.
He lost to him at Alabama.
Oh, damn. Well, now he lost to him again.
By 0.2 of a second, which in any other context, you lost by 0.2 of a second. It's like pretty close.
Yeah.
In the NFL Combine, it's like,
nope,
loser.
I know, that's a sad thing. I mean, if
he ran a sub 4.4, but the problem is he promised that he'd basically run sub 4.2.
Yeah. So it doesn't look cool now. No. It's a shame. Gunnar Helm, does he look cool now that he ran a horrible 40 time that I could have done maybe 10 years ago?
Okay.
4.93, 4.83.
Oh yeah, you definitely.
I've run a 4.84 before. Yeah. The last time I ran it. Everyone who says they ran a 4.4, shut up. No, you didn't. You would be in the NFL. You ran a 4.6. I even think that's a stretch.
Okay.
So I know I'm fast. Like I'm sorry, you're probably not.
You know, I ran a 4.7 back in the day.
You did?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure you did.
You said don't say you ran a 4.6.
Yeah, that's more believable. That's more believable right there. But Gunnar Helm sprained his ankle. He still ran a 4.93. I mean, that's for a big guy on a sprained ankle. That's impressive. His second time was a 4.83. But here's the cool thing that he did that Isaiah Bond should maybe learn a thing or two from. He didn't tell anybody that he got hurt. So now he seems like he's like a badass.
Yeah.
So I'm not making excuses. I sprained my ankle after false starting on the first 40 time. And I still powered through 4.93, then a 4.83. And you know what I was doing the whole time? It injured. I'm Gunnar Helm. It's a cool name.
It's just Gunnar.
I like it Gunnar better. Yeah. Big fan of Gunnars. You know, it's one of those things where it just seems more like Scandinavian and scary and things. And I like that. So there you go, guys. That's the NFL Combine.
That's the
riveting analysis.
The
of
40-yard
Combine.
time from two Texas,
3 Texas guys.
3 Texas.
That's all that matters. It's the 40 times. Well, that's all anyone cares about is the 40 times.
Yeah, because like a good workout, like I don't know what that looks like. Like the on-field drills, like I don't know. All the throws look good because there's no
coverage, no pass
defense.
rush, right? Unless you're Will Howard. I mean, Will Howard was awful. Apparently, I watched some of the highlights. Yeah, he was missing everybody.
Okay. I was gonna say, what does that even mean? But if you're not hitting the receivers, that's bad.
Yeah, you probably want to throw it to the receivers instead of 10 yards past them. But hey, listen, it is not actually the receivers he works with, so I can understand why there would be some hiccups.
Jeremiah Smith catches that. I'm sorry,
but I guess it were all hiccups, and it does make Will Howard look, I don't know, like a crappier Kyle McCord by comparison. That's for sure. What Kyle McCord?
I was wondering why we're singling out Will Howard.
He
so
sucked.
aggressively.
He sucked, and he was, and you know, he's a national champion quarterback, but he sucked against Michigan, and Kyle McCord's better. So what? It's annoying. It's annoying that guy won the national title. It's annoying that Ohio State won. Paul, you're annoying all the time. Yeah, but that's not the point. The point is he stunk so bad against Michigan, and he wins the national title, and he's got all this help around him, and he looks like that at the combine. What are we doing here?
Looked worse than Kyle McCord at the combine.
Kyle McCord was the star of the combine. I actually don't even know if he went. I'm assuming he did. This is the other last tidbit from the NFL scouting combine, which, what's the riveting discussion you're going to have talking about 40 times? But I need to know how Jalen Milroe grew his hand half an inch.
What?
His hand grew half an inch. I'm not kidding. Jalen Milroe has had his hand size grow by more than half an inch since the Senior Bowl.
So in like a month?
Yes. Before the Senior Bowl, it was 8 3/4 inches. After the combine, 9 3/8 inches.
Wow.
That is insane. How did he do that? What is he doing? Could this be used in other ways? You know what I'm talking about. We all think about it. Okay, if you could make your hand half an inch bigger over the course of a month, well, what else can we make bigger? I'm just asking the question. 713-780-3776. Just asking it. Kenny Pickett had his hands grow by 1/8 of an inch from 8.5 to 8 5/8 between the combine and his pro day workout.
That's less impressive.
Brandon Allen did it as well in 2016. This one also half an inch, 8 1/8 to 8 7/8.
Half an inch makes it seem like there might have been a measurement error on one of them.
I think so.
On one of them. I don't know which one because I don't know what size his actual hands are. But the fact that they're half an inch apart, like 1/8 of an inch, I can believe that you can get 1/8 of an inch. Maybe not by like actually growing it, but by like knowing a technique of how to like put your arm in there to like just eke out 1/8 of an inch. Half an inch is like,
it's a lot.
Again, it takes you from under 9 inches, which is like the standard that NFL teams want out of their quarterback, to well above it.
Well above it. There are exercises that this has been discussed before that you can do to apparently make this happen. It's still impressive to have it happen
not
over
the
half
course
an
of
inch.
a month, I'm sure.
It's the gap from the thumb to the pinky.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I mean, I just watched that O.J. Simpson documentary, and they talk about the glove when he puts it on and how his hands were bigger that day because he wasn't taking his arthritis medication. So his hands swelled up. Like the defense actually knew, like, hey, yeah, don't take your arthritis medication today if he takes it. He's like, whoa, my hands hurt. Well, it didn't fit.
Yeah.
As you see.
Do you want your hands hurt? Do you want to go to prison?
So I guess your hand size does vary a little bit.
But that's if you have arthritis.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying though, like that's the next move I would think. Like get some arthritis.
Yeah.
You get some arthritis, you'll have bigger hands.
You think
It's
the
like,
NFL teams will love let's get an arthritic
quarterback with arthritis in his hands? Yeah. Hell yeah, dude. So there you go, guys. That's the NFL Combine. It's in the books. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. The Rockets have a big game tonight, but unfortunately, something that has been happening far too often is still happening. What that is, you'll find out next. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
The Rockets have a game tonight, and they're not going to have Fred VanVleet again. This sucks. Comes back from the ankle injury that kept him out for 12 games, and he re-aggravates it immediately. So now you got to wonder when he's actually going to get back out there. But it's disappointing that he won't be able to go tonight against the Oklahoma City Thunder, because you want to see an actual war between these two teams. You want to see if the Rockets can actually hold their own against the team that beat them in the NBA Cup, and also the team that's the best in the Western Conference. But no Fred VanVleet tonight, so definitely dampens the mood a little bit. 713-780-3776 to call. To text, we've got Chris calling in. Chris, what's up?
Hey, Paul. Thanks for taking my call, man. I guess I hear that you're going back to just the Paul Gallant Show. So are we going to regain the tag as the most interactive sports
it is
talk
the most
show in
interactive
Houston?
sports talk show in Houston once again. Yes. And it was before, but now we're just going to
Nice.
say it a lot to rub it in everybody's face, even though it's an unprovable claim. But Chris, what you got?
I wanted to kind of talk about what you did mention about Debo Samuels in last segment. I agree with you. That's the cap issue for the productivity. Did it make sense? I'm kind of excited to see the players we do have. There's this big wide receiver. I think the one that actually took out Tank Dell, so hopefully he does that contribute. But during the Kansas City game, I think he's like 6'3", maybe 200 pounds. He was actually had like a foot up on the defender. He just dropped past like both the passes that went his way. So if you clean that up, I think that would be a good addition to kind of that Debo Samuel, Hutchinson body type. I do feel like the Texans need someone to spread the field more. So hopefully with the money we do have, we can kind of find that gadget plug and play kind of receiver.
It would be fun to have someone like that. Yeah, Chris, I appreciate the phone call. I think they'll be looking for someone like that in the draft, and they're going to have to nail it. They've done a pretty good job with receivers. John Mechie is one of those ones where you take a flyer on him because, hey, what he was before the torn ACL, and then, I mean, God, like, guy got cancer. Just sucks. So he might not ever be the guy that you were hoping for. But I mean, you got Nico Collins and Tank Dell in the third round. So whatever the Patriots were not doing with Nick Caserio, where they just kept on missing on wide receiver after wide receiver for all those years, Caserio with the Texans has been pretty damn good on that front.
They weren't listening to him.
It must have been.
It's like, shut up, Nick Caserio. Let's draft N'Keal Harry.
Yeah,
that's what they're doing.
Oh God,
Chad Jackson.
Ugh.
I forgot. There's like 10 other ones.
Bethel Johnson, Texas A&M legend. He had a couple of nice plays. He was super fast. Yeah, there's so many. And I mean, one of the best ones I think it was Malcolm Mitchell, who's a 4th-round pick. His career just ended after a really good rookie season. And I don't even really know what the reason was. The gadget player, that's something you find in the draft. I don't know if that's going to come to you. And really, the Texans should just wait. Devontae Adams is probably going to get cut. Cooper Kupp is probably going to get cut. There's a lot of veteran receivers who are probably going to get cut. Wait it out. I mean, hell, Brandon Ayuk, I bet, gets traded too, which seems like the 49ers are thinking about now. They're paying all that money to receivers. If there was a guy to get on the 49ers for the Texans, I would say Ayuk more so than Samuel, because Ayuk, was in the same offense. So I know Bobby Slowick's gone, but conceptually, it's something that he would be a fit in. He's a really good route runner, all that stuff. Ayuk would make more sense to trade for. But I think that right now there's a surplus of receivers who are about to be available, and it's actually helping teams out that don't want to trade. It's a seller's market? Buyer's market? Yeah, one of those.
Because the sellers are the teams trying to trade.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you for the cleanup on me.
But I agree. I agree with the fact that, like, I'm not very interested in taking another big swing on a guy. Like, I know Debo Samuel only got traded for a 5th-round pick, but that's because of the contract he's on.
Right.
You're still on the hook for paying him. I think it's like 20-something guaranteed going forward. So that I would like more of your wide receiver room is more Nico Collins and some role players, where it's Nico Collins being like obviously the best receiver on your team, and then just filling in the gaps with other guys where, hey, it's someone who's probably not going to be as talented or as good or doesn't have the resume that Stephon Diggs, who you brought in last year, does, but you're asking him to fill a role that he can fill. That you're looking for the buy low wide receivers on the free agent market, mix in a rookie or two, or, you know, a young player or two. Maybe one of them is Mechie or Hutchinson, who steps back up or steps up in this year. But I think that's kind of the way you have to look at it. I don't know if you can make another big Diggs style splash.
Okay.
I don't know if you can do that 2 years in a row, and B, cap wise, how that would play out.
The way it played out last year is, I think, what makes it easy. You traded a second round pick for Diggs, and you just ended the last couple of years on the contract, and he played pretty well, but then he got hurt, and you gave up a second round pick that you don't have anymore.
Yeah. And there's a little bit of, you know, they still need a receiver. They need to replace Diggs now, and it'd be nice to have a second round pick to do that. So there is a give and take. I think for the most part, we talked about it before, where the Stephon Diggs trade, is it a failure? It's like, well, he played well, and he was a good guy, and he just tore his ACL. So the thought of it, I don't think failed, but in reality, like, it did kind of fail.
It failed. It's no one's fault, but it was a failure. I mean, he came in,
didn't work out.
He contributed, but he didn't contribute when you needed him to contribute through no fault of his own or Nick Casario's. You know, he was a victim of NRG Stadium, but this time for different reasons.
Did you tear it at NRG Stadium?
I think it was at NRG Stadium. Yeah,
that sucks.
Yeah, not good. Not good.
Add him to the list.
Here's a list that the Texans could potentially add. How about this guy? So this guy just got released by a team that went to the Super Bowl pretty recently. Okay. And he plays a position of need for the Houston Texans. Just happened. I'm, of course, talking about Bengals guard Alex Kappa. Yeah.
Whoa.
Throw a name out.
No
there.
Kappa?
No Kappa, Sean. Indeed. Now, he did lead the league in sacks, pressures, and hurries allowed.
He'll fit right in.
He did lead those. Is it possible that he's better? Is it possible that he's better
buying low?
The guys the Texans have? You are really buying low with Alex Kappa. So the Bengals are going to cut him, and I guess he's the worst guard in the league, but he's available. He's got some of that Super Bowl champion, that AFC champion moxie.
He knows what it's like to beat the Cincinnati or the Kansas City Chiefs.
He knows what it's like to play in that game, the conference championship
He's
game.
like, here's how we beat the Chiefs.
Hell yeah, bro. So Alex Kappa now available. And yeah, there's a little leading the league in sacks and leading the league in pressures and leading the league in hurries thing. There's that.
Yeah, there is that.
But you're buying low, and you might get something really good out of it.
That's crazy to lead them all three. I guess it's not that crazy or terrible, and you play a lot. That's how you get there. But that's wow.
It's very funny too, where they describe these stories online. Cincinnati Bengals part ways with guard Alex Kappa. They've made the decision to release Alex Kappa. Why don't they just say they fired him? Why don't they say they sacked him? They're really being polite with the wording here. Yeah. Hey, he got because he stinks per these metrics.
Did someone throw in I'm sure he was a former Pro Bowler at one point. They released former Pro Bowl guard Alex Kappa.
I didn't see any. I didn't see any
to free up cap space, not because he sucks.
Yeah, that is, I think, what they're trying to push, because obviously the Bengals have the T. Higgins deal to potentially make, and tomorrow is the franchise tag deadline, so they have essentially until tomorrow to determine if they're going to give him that franchise tag. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. This is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. Jose Altuve is going to be the Astros left fielder the majority of this coming season per Joe Espada? Wrong answers only. Can you think of some other potential position changes that could happen in Houston sports? Let's play with that next. Stick around. Gallant and George. Excuse me. Jose Altuve's in left field for the majority of the season. That's what it sounds like for Joe Espada, Astros manager, who was asked about Altuve's first game in left field over the weekend, where he had a nice catch on the warning track. And then later, he had a little bit of a throwing miscue while trying to get the ball to home plate. Throw was a little bit wide, went all the way back to the backstop. But the catch was a nice catch. Joe Espada today said this about Altuve, quote, "Right now, the plan is for him to play the majority of his games in left field. And the days he plays second base opens the door for Yordan maybe getting a start in left field someone getting a DH day. So this move allows us to be creative and do stuff like that. Espada went further to say that plans with Altuve can still change. Quote, "It's really early in the process, and I don't want to commit to any of this without getting Altuve's feedback and see how this continues to develop." End quote. So it's early, and I guess this could change, but why would it? This is what it's going to be. He's your left fielder. Why would it change going forward? He would have to be an absolute effing disaster, I think, out there for the Astros to move off of this plan. And he had the one nice catch already. That throw to home plate wasn't that bad. Wasn't on target. He was rushing it, trying to get a guy who was almost gettable. I don't know if he actually would have been able to get him. The throw was definitely inaccurate. He's going to have to work on that in the limited reps that he gets. But that's where he's going to be. Whether that's good or bad, I don't even know. That's just what they're doing. And if Spot is saying that the plan is the majority of games in left field, that's what's going to happen unless he's just an effing disaster out there. So we'll see what happens on that front. If you want to weigh in on that, you can at 713-780-3776. You can also join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. 903, a suggestion, wrong answers only. Joe Mixon to left guard. Well, I mean, we do know Joe Mixon is quick with his hands. Maybe a little too quick because of that one time. But he's got some fight in him.
He does have fight in him.
Joe Mixon at guard. Wrong answers only. Position changes for Houston athletes.
I mean, Titus Howard.
Titus Howard. Does Titus Howard need to change to a different position? Does he need to play like, I don't know,
Tight
long
end.
snapper? Yeah, maybe
If
tight
you're gonna
end.
have your tight end block Karloftis, might as well put him at tight end.
Yeah. Yeah, Titus Howard is one of those ones where
Probably has lateral quickness about the same as Dalton Schultz at this point.
the position change I want with Titus Howard is I kind of want him gone. I just, I feel like the offensive linemen this past season seemingly they had this air of entitlement where I felt they thought they really weren't the problem. And okay, I really hope Chris Strauss was the worst offensive line coach in the history of mankind, because that was the implication. And when they would get so whiny when people were criticizing them, like, that to me was like, hey, the criticism's warranted. You guys aren't good. And Howard was, I think, the face of that. And then, of course, he changed his tune as the season goes along. I'm a right tackle only. Now I think he's like, well, I'll do whatever I can to keep earning this contract that I'm doing. From the 281, I haven't followed it much, but why are they moving Altuve from second base to the outfield? It's a great question. What is the actual reason? Like, I know what they are saying is like, hey, it's just something we're trying and it gives us some flexibility, but it is a really weird move. It's something you do because your outfield stinks, right? It's because you don't trust the bats in your outfield. But then again, who's going to step in at second base for Altuve? Is this where that Nolan Arenado trade conversation pops back up? Arenado goes to third, and then they move Isaac Paredes to second base. Is that what this is perhaps part of? But it is funny to just throw him out in left field because your outfielders aren't good. Like, that's really the only reason you could think of.
Well, it's that your outfielders aren't good, so it's a way to just get a good bat in the outfield, and then hopefully a second baseman who can hit at least decently. Maybe it's just Mauricio Dubon or someone like that. It also is you can't have two DHs, and Yordan Alvarez kind of has to DH.
Yeah, he has to.
And Jose Altuve might be graduating into the DH phase of his career now in his mid-30s. But you have to balance, like, okay, which one of these guys do we want as the primary left fielder? Do you want Yordan Alvarez out there every day, or do you want Altuve out there every day? And I think it just comes down to that. And also Altuve's glove at second base has slipped.
A little bit. And
so if it's going to be, hey, we're going to have a below average defender at one of these positions, and we have two of the biggest ground ball pitchers in the league in our starting rotation with Fromber and Hunter Brown, maybe we get this guy out of the way of the ground balls and get a better second baseman if there's going to be a bunch of ground balls.
I know some people, you like Brendan Rodgers, so you bring him in too, the guy that they gave the I guess it's a minor league contract, spring training contract, and if he can earn a spot on the team, at least as a fielder, it seems like he has a very good chance to do that. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. It is weird to see this move happening. Mega Blast brings up he thinks it's going to be a disaster for Altuve out in left field. The first throw is certainly easy ammunition. The first catch was nice though, but yeah, we'll see what happens. It's kind of frustrating. We'll see what happens, but
yeah,
the Astros are telegraphing that this is what they are doing, and now they are flat out saying it. Yeah, he's going to be in left field the majority of the time. He's going to have to suck in spring training so hard for this to not be the thing that we see in the regular season. From the 903, Titus Howard to strong safety. No.
Titus Howard to left field.
Titus Howard's a left fielder. Titus Howard's a guy you move out to left field. Yeah. You move him to a position that you're like, well, he can't hurt us that much there. That's what you have to do these days with someone like him. Getting moved out to left field does seem like a little bit of an insult. Altuve has handled this great. He really has. He was asked about it yesterday, and he seemed pretty happy and chipper about it. And he was joking about how the guys in the bullpen were telling him how much space he had when he ran up to the wall on the warning track. Didn't get injured running into the wall.
No.
At least from what we know. So that's also good because you never know with the Astros. Altuve, elbow bruise, out indefinitely. he got his arm lodged in the fence, and we had to cut it off.
He has tetanus from the chain link fence.
I think I might have gotten tetanus yesterday, by the way. I got a little raspberry on my wrist right there.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't exactly look so hot because of lifting all the heavy things I had to yesterday while striking down the chicken shack at the rodeo yesterday. Also hit my head with something metal. It hit it hard. And I remember when it happened and somebody asked, "Hey, are you okay?" And I didn't want to seem like a bitch, but it really hurt. I almost cried.
Wow.
It really hurt. It really hurt.
What part of your head?
The back.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, right in the back. I was truly
hoping you'd say front.
I was truly woozy after it happened.
Yeah, of course.
But I was trying to act cool around this other guy because I'm new. I'm a rookie on the committee, and I want to seem like I'm a badass. I'm just lifting some heavy stuff just a moment ago, so I wanted to seem cool, but I definitely got hit in the back of the head, and I was tearing up a little bit.
I have some questions about being a rookie on the poultry action committee.
Auction.
Poultry auction.
Yes.
I don't know. Action.
I honestly, I did that a couple of times at first too, and luckily no one in the committee heard me do that.
Is there hazing that comes along with being a rookie? Is there?
I have not experienced it. If it exists, I have yet to experience.
Okay. Is the initiation like any weird, Shrek time? Or no, ogre mode or whatever the North Carolina.
Yeah, I don't think that's going on in the poultry auction committee.
Okay.
I don't think so. Maybe other committees do that. I don't know. Those lamb and goat guys. I don't know. I don't know about them. Wants to start a rivalry. It is cool. I have this little vest and it says like pack on the back. So I look like I'm in a biker gang.
Yeah.
But I'm not. I'm in a group that raises money for children.
Boom.
It's fun. Very fun. Anyway, Sean Mapes behind the glass. It is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I've only screwed that up once in the first hour of the show. Joe is still at the station. Joe is just not doing the show anymore. He's taking on more of a leadership role so he can also have more time with his family right now. And we're really thinking of his family at this moment in time. Everyone's very bewildered on the text line about Altuve. Everyone's bewildered about the change. It's happening, though, guys. It is happening. I don't know if it's going to work out. It's just going to be what you see just about every game this coming year. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. If you want to weigh in on that, you can. You also can chime in on the Oscars. There's something else that happened over the weekend that I feel like was the most important thing that happened over the weekend. And it's not traditionally sports, but I think it's worth sharing. So you'll hear it next. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Per Joe Espada, Jose Altuve will play the majority of games in left field this year. I guess things still can change the rest of this spring, but he's going to have to be really bad to play his way out of that position. I gave you guys this prompt from the 936, an answer in a moment. Wrong answers only. Houston sports positional changes like Jose Altuve moving from second base to left field. From the 936, CJ Stroud to left guard. No. We're not doing that. Though I would like to see CJ Stroud in his position where he scraps a little bit more. When you're a quarterback, you seem like such a cake eater compared to the rest of a roster. You're never actually going to get into a shoving match with anyone. But then remember that moment he had against the Broncos his rookie year where he got in the face of that one guy. I don't think many quarterbacks would get in the face of another player in a way where it actually is plausible that he could strike this player, whether it's just a shove or a slap. Like, I don't think Patrick Mahomes would do that. I feel like Patrick Mahomes would have some bodyguard come up to him and separate him, remove him from the premise. He'd have some sort of a thug, a henchman, if you will, to
Joe
just
Thuney?
remove him. Yeah, Joe Thuney. Thuney sounds like a henchman.
Yeah, it does. Go tune him up.
Tune him up, yeah.
I'm trying to think of quarterback that seems most likely to retaliate in a physical manner.
You can't say Dak Prescott because Dak, sadly, that video of Dak getting his ass beat
Didn't go well for him.
Like, it's a blight on his image forever, even though he seemed like he got jumped. I don't know if he had a chance, but no, Dak's not up at the top. I mean, there's also like the awkward. Would Daniel Jones be someone willing to do that? No.
Get out of here.
No.
I'm like trying to go through division by division. And
Joe Burrows hires a henchman.
Yeah.
He's a henchman hirer. That's what we're going to call these guys now.
Lamar, can't really see it.
Aaron Rodgers would offer a doobie, and then I think everything would kind of
You should go down to Peru with me next time.
Yeah, let me. I'm gonna find something for your spirit, man. It just seems to be a little off. You know, you're not centered, man. And so any confrontation between those two wouldn't work out. So
Russell Wilson wouldn't.
Russell
he would turn the other cheek.
I think he would turn the other cheek. It's weird. Russell has been confronted by so many players with his time in Seattle.
His teammates.
And he's just like totally deadpan, like a psychopath whenever that happens. Like that exchange happens and he just was like, yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah. Oh.
But you wonder what's going on.
He and I see things differently.
What's going on in his head? Like he's got to hate them. He's got to hate them.
Only one I can really think of is Anthony Richardson. I can see Anthony Richardson just pushing back.
I don't know, though. Anthony Richardson tapped out of a game because he was tired.
Okay, yeah. It has to be when he's not tired. It has to be.
What if he's tired all the time?
Early in the game, first couple downs.
We've gone down quite a rabbit hole here, by the way. The origin story of this conversation was Jose Altuve is going to play the majority of his time this coming season in left field. So wrong answers only. Position changes in Houston sports. Kenyon Green to shortstop? No, that would be a disaster. That would be an absolute disaster. That is the wrongest answer possible. Kenyon Green would probably get hurt.
Yeah, Kenyon Green's another one where
can't pick up
position change to somewhere else.
Not sports.
Something other than sport. Uses A&M degree.
Security guard. I don't know. I mean, well, it's a good place to start. Security guard.
Isn't that what an offensive lineman is?
Yeah.
Just higher stake.
It's a higher stake. Yeah, because you're going up against bigger guys. I mean, listen, if Kenyon Green's going up against me-sized people, he's fine.
If he was like a bouncer.
Yeah, a bouncer, he'd be fine. Alpi to quarterback. Ooh, Albergan and Shingun as quarterback. That would be interesting. Then you would have the most psychotic NFL fan base.
Oh man. I didn't even think about how crazy it would be NFL was international or not even international, just like you had a couple international quarterbacks where it's just like an entire country is just like, this guy's awesome.
Right. Even if the guy's not that good.
Yeah. No, I mean, we have that already with like every average quarterback has a weird fan base where everyone's like, where people are just like, no, actually, you don't see it with this guy.
You don't understand what we see. Yeah. I mean, my God, you already had it with Jeremy Lin to a degree in the NBA and Şengün. It's some of the people in that Şengün Psycho Stan group from Turkey are as unhinged as some of the hardest core Jeremy Lin truthers. Case Keenum had a pretty strong army locally back in the day too. The 2012, 2013 era. Yeah. Like, oh yeah, look at him.
It was like when he played like 6 games.
Yeah.
And he was like pretty good, but they lost all 6 because they started 2-0 and ended up 2-14.
Altuve to left guard. That would not go well. Altuve left guard. He would be the smallest offensive lineman in history.
I'm not sure how many left guards we got in sports not playing left guard. That could Steven Adams.
Steven Adams. Ooh, I would love Steven Adams on the Texans.
I think he
offensive
could do
line.
it.
I would love him.
I was trying to think of a big guy on the Rockets.
No, that would make sense. Steven Adams to left tackle for the Houston Texans. I like that. Cam Whitmore as middle linebacker. That could be fun. Cam Whitmore would throw down. Cam Whitmore would 100% throw down. And he'd be doing it against smaller guys.
Cam Whitmore would want to play offense if his basketball career is any indication. I don't know how much he wants to play defense.
That's a fair point.
He's like tight end, maybe wide receiver. That's the thing. Everyone on the Rockets would want to be a wide receiver.
I think so. Yeah, and you get paid too.
Maybe you can talk me into Amin Thompson, strong safety, coming down, filling run gaps. Amin Thompson's there.
Amin Thompson. I like that. Yeah, Amin Thompson would be such a freak as a football player.
He would be.
Oh my God.
Where's he from? Why doesn't he play football? That was my thing with Zion Williamson back in the day. I was like, how the hell did he not play football? How'd this guy choose not to play football?
They must have.
I think they're from California. The Twins.
Right. Entering high school, Thompson and his family moved to Fort Lauderdale, Florida, so he and Hussar could play high school basketball at Pinecrest. I see no other sports.
Okay,
discussed.
But they were born in Oakland.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's why they didn't play football.
Dang. Yeah, I honestly feel like of all the athletes in Houston, like that's the guy who you could switch positions, Amin Thompson, and I think for the most part, it's always going to work. Imagine having him, a 6'8" like left fielder.
Yeah.
I mean, what's Aaron Judge?
I'd put him in center.
Aaron Judge is 6'9", right?
Somewhere up there.
Something like that. Like Judge plays out in the outfield just to have an absolute monster who could potentially rob home runs by jumping. That'd be sick.
I mean, again, I would not put him in left field to rob home runs at.
I don't know. He might be able at
Minute Maid.
At Minute Maid, he might be able to get to the top of the Crawford box.
Judge is listed at 6'7".
6'7". Okay, so yeah, this would be even bigger. 6'9" outfielder. Let's go. Who says no?
6'7", 280.
Yeah, man.
He could play left guard.
Wait, he's 280? No, he's 200 pounds. Amin Thompson?
No, Aaron Judge.
Oh, Aaron Judge.
Yeah.
He's 280?
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Hold on. Let me see what they have Jordan listed as.
Jordan is probably 240. I think 240, 245. So I don't think that Jordan would be movable to the offensive
I don't
line.
need Jordan in a contact sport.
No.
Jordan Alvarez cannot play left field.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to play a contact sport.
Because you're nervous that he's going to get hurt whenever he's out there. And that's what a lame reason to not play. This is where athletics are these days. Well, we can't put this guy out there because he might get hurt.
Oh my God. He's listed at 237. 6'5", 237.
6'5", 237. And yeah, and Amin Thompson is like 6'8", 200 pounds.
I need them to take a picture next to each other.
I would like to see
I
that
cannot imagine that Amin Thompson's that much bigger than him.
Yeah. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show. 713-780-3776 to call in or text into the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We were doing wrong answers only, position changes, because Altuve is going to play the majority of time in left field per Joe Espada earlier today in West Palm Beach. Up next, 10-minute drill an option for the Texans to improve themselves is no longer an option after a move that went down in the last 24 hours. We'll talk about that and some of the other things that went down in the NFL after the NFL Combine. Stay put. So over the weekend, the Washington Commanders traded for Deebo Samuel. They only gave up a 5th-round pick to do it. And I know some people out there, at the very least, are asking, well, why didn't the Texans pick up the phone, make a call? He would have been expensive, and I think the Texans need to move away from going after wide receivers whenever they see him, like blind swiping on Bumble like I do. Just right, you know? Like it kind of feels like that's what Texans fans want the Texans to do at wide receiver. Ultimately, anything that they do this offseason, I think it's got to prioritize the offensive line, which is why it's a bit of a bummer that Trey Smith, the Kansas City Chiefs right guard, just got the franchise tag from Kansas City. Franchise tag deadline is tomorrow. So he will be paid $23.4 million if he plays out the full year. A lot of money. A lot of money. And finding an offensive lineman like that, that's good, that a team's willing to spend that kind of money on, it's going to be really hard to find.
Yeah. I think it really puts in perspective how difficult it'll be for the Texans and how expensive it will be for them to pick up an offensive lineman or an offensive lineman piece that makes you go, oh yeah, that he'll definitely be good.
Right.
Where like the definitely will be good guys are going to get paid like this or close to like Trey Smith is, where the Texans looks like they're going to be shopping is in the like, you're going to have to sell me on them, where it's a name. And then you're going to immediately have to come up with the facts of like, well, look at his pressure rate. Look at his this, that. It's not going to be someone who just off name alone, you're like, that guy's awesome.
Yeah.
It's going to be like, you're going to need to sell me on him, or it's going to be a college guy. It's going to be a draft pick. They're going to have to talk me into.
That's a good point. Yeah. They're really going to have to sell you. And I mean, hey, what are you going to do with Alex Kappa? You know, like if they signed Alex Kappa, who the Bengals just cut today, the guy who allowed the most sacks, pressures, hurries, QB hits in the NFL. I mean,
the most everything.
Yeah.
All the bad stuff he led.
It's a shame that it's the most in everything. If it was one thing you could say like, oh, well, this is why he's not so good. Nope, this is everything.
Because Burrow just holds on to the ball back there.
Right.
That's why.
He does hold on to the ball.
He does, but so does CJ.
That's true.
Not as extreme, but he takes a lot of sacks.
So Trey Smith gets the franchise tag, and Deebo Samuel is now a Washington Commander. We also saw the Rams restructured Matt Stafford's deal Friday. So they restructured his contract. I have a question about the Rams and specifically Sean McVay. I wonder if he gets sick of quarterbacks, because it really was strange how it seemed like he was going to be traded, Matt Stafford, either to the Giants or Raiders. Why did the Rams think to themselves, we just had a year where we had a chance to potentially beat the eventual Super Bowl champions in the playoffs on the road in the snow? I mean, we were sniffing on the ends, on the goal line, essentially towards the very end. There was a chance the Rams had at the very end of that game. So we're going to move on from Matt Stafford? Like, why? The only thing I can think of is that Sean McVay was maybe getting a little bit sick of Stafford.
Or that they were hesitant to give him long-term money or to like actually extend him. They didn't want to commit to him. And so they said, go out and see if anyone else wants to commit to you. And he found the Raiders and the Giants, and the Rams had to be like, okay, then I guess we'll do it. Like,
yeah.
It felt weird that how they handled this, where it did feel like simultaneously they had no plan other than Matt Stafford.
Yeah.
But they also weren't completely sold on Stafford.
The contract restructure details too are missing, completely missing.
Yeah.
We don't know what happened. He was supposedly looking for 2-year offers with around 90 to 100 million in guaranteed money from the Giants and the Raiders. Do we think that the Rams gave him that kind of guaranteed money? I mean, I've made this joke before where I feel like the Rams just ignore the salary cap, but it's really Stan Kroenke has more money than I think all but one owner in the NFL. I think David Tepper's the only one who's worth more. And because of all that moolah, I feel like the Rams are doing something funky with the salary cap.
Yeah, I mean,
the Dodgers kind of the same way in baseball. Where
Well,
something's going on.
Yeah, it's because you can like restructure things and have to pay more money, like cash up
And
front.
they have that all in escrow or whatever.
Exactly.
So they can do it on a level that other organizations can't do, which does go to show you the cap is made into something that it's not. Like there are teams that will not spend over the salary cap, and they say, oh, it's because we don't want to spend over the salary cap because that's so hard. No, you can do little nifty things that are hard to explain
or just
to make it easier for you to actually be able to handle all that money and work it in the salary cap.
Yeah, when you think of like a hard salary cap like the NFL has, you think, oh, okay, so every team is only spending whatever it is, like 230 million. I forgot. You're only spending however much the salary cap is, and every team's on where it's like, no, actually, you can spend more cash and have it count and have it not count against your cap, whether it's signing bonus, and you can convert deals to signing bonus. So yeah, end of the day, hard cap, everyone's on an even-ish playing field, but it does help if your owner just has more money and is willing to spend more of it. That will always help, no matter what you structure whether it's how baseball, how the NBA, how the NFL is structured. Just owner has more money, willing to spend it is good, and you could do things like this, like the Rams did,
right?
And got a Super Bowl by basically kicking the can constantly.
So now Stafford stays with the Rams. And I don't understand why any of this really happened to begin with without getting any of the details behind the scenes. That's what I'm annoyed by. And I'm wondering if Sean McVay got annoyed with Stafford the same way he got annoyed with Jared Goff, because he did. This was reported on.
Yeah, no.
McVay was kind of an a-hole to
he
Goff.
threw him under the bus, kind of on record.
Yeah,
and
he even regrets the way that he did it. Like I've seen McVay get sick of it, and it just makes me wonder: is McVay one of these coaches who maybe doesn't want to have just one quarterback his whole life? Doesn't want to have just one wife his whole life. Like he's a wanderer.
Yeah,
a sampler.
Yeah. He gets it's not the 7-year itch, but it's like the 4-year itch with quarterbacks, where he's like, okay, I know what this guy can and can't do, but I don't know, maybe that guy over there can. Maybe Sam Darnold can.
Sam Darnold, nah,
because that's who they would pivot to, right? Or Sam Darnold or Aaron Rodgers.
That's what I would think. But yeah, you'd really be thinking you're the greatest quarterback mind ever, the greatest offensive mind ever, if you think you can do this with Darnold.
Well, yeah, you just look at what Kevin O'Connell did, and just be like, I mean, if he could do it, I could do it. That's what you have to sell yourself on,
right? And I mean, it's going to be really hard. So anyway,
and then in 3 years, you're going to be sick of Sam Darnold, and you're like, move on to someone else.
Or maybe in 3 games. But I think it would probably be in 3 games. I think whoever ends up with Sam Darnold is acquiring a mistake. I get it. It was a fun year.
He does seem like the guy where it's like, just stay safe, everyone.
Yeah.
You don't want your team. We found our quarterback. It's Sam Darnold, because he looks like the guy who's going to turn back into a pumpkin.
It's you had a bad day playing Russian roulette quarterback option of the offseason. Like you had a bad day. Like this is the one that is 100% going to work poorly for you. So just something to keep in mind. But anyway, Matt Stafford sticking with the Rams. So this offseason does seem relatively quiet now. The franchise tag deadline is tomorrow. I don't think there's anyone on the Texans that's going to get it. I would be stunned. Doesn't really make sense. They're over the salary cap. It seems like these are things that are for other teams. But I think what will be interesting to note is that if T. Higgins, say, doesn't get the franchise tag, does that mean that it's it? Like they're just not even going to shop him around? Like what's going to happen? I wonder on that front. I really do. I'm having such a hard time believing that the Bengals won't be what they've always been, which is cheap, and just let this guy walk.
Well, last week, their GM, president of football operations, whatever, had a very Dana Brown-esque quote where he said, yes, this offseason, we're going to re-sign Jamar Chase, we're going to bring back T. Higgins, and we're going to bring back Trey Hendrickson. And those 3 things are like, they're not impossible, but you are just signing up to be this past year's Bengals again. Like, you're just signing up to be a very top-heavy team with not much else. If you are actually going to sign all 3 of those guys, and like you said, they play for a cheap owner. So it reminded me of Dana Brown's exuberance when it comes to re-signing guys. And I had a kick out of that, and I can't wait to see how quickly T. Higgins or Trey Hendrickson plays for a different team.
Yeah.
I imagine Jamar Chase, you figure that one out.
Jamar Chase is definitely going to.
You just figure that out.
Especially after the year he just had. Yeah. They look so bad if they got rid of him. But, right, with T. Higgins, it does feel the Bengals just.
It's a luxury piece. It's too much of a luxury piece to me.
All right, guys. It's Gallant and George. No, it's not, because Joe's not here anymore. I did it twice. Same time of the show each time. But Joe's still at the station. He is taking time away from the show so that he can spend more time doing the many, many things that he does here at the station, and of course have more time for his family. So that's why it's now the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in on the YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Is Lance McCullers going to pitch this season? We actually have an update for him as we get closer and closer to opening day for your Houston Astros. Stick around.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston continues now.
What's happening, Paul? What's up, Paul? Most interactive show, and really enjoy that aspect of it. Y'all keep it up.
Get involved in the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776. Here's Paul Gallant.
A text. This has to do with Lance McCullers from the 832. Lance McBarista is definitely not pitching this year. I had to pull over just to write this. Can we stop the Lance slander? Can we stop that? I feel like Lance gets more grief than any often injured Houston sports athlete, right? I mean, he's constantly dogged for it. It's not his fault. I don't get it.
I think he gets dogged more than like not just injured guys, but like guys who like suck.
Yeah,
because Lance McCullers doesn't suck when he plays. Like
No.
Lance McCullers is pretty good when he pitches.
He's a good pitcher. Like he's a really good number 3 when he's on his
Yes.
A game. Like, really good.
He just hasn't done it since 2022.
It's been a while. And he gets dogged so much. One of the most iconic performances is his Game 7 ALCS appearance with the 24 straight curveballs against the Yankees. I mean, I get it. It's not always been ideal, but it's weird. There's a weird amount of energy in this city that's directed towards Lance McCullers, and I think it's unbecoming. Again, it's not his fault that the Astros gave him that contract, and you're mad at him for taking that money when you would too, not knowing that, of course, you're going to have all these issues with injuries after that goes down, after that contract is signed. Like, you can't know. You can't possibly know.
It's also, he's not like a guy who doesn't play, but it seems like he's like pulling himself. Like, it's not like a, even like Kawhi Leonard, Zion Williamson, Joel Embiid, where it's like there's more that he could do to get himself, like with Embiid and Williamson. It's like, there's more he can do to be more available. Either that's play through it or get in great shape to play. With Lance, it's just like his ligaments don't work.
Yes,
his ligaments.
You can't control that. There's no supplement you can take to make it work. They just stop working sometimes,
or they're just like brittle.
Well, they'll replace. See, I don't even like saying that because that gets into the soft conversation.
No, I'm saying the ligaments themselves are not structurally sound.
Yes, and I mean, like, sometimes people have surgeries and you're getting tendons from cadavers and stuff. I mean, there's a lot of things that science has been able to, make better in sports, especially when it comes to injury. But his job is throwing an object and putting spin on said object in a way that makes it almost impossible to hit. And guess what? Throwing something, unnatural movement. Throwing something while twisting your elbow or forearm, unnatural movement. From the 713, he gets the slander for the contracts that they signed him to, and he has yet to fulfill his duties. Well, he would if he was healthy, and they gave him the contract. But people are mad at not the Astros. They're mad at him.
Yeah, and it's like Rafael Montero doesn't live up to the contract.
Rafael Montero was an effing disaster.
Abreu doesn't.
Abreu didn't either.
There's no shortage of Astros that have not lived up to their contract.
We've seen guys like that, but McCullers should be different. I don't like it. From the 281, I have a better year at pitching than Lance. Like, everyone does that. That's always what you hear. He's going to pitch in 2036. I don't know. Maybe he will pitch this year. And by the way, we do have an update. We have an update on Lance McCullers, and it's going to be the subject of our countdown to Astros opening day on March 27th. $24 days away. Yeah, the trombone's not going anywhere. So Lance McCullers faced live hitters on Saturday for the first time since 2023. How about that? It's been a while. Lance says it's a pretty big step for me. The overall workload of throwing a pregame bullpen and then throwing a live, the volume, intent, everything is on a different scale today. There's really no restraint when you're facing hitters. There's not a whole lot of backing off. He faced 3 hitters, John Singleton, Jake Myers, and Christian Walker. He threw 19 pitches, his curveball, slider, and changeup. His fastball velocity, get this, 92 to 94 miles per hour. He asked each hitter before their at-bats if they would be swinging. All 3 said yes and did at least once, with Myers putting the lone ball into play. Christian Walker said McCullers' stuff looked good. John Singleton, he looked pretty good. And of course, as all pitchers say in spring training of a pitching performance, I was very happy with it, said McCullers. Stuff was shape-wise where I needed it to be. This is a good sign. It's a good sign. Is he going to be the guy that he was in the past? No idea. I think it's impossible to predict. But he's back out there. Good for him. Can we stop dogging the man? Can we stop dogging him? I might be a little biased because when I was over at the Texans flagship, he would come in studio with us once a week. I thought he was always very thoughtful with his time. He stuck around with us for a while. He would talk about things that weren't just Astros related. I enjoyed him. And I always get taken aback when I see the reactions to the mere mention of Lance McCullers' name, because it just keeps on happening over and over again. Someone, Virginia Buttonweed on Twitch, said, no one likes to tease. Just retire and people will leave Lance alone. Stop keeping hope alive. I don't know. The hope right now, just based off of that report and what these players are saying and what Lance is saying, 92 to 94 after, I guess it was like 89 a week ago. It's a good sign.
Yeah. I mean, he's not, I don't think he's going to pitch till like May. So the incremental improvements on velocity, like I'm not too worried about that just because I feel like we got a longer way to go than opening day in 24 days.
It's very close.
Although it did sneak up on me.
It did.
24. I guess once you get into March, and it's like it is later this month. It really puts it in perspective.
February, only 28 days. People forget. So
it
also affects.
It's crazy. It's only 28 days.
It's so
insane.
Weird. It's so weird.
Almost didn't pay rent on time because it's 28
You
days.
forgot?
Yeah, I was like, it's the 28th. I got plenty of time.
That's funny. Yeah, it did screw up my just concept of time a little bit, as did the binge drinking that I've done from Wednesday night through yesterday.
It's such a bad combination. And I'm not blaming any one of them too much, but just 50-50, it's a tough split between February only having 28 days and your binge drinking.
I'm blaming the Romans. You know what? The Romans deserved what they got.
Okay. Yeah. I'm good with that.
F you, Commodus, or whoever was the last emperor.
I think Commodus.
Yeah. He didn't last very long.
From the movie.
Commodus. Yeah.
I guess no, there's another movie that came out and there's guys after him.
Yeah. Denzel's playing Denzel Washington in Gladiator 2, the Emperor, for a moment. Maybe.
He was like the he was the hand behind the scenes.
Yes. Yes.
Shake.
What a wild movie that was, especially at the end. Some texts here. Hunter Pence has a coffee shop and I love him. Lance McBarista, nah. What's up with the Lance McBarista?
Is it? Oh, I think I know what it is. That one really showed the hand of what's.
This guy said from the 832, his job is serving coffee now. This is just one guy, but like there's enough people on it. It's weird how Lance McCullers should not be polarizing.
The McBarista thing. Is this anti-Irish discrimination happening?
Ooh, yeah.
I don't want to play the card. I really don't like to do it.
No, they're always keeping us down, Sean. They're always keeping us down.
It's crazy.
From the 409, let's figure out the odds on this. What's a higher number? The number of HEB commercial Lance McCullers is in, or the number of starts? Come on.
Number of unique ones? Because the same one airs like 20 times an Astros game. So
yeah.
It's hard to catch up.
I think that the number of HEB commercials,
it's gonna be in like two different ones.
Well, I don't know if he's still in them.
He was in.
He was in one last year.
I think. Well,
oh yeah, the salt. Yes,
the salsa one last year. Or was it the year before?
It was the salsa one. I think was last year. Yeah. Huey and Spring. Lance earned every dollar for those curveballs. Sucks. He probably destroyed his arm long term. I mean, that's how pitching works, man.
That's the other thing. It's not like every pitcher is like an Iron Man. Like, are we coming after Christian Javier?
Yeah.
He literally signed his contract and he basically tore his UCL signing the contract. He got locked up and immediately his arm stopped working.
From the 832, McCullers got hurt hitting his elbow on Champagne. Yeah, but that wasn't that serious of an injury.
Yeah.
It was an aggravation.
It only pushed him back like once.
I got hit in the back of the head with a metal pole at some point yesterday. Also,
key part, champagne. They're celebrating winning.
That's true.
Winning stuff.
They're winning all the time, right? From the 8th through 2. This is actually pretty funny. Baseball great John Singleton said he couldn't hit a pitch by Lance McCullers. Wow. Hey, now we're John Singleton shaming too.
I mean, talk about a contract that you didn't live up to.
Hey, but he looks he's ripped now. He's ripped.
Hey, I have a long memory with the John Singleton contract.
This is how I feel like we should all be looking at it. This texter says, how can I be mad at Lance unless he did something on purpose to slow his rehab? It would be if he came back and I don't know, looked like Brendan Fraser in The Whale, then you'd have a legitimate reason to question him. But it's a very unnatural movement, and he's done good for this team and this city. And he gives you coffee too now, on top of all of that. He's not podcasting. He just has coffee. It'd be way more annoying if he was podcasting, right?
Yeah. I don't want to say anything because I know we're always just a couple months away from possibly getting that announcement that he has started a podcast because of what you mentioned, that he is good on air. He is a good talker. He is good when he's done radio hits.
Yeah.
It would make sense if he got into the podcasting game. So we're not going to say, hey, I'm not going to crush him. He's not into podcasting because I know tomorrow he might announce that he has a podcast.
He could.
And it would be pretty good.
I think it would be pretty good. Listen, this is all just to say, I feel like he gets a lot of undue crap because of injuries. And I think when we talk about injured players, I think we have to have a little more empathy and perspective. Yes, I'm actually saying that, Paul, that's so lame. Whatever. I feel like we should.
Wow.
Ooh, he's soft. Half the people that say that are just fat slobs that work in this industry. Let's be honest, okay? I hate that. I really don't like it when people are commenting, oh, he's not doing everything he could. Are you doing everything you can, sir? Your foop is showing. What are you talking about? Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join in on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join in on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stick around. Jose Altuve will play in left field for the majority of the 2025 Houston Astros season. That, per Astros manager Joe Espada today. I don't know how it's going to work. I know we're already overanalyzing what he's doing in the outfield. I know that Matt Kawahara of the Houston Chronicle had a 16-paragraph write-up about 2 plays that Altuve made in left field. One of them, a nice catch over the shoulder as he was on the warning track. His body hit the wall. Didn't do it too hard. Didn't get hurt. He's not dealing with some sort of elbow bruise like the Astros would say about every player that gets hurt. Elbow discomfort or something like that. Knee discomfort. Nope, none of that. He made a nice catch, but there also was a play where he was trying to make a throw home and it was off. And it went all the way to the backstop. How is he going to do? I don't know. All you need to know is he's going to be in left field for better or for worse. We also were talking about Lance McCullers, and I feel like the guy just gets a lot of undue grief. I feel like McCullers is somebody that deserves a little more respect and a little more empathy trying to come back from this injury. I get it. He's paid a lot of money, but just because he's paid a lot of money doesn't mean you don't like him because he's trying to come back from being injured. This is not a guy who is just completely let it go, who's given up. A text from the 832. God forbid we want a guy to do a job for what he's getting paid for. He's trying to do it. He's physically not capable of doing it. And the Astros gave out this contract. I guess most fans are always going to side with the team over the individual player, but it is the Astros' fault that they are paying Lance McCullers this money. Lance earned it with the way that he pitched to that point in his career, and it has aged horribly because of how little Lance has pitched. Should you be mad at Lance McCullers because of that, though? Should you be mad that Lance McCullers took the offer that the Astros gave him? Because it really does feel like a lot of it is from that. And I understand this other texter who says it's part of the package. He's the one who puts himself in front of the cameras a lot. Now he has to hear it. Is he supposed to just not do anything then? And is that why people are annoyed with him? Overexposure for a guy who is always injured. I mean, it could be that.
He has taken a pretty big step back now that he doesn't pitch anymore, or now that he rarely pitches. Like, he really isn't, like you say, he doesn't do a weekly spot with the radio station anymore.
No. Honestly,
he doesn't have a podcast.
The last time I remember talking about McCullers was
he kicking it with Kunkel at one point?
Well, we've definitely played some audio from his interview that he did with Will Kunkel on Fox 26. I think that there was a moment, wasn't it in the Astros Rangers series? Wasn't there a situation where Lance McCullers was randomly one of the guys who was like leading the vanguard as the Astros and Rangers were shoving each other a little bit?
Yeah,
and some people were annoyed by that.
Wasn't he like suspended for a game that he wasn't going to pitch in?
Yeah. Hang on. Lance
McCullers.
McCullers suspended while injured. I'm trying to figure out where this is. We'll find it at some point. But I think it was in 2024. I think it was, check that, 2023.
2023, yeah. Also, it's $17 million. Like, it's not that much money, guys.
It could be worse.
That is not, again, for reference, Jose Abreu is going to make $18 million on this year's Astros. He's made $18 million or $19 million each of the last 3 years, and he didn't get through year 2. He didn't get through halfway of year 2 of that contract.
Yeah.
Montero is going to make $10 or $11 million.
Both those
this year.
They just sent them away. They sent them adrift, essentially. Those two guys. And I get it, they're gone, and Lance is still here, And since we talk about Lance, when you hear his name, you're like, oh, he's injured, huh? God, the worst. That's probably what happens for the most part. The people that are annoyed with Lance McCullers, you just hear him mentioned a lot, and the constant promise that he will be back someday. And okay, that can get annoying after a while, but at a certain point, dial it back. That's all I'm trying to ask for. The contracts that you should be more frustrated with, Titus Howard getting paid $20 million a year. That's a contract to be annoyed with. There are other contracts in this city. Dylan Brooks, $20 million a year.
Nah, he's worth it.
I love Dylan Brooks.
No, I'm
$20 million a year.
He's actually worth it. Yes, $20 million to be a good starter for a playoff team. Like, yes.
Okay.
With where the NBA cap is right now, I think that's what it is. We just like lose track of like. I mean, this is less of a thing in baseball, but in football and basketball, where the cap just constantly goes up 10%.
So up. It's insane. Yeah.
Yeah. Where in baseball, it's like, it kind of stays about the same. Yeah.
I'm trying to think other contracts. Well, Fred VanVleet clearly worth it.
Yeah, VanVleet,
$40 million a year,
yeah,
clearly worth it.
There's overpay.
They're so bad
But
without
he
him.
plays, except for the previous 10 games and maybe tonight.
Yeah, he's out tonight. He re-aggravated the same ankle injury that kept him out all this time.
For the last month.
I'm not going to lie. I'm a little concerned with that he re-aggravated the injury that he had already been dealing with that kept him out all that time.
Because he like stepped on a ref's foot like the first minute of the game.
Right. Yeah, it was early on. I mean, it's just complete bad luck.
Classic refs against Houston.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Ben DeBose was on one, I bet. Ben DeBose must have been on one. So, yeah, that's one of those things where when you see Lance McCullers out there, man, we got like the most paper-thin walls, don't we? We have the most paper-thin walls. I just completely lost my train of thought because I could hear people talking through the walls.
I think there's something. It's not even like the volume of the producer of the Killer Bees, Brian McDonald's voice, but there's some quality. There's some quality to it that it just like cuts through,
it permeates through the wall. Yeah. Oh, that's a riot. Anyway, look, Lance McCullers, he threw to live hitters on Saturday. Apparently, it went well. We'll see what happens next for him. I feel like just dial it back a little bit because there are worse contracts to get mad about in this very city. Titus Howard should be at the top of that. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. BVB09 says, I stopped liking Lance for messing up our celebration with that stupid speech he did. Did he mess it up? I thought it was awesome. Ring the bleeping bell because we're the world champs. Bury me in the H. That was cool.
Again, the problem is like how he handled winning the World Series. Just this is a team that's expected to win 83 games this year.
Exactly. It's bizarre. From the 281, Lance was a media whore like JJ was. Whoa.
JJ Watt also often injured.
Here's the thing. If you're a pitcher, your job is to pitch once every 5 days. You're just not supposed to do anything else? I don't know. I feel like being a baseball pitcher lends itself to you actually being able to do some of these side project things without getting crap for it. Like Paul George is podcasting while he's injured. Okay, that doesn't really work out so well. But no, I don't really get that vibe with Lance McCullers. And by the way, you guys aren't going to turn down this money if you were offered it on top of your salary that you're making. Are you really going to say like, no, what I make is fine? That's the most un-American thing ever. No, I don't want more money to literally just get into a salsa shirt and be part of some sort of telenovela HEB ad. Another texter says, I'm mad at Montero too. Okay, well, that's good. That's good.
That really is the thing. It's just that the fact it's only Lance that catches it. When
it's Lance gets it more
I think,
than anyone, I think, in the city, considering what he's done here.
It's like he's the like one punching bag.
Yeah, and I think we should be better than that. That's all I'm asking.
It's honestly feels a little bit like a lack of creativity. I feel like that because it's always the same joke.
Yeah,
like that's
the thing. Won't be back this year. That's what I mean. That's where I'm at too.
It's just like it's the same joke every single time.
Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in and text if you want to weigh in on, is Lance McCullers unfairly treated? He seems like he is closer and closer to being back out there for the Astros, though I know that might be part of the reason people get so frustrated with him. And also, Altuve will be the Astros left fielder the majority of the time, per Joe Espada. Both those things on the table. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It is really funny what the internet allows. O.J. Simpson's no longer with us. But when he got out of prison after the burglary incident in Las Vegas, the armed robbery, he immediately joined Twitter. Now it seems somebody else who, let's just say, is sus, is questionable.
I mean, literally a suspect.
Right.
At one point was a suspect.
Is on social media. Casey Anthony.
Starting a TikTok.
She started a TikTok, and okay, what's she going to talk about on the TikTok? How to get away with things? Like, what's this going to be about? What's the subject here?
Well, she says that she's a legal advocate, and she's been involved in it since 2011. Who knows what happened in 2011 that led her down this path of law?
Who's going to want her endorsement for anything?
That's a good point. Good point.
I mean,
is she someone that you want speaking on your behalf?
No. I mean, like anything she speaks on behalf of, you take the opposite.
Paul is innocent. Let me tell you why.
So is that
Here's Casey Anthony.
Is that the master play here? Is that what it is? Is this some sort of like super deep psyop of sorts where
deep,
but fair enough.
I know. I remember enough about Casey Anthony. I don't think this is going to be.
Is this a psyop of some sort where they're putting this out there and you see her, you're inclined to disagree with her, and maybe they're gonna the government of which she is now about to talk about on her TikTok, maybe they're gonna slip some bias because Casey Anthony is advocating for these things or saying that we shouldn't add these things, and they're like, actually, anything she says, I think the opposite.
You know what? Let's hear it from Casey Anthony. I hope she keeps it clean. Oh wait, this is 3 minutes long.
It's a 3 minute. It's a 3 minute.
We'll cut her off at some point.
Okay.
But do you want to just at least hear the beginning of this video, Paul?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Today is Saturday, March 1st, 2025. This is my first of probably many recordings on a series that I'm starting. I am a legal advocate. I am a researcher. I've been in the legal field since 2011. And in this capacity, I
Can we pause
feel
for a
that
second?
it's necessary.
She's been in the legal field since 2011.
Casey Anthony, 2011. What was going on?
It's a good question. Interesting. 2008. That's when her toddler died.
Okay.
Hmm.
Her trial? Do you know when her trial was?
Her trial, old Casey. Her trial began, I want to say, is it 2008? 2008, late October of 2008. And the trial actually got underway May of 2011.
Oh.
So that's when she became one of this. What are we doing?
That's when she got involved in the legal field.
Yeah, I honestly don't even want to play anymore. Like, just kind of get to the point, babe.
Yeah,
that's
a little.
She does look good. I'll give her that. But
no one ever. She was not on trial for that.
She was.
Just
Her
to be
looks were never on
just
trial.
to be clear.
Her looks have never been on trial. So this is the new move, I guess. Are you a disgraced person that might have killed someone close to you? Well, get on TikTok. Just get on TikTok.
They can't stop you from being on TikTok.
You're famous and you're attractive, so people are going to follow you.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if she's going to start doing some of those trends like you see people do all the time.
That'd be very funny.
Like
if she did.
Abigail does all the time, you know, like, oh, trend time. Here we go. I don't know. I don't know. I don't understand what the trends are. They're not for me. They're for other people. They're social media influencers out there. They have to do a trend. And these trend dances are all over the place. Did you know that it's happening in Nebraska's football program?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know about Nebraska specifically, but this happens every once in a while where there's a video.
Matt Rule caught his players doing TikToks in the Nebraska team facility. So he had the freshmen dance between wall sits in a TikTok workout. So they were doing wall sits, and when you were done, then you had to do a TikTok dance. I can't believe the men are doing the TikTok dances.
I don't know.
Sean's holding his hands up
I
in
don't
the
know.
air.
Shrugging. I don't know why.
Shrugging emoji,
I-
Sean here.
TikTok would not be the biggest social or the biggest new social media platform of the last couple years if everyone was like me. So obviously people are enjoying something that I can't really speak for. And yes, the dancing, I don't really get it because it's like we're all doing the same dance, but this is just me doing the same dance that everyone else did.
Yeah.
Like, unless something's going to go catastrophically wrong or that you're a great dancer. It has to be an extreme in one way or the other.
And I doubt that Casey Anthony's going to be a great dancer.
Well, she's a legal mind since 2011.
She certainly danced around murder charges.
She did.
So that might be because of her legal expertise and or the state of Florida. Like a little bit on them too. Listen, I'm from Florida. I live
that's
there.
right. This was
I can talk about
Tampa,
people.
or this was. I think this was Orlando.
Yeah, the worst part of it.
Oh, okay.
Near Disney World. Goodness gracious. So there you go, guys. Casey Anthony's on TikTok.
Go follow her.
Give her a follow. Wonder if she's gonna
Casey Anthony _ Substack.
I mean, what if Casey Anthony, who I'm guessing is living in Florida now, what if she just drives down the road? Casey Anthony starts covering the Astros from spring training. What does Casey Anthony think about Jose Altuve in left field? How does she think it's going? How does she think it's going?
He looks so small out there.
Oh, don't give her any ideas. Don't give her any ideas, Sean. Oh no.
Could fit in the back of a truck.
Stop.
Okay.
Oh my God. This is a terrible idea. I'm sorry I even suggested it. Just completely sorry I suggested it. So we're at the point of spring training where we are keeping tabs on things basically by word of mouth from X. So guess what happened just a couple of moments ago? Cam Smith, the Astros' top prospect, just hit a bases clearing triple to give the Houston Astros the lead in the game that they are playing right now.
There we go.
Against who? Good question.
Oh. Are they playing against like a college or something?
Miami. Here we go.
Oh, okay. Well, still not a,
The pitcher that he went up against has a picture of him playing for the Marlins. So,
okay.
Cam Smith doesn't have a picture. Like, there's no picture on his profile, but per StatCast, here it is. Here's the description. Triple. Cam Smith triples on a sharp fly ball to center fielder Andrew Pintar. Kenny Gomez scores. Bryce Matthews scores. Joseph Sullivan scores. Houston win probability 22.4%. Let's go.
He's an aircraft carrier, Paul.
You want to hear about the exit velocity?
Oh, hit me.
105.5 miles per hour. Distance 412 feet.
What?
That's a long triple.
What?
Launch angle 28 degrees. Wow.
Wait. You hit a 400-foot triple?
Oh, 400-foot triple.
How big is this? I guess dead center?
It must be a big park. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. This is though what happened today. Look, there's a chance. I've said it before. Let's just do a new segment, just an improv segment here. Cam Smith, who the Astros acquired in the Kyle Tucker trade, the super prospect that they got from Chicago. I am now changing Cam Smith's odds of making the opening day roster from 4.2% to 6.9%.
Whoa. Wait, so that 4.20?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
4.20 to 6.90.
Okay.
Out of 100. So again, not
low.
It's still low.
Yeah.
But it's a little less low. That's pretty crazy. Cam Smith is tearing the cover off the ball. If Cam Smith makes the opening day roster, wouldn't it make more sense to put him in left field? Just a thought.
Second base.
He could maybe play second base, I
I
guess,
don't
too.
know.
I don't know.
I know he's big, so maybe not.
He's an aircraft carrier, right? So
He is
he
an
might be
aircraft
better suited for third base. You
Where's
want to
he
have your
playing today?
third base.
Third base. Okay. They've been putting him at third a lot. If I'm Isak Paredes, I'm not liking that.
No,
But
I hate. Well,
I'm not loving that.
but Isak Paredes is going to be a everyday starter for the Astros, and he came along in the trade, so they're buddies. You would think they're buddies.
I don't think they're buddies.
You don't think so? Not anymore.
Because Cam Smith has never played above Double A, and Isak Paredes was a major leaguer last year. So I don't know how often they've crossed paths. Maybe he's like, wait, so they traded for me and my replacement? This is BS. And now they keep every 2 weeks they're talking about moving me to second base, a position I've barely played.
Yeah. We'll see what happens with Cam Smith, but still looking good for Cam Smith at spring training. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Sean Mapes behind the glass. Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. Cam Smith, does he have a shot to make the Astros opening day roster? Because he is crushing it at spring training. You also want to weigh in on Altuve in left field or Lance McCullers. If we're giving him too much grief, you can. Up next, did the Texans miss out on an opportunity this weekend? We'll discuss. Stay put.
Got something to say to Paul?
Paul Gallant, what the hell is wrong with you? All I hear from you is negative about this person, negative about that person. Come on, dude.
Join the conversation by dialing or texting the HRNP listener line. Now back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Paul Gallant.
From the 832, did Jeff Bagwell get drunk one night and think that putting Altuve in left field was a good idea? No, this is a, I think, concerted effort by all the Astros here. And I would say that Dana Brown's leading the charge on this one, probably. Will it work out? Again, no idea. Is it disrespectful to outfielders to assume an infielder could just go out there and take an outfielder's job? These damn infielders taking my job. Could be. Sean, were you about to say something? Sorry.
I don't know. I don't think it's that. I mean, it's not disrespectful.
Not disrespectful. Okay.
No, because guess what? If you're a better fielder, you'd be playing the infield, buddy.
That's true. Probably would.
It's like tackles and guards in the NFL. Like you only ever hear about tackles not working out, so they move to guard. Never really hear about guards not working out, so they move to tackle. It's like with our actions, we tell you which one we think is easier, which position is easier to play, and it seems like left field is definitely a corner infield, the easiest.
The easiest one. Okay.
Yeah. Center field. Okay. Maybe you don't just throw anybody in center field, but left field. Yeah. Come on.
Yeah. It's easy left field. It's a little tiny left field for a little tiny guy.
Make sure to bring some sunflower seeds and get out there. Keep busy.
I noticed some people were observing the knuckles of Jose Altuve out there. I guess he's a little fidgety standing out in the outfield. This is what the analysis of Altuve in the outfield has come to. But I think I saw it from Sean Pendergast, where he was pointing out that Altuve is maybe someone who's going to bite down his nails all the way to the actual root or whatever you call those. I don't know. Not much of a nail biter.
Really?
No. Do have to trim them once a week. I don't know if that's too much, too little, but I hate having fingernails. I hate it when they get to the point where like stuff gets stuck in them. It's disgusting. Can't deal with it. Just can't deal with it. Toenails, another story entirely. The amount of times I cut my toenails, very rare.
Wow.
They look jagged, nasty. Yeah, just gotta, in case I have to take someone down, guess what? Now I got some talent.
Like you're an ostrich.
Yeah.
Like you're
yeah.
gonna
Yeah. So Deebo Samuel is now a member of the Washington Commanders. They traded a 5th-round pick for him to get him from San Francisco. Samuel, his numbers are down. Is that a byproduct of a disappointing year for the 49ers? I don't know. But when you see a trade for a 5th-round pick, it always is going to make you think that your team should have done the same thing. And I know a lot of Texans fans are looking at them and saying to themselves, oh, you got to trade for that wide receiver, even though you did last year, because you want to trade for wide receivers. By the way, T. Higgins just got the franchise tag from the Cincinnati Bengals. That does not necessarily mean he will be a Bengal next year, but he has now been franchise tagged. Teams have until tomorrow at 3 p.m. to place the franchise tag on pending free agents. So we'll see if the Bengals are actually able to get extensions for Jamar Chase, Trey Hendrickson, among others. I'm still skeptical, but hey, at the very least, they're being less cheap than they used to be. But to bring it back to Deebo Samuel, and I already a couple of texts here. One text asks the following question and makes the following statement from the 936. Yes, the Texans are dumb for not trading a 5th-round pick for Deebo Samuel. Dumb AF. I don't think it's dumb to not trade for this guy. Samuel is a fun player. The fact that he can be used as a running back and as a wide receiver is cool. I think he's the only receiver to have 20 rushing touchdowns and 20 receiving touchdowns ever. for whatever reason, whenever he is described by write-ups like the one that I read, those write-ups always make a point of calling him a Swiss Army knife, all capitalized too. I don't know if Swiss Army knives are such proper nouns that all three words become capitalized, but he's the Swiss Army knife of the NFL. That would be fun to have on your team. And a 5th round pick ain't much, because who are you generally getting in the 5th round of a draft? No one is going to contribute. You might get somebody occasionally, but for the most part, I mean, you're much more likely to draft a player that you'll cut by the end of his rookie contract than you are to find somebody who is going to be a consistent starter for you. And I mean, that's just being a starter, let alone being a great player. So 5th round pick for Deebo Samuel makes a whole lot of sense, right? I just don't think the Texans should be continuing to trade for all the wide receivers that are available, especially if they're in their late 20s. And Samuel's 29, and the way that he plays, he is a violent player who is, I think, at his best when he's running through contact. I don't think that's going to make the offense better, especially considering where the offense was last year, where run blocking, not good, and pass blocking, not good. You got to go get an offensive lineman. Can you get one for a 5th round pick? Probably not, but that's what I think they should be prioritizing. From the 832 on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, Paul Gallant Show, a texter asks, how would the Texans afford Deebo Samuel under the cap? They would have to make a bunch of restructures happen right now. So I'm not going to explain the math to you because, first off, I'm terrible at explaining math on the fly. But also, I don't know the specific contracts that the Texans would look at and say, all right, let's retinker this one and this one and this one. Giving Derek Stingley an extension would definitely help. But it would be very, very hard for the Texans to fit a Deebo Samuel or a Brandon Ayuk, who theoretically not off the table for trade, under the cap. It would be tough. There are ways to do it, though. From the 936. On second thought, D'Amico probably knows him. If he didn't want him, then F him. I'm not sure I'm going to go say F him, but I understand that line of thinking. Okay, D'Amico worked with Deebo. If he wanted him, he would have banged the drum for him. But also remember this, that when D'Amico was in San Francisco, he was largely with the defensive side of the ball. That's not to say he never had any interactions with Deebo Samuel, but I doubt he had many. From the 713 on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, the Texans don't need a wide receiver. They need an offensive line. Stroud couldn't get the wide receiver the ball in time. Yes, 100%. 100%. So I don't think it was a mistake that the Texans passed on trading for Deebo Samuel over the weekend. I just want everyone to relax and chill just a little bit when it comes to insert name. I know you want the big name. You want the big splash. Just remember where the big splash got you this past year. I mean, the Stephon Diggs trade worked out, and it still was a failure, which is a weird thing to say, but he looked good. He played well, but he tore his ACL, and you gave up a second-round pick for him, and now you don't have that second-round pick. Were you more likely to get more out of Stephon Diggs than you were out of the second-round pick? Sure, but now he's a free agent. He might not be coming back. Do you want to continue to just trade draft picks for wide receivers and then pay those wide receivers? Or do you want your young quarterback, who should be raising the level of play around, to get the most out of young guys that don't need to be the league's best receivers? I'd rather have the latter. 5th round pick wouldn't have been much for Deebo Samuel, and I'm sure they could have figured out a way to make it work out under the cap at some point, though. It would probably take a while for them to get to that point, but I have no issue with the Texans passing on trading for Deebo Samuel. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. A little garbage time, and if you want to weigh in on Jose Altuve in left field, you can. Stick around.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Last Chance to Dance, Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Tonight, 2 basketball games for your viewing pleasure. Our beloved Cougs taking on Kansas in the home finale. Kansas is so disappointing to end the year. You've also got the Rockets and Thunder. And unfortunately, in the latter game, no Fred VanVleet, who re-aggravated the ankle injury that kept him out for 12 games. So hopefully that re-aggravation is not going to lead to another 2-week stretch where VanVleet's away from the team. Clearly, his absence has been very felt by the Rockets, who have been struggling of late. So Cam Smith, Astros super prospect, nearly hit a grand slam at the Astros spring training game today against the Miami Marlins. 105.5 miles per hour, 412 feet to center field. He did knock home 3 runners, and it gave the Astros the lead in the top of the 7th. It's very fun to see him doing things like this because it's been a while since the Astros have had anyone that you thought of in their minor league system as potentially being awesome. Like, who was the last one? Are we going all the way back to the beginning of this run? Yeah.
Kyle Tucker.
Is Kyle? Yeah, Tucker. I guess Tucker's the last one. Maybe Bregman to a degree, but no, it's probably Tucker.
Hunter Brown as a pitcher?
Yeah, but I don't think we were as excited about Brown.
No.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Jordan, when he got called up in 19, because it was a situation where it felt like every night in AAA he was hitting a home run, and so you're like, oh my god! And then he comes up and basically does that in the pros. But as far as like because best rookie season, or the best rookie they have had recently, it's Jeremy Pena. Like that, he just kind of ruins the game. But as far as like anticipation,
yeah, there wasn't a lot of hype for him.
Yeah, it was kind of like, yeah, we'll see.
Like,
we'll see what this
he's
guy.
good on. He's hopefully good defensively. Like that was the thought process. And you're losing Correa, so this is really the first time that we've had a young guy to get excited about in a very long time, and he's delivering. I mean, he had a 2 home run game, and he almost did a grand slam today. It was a 3-run triple.
Yeah, he's been awesome. I just wonder what the plan is. There a way for him to play his way onto the major league roster? I don't know, because you look at his minor league stats and there's just not a lot of minor league or not a lot of stats from AA. He played like 16 AA games or something. So this would be a quick rise through the ranks. But I mean, if he keeps smacking around spring training pitching, that is basically like AA.
If the window is always open, the Astros can't do that service time manipulation crap. They got to put him up as quickly as they possibly can. If iron sharpens iron here in H-Town, maybe more for the Texans than for the Astros. Because they had T-shirts. The Texans just had T-shirts that said that. That's why the Texans did more.
On their YouTube.
That's true. Iron sharpens iron.
That was for some reason on there.
But if the Astros are trying to make us believe that the window is always open while Jim Crane's here, this is a guy that should have a chance to get on the opening day roster.
Yeah, he should have a chance. It's just like skipping that many steps I'm kind of wary of, just because you play well for a month. Remember Justin Durden or Justin Dearden?
Yeah.
Like, he was awesome.
He had an incredible spring. Yeah.
And then just never played for the Astros. Never got called up.
The first thought I have when I think of Justin Durden
is Tyler Durden.
Tyler Durden.
Yes.
Second thing I think of was he had a great spring that one time.
Awesome. That one spring. It was awesome enough that we learned his name, and then not much else.
As far as hyped players that were in the Astros minor leagues, maybe Forrest Whitley, but I don't know. Forrest Whitley's the people that are mad at Lance McCullers should be mad at him, because that's the guy who's been almost in the majors for the longest time.
Yeah, that's the thing with Whitley is that he just never actually played in the majors, or
Yeah.
he did. I mean, he did like an inning last year,
Right.
but there was never that like payoff. But yeah, I mean, he was hyped. There's a lot of guys that are hyped and then
Mhm.
never play. But as far as like guys that feel close to the majors or gonna be on the majors one day, it really is like the guys at the very start of the run.
On YouTube, Rocky says of the Astros, this effing franchise has been hanging on the threads of Jeff Luno's work, and now all the crumbs are gone. Crane went from a great owner to being a bull bleeper. Window always open my ass. See, people like Rocky, if Cam Smith is not even given a chance to make the opening day roster, then
Yeah. Always
you
open
can make
my
that
ass.
argument. Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's that open.
Not to go Skip Bayless. Always open my.
Yeah.
What was the all in? All in my.
Yeah, all in.
No comma.
My ass.
You
Right.
needed a comma in there.
Also on Twitch, this is just going back to our last segment where we were talking about Deebo Samuel. People went crazy for Casario to make moves last year when he wasn't being aggressive enough. Give him time. I think he'll make some moves, including freeing up space. Be aggressive, say some other Twitchers. All right, guys, time for a little garbage time before we get out of here. You know, we always talk about Gen Z and how they're different, to be nice. But apparently, per CNBC, Generation Z, which is from 1997 to 2012.
Not my problem. 1996, baby.
Sean Mave's just barely.
When it's negative, I'm not.
Not a millennial.
When it's positive, I am.
You are. Generation Z are struggling with telephobia, a relatively recent phenomenon. Telephobia is a fear or anxiety around making and receiving telephone calls. They've just simply not had the opportunity, Gen Z, for making and receiving telephone calls. It is not the main function of their phones these days. They can do anything on the phone, but we automatically default to texting, voice notes, and anything except actually using a telephone for its original intended purpose. And so people have lost that skill. So they are now in colleges giving seminars to help combat telephobia, which is a real thing. The session involves practicing a series of scenarios where you have to make a phone call to make a doctor's appointment, call in sick to work, and other everyday scenarios.
I had that. What school is this? Is this a class that only football players take so they can get
It sounds like it would be a good class.
Like it is. Listen, I see a little bit of this where it's just normally when your phone rings and you're not expecting a call, you look at it and go, oh, what is this? Like, it's just my day is about to get worse.
Yeah.
Because if it's someone you know, they're calling and they're not texting, that means it's big news, probably bad. Or it's like the bank or something. It's like some errand you have to run, or it's like the court or something. It's always something terrible. So I understand this. I wouldn't say I have a fear of it, though.
I don't either. The school where this is taking place is Nottingham College in the UK. Oh. Yeah, I know. Classic England. I will say this. There are times where I'm being called on the phone and I do not wish to pick up the phone.
Yeah.
And I don't.
Oh, okay. Crazy.
So I say that because I get this idea of like you don't want someone to call you while you're doing something specifically. And waiting for a phone call can be kind of annoying because you're waiting for it to happen at a specific time. And you're just like, well, why can't we just do it a little bit earlier? So I understand it to a degree. Like, I don't think this is the worst thing ever, but a seminar to help combat it is ridiculous.
No.
The actual thing itself, I don't think. The telephobia, I don't think it's that bad.
Even calling it a phobia, I'm like, you're not scared of it. It's just like, I don't know. Maybe people are scared of it. Maybe the I'm used to making phone calls. I've had to memorize phone numbers at one point in my life.
I remember that.
I don't remember any of them now, except for my old home phone number.
I remember my old home phone number and my old best friend's home number.
Mm-hmm.
And my dad's number and my mom's number.
I know
for
my
cell
mom's.
phones.
I know my mom's phone number.
Yeah. By the way, wrapping up garbage time. John Cena turned heel. How about that?
Yeah. You know who else was there?
Travis Scott.
To really hammer home that these are the bad guys. Travis Scott, The Rock, and John Cena are the big bads of WWE.
What a trio.
Yeah.
Also, Shane Gillis did SNL on Saturday. Hilarious.
Okay.
Hilarious. He is so good at sketches. I mean, I understand like the stand-up comedy side of things. Some people might like him. Some people don't. I'm not a stand-up expert, but I think the guy is perhaps the greatest sketch maker there is in a world that David Chappelle no longer participates in that. So there you go, guys. That wraps up garbage time. And that wraps up the not premiere edition of this show ever, but the first new Paul Gallant show. Big thanks to our texters, Twitchers, YouTubers, callers, and everyone else who listened. For Sean Mapes behind the glass, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful Monday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it's a Monday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. 302, not awful. How you doing today, Blankers?
Hanging in there, man. How about you? Good. Congrats on the win Saturday.
Thank you. More on that in a moment. But hanging in there. What's wrong?
I didn't have a weekend, sir.
I mean, certainly had a weekend.
No, we had a 2-day softball tournament in Baytown. It was.
Oh no.
Ooh, baby.
Oh no.
Early wake up calls and bad scheduling, and yeah.
Here we go with that. I don't have a weekend from September 1st through May 31st.
Yeah.
I'm a dog. Yeah, so that pity is not going to.
I'm not looking for pity. It just wasn't a weekend, but I'm here. I'm ready to go.
How'd y'all do?
They were 4-2. It was their
bad.
first tournament of the year, and they were 4-2. They played pretty well. The problem was they played a team they had beaten before in the losers bracket and basically left 9 runners on base and lost 3-2.
Sound like the Astros.
It sucked.
That's what happens when you don't have Jordan batting in the cleanup spot right there, Blankers.
That's right.
That's what happens. I won a championship over the weekend, so send me all the congrats. No, I didn't do anything. But Houston winning the outright Big 12 title, a lot of fun, man. Like the second year in the league, back-to-back outright champions. You have a chance to really run away with this bad boy too. But Kelvin Sampson's unbelievable job that he's done.
He just is, and what he's done is nothing short of remarkable from what he took over and where not just the program, but the facilities and everything else to where they are now. And then when you look at it and you say, hey, this is the best basketball conference in America. And as much as it used to be the ACC or the Big East and things like that, this conference was loaded from the day that they walked in the door. And to win it 2 years, in your first 2 years back-to-back in the league, and you could, like you said, and you could win it convincingly. It is such a feather in the cap of Kelvin and everything that he's been able to do. And just all these players, like they buy in, they play the right way. They do what he asks them to do. They take the tough love and they just keep winning basketball games. And it's almost still the best kept secret in Houston for a lot of people, which is aggravating, but just all the credit in the world to Kelvin Sampson.
Yeah, I'll push back on a couple of things. SEC's really good this year. Not saying it's better than the Big 12, and I think that they have too many teams in when you look at all these bracketologists.
Mm-hmm.
But SEC's up there. There's no doubt about that. What was the second thing I was going to put? Oh, yeah, the secret. I don't think it's a secret. I think everybody knows. I don't know how many people love college basketball until the tournament. I hate that. But I think it's the truth. I don't think that people are ignorant to what's going on with Houston Cougar basketball.
Mm-hmm.
I just think it's niche, especially if you're not a Cougar.
I guess I understand it, but where I grew up, it was like you love sports. If you love sports, and you're whoever's doing well in your town, it really fires you up. And so if you've got a college program, and we had Marquette and we had the Badgers, but if one of your college programs are doing what U of H has done, like that is must-see TV for sure, and that is you're following every result. When they're playing, you're dialed in. And I think that maybe it is because of the byproduct of having all the big three, or at least, in this town, having the Astros, the Texans, and the Rockets, that it's a distraction enough that people don't pay enough attention to it. But I think that they should more. I just feel like there should be, even from like the local outlets. I mean, you and I talk U of H Cougar basketball. I don't know how many other shows are talking Cougs. And then from a news perspective and watching all the different stations, I just don't think that they get nearly as much love as they deserve.
Yeah, I think it gets turned up in March, and I hate that.
Yeah,
but
it's
I think it's the reality of the situation. I think everybody knows it's going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I guess I'm asking you what that looks like when they're paying more attention to it. Because, there's sold out crowds. Houston, I think it was Houston, Kansas that pulled the best Big 12 ratings on TV this year. So I think people are, aware. I just don't know if it's something that tons of people talk about on a grand scale during the week as much as we do. And I know Paul does. I know the bench does too. Maybe us as a station might be the best at it, actually.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but it's like, I guess it's more frustration. I think they're aware, right? But I would think that it would almost be, it would start to getting, not that you're getting crazed or anything yet, but that you are very much passionate about this team over the last several years, and that you're proud enough to say, yes, I know they sell out the Fertitta Center, but like I said, I would like it to be
especially when the Texans aren't playing, the Astros aren't playing, the Rockets, they're doing pretty good. But at the same time, it's not like we're oversaturated with all these other sports stories to where you wouldn't be going, hey, the Cougs are about to win this conference again, and the Cougs got a legit chance to win the national championship. Like, this is the kind of stuff that I would think should be more top of mind with a lot of people, not just going to the games at Fertitta Center.
I mean, if we want to get the voice of the Cougars on the air, I could probably pull some strings.
Is Kevin available?
Should we do that?
Yeah, I mean,
the voice of the basketball team.
Oh,
should we get him on?
Yeah,
Yeah. We'll try to get
I
him
thought
on.
you didn't like that moniker.
I don't, but it was for the joke. I'm willing to do anything for the joke or for the bit. I'm willing to, because I mean, I'm actually, people might be surprised, I'm actually pretty shy, mild-mannered, and not very egotistical, but on the air.
I was going to say, when you're off the air, I would agree with that.
I certainly am. No, we should have some guys on, though. Maybe we'll wait till the brackets are released. You know, I'll talk to Fran tonight. There's a guy I've been trying to get, I haven't been trying to get him on. I've been waiting to get him on, but I think he'd be good on the air. We'll see. We'll check with the bosses upstairs, see if we can bring some guys on.
I mean, and you know, we both know Kelvin, and you're with him all the time. And I know that John and Lance had him on the other day, but you know, I respect, you know, that, you know, your outlook on getting him on versus, and he's, of course, when things are going well, everybody's going to jump on the bandwagon, but he's just so good on the air, and he's just fun to interview. But I know, you know, they're swamped this time of the year as well.
I think he's just tired of hearing my voice. I talk to him before every game.
Yeah.
I talked to him for an hour during his coaches. I think he's tired of hearing my voice. I don't want to have him listen to my voice for 15 more minutes. I don't think that'd be good.
Well, you could sit it out.
Yeah.
That's
not a bad idea.
He knows me. I'll just do it.
That's not a bad idea. That might be the way to go. Actually, I wouldn't hate that at all.
I don't have any problem with that.
Yeah, I mean, you can text us your U of H questions you want to talk. They play Kansas tonight, senior day. I made it a point to not watch those videos until today, just to get ready for the game, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, almost brought a tear to my eye. There's, you know, seeing some guys here, but that, you know, Jawan Roberts has been here forever. He's going to play his final game at the Fertitta Center. LJ Cryer, it's his second season. He joined the 1,000 point club at Houston in the game over the weekend. He's done. Javier France has been here forever. He's done. Malik Wilson, they'll honor Ramon Walker today. So yeah, it's that was kind of a tough watch. It was great, really well done, but that was not easy to watch all those videos.
We've literally watched Jawan Roberts grow into a middle-aged man playing basketball at U of H. I mean, that it was the winningest Cougar of all time. That's impressive stuff.
141 wins, I think it is. Yeah, it's crazy.
And you got a big one tonight. I mean, that's a hell of a matchup tonight. You know, Kansas looking for revenge. You won at their place. They're a big-time tournament team. They've been struggling, but they're trying to straighten it out. I'm looking forward to watching it on television.
They had a tough loss to Tech. Good win for Tech. Tech got healthy. They got Darian Williams back. They got Chance McMillan back for the game Saturday in Allen Fieldhouse, and they went into Kansas and won for just the second time in program history. Tech's looking good. Like Tech to me can be dangerous in the tournament.
Yeah, if they're healthy with the two guys that had been out, and I think you and I talked about this after they won at Tech, but that's not a team that's just, you know, done for the year or, you know, going to fall off the planet. If they get healthy prior to the start of the big tournament, not even the conference tournament, they can do some damage.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what the Big 12 does in the tournament. Obviously, Houston. I think Iowa State can be dangerous if they're healthy. Tech can be dangerous if they're healthy. Kansas has been reeling, but they're talented, man. Like
they're loaded.
Like if they could figure it out, I think they could win a few games in the tournament. They haven't played that way, but I think that they are capable. BYU's been playing really well. BYU's a sleeper to watch going forward. Like they have that NIL money right now. They have the number one recruit in the country coming in. That's a projected number one pick in 2 years.
Yes.
Like the BYU might be a problem in a couple of years.
Yeah, no,
Maybe
you look
next
at it
year.
and say, when's the last time you saw the number one 5-star recruit in the country that committed to BYU? And before you scratch your temple, realize money talks no matter where it comes from. And if he's only going to be there for a year, you've got the chance to do something. And look, they've had a good year this year. And, you know, winning at Arizona and some of the things they've been able to do, they're a very talented team.
Yeah, it's it'll be fun to watch. And 2 more regular season games. Cougars conclude their Big 12, their home portion of the schedule tonight. They'll be in Waco. 9:00 tip on Saturday.
Ooh,
9:00. What are we doing? It's Waco. That's still the same time zone, right?
Yes.
You're right. That's, you know, like what's
Why?
going on?
Is that for
9
TV
o'clock?
again?
Yeah, everything's for TV.
Good
Everything's
night,
for TV.
man. Literally
I
good
know.
night.
Good night. It's past my bedtime. Texter, we're paying attention, but attending is different because it's a tough ticket to get. You had Flo Rida at the game the other day. He was sitting next to Andre Johnson and Edgerrin James because Edgerrin James' son, Jizzle James, is the point guard for Cincinnati. So Flo Rida, Dre, Edgerrin were all courtside there.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a tough ticket to get. Texter says you're getting E on the radio. We can get Big E on if you want. Big E will be a fun conversation. Texter, Kansas is a 10 seed. I think that their seed's going to be in the middle, like somewhere like 7-8. Like their resume is still good. They have some incredible out-of-conference victories. They have a win against Duke.
Don't you think
Kansas does?
Don't you think if they have a good showing in the conference tournament that they're going to be more like a 4-5?
Kansas? No. That's too high for Kansas.
Really?
That's too high. Yeah, I mean they're 19-10 now. They're unranked right now. They're unranked right
like
now.
you said, they are hyper talented. They took the Badgers' best player from a year ago. He doesn't even play for them.
Store.
It's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, he hasn't been a good fit.
Not at all.
Yeah, it is crazy. I agree with you. Let's see where Lenardi. I'm not a big Lenardi guy, but Lenardi's always the one that I go to look at the brackets. He has Houston as a 1 seed. I think
which is
the
great.
Third number 1, which you and I could kind of disagree a little bit on like the importance of seeding. I'm in the minority there. I understand that. Lenardi has Kansas as a 6.
So if he's got him as a 6, does that's not influenced by how they do in the Big 12 tournament?
I don't think it'd be enough to jump them 2 seed lines.
Well, I said a 4 or 5, but I could see them getting to a 5.
Yeah, they've been going the other way, but maybe so. Maybe if they got a little bit of help around them too, they could sneak into a 5.
Never a good look when your coach comes out and says we just need some time away from each other, meaning the coaches and the players. That's not a team going in the right direction.
Yeah. Their shooting guard Zeke Mayo got like racist hate in his DMs after they lost to Texas Tech. Like that's unacceptable.
That's bad.
That's going way too far. So I think part of that last statement from Bill Self was kind of directed at that. But yeah, they're banged up. They're not playing too well, but they're so talented that if they get hot, they could make a run. I mean, you got Hunter Dickinson, one of the best players in the country. DeJuan Harris was on their national championship team, starting point guard for them. So they're good. I mean, they're good. Certainly are. Texter, I took my son to Fertitta. We paid $140 for the 2 seats in section 100 next to the band. It was pretty cool. I will say it is the best value and the best entertainment in the city of Houston from a sports perspective.
Look, when you start talking about like, worth for your bang for your buck, there's not a bad seat in that place. Like you can be up in, I think it's one of the corners, like 132 or something like that. You can be up in the corners and you can just see everything very clearly. And you're not like, they don't look like little ants running around on the floor. The Fertitta Center is a great place to watch hoop.
Yeah, it is. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRNP listener line. Rocky says, I hope they make it to at least the Elite Eight. I hope they make it to the Final One. 713-780-ESPN. Busy show. We're on the YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN 97.5. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We'll make mock drafts great again, and we do it with Lance Zierlein's latest mock. We love looking at Lance's mock. Deebo Samuel has been traded. Not to the Houston Texans. Good thing, right? We'll discuss that. It is a mailbag Monday as well. Also, the Oscars were yesterday, and ESPN 97.5 was well represented. Did you see John Granado? I saw Rahil sent out a tweet with John Granado.
I beat Rahil to it. Like
Did
my
you?
wife likes the red carpet show and everything because she has worked the red carpet there before, and she's been a correspondent for like Regis and Kathy Lee. So she loves that stuff. So it's on, and we had just gotten home from the softball tournament. And like, I'm ready to turn it off and put on, see what games are on. And I look up and I go, the hell is that Granado? And so I rewound it and I did the freeze frame, and Lisa goes, oh yeah, Wendy's the GM of the ABC station there. And that's their entire show. If they want to go, they can go. I go, well, they're gone because there's Wendy. They're right there.
I feel like I've disappointed you as a social media creator, as an influencer, by you not being the first to market and blasting that on your social media account. Because Rahil got all your love. Like Rahil got all your love that you could have gotten.
I beat him to it, but I don't know what I didn't do right. I just said, hey, Granado was waiting in line to shake Jesse Palmer's hand.
I don't see that tweet. I don't think you sent it.
I did. I'll show it to you.
I'm looking at your Twitter.
Okay.
I don't think it's sent. I think it got stuck in your drafts, dude.
I've gotten more people reposting it.
Did you do at Granado? Oh, you made a mistake.
What'd I do?
You did at John Granado live from the Oscars red carpet, so it shows up as a reply and not a tweet. That's
you
why
got to have it like
viral.
a space before that at.
You got to put like sometimes you see like a period and then the handle. Like, the reason they do that is to kind of game the system where it sends as a tweet and not a reply. But whenever you go at handle straight from the rip, it shows up as a reply. So this didn't get into people's timelines.
Oh,
I know you care so much about clicks and engagement that you're
just throw the crap out there to get clicks.
Man, that stinks. Well, it stinks from my perspective. I know you don't care. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Rockets play basketball again. Fred VanVleet played basketball for the first time in a long time, but got hurt. His return didn't go well. Thoughts from that Rockets-Kings game from over the weekend. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Texter says, best place to watch a game by far. U of H, Tillman, Sampson, they've all done a great job. Hats off to the Cougs. Texture, do they at least serve fresh burgers at the concession stand at the Fertitta Center, unlike at a Rocket game? I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, people like to have good food whenever they're going out to a ball game or whatever.
I'm a popcorn connoisseur. The popcorn was great, but yeah, but I don't think that you have to worry about. I mean, you're there to watch some big time college basketball.
Yeah. I mean, people like good food. I like good food. I love good food.
Yeah, that's
I
why
go
you
eat
to
good
restaurants.
food more than I go to games, like on my own accord. You know,
Hey, I mean, you go to restaurants for good food. You go to ball games for the ball game, and then if you need some snacks, you pick them up.
yeah, that is true. 713-780 ESPN. Rockets fall to the Kings in the return of Fred VanVleet, and he got hurt again too. Hopefully he doesn't. Well, he's probably going to miss at least one of these back-to-backs, but hopefully it's not like a sustained absence again from Fred VanVleet.
He's out tonight, I believe.
Yeah, but they're playing the first of a back-to-back, so hopefully he like plays in one of the two, and this isn't like a long absence because I'm kind of worried that if he re-aggravated the ankle that has caused him to miss several weeks, that this could be another multi-week injury. I'm hoping that's not the case. I did see him like shooting around though, so that's good. But your thoughts on this Rockets loss at home?
It's a bad loss when Sabonis ends up playing less than a minute. It's a bad loss when, Sacramento is trying to figure things out with, this makeshift veteran team that when they went out and got Valanciunas and they got DeMar DeRozan and they got Zach LaVine, but they're not anything that anybody should be reckoned with. And when you lose their best player in like Sabonis, this is a Rockets team at home that should have taken advantage of this. And when you look at it, they didn't win a quarter in the entire game. Like, they were down 4 after 1. They were down 4 at the half. And then the fourth quarter was so frustrating to me because it really wasn't the guys that I just named that you thought were going to be the kind of guys that were going to win this game for them. It was Ellis. It was a kid off the bench that came in and he was active. He was going at 50-50 balls. He was making threes. He was all over the place. And the Rockets were just kind of standing flat-footed. And it was another one of those yucky, mucky fourth quarters where it was just bad basketball. And you're going, yeah, that's not a game that you should lose.
Yeah, I wasn't too pleased watching this game. Like I can handle losses over the 82, and it seems like Sacramento has their number. Like, I don't know
Well,
why.
They swept them.
Yeah, I don't know why. Like, I don't like. Hollins was saying on the broadcast, I don't disagree with him. He's like, this is a terrible matchup for the Rockets, but why? Like, why is this a terrible matchup for the Rockets? Like, I don't think that Sacramento does anything that's so unique that makes them this unique challenge for them. They just don't play well versus them for some reason other than Jalen Green. And like you mentioned, Sabonis, who's their most unique player, played 1 minute.
Yep.
Played 1 minute. So, like, what is it about Sacramento that makes them such a challenge for the Rockets? I don't think it's the matchup. I think it speaks more to the inconsistency that a young team has, which I'm willing to accept too. Like this is still a very young team that's growing and developing and all that.
Yeah, but when you look at it, you didn't turn it over, too much. You shot 37% from 3, which should be good enough, and yet and you lost the rebounding battle by 3. But you got beat points in the paint, which you shouldn't have, especially when Alpi has a big game. But Sacramento beat you out 58-44 in the paint. Like, I get it. Valanciunas is a big guy, but you got Alpi going for 30. Like, I know it's all not in the paint, but you should be able to command the middle. And they don't have that many bigs. And Bradley's a guy that likes to shoot the ball from the outside. That's not supposed to happen. And then when VanVleet doesn't shoot it well, but he's going to be on the floor and they want him to get back to that floor general role. And in the fourth quarter, he's still pulling them. They're just not going in. And he's dinged up. I don't even know why he was on the floor in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, if he got dinged up, he shouldn't have been playing.
Exactly.
I'm okay like losing a couple of games and trying to get him right because I do think he's important. And I do think it'd be unfair to expect him to come back and like immediately be in midseason form. Like it's going to take a little bit of time. But I hope it's not re-aggravated because I do think that they need him. Like if they were to
there's no doubt.
If they were going to win a playoff series, I think that they need Fred VanVleet pretty close to midseason form. So I'm okay losing a game or two in the interim, trying to get him up to that form, but I certainly don't want him playing on an injured ankle. You mentioned Alpi's 30. I look at the 6 turnovers, though, Blankers.
Yeah.
Like, come on, Alpi. Like, let's take care of the basketball a little bit.
No, there's no doubt. And that's definitely something that you should point a finger at, and he deserves that. And he needs to work on that. And that's neat. The coaches need to harp on that because you're right. Look, Fred VanVleet helps keeps turnovers down because he's going to make the smart plays and he's going to get you into your offense and he's going to find the guys when they're open. But part of what Fred VanVleet likes to do with this young team is also be a guy that can take it over offensively by, pulling the string on whatever shots he feels like taking. And it's one thing if Fred's been playing for the last couple of weeks and he gets his wind back and his shot back, but he's one for the world and he's still pulling the trigger. And I'm just shaking my head going, not the shots you wanted from a guy that probably isn't conditioned right to be getting that shot off it and having the legs to make that 3. And that's frustrating. And again, I still think they're learning how to close out games and win, and that's the frustration. Because if Fred's not on the floor when you get to the playoffs, I think you're donezo.
I think, like, not to sit here and make excuses for them either,
Mhm.
but I don't think that stuff is always learned in an 82-game season. Like, I think we want it fast. Like, we live in a microwave society. Give it to me and give it to me now. But I do think that it takes time. Like, I think it takes more than a year sometimes. And these Rockets are very, very young. So I don't want to sit here like make excuses for them because I agree with you. Like, it seems like they do lack the ability to close offensively. But I'm not so sure that's something that comes along in 1 year for a very young team. I'm not even sure that this team has like that personality. Like, you might have to trade for Kevin Durant.
Well, like, and now that you see more reports coming out today that the Rockets have been definitely, shaking the tree again on both Booker and Durant for an offseason move. And maybe that's part of the reason why, is because the makeup of this team, as good and young as they can be with some veterans that are in the right spots to help them, don't have the moxie and the makeup to be a team that knows how to kind of take it to the next level, close out games, win ball. Because I agree with you. It's like the same reason why I want them to get the experience they got out of the midseason tournament. The same reason why I wanted them to get into the playoffs this year, just to dip their feet in the water, to understand it's a different level of basketball. Everything is completely ramped up, and it is a totally different field that I wanted them to experience. You might be right that on top of that, it might be the fact that over the first 2 years with the Udoka, coming off of how bad it was with Silas, where they were rarely in any of these situations, they have been pretty consistent about fourth quarter games where the game lies in the balance and you've got to do what you need to do to close it out, to where it may take this whole season and maybe some personnel moves to understand, hey, if you don't take it up a notch in the fourth quarter in a tight game, this is the NBA and everybody's on scholarship and they're going to take care of their business. And those games at the end of the year, you're going to look back and go, boy, if we could have just gotten this one, that one, or a couple of those, and you might have to learn it over this full season.
Yeah. I think sometimes those are good lessons, though. Like, I think they help you in the long term. They're frustrating in the short term. I'm not calling the Rockets the Jordan Bulls, but look how many failures Chicago had before they finally went, pushed over the top. How many times they lose to the Pistons? How many times they have to get past the Pistons to become the it team in the Eastern Conference? And not saying that the Rockets are on a, championship plight. We hope that they are, and they certainly don't have a player like Michael Jordan. But even the Michael Jordans of the world, the greatest of the world, they had hurdles along the way. Like, it's very difficult in the NBA to clear all of those right away, immediately. You have to take your lumps along the way. And we've talked about the Rockets as contenders, and I think that's one reason that they're not, is because I do think that they're young, and I think that the championship pelts on the wall or the deep playoff pelts on the wall are things that are very critical in the NBA. So they need to earn those. Like, they need to receive those. They need to get those. So I still think that they're a ways away. Personnel, maybe. But I'd be happy with Kevin Durant. I know that we've had this conversation, and it's kind of boring to have it right now, March 3rd, whenever, player movement isn't going to happen until the summer. But I would love to get him for demand a trade out of Phoenix. Try to get him as cheap as you can. I don't want to lose any of the nucleus, though.
See,
like, I
that's
want
the
to
key.
keep him in. I want to keep Alpi. I want to keep Jalen. Other than that, anyone could be had. I prefer not to get rid of Tari. I actually like Jabari. But those big three are the ones I definitely want to keep.
Yeah, and that's going to be the really big challenge, because of the fact that Durant at his age is probably going to be a lesser price tag, and especially if, like you said, if he decides that he wants out. But a guy like Booker, still in his prime, that can he's going to command a lot more, and I think that's where you're going to have to dip into your stable of all this young talent and realize you're going to lose multiple players out of that group, plus draft picks. And because you have their picks, and those picks are so essential to them because of how bad they've been, they're going to want those too. And so that's a decision you're going to have to make, because you're only going to get, the window of opportunity with Kevin Durant is only going to be a couple of years. And I don't care how good a shape he's in and what he does at his age. I just don't feel like it's reasonable to say you're going to get the best out of Kevin Durant and you're going to get Kevin Durant for more than like 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, you're not acquiring him to be the best Kevin Durant.
But you need a guy that you can still give him the ball, get out of the way, and he can show you what you don't already know in terms of what we just talked about: closing games, winning tight ball games, how to get the right shots at the right time.
I think he provides that.
I do
think,
too, but for a very small window of
Agree.
opportunity.
He'd be the bridge. He'd be the I think 2 years. I agree with your timeline, but like you're not acquiring Kevin Durant looking for him to find the fountain of youth and become peak Kevin Durant again. You're acquiring Kevin Durant to be your best offensive player.
Yeah, you're right. But then I think that you're still trying to define the roles of everybody else on this team. So at the same time, we say that for the next 2 years, Kevin Durant's going to be the man. You still need to kind of groom and find who's going to be the man when Kevin Durant goes away.
No doubt. No doubt.
And
You
that's
hope that
a challenge
Jalen
too.
becomes that.
No.
It is a challenge. You're 100% right.
Yeah.
Like that would be the challenge and like the goal. The good news though is you have a Kevin Durant for 2 years that can kind of hide that for a bit if you don't have it.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe you acquire it again down the road if Durant were to leave. Todd the Show, or to retire or whatever. Todd the Show, Sacramento's been playing well. They just outplayed the Rockets. It was a brutal game to watch. Rockets got within 5 points over and over again. They don't get away from them. I kept feeling like the Rockets were going to eventually gain the lead and just roll away with it, and it just never happened. Never happened. It was very frustrating.
Yeah, it was extremely frustrating. And it was like, we've seen this play out before. It's like, it's not the first time that we've seen this, that in a chance to kind of take control of the game, grab the bull by the horns, and say, we can, when we need to ramp it up, we can run the other team off the floor and take advantage of our strengths. Instead, they kind of played right into Sacramento's hands. And then when they weren't going and getting the 50-50 balls and kind of doing the hustle plays that Sacramento clearly was, they basically did to you what you were supposed to do to them. And now at the end of the night, you're shaking your head going, God, we never should have lost that. You're right, but you did.
Yep, you did. Durant is a cancer. Bad leader, says a texter. Do you think he's a cancer?
I don't at all. No,
Yeah, I don't either.
Look, you could be. Look, you had James Harden, who off the floor could be considered a cancer because he wasn't dedicated to, like, the type of leadership things. He was going to strip clubs. He was going out every night. He was doing things. He was late for planes and practices and all those kind of things. But he played at an unbelievable level. Durant's the opposite. Durant takes care of his body. He's constantly there early for every practice and he's an unbelievable example for a young team. It's just that, look, kudos to him. He's had a hell of a career, but I just don't know how many more years he's got.
Yeah. I mean, for Harden, though, he was having a tough time keeping those alligators down. That's the thing with James Harden. 713-780 ESPN. Keith from LA. How about them Lakers in second place, huh? Who could have seen that coming? We'll see how they do in the playoffs there, Keith from LA. Once LeBron's his yearly dose of, once that wears off. You remember earlier this year when LeBron James disappeared for 2 weeks?
Yeah.
What do you think LeBron James was doing?
Probably going somewhere to a foreign land to rejuvenate his athleticism.
Yep. I hope LeBron has a trip planned wherever that trip was going.
You know who else did that?
Kobe?
Yep, sure did.
Yeah, his was for that plasma.
PRP. Plasma
PRP. The knee
platelet-rich plasma.
Yeah, I do it like – do you know how that's done? It's gross.
It's blood spinning.
Yeah. Yeah, they like pull it out of you. They spin it around, and then they inject you with it again. It's disgusting.
Yeah. Doc Linville does it. It works.
Oh, does he really?
Oh, yeah. He does PRP for your hair.
Okay. Can you do PRP for my lots of things? Lots of things, I could use the help. All right, 713-780 ESPN. I don't have a really good segue out of this. No Deebo Samuel. He's going to Washington. He's a Commander. Is this good news? Is this bad news for the Texans? And also some insider information. It's very interesting on how the Texans might play their cards this offseason. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. So Deebo Samuel goes to Washington for a fifth. Blankers, this was your line. Fifth round.
It was.
Are you disappointed that
No.
Nick Caserio didn't get it done like the Willin' Dillon son of a gun that he is?
No. I'm not, because it isn't even about the fifth round pick. It's about what you're getting back and the expectations I would have for him. Price tag, his salary isn't like exorbitant, but I think there's other guys that you can get probably for less money that can probably do more at this point of where Deebo is in his career. So I really didn't have a problem with him going to Washington. I understand from Washington's perspective, they're kind of like the Texans were after CJ's first year. Hey, we got lightning in a bottle until we got to pay our quarterback. Let's go try and go for it. And they need another wide receiver. So good on them for getting a guy that I just don't believe is anywhere near the guy he was at his peak in San Francisco. So I'm glad they didn't get him.
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty hard and fast about my line. Like, it was sixth rounder, no contract extension. I think that Deebo probably gets extended by Washington. My gut was he was going to get extended from whoever traded for him. So I think he will get a new deal with Washington. I think he would have helped Houston. Like, I'm not going to deny that. I'm not going to sit here and poo-poo on Deebo Samuel and say he wouldn't have helped. I do think he would have helped. I think there are just better ways to play your cards this offseason than Deebo Samuel. And I think he's a really good fit in Washington. Like, you put him next to Scary Terry, you give Jaden Daniels, a veteran receiver. I think he really helps that offense. Now, you better protect them, because we saw very up close what a second-year quarterback who had a phenomenal rookie season looks like whenever you don't protect them. So take it from us, Washington. You better protect your second-year quarterback. John Hickman, who covers the Texans, does a fantastic job. Locked On Texans. He said, per source regarding Deebo and why he didn't land in Houston, Houston did check in Deebo, which good. That's what a general manager should do. That's doing your job. But the asking price never reached a level Houston is comfortable with. Also good, because I had that same line. He then goes on to say Caserio is being very cap conscious this offseason and is focused on development. So that could go a variety of different ways, Blankers. I still think Caserio is going to use all of his cap space, or at least very close to all of his cap space. But is there any concern with that sentence, that Caserio is being very cap conscious and is focused on development of this roster?
I wouldn't be concerned. I think that that's another thing that general managers are supposed to do. You don't want to end up being like teams like the Saints and teams that, go for it so often that they basically screw up their draft capital and their cap is so upside down that every year they're kind of trying to trim the fat and unload contracts and restructure. I think it's good that there is a fiscal responsibility with Nick Caserio already to realize, hey, look, we know we got work to do this year. So we're not going to go and overspend on our second wide receiver when we know that we've got an offensive line to kind of reconstruct and be creative with and need money for. And that I think that he realizes this draft, though it isn't like loaded with ones at the wide receiver position, there's enough talent in the wide receiver pool in the draft that he's going to get at least one wide receiver that can be someone that helps to strengthen the room. And there's going to be free agents out there at far less money that are veterans that are probably going to be able to come in here and help.
Okay. See, whenever I read cap conscious in development, my mind immediately goes to the offensive line. And I think, okay, Titus Howard's going to play left guard. Okay. I think Blake Fisher's going to be your right tackle. Okay. I think Juice Scruggs is going to be either your center or your right guard. And you're only looking at one new offensive lineman.
I hope that's not the case, but
that's what I'm saying though.
But I
cap
believe
conscious development.
I don't see that either. I think I said 2 before the season started. I thought he's going to bring in 2 offensive linemen, whether that be a center or I think the interior offensive line is going to get a couple of guys. But I think that he understands that, there's a way to do, there's multiple ways you can do this. And I think that you can utilize trades, you can utilize the draft just as much as you have to, sit there and think, well, I'd have to overspend if I go out on the open market and get a guy, to where I think that I hear what you're saying, and I think that's still a possibility too. I just don't think that it's going to be like that. I think that there's enough talent in that building to where you've got guys that are better than serviceable, but I think that there's going to be 2 new guys on that offensive line.
Yeah, I see that quote or I see that report from John Hickman. And I'm like, okay, my mind immediately goes to the offensive line. Plus, it could go to wide receiver too. Like, I mean, we're talking about Debo here. Like, they checked in on Debo, but they're being cap conscious, and they didn't give a fifth, even though Washington did. So if you're reading that, it could be, okay, maybe you don't go 15, 20, $25 million on veteran receiver, which takes you out of, Devontae Adams, takes you out of Stephon Diggs, takes you out of Cooper Kupp. Now you start to scrape the bottom of the barrel in free agency, and you're looking at developing John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson. So again, that to me strikes a little bit of fear in my heart because I don't want to go into next season with that wide receiver room.
See, I think what he's really doing is he's trying to stay close to his means because he knows that he's got 2 different areas that he's really got to focus on. He's got to focus on the offensive line first and foremost, and then he's got to focus to some degree on wide receiver too. So I think that what he's really trying to do right here is just kind of understand that we're still in go for it mode. Our quarterback's still on a very team-friendly contract. So we can't do what we did a year ago and just kind of open the the purse strings and just go, let's go nuts. Let's just get whatever we need. But at the same time, I know that he knows that, Mechie and Hutchinson aren't good enough to be the guys that you're just going to rely on, that he knows that he has to go out and get somebody or a couple of guys, just like with the offensive line. He knows Shaq isn't good enough. He knows Green's not good enough. And he knows his center position probably needs to be upgraded. So I think that there's a way to do those things without overspending like they did a year ago. It might be not the biggest, splashiest names, but I think that hopefully they evaluate talent well enough, and I know the offensive line is going to be cringy for everybody, that they'll be able to figure that he'll be able to get that done.
All right, I want to hear your plan for wide receiver if they don't spend $15, $20 million on wide receiver too. Let's do that on the other side. 713-780-ESPN. John Hickman covers the Texans, Locked On Texans. Houston did check on Debo. The asking price never reached the level Houston's comfortable with. Caserio is being very cap conscious this offseason and is focused on development. What does that line tell you? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word for my good people at Allstate Windows and Siding. They're the best in the business. Stop looking all over Houston for all the high-end windows that just charge you a bunch more money for the best quality windows you can find, and go to the people that have been staples in the Houston community for almost 50 years, that are dedicated to Houstonians, that are experts in their field, that are going to be there to help you every step of the way. That's Allstate Windows and Siding. They are the best. Family owned and operated for, like I said, almost 50 years. Mary kind of holds down the fort at the headquarters. Her brother will come out and give you a free estimate. All you got to do is tell them where you live. They'll come to you, call them, set up the appointment, and they're going to walk you through all their different products. And because they know what they're doing, they're going to say, hey, this structure built on this date with this kind of foundation, with everything that they got going for you, this is the best siding. This is the best windows. These are the best front doors. Whatever you need, you can go to allstatesidingandwindows.com and see all the products that they offer. But in looking for a company to go with, you want a company that knows what they're talking about, that can give you the best fit to get the best results. By results, I mean, one, the curb appeal is going to go way up. We got new windows on our house from Allstate the minute we moved in. It's been over a year now. The curb appeal went up immediately. It's a phenomenal look for your house that modernizes everything. But more importantly, our energy bills went down about 35%. Fantastic. In the summer, it keeps the cool air in. In the winter, it keeps the house warm. It's fun. And in hurricane season, they protect you every step of the way. You and your contents safe and sound because of Allstate Windows and Siding. Check them out today. Always got deals going on. 30% off all windows right now. $2,500 off a complete siding job too. Get that free estimate. Have them come out to see what they can do to help you. 832-204-1936. That's 832-204-1936. Check out all their products at allstatesidingandwindows.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Golfing tomorrow, occasional invitational, benefiting Kids Mills. Hopefully it rains quickly.
Weather does not look good.
Yeah, it's supposed to clear out of here pretty quick, though. So maybe it'll clear out by tea time, 10:30.
Oof.
Knock on wood.
It's supposed to rain overnight, too, so.
Yeah, it drains well there at Wildcat, though, with all the undulation.
Yeah, and and the turf they have, yes, it's
conducive.
possible.
I like golf words.
Yeah.
Like undulation. What are some other good golf words? I'm trying to think.
Contours.
That's a good one.
The contour of the fairway
Blind
and the undulations
shot.
of the greens.
What are a blind tee shot whenever you can't see where you're hitting the ball? Well, I mean, where you want to land it. 713-780-ESPN. If you're watching, who am I asking? But I've been watching the golf show on Netflix, the little documentary thing. I forget what it's called.
Is JT still on it?
Yeah, he makes a couple cameos. They go like, I had forgotten that Rory McIlroy choked at the U.S. Open. He made that ferocious rally to pass DeChambeau, and he missed like 2 1.5 footers. I'd forgotten about that. Drive to Survive is the F1. I forget the name. Total Swing or something like that. I don't know. It's pretty good. I think you'd like
Summer
it.
Swing, maybe? I've heard of it.
It's not Summer Swing. It's pretty good. Yeah, I would recommend it even if you don't like golf. It's pretty good. Like look behind the scenes on athletes and sports if you consider it sports. JT Ag played Wildcat today. Highlands and Primo for golf winter. Primo looks primo. Hope the rains hold off for ESPN tomorrow. I think the best chance is that it rains quick. It passes through here early.
Yeah, it's just the problem that, and I was talking to Lisa when she was talking to the people in the weather station, and she was saying it's supposed to rain hard overnight, and then there's a 75% chance before noon tomorrow. So if you get the double dose, that's going to make it tough.
Text or any ways you guys could add a traffic report to y'all's show. That's a good idea, 2787. I tell you what, we'll have a traffic report on tomorrow's show. Can't do it today. We'll do it tomorrow. We can't, automation sponsor. We can't change anything in the log around today. But 2787, we'll have a traffic report for you tomorrow. It's called Full Swing. There you go.
Yep,
there you go. Great show. It is. I do enjoy it a lot. It is very good. Eric says there's a 19 Masters documentary that's amazing. Let me know what that documentary is, Eric.
I'd watch
like
that.
To watch that. That's when Tiger won, right? 19. I should know this because that was when I got married on that weekend. No, that was Scheffler. No. 2019 was Tiger.
Okay.
It was Tiger. I got married that weekend. That's why Tiger won. I
think I've heard you and Joe discussing this.
Motivated him to victory. Netflix video is Full Swing. Brandon T. It's called Phil Swim. Brandon T. had a typo there. He spelled it Phil Swimg. SWIMG. It is a good show. I recommend it, even if you're not a huge golf fan. It is very good. But Eric, let me know what that Masters doc is. I'd like to know. Fake Tony Stark here. Full Swing has been good this season. It has been good. I read that Bryson DeChambeau, he wouldn't agree to an interview.
Why?
I don't know. I guess because he wants all the content, I guess. I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah, that is kind of weird.
Yeah.
This is the one where they said this season is the one where they're going to document all of it with the Scheffler arrest from last year too.
Yeah, I watched that episode already.
Okay.
That was it was pretty good. Like Scheffler keeping his cool in that baffles me. It is amazing how calm he stayed in all of that. I would have trouble doing that.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive.
And was Tom Kim that emotional?
No, I think you oversold that a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you oversold that a little bit.
I just saw the one clip where he was like, "They're taking my best friend away in handcuffs," and I was like, "Oh boy."
Yeah, he was kind of being more like. It didn't come across like it came across a little bit more like sarcastic.
Okay.
Like kind of like I didn't think he was that serious or like that upset about it. So we talked a little bit about wide receiver Deebo Samuel. Texans said no, 5th rounder. John Hickman reporting that the Texans are being cap conscious and looking more at development this season. See, I think that you can read into the read between the lines of that quote and that report and think that the Texans are not going to spend big money at either wide receiver or offensive line, that they spread out their cap money. So what does the receiver room look like if that is indeed the play, if that is indeed the scenario?
I really believe that it's going to be from the standpoint they're going to draft a wide receiver. I firmly believe they're going to draft a receiver in the first round, and I think that you're going to add that player to Nico. You probably could still have one, if not both, of Mechie and Hutch as your four fives. And then I think it's going to be creative about, what's the free agent market look like? What teams are out there trying to unload a veteran receiver that makes more sense for you from a financial standpoint, but still you realize you're going to get, some good productivity from. And I think every year there's always guys like that. Maybe they were in the wrong system. Maybe they didn't have a quarterback. Maybe they're making too much money and they're willing to try and go someplace to win where they're willing to take a little less. But I think that Nick has to be creative with that second wide receiver, but I think that they're going to get one in the draft and then, figure out how they get that other guy in the building.
Yeah. I think they're going to draft the guy too, and then I believe they'll sign like a bargain bin free agent, like somebody who they think's a scheme fit that can help them, but they're not spending $10 million on him. If that is indeed the scenario that exists for Nick Caserio. Ocho on the Twitch, he wants the Texans to draft Matt Golden. Says draft Matthew Golden or fold the franchise. He had a 4.29 40.
You know how Ocho is with his wide receivers in the draft.
He nails them. He nails his projection. So if Ocho is vouching for Matthew Golden and he is a Cougar, go Cougs. I'm cool drafting Matthew Golden. I'm fine with that.
Look, I think it's unrealistic to think that if or when Tank Dell's going to be back. And I think that you need to get one because of what we just talked about financially with the kind of concerns that we have. I think they're going to get a receiver in the draft. As long as they get one that can be productive in the first year, outstanding. Go get him. And look, at least he's got a better track record with wide receivers than he does offensive linemen, so I'll trust him on this one.
Yeah, I'm cool with Golden. I'm cool. I mean, he spent more time at U of H than he did at Texas. Brian tried to get a little Longhorn reference in there. You cool with Matthew Golden at 25?
Sure. You know who I
Texans?
want, but yeah,
Brian?
I'll take Golden.
Yeah, no, I'd be fine with that. I disagree with Ocho's sentiment that it's a fold the franchise moment, though, if you don't draft him. I don't think
Brian, you didn't read the sarcasm in that?
I don't know, because he texted the same. I heard that same message read, I believe it was from John and Lance this morning, and maybe even Dell as well. Like, this is something that he's been repeating over and over to all our shows. It seems like he actually believes it. We know how passionate he was about Brian Thomas Jr. last year.
You're having this conversation.
Okay. I'm just saying, like, I don't think there's any wide receiver in this draft that's full of the franchise worthy if you pass on them. Maybe they turn out that way, but they're not that level prospect.
I think he's being a little sarcastic.
I don't.
And trying to stand for his take and trying to show how much he's willing to stand on the table for his take.
I think you're putting your own sensibilities into his.
No, Ocho just likes to have a little bit of fun, I think. Rocky says there's at least 8 dynamic running backs, but they won't make it past the third round. We need a running back early, in my opinion. I would love running back.
Look, at a certain point, I would too. But I think there's going to be 4 running backs that could potentially go in the first, say, 38 to 40 picks. And then it's going to be, can you find value? Because you don't need, Mixon's your starter. Can you find a guy that can kind of be a better replacement for Dare, that can catch the ball a little bit, but that can also fill in when you need him to for a series here and there, and then see if he can't develop into more as Mixon kind of, fades.
Yeah, should be fun the offseason for the Texans. Texter Josh from Seabrook, I feel like the Texans are going to go for more depth as opposed to star power. Perhaps a young veteran receiver like Elijah Moore or Tutu Atwell, Ram system, to complement the receivers currently on the roster. I could see that too, Josh. Texter says Cam Scatabo. Cool. Yeah, I'd be okay with that.
Yeah.
Other running backs I like more, but I could live with Scatabo.
I think he's tough. I think he can catch. I think he's yards after the catch. I don't think he's, I think he's going to be, he can be good, like, especially in a Dameon Pierce type role. I think he'd be perfect. And look, he might turn into something better than that. But if that's what you get first year getting him and he backs up Mixon like that, I'm absolutely happy to take that.
I feel like he used a lot of the white wide receiver attributes there with Scatabo.
No, because I don't think there's a lot of white wide receivers that are going to be tough yards after the catch and
you calling all white wide receivers soft?
No, I'm just saying. Look, I think no, because he's trying to pinpoint me into a comment about being about white wide receivers. I just think that I question his size and I think he's tough, I question his size. I think he can catch. Yeah, but I think
he's a truck.
I think he's like I was going to say, Brian. Let me finish. He's a bulldozer, but I don't think all white receivers are or running backs out of the back. All white wide receivers are not bulldozers. They're not getting yards out of after the catch.
What are the white running back attributes that exist? 713-780-3776. Also, let's make mock drafts great again. Speaking of rookie running backs, Lance Zierlein, the best in the business, is out with his latest mock. If the Texans trade, would you rather it be a trade up or a trade down? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
All right. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Ocho says trade up for Matthew Golden after that 4.29. Todd the Show says that Jerry Rice ran a 4.71. I could care less about wide receiver time. Well, if you could care less, you would care less. You couldn't care less, Todd the Show.
Okay. Paul's on line one.
That's
He
true.
wants to give you,
It's a pet peeve of
your,
mine.
your flowers.
If you could care less, then you would care less. The line is couldn't care less because that is the minimum amount of care. I do sound like MLA Paul, though. How annoying that guy was. Texture says Lance lost his mind. Harry the driver, gym rat, fight for yards, sneaky athletic, coach on the field, first in, last out, rolls up his sleeve and goes to work, more quick than fast, high ball IQ, great locker room guy. Am I missing any for white football player?
I think you checked most of the boxes there, yeah.
I said just Google Peyton Hillis, Mike Allstott, and Toby Gerhardt.
Yeah, white running backs.
Christian McCaffrey.
Toby Gerhardt saved a couple of lives recently. That's probably what you would find on him. His kids were drowning, and he went into the ocean, saved them. He almost died. Yeah. He was in like critical condition. I think spent a few days in the hospital. He's a hero. He's a real hero.
Peyton Hillis was the one that wanted Adrian Peterson money after one good year and didn't get it, and then
don't blame him.
Didn't do anything with it.
He's also graced the cover of Madden.
That's right.
Peyton Hillis did. Browns uniform. Texture, if the Texans make one significant free agent signing, is it offensive line? If you only gave me one significant free agent signing, I would be hopeful that it is offensive line. That's fair. I would say that. I don't know how you guys feel.
Yeah, I just feel like that is, the utmost importance. We said that, I personally have said offensive line, and I think everything would be a distant second. And I get now that wide receiver with the injuries is a little bit more of a priority, but I just feel like, you've got to go and do whatever you can to protect your quarterback first and foremost.
I'm honestly think it's none of the above. And maybe that's me setting the bar low, so I'm not disappointed when it becomes none of the above. But given their cap situation, I know it went up, but it's still relative to the rest of the league. They don't have the ability to compete with a lot of teams. I kind of think that we're going to look back and see an offseason like we've seen before last year, where it's signing Dalton Schultz to 1 year, signing Devin Singletary to 1 year, like a lot of quality veterans on these short-term deals. But I don't think we're going to see the big splash move like Nick Caserio went to last.
Let's repackage the question for MLA Brian.
Okay.
The most significant free agent acquisition the Texans make. You want it to be what position?
Offensive line.
Yeah. I think we're all in agreement there. And that probably is the better way to package the question, because I agree with you. I don't think we're going to see the Daniil Hunter, Stephon Diggs, big moves. I mean, you can even throw Azeez Al-Shire into the mix as a big offseason splash a year ago. I don't think that the Texans are positioned to do that this offseason. And I think that's why John Hickman, according to his sources, is saying that they're being cap conscious. I don't think that they have that flexibility.
And I think that what they're capitalizing on, too, seemingly so far, is making sure, like some of the guys you mentioned, they're taking care of them. Like, I don't know if they're going to take care of Autry, because evidently he wants an extension, and I don't think they're even in that level of thought yet.
Autry does?
Yeah.
Oh boy, yeah, I'm not on that.
Yeah, and they already were. Other people were already talking about him being a cap casualty, that they might let him go to try and recoup some funds to do some things. So whether Autry stays or goes, you can deal with it because you got two really good pass rushers and you had good backups last year. But they got to keep the guys in house. You got to keep out. You got Al-Shire. You've got to figure out who you're going to keep on your D line, especially because Foley's free and he played well. So they've been really focused on trying to hopefully get guys that love what they're building, that love, everything about the culture in the locker room, that are willing to, to give them a deal if you get a couple of years in the contract standpoint, and then figure out what can I do to go get that kind of player we're talking about. Because I think that the linemen are coming from free agency. I don't think they're coming in the draft that are going to be helping next season.
Texters are saying that it was Peyton Hillis that saved the kids. Were we not talking about Peyton Hillis? Did I confuse my white running backs?
You said Toby
I named
Gerhardt.
them both.
Yeah,
I named them both.
I think you said Toby Gerhardt.
I meant Peyton Hillis. That's my bad. Look at me. I'm such a racist. I think that all white running backs are the same. That's despicable.
And I'm Mexican.
Brandon T., I saw an article suggesting the Texans should give up a third-round pick for DK Metcalf. Cool. Yeah, do it. That's not going to get it done. But if you can get DK Metcalf for a third, yes, I would run to the phone and be like, yes, let's send in the email. But I don't think a third gets it done.
The Green Bay offer was their first and one of the receivers on their roster. So that's where it starts. Like, if you want to get in on the DK Metcalf sweepstakes, regardless of the fact that you have to factor in how much he's making too, it's probably going to take a one and a player.
But you don't even really have the player, though, is the problem. Because obviously you're not trading Nico, and right now your other guys are Mechie and Hutch. Like, so even if you offer
it would
the
have
first,
to be at a different position.
Yeah, you don't even have the player.
Yeah.
I mean, I could see them like having some sort of interest in Mechie. I mean, he was a former second.
Moves the needle at all?
Yeah, I don't think so.
I wouldn't say it moves the needle, but like it's a body.
It's a
warm
throw-in.
body that plays football and runs around and does things. It was a former second rounder.
What
Texter
a ceiling.
Trade up and try to grab Ginty or Hunter. They're not going to trade up and try to grab Travis Hunter.
No.
Ginty's more likely because I think Genty has a chance to drop outside like the top 10, 15. Yeah. Travis Hunter's going top 5. So it makes it easier to trade for a top 10 or a guy outside of the top 10, outside of the top 15 than it does for a top 5. Obviously.
I think you're right that Genty could slide, but right now most people have him in the top 12.
Yeah, but it's easier to trade for the 12th pick than it is the 3rd pick.
Sure. And so, look, you're not getting Hunter. That's just a given.
I don't think you're getting either one. It was Peyton Hillis who saved kids. Yeah, again, my fault. I got my white guys confused. Texter, 40 times are overrated to an extent. John Ross, Henry Ruggs, McCole Hardman, take the best receiver, period. If you trade up, taking McMillan is the move. That's the Arizona kid. I do like McMillan. I saw his comps were Drake London. Not the fastest dude in the world, but fast enough, quick enough, long, high points the football. 40 times I do think are a bit overrated. I would agree with the texture there.
Yeah, I mean, look, Nick proved that last year with Lassiter. I mean, it's one thing to say, what do you run in tights? And it's another thing to say, what do you run? What's your football speed in pads?
Yeah.
And
Xavier Worthy was like solid good as a rookie.
But boy, he nailed it with Lassiter when everybody said he was too slow.
Different position though. Like, I mean, I think it's an apples to orange comparison. I think that general take, I agree with you. I think 40 times very overrated. I think it's a little bit more significant at receiver than other positions, but there are plenty of dudes who set the world on fire with their 40 times and can't catch a cold. Mm-hmm. So I agree with you, but I would say receiver a little bit more important. Key from LA, start drafting country-fed white guys to shore up that offensive line. Texter, do y'all think the Texans should take a shot at Slay? How do you feel about that, Darius Slay?
I think he wants to go to Detroit. I think Detroit is probably going to go back and get him because of the fact that, with their defense, I think they could use another corner. But I wouldn't touch Slay at this point. I think your corners are fine. I think if you want to get, like we talked about, if you want to get a slot corner or you want to get an outside guy, I think there's going to be some guys that you could choose from, whether it be draft or free agency, where you probably don't have to overpay and you don't have to go get Slay with what he's probably still going to be demanding at this point in his career.
Not at this offseason. I'm cool with the idea of corner maybe next offseason when you could potentially lose Petrie, but you're kind of full, like you're kind of rich with secondary players. Like your starters are set. You have Stingley and you have Kamari. Jalen Petrie is going to be your nickel, and then Reed and Bullock are going to be your safeties. So like there's not really a need there. Now, depth and things like that, but Slay's not a depth piece. He's going to be looking to start. Tyler and Conroe, it seems to be easier to find a good receiver in the draft than a good offensive lineman. Sign a proven O-line free agent. Agree with you there, Tyler. I'm convinced that guys that are high on Hunter have low football IQ, saying people that are high on Travis Hunter are low S2E. In the NFL, you want a master of a craft, not a jack of all trades. Now, I would push back and say I think that Travis Hunter can be a master at corner. I think you're selling his coverage skills short there, Tyler.
I completely agree. Like I said, I've heard multiple draft experts say that the two transcending players in this draft are Carter and Travis Hunter. And when you look at it, the fact that we're sitting there trying to figure out, is he going to be more primarily a defensive back or a wide receiver? But most people believe he could play either one in the NFL. That means he's got more than enough talent.
Yeah, listen to Lance talk about him. He I think absolutely buys the hype for Travis Hunter being easily a first-round corner. Where he questions him is the overall development of his talent at wide receiver. So I think it's not so much that it's, anyone that likes Travis Hunter doesn't know ball. It's just, I think the realization is that he has to play corner. Like you hear Lance talk about him, he doesn't get off press well, underdeveloped route tree. So I think there's a lot more room that he needs to make up a wide receiver, but he could certainly play in the NFL at corner.
Yeah, I think he'll be good at corner. If you had the first pick and didn't need a quarterback, who you taking? I would take Abdul. What about you guys?
Yeah, I think that's a no-brainer. I think that he just is. Yeah, even when he had one arm in the college football playoffs, you could see that he could be dominant. That's an easy one.
He might only have 1 foot now, though.
I hear that.
I hope he falls to 25. I think 40 time matter the most for linebackers. Sideline speed is huge for defense. Yeah, I think it's a good point. I think it all matters. But what if that linebacker is really soft and doesn't like to tackle? Well, he's not a good football player. Which speaks, I think, overall to the 40 time being overrated. Might be worth it to sign a couple of Australian rugby players to the offensive line. It's not a bad idea. Let's see what the Sabercats have. I thought Brandon was talking about Mike Ostap. Yeah, maybe. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Nick, you're in the Hive. What's up, Nick?
Hey, guys. How we doing today? I just had a question for you guys. I'm trying to figure out, the offensive line seems to be the main issue, right? I've been watching the Texans for as long as, they've been around. And just looking at these past 2 years, I don't understand the offensive line in CJ's rookie year. They were able to hold pressure, and then they couldn't run the ball. And then fast forward to 2024 with the same personnel, the same scheme, same coaches, we flip flop and we can't block anybody on the pass rush, but we can run the ball. So what do you guys think was the difference on last year to the year before on the offensive line?
I mean, look, I think there's a lot of things that you can look at. I think it starts with the fact that Shaq kind of fell off the planet. I mean, you're not expecting a guy. Yeah, he's a veteran, but you're expecting a guy that has been a very, very solid, above average offensive lineman in this league, and he was awful. He was really, really bad all season long. So that's your right guard, and then you're kind of stuck between two guys that you drafted that have the versatility to play center and left guard, but they keep going back and forth. And neither one of them have the experience or the ability to do at center and or at guard that you kind of want them to do. And that's where it starts. And then, look at Kenyon Green getting hurt, but also being a huge disappointment. Laramie was good. He had moments, but he was good. And then, because you were forced to move Titus, now you're starting a guy that was supposed to not even really play that much this year, that you were grooming to be your right tackle down the road, and you had to throw him into the mix. So it's not that's a complete science where that's everything, but that played a big role in it.
Yeah, I would dumb it down and just say that I think they were poorly coached, and I think that they were poorly motivated, like as an offensive line. I think they had bad scheme. I think it became poorly coached with Chris Strouser, which is weird because I thought he did a good job the year prior, like patching all that together. But he did a terrible job last season. And then I think that the offensive line was kind of like, just playing ball. Like I don't know how big of dogs they were. It's hard to explain because the players that they played 2 years ago outperformed the players that they played last year.
Yeah.
And there is no reason for that. So why did that happen? Poorly coached, poor scheme, poor execution. How do you fix it is the question.
Whether you want to put it just on the line coach or the line coach and Slowick, but I just don't think that they were coached enough, and maybe they weren't coached hard enough, and we'll never know that, like you always say. But at the same time, it just seems like there were things that offensive-minded people, especially guys that focus on the O-line, whether you change some things schematically and or with just kind of the teaching methods, there were things you could have cleaned up and done better to make the line more productive that just didn't happen all season long.
Yep. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's make mock drafts great again with Lance Zierlein's greatest and latest mock. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's make mock drafts great again. And today we look at Lance's mock, where Lance Zierlein has the Texans trading up to number 16. He doesn't talk about what the trade would look like. Texans are currently at 25. We know that Nick Caserio likes to move. He likes to trade up. He likes to trade down. He's a Will and Dillon son of a gun. Would you rather the Texans trade up or trade down?
I would rather them trade down and get extra picks.
I'm with you on that. Let's see. Let's use the Jimmy Johnson draft chart, which is, kind of what the NFL teams use. Kind of, they all have their own system. But if the Texans were to trade from 25 to 16, let's see what they would need to give up. 25 has 221 points. 16 has 259. So they would need to figure out a way to give 38 points of value. 38 points of value. That's like a seventh rounder. That can't be right. The team wouldn't do that. I think you would need to trade
the chart is.
That's
it needs to be modernized.
It needs to be modernized. Like what would it take to move up 9 spots? Maybe like a third.
I think it needs to be more than that. A future second.
I'm thinking third at the very, very best.
Yeah, the very least you could give up would be a third.
I would be pretty gross to give up a future second to move up 9 spots in this draft. I would not like that at all.
I don't like that.
Even a third, I don't feel great about.
I would do a third.
In this year's draft or next year's?
This year's. No, yeah, or either. It really wouldn't bother me. Now, I mean, it would obviously be dependent upon who's there. I wouldn't want to do it for someone I didn't like. But if it's, and we'll talk about some of these names in a minute, but if it's a guy you're convinced is the guy at a position you need, then I would make the move. If it was a third, but no more than that.
Yeah, I'd rather trade down and get more picks. I just think there's going to be plenty of wide receivers down at the bottom of the first round that you can do that with, as opposed to giving something up and then being like that Vikings pick, which actually turned out better than I thought it was going to, because I thought the Vikings were going to suck. But I don't want to give up a future pick that might turn into something that, would be a valuable pick.
Yeah, but Diggs didn't do what you wanted him to do.
Right.
Both sides of that trade didn't really live up to the expectation, because you thought that, that Minnesota second would be like a top 50, top 45 pick. And then, hindsight 2020, you didn't count on Stephon Diggs getting hurt. But then also, like, Debo goes for a fifth. I know Diggs is a better player than Debo is. Like, Diggs was a better football player last offseason than Debo currently is. But, that second round pick felt like it was a lot at the time. It felt like it was a lot at the overpay. And then whenever they redid his contract, and then certainly once he got hurt, hindsight 2020, it felt like a lot as well. Mm-hmm. And then it's probably going to feel like a lot again whenever he signs with somebody else. Should he sign with somebody else? Now, here's something to consider this year. The Texans currently only have 6 picks this year. They have a first, second, third, fourth, all theirs. They have a fifth from Buffalo, and they have their own 7th rounder. Nick Caserio is kind of like, he always has a number that he wants to get to. He might trade up, he might trade down, but there's always that number he wants to get to. I don't think with 6 picks, Nick Caserio is trading up, especially when you're thinking maybe an offensive lineman, maybe a receiver, maybe a running back. That's even before we talk about anything else. I don't sense that this is a trade up into the first round draft for Nick. I think he'll trade down, actually. I predict he's going to trade down from 25. Now, I think he'll trade up in other spots, like in the middle of the draft, but I don't see him going up. But all we can do is play the cards that were dealt, right? So we're using Lance's mock today. Let's look at some critical picks here. He has Abdul Carter going number 1 to Tennessee, Travis Hunter 2 to Cleveland, Cam Ward number 3 to the Giants. McMillan, top receiver off the board, goes number 5. Will Campbell, who did have a great combine, I read, falls number 7 for the Jets. Genty goes 12 to Dallas. That'd be a sexy pick. I can see
that. Yeah, I really see that.
That'd be a sexy pick. Dallas has drafted well over the years, and they've actually, like, outside of CeeDee Lamb, have kind of stayed away from like the sexy pick. But we'll see. But so anyways, so the Texans trade up to 16. He has them drafting Kelvin Banks Jr., offensive lineman from Texas. The next 3 picks, which is how we're going to make our selections, Tyler Warren goes 17, Penn State tight end. Matthew Golden, Ocho's guy, former Cougar, Klein Kane, great, goes number 18 to Seattle.
Longhorn.
And then Tampa Bay, number 19, takes James Pierce Jr., the edge from Tennessee. So we have our option blankers of Banks, Warren, Golden, Cougar, and Pierce. Which of the 4 are you selecting?
I just strictly from need am going with Golden. I love the idea of upgrading tight end. I really, really do. I don't think they need an edge rusher. I think it would be between the tight end and wide receiver, and the greater need right now for me is at wide receiver because you need a starter and you still have Schultz as tight end. So I'm going to go with Golden.
I'd be happy with 3 of these picks. I'd be happy with Banks because I do think Banks is going to be good. And we actually, the draft we used the other day, which was Daniel Jeremiah, I think, he was our pick at 25. Like, he went all the way down to 25. Tyler Warren intrigues me, especially with Nick Caley, but I think 16 is a little bit too high to take Tyler Warren because I don't think you get the financial savings of drafting a tight end that high. Matthew Golden would be fun because now you have 2 Houston Cougar receivers in that room. He's very, very fast. I think he takes the top off the defense. This one's James Pierce is out for me just because we don't have that bias. I'm going to go – I'll go Matthew Golden.
All right. Well, I will be a little different here. I wouldn't hate it if they went Matthew Golden, but if you're telling me they're either fixing the offensive line or they're fixing wide receiver, I'd rather them fix offensive line, especially since I feel better about their wide receiver options possibly in the second round. So I would go Kelvin Banks Jr. Moving regard, you got your 5 starters on the offensive line, but presumably, and then figure out wide receiver later in the draft.
But you're not worried about the fact that
I'm worried about both positions, but you can only take one.
His inability to draft has been clearly offensive lineman.
Yeah, I guess it's just I believe in Kelvin Banks. I haven't watched him, obviously, playing the Big 12 and the SEC the last 4 years. I mean, he's been great. Look, he could miss. I mean, people are obviously high on the offensive lineman he's missed on in the last couple of years. But I believe Kelvin Banks Jr. is going to be a pretty good pro.
We had a lot of people that watched a lot of A&M film that believed that that Kenyon Green was going to be there.
But I mean, what are we going to say though? That Matthew Golden's a lock? I don't think he's a lock. I mean, this is a weak wide receiver draft. He was not a first rounder last year. They've had a propensity
for doing well drafting and wide receivers.
Yeah, but we're not Nick Caserio. We're just giving our opinion like that. I mean, if Nick Caserio drafted him, that doesn't turn him into a good player.
No, but at the same time, I'm cringeworthy at the Texans' ability to draft linemen, whereas I have confidence in them drafting wide receivers, and they need. And to me, like I said, that's why. And they need a wide receiver more. I think they can get offensive linemen in free agency or trades. I just think that and I think they need veterans on the O-line.
You're all done arguing?
Yeah.
Man, I was hoping that'd go on for a while. I was enjoying it.
Cool.
I can make it go longer. I thought you'd cut us off, though.
I didn't say anything. I was silent. What do you mean I cut you off?
But usually if I keep going on, like, TLDR.
That's only whenever you get on the monologue.
Okay.
Whenever you are going back and forth, I enjoy the heck out of it. I'm probably on Blanker's side here. I want a receiver more in the first round than an offensive lineman in the first round. And I don't trust your eye test, Brian. I don't trust your eye test.
I mean, that part is fair, but just because of the track record?
No, I see your argument. Like,
because this is an exercise. It's a mock draft exercise.
Sure. Yeah, but I mean, I want to. It's probably position bias here. I want a receiver more than I want an offensive lineman, and I want to spend the money on offensive linemen. So I think that's what swayed my decision as well. Texter, trade, and you're right. Like, we don't know. We have no clue. We're idiots. We're jabronis on a microphone. We don't know a darn thing. We've made it very clear we're a show of the dumbs. Trade down for future compensation. Isn't this draft supposed to be one of the weakest drafts ever? I've read how it's very similar talent-wise from like pick 17 to about pick 35, pick 40. So I don't know if this draft is like, I guess it's fair to call it weak, but I just don't think that you're picking a guy at 25 that is much different than a guy at 40. So if you can trade down because a team is like in love with a prospect, maybe it's Jackson Dart. I saw Jackson Dart can move to the back end of the first round, and it makes sense for a team that loves a Jackson Dart type to trade into the back end of the first round so they get that extra year of team control on a quarterback. So if somebody loves Jackson Dart and they're offering you, a second and a fourth to move up to draft him, I'm doing that because I don't think that you're losing a whole lot of player value whenever you do that, and you're adding a pick in the middle round. So yeah, I'm in favor of trading down.
Yeah, I think there's always going to be position groups where it's a stronger draft, but I think overall most people have said like a majority of the first round picks this year would probably be second round picks next year, with the exception of guys like Hunter and Carter and a few others. And we know that the quarterback pool seems to be weak. So yeah, I mean, that's why just another reason why I think you can still acquire a quality football player a couple spots down or in the second round, and the extra draft capital is going to help you, and maybe you get it for next year and you get it in a stronger draft.
Yeah, I would say, like, I mean, to the texter's point about trading down in a weak draft, I mean, if we're to believe guys like Matt Miller, who only I think had 12 or 14 players graded as first round pick, then he's telling you players, 15 through, I don't know where it would end, maybe in the 40s, are all kind of graded similar. So if they're all kind of graded similar, they're all globbed together, then there's no sense in not taking extra shots at it. Like there's like, what if 25 is the same as 36, then just move to 36 and pick up another pick.
Yeah, and sweetener. And maybe that sweetener's in the future. Maybe that's a future pick.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think, and maybe it's a stronger draft. So maybe you take the sweetener that you get and the extra picks you get for next year's draft or 2 drafts down the line, so that maybe at that point when you have a stronger draft, you get a better player at that point.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line. Texter wide receivers dime a dozen. We need O-line. So that's B-Max Burner. And then texter, did Jalen Milroe throw at the combine? I don't know. Did he throw? I don't think he threw.
I did not hear.
Any chance he goes 4th round or higher? I don't think so. I've heard that NFL guys aren't really loving
No, they didn't love him. They didn't love him at the Senior Bowl. They were questioning the size of his hands. And then they were talking about the fact that, yeah, he was a tough fit. They were wondering if he'd play another position.
That'd be interesting. I wonder what position he'd play.
I don't know if he'd be like more of a kind of like an H-back.
He's not that tall,
Yeah.
Running back, maybe.
That'd be interesting. 6'2", 215. I wonder if he could play receiver, like a little slot. Julian Edelman on steroids type of deal.
Maybe. Without being on steroids, maybe?
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to our mailbag Monday. What is your question for the Killer Bees? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. All right, Mailbag Monday. What's your question for the Bees? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Texture said Milroe threw and looked like garbage. That's too bad. Houston kid. But there you have it. Ocho asking, who is the bigger swindler, Chandler Parsons or Ben Simmons?
I'm going to say Ben Simmons. I'm going to say Chandler Parsons had the unfortunate microfracture surgery that helped him to not finish his career the way he wanted to. Ben Simmons has no excuses. He just sucks.
You don't think he's had injuries?
Do we know this back thing? Do we know how legit that is?
Do we know how legit Chandler Parsons' microfracture surgery was?
Yeah.
I'm kidding. Yeah. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe that's foolish of me.
I think it is.
But I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt for injuries.
He's still afraid to shoot.
Yeah, I mean, shooting is not 100% of the game.
You know, you
Parsons
miss 100%
still had
of
some
the shots you
decent
don't
years. I mean, you can affect winning without scoring. Parsons had some decent years after he left the Rockets. Like he averaged 16 a game with Dallas, 14 a game with Dallas, and then he fell off the planet.
And he got more money.
I don't know. This is tough.
I couldn't believe that when he opted out in Dallas, and I'm going, oh my God, you're stealing money and you're not that good. And then Memphis gave him more. I was like, oh, that's terrible.
I think it could be Parsons here. I think that it depends on how Ben Simmons finishes his career, though. Like if Ben Simmons can finish his career kind of like how Grant Hill finished his career, where he was nowhere near the player that he used to be, but he was still productive and solid and was playing in rotations, I think that Simmons could pass Parsons.
I just don't. I think that Grant Hill is a rarity in his ability to at least find it, become better than serviceable with a niche on a team to where he was pretty good for his last couple, for his later in his career. I don't see that in Ben Simmons. He's comfortable. He's got a boatload of cash. He doesn't seem to have a whole hell of a lot of fire burning inside of him to go do anything with intent on the basketball floor. I just don't see it.
I mean, I think you're poo-pooing on, 6, 6, 6 every night.
I'm going to poo-poo all over Ben Simmons, especially because of the money he's stolen over his career and the whole less than want to that I've seen.
I mean, Chandler Parsons was doing this too, though. Like the argument is who's the bigger swindler, not like are both of these guys bums. Like the answer is yes to that. I mean, Chandler Parsons fell off the earth once he turned 30.
But he also he had major knee surgery.
Yeah, I mean, you're not saying that Ben Simmons' injury is worthy.
I don't think it is.
I mean, if he plays for 7 more years and is averaging 7, 5, and 5, I think that's better than Chandler.
I think the biggest point of that, Jeremy, is his contract's coming up, and he's not going to get nearly anything close to what he's been making. And then we really truly can say there's value in that 6, 6, and 6 or whatever he gives you.
Yeah, I think the time's still out there. As of now, I would lean your side, but I think Ben Simmons can change that. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Pena, you're in the high. What's up, Pena?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, I got 2 questions for you. So, how far into the season is it going to be till Jose Altuve runs into a wall in the outfield? And for my second question is, what is y'all's pet peeve at the dinner table regarding your wife, kids, or whoever? Thank you. Have a great day.
What was the second one?
Pet peeve at the dinner table.
Yeah,
involving
from
your
your
family.
wives or kids or whoever.
The easiest one on the second one is my pet peeve at the dinner table is we're not doing iPads. We're not doing phones. We're not doing I was raised in a household where dinner time with the family is dinner time with the family. And we don't need, especially at a restaurant, that drives me even crazier. But that's also for us. Like when we're sitting down as a family, mom and dad don't need the phones and the kids don't need the iPads. And we can have some conversation and I just hate that. So I'll start there.
Yeah, we don't use that stuff either. So I guess that would be one of mine. I can't think of any off the top of my head. Like we usually sit down and eat. And
anybody
maybe if they're messy, maybe if anybody's a smacker, it's me.
Yeah, smacking's annoying. I guess it depends on where the dinner's at. Like if you were out to eat somewhere, like let's say it's not at home, I would say being rude to the waiters near the top of my list.
Yeah, we don't do that here. I can't think of any. Maybe if somebody like spills a bunch of food or whatever.
Yeah, that's an accident. That's
the
not...
wife doesn't do the dishes. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? No, I'm just kidding. I usually do the dishes. I think Altuve will run into the wall. Yeah, I do. And we it's a healthy rotation.
2 weeks in.
I was going to say like that weekend.
I thought about it. I thought about like
he's already done it in spring training.
Yeah, I
so.
saw it yesterday. I think it'll be 2 weeks in.
That wasn't a running into the wall.
Kind of.
He touched it.
Kind of.
More than running into the wall. Key from LA. You're on a 6-hour road trip, and you can only listen to one thing, either one podcast or one artist. What are you listening to?
6 hours with one artist? Even on a podcast? Dang, that's tough. I'm gonna go. Man, I don't know.
You're struggling here.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, it's an easy answer for me.
I've got a couple. Yeah, go ahead, Jeremy.
I mean, I'm pulling up the Killer Bee podcast and listening to our show. I think it's a good way to learn. I think it's B, entertaining. C, I think it's just great radio. So I'd listen to the Killer Bees for 6 hours straight. That's only 2 shows. You know,
that's
not hard at all. Or Juicy Scoop with Heather McDonald.
Yeah, I would go Small Town Murder or give me the Black Keys. I've got enough songs to get through a road trip with them.
If I had to pick an artist, it depends on who I'm on the road with. If I'm solo, I'm going Johnny Cash without a doubt. Without a doubt. You get all the emotions with Johnny Cash over 6 hours.
I think I'm probably going to the Purple Man.
Okay. That's not a bad answer.
Oh.
Not a bad answer. 713-780-ESPN. What do you think about ESPN 97.5 going Hollywood after seeing Granados last night? I like LA. LA's fine. I visited LA in December. I enjoyed my time there. It'd be a hard place for me to live, though. So much traffic. That would annoy me. But I enjoyed my time there. I wouldn't mind spending some more time in LA.
Is that the legit question? Like, would we?
What do you think about 97.5 going Hollywood? Like,
oh, I thought it was like, what are your reaction to John being at the Oscars?
I mean, what is your reaction? It's cool. Like,
I mean, look,
there's not much question there.
If anybody ever gets a chance to do that, yeah, that's amazing. I had the chance several years ago.
I see what this is.
To move to LA, and I'm with you. Like, the traffic would have driven me absolutely bonkers. The weather's fantastic. The prices of everything are ridiculously high, but the traffic alone is a huge no.
Yeah, I don't know the traffic. Not a big traffic guy. 713-780-ESPN. Do y'all actually like each other? As 2239.
No, not at all.
I mean, I think like is a good word.
Tolerate, I think, is the best word.
I love Blankers and Brian. I can separate church from state. I love these guys.
Joel first, me second, as we've established in the past.
Yeah, which is accurate. He's talent. You're not. I have a talent bias. I've never made that a secret.
Probably also because Joel parks better, in your opinion.
Oh, there's no doubt. I've never seen you park straight in your life.
That's
like you
not
might be,
true.
You might be within the lines, but you're always at an angle. You're never.
That is not
you
true.
are never in a parallel line with the parking stripes.
I think you're overrating how often people are completely perfectly parallel.
You're not. It's embarrassing, really. Does Cam Smith make the opening day roster? And if you were the GM, would he make it?
Opening day, probably not, but I think he's on the fast track. I think that what you're seeing is all going to be dependent upon what we're not seeing out of the outfielders that are going to make it. I'm not expecting anything out of Jake, and I'm really, really questioning what we're going to see out of Chaz. But if those guys are what they've been even last year, and Cam continues to do what he's doing, I think it's going to be a pretty quick trip before he gets to the big leagues.
I would not have him on the big league roster. I would wait until about July, best case scenario, because I'm trying to buy the extra year of service time. Oh, you're a service time manipulator, Brian. You're darn right. I want Cam Smith here an extra year.
I would have a little bit of motivation to get him up before July, Joe, just because of the
Joe. Who's that?
I said July, though. Sorry, it might have slurred together. But I would have. I mean, I definitely wouldn't have him up day one. I don't think that's realistic, but I think I'd be motivated to get him up a little bit before that, just because of the new rules where if someone, especially if you think he's capable of doing it, obviously, if you don't, then this is really a non-starter. Yeah, but the new rules as far as getting like extra draft pick compensation if a guy wins Rookie of the Year. Now,
you better have him up opening day then.
I don't think you have to have him opening day. I would say May 1 you'd have to have him up by, but I don't think it has to be opening day.
You need to have him up pretty quick.
Yeah, definitely by May 1.
Yeah, I'm not as worried about that. I'd rather have Cam Smith an extra year than to get an extra draft pick.
I understand that. I just think that I'm so I'm so leery of what's going on in the outfield this year that if he proves if he looks the part and is the part, then I'm going to need him.
Texture, what will y'all miss about Joe the most? Joe's not going anywhere. He's just not going to be on the radio show. Still be employed. So I'm not going to miss Joe. Joe's probably going to do more radio with us than he has currently. He's going to be filling in and stuff like that.
Well, that's probably true. Yeah.
Which outfield trio has the weaker arm? Myers, McCormick. Okay.
Oh.
You phrased it funny here, Ocho. Which outfielder has the weaker arm? Jake, Chaz, or Altuve?
Oh boy. I'm gonna say I know where you're probably leaning. I'm gonna say Jake.
I'll go Chaz.
I'll go Altuve.
Yeah. Altuve's arm looked kind of strong the other day. We'll talk about that.
Just not accurate.
Hopped it, yeah.
713-780 ESPN. I'd rather you hop it than airmail it. Joel Blank, known Johnny Cash hater, says a texter.
Not true. Not even close. And
Joel Blank, man.
Tell me you don't know me without telling me you don't know me. It's cool.
Good usage of that. That was well done.
Thanks.
In a wheelchair for the rest of your life with $10 million, or fully healthy, but you make $50K a year for the rest of your life, which one are you taking?
I'm going to take fully healthy in the 50K.
How many million? You say 5?
10 million.
10?
I'm going to go 10 million. I'm good with a wheelchair. Like, I don't
want to be in need of someone else's assistance, though.
You're in a wheelchair.
Life.
You're not. That's
yeah,
not assistance.
You can't get upstairs. Like if your house isn't equipped for it,
well,
I guess you could equip it with the 10 million. But there goes a lot of your money re-outfitting your house.
I don't think it's going to take much to build a ramp.
You've costed that before.
I know how to build. I know the price of lumber.
You can't build a ramp.
Absolutely, I could build a ramp with the assistance from my dad and my father-in-law.
There it is. All right, nail that one. Nail it. Get it built.
But I mean, a ramp was only going to cost you a couple grand tops.
Yeah, but you're talking about a ramp on the outside. I'm talking about the inside of the home. It'd take a lot more than just a ramp to refit your house.
One-story house.
Okay, well, not everyone does have a one-story house.
For 10 million, you can buy one.
But you can't move from the waist down.
Yeah,
This different. Well, I mean, that's kind of, yeah. I don't need the waist down.
You sure about
I don't
that?
need the waist down.
Sure about that?
I'm sure. I'll give you the 10 million. This is a selfless move. Y'all are selfish because $10 million means my wife gets a better life. It means my 2 boys get a better life. This is a selfless move, and I don't think I'm sacrificing that much for the benefit
just
of
half
them.
of your body.
Yeah, I'll take half the body for the benefit of my family, no doubt.
No, I'd go 50K in my actual body.
Okay, they're selfish. I'm the only one that cares about my family.
Okay.
How do you think your spouse would answer that question?
Depends on when you ask.
Oh, for me or for her?
Both of y'all.
Yeah, that's
y'all.
different.
Like if you ask Mrs. Blank and you ask Mrs. McDonald, how are they answering that question?
I think she's answering it that we take the 50K and have my health because she stresses every day how important it is that I'm healthy for the girls.
Yeah, I don't think my wife wants to do the physical things around the house as far like yard upkeep and moving heavy objects.
$10 million. You can pay somebody $40 a month. I'll do it for $40 a month, or $40 every other week. A month might be too
I know,
much.
but that's not the only thing. No, I think she would take me fully healthy.
Brian, I think you're overrating your bottom half.
That's the first time that sentence has ever been uttered.
God,
that's what you think. You think it's the first time that sentence has ever been muttered. Maybe not. Maybe it's not the first time that sentence has been muttered. Has anyone watched the Unrivaled League?
I don't even know what
What is that? Oh, that's
It's
the
a 3-on-3
basketball league?
women's basketball.
Yeah, no, I haven't even come close. No.
Hashtag not an ally.
Yeah, I've not watched that either. I saw it on the TV listings today. I was reading the paper digitally, of course, and I saw that it was listed on TNT, Unrivaled. I was like, what is Unrivaled? And it took me a second to realize what it was.
And then people are like tweeting and talking about did you see this move or this? And I'm like, no, sure didn't, and have no interest in watching it.
Would you rather watch Unrivaled or just a regular season WNBA game between a couple of middle of the pack teams?
Ugh.
I know.
Can I do neither?
No, you can't.
I'd rather watch better players play 3-on-3 than middle of the pack, no-star
I think that's my answer, too. No, these players are good, Brian. Like, these are the who's who.
Oh, is it? See,
they're good players.
Okay, so these are players in the WNBA?
Asia Wilson and the Ansku
well, then I'll take that then.
Everybody
good
but
players.
Caitlin, I think.
Yeah, Caitlin said no. Thanks, but no thanks. Hector Neris signed to a minor league contract. Did you want the Astros to do something like this?
I mean, for a minor league contract, I mean, he's had success here. I don't think he was awful last year. I would have done it.
Yeah, I think the Astros like their guys. I'm not losing any sleep about Hector Neris. He was pretty mid last year. I think the Astros handled the whole Hector Neris thing pretty well. Let him leave, let somebody else pay him. Then they're disappointed with that contract. You bring him back, see if he's got anything left. He didn't really. I mean, I'm not losing sleep over a 4.10 ERA guy with very mid to below average savant numbers. So I think they like their guys. I think that look, I know that they don't have a whole lot of resume, back of baseball card stuff, but I feel like Dana Brown likes the arms he has in this bullpen. Time will tell. Time will tell because he doesn't have baseball card, but I think they like their talent.
I think you're probably right from the standpoint of they believe they have guys that can fill the Neris role for now. So they didn't do it. I mean, we don't know what Forrest Whitley's going to be if he really gets a true shot. We know what Ort was last year, and at times it was good. But I think that there's enough serviceable arms that they trust to start the season.
Yeah, Texter says just wheelchair bound or actually paralyzed. The question was just wheelchair bound, was not actually paralyzed. So it'd be like being
so you got a leg that doesn't work or something.
It'd be like being Governor Abbott.
I don't know that he has use of his everything below the waist.
But I mean, he's in a wheelchair. He moves around. He goes to games and stuff, tweets.
Like you could have a serious leg injury where you can still have bodily functions and such. You just can't walk.
I'm going wheelchair. I think my family would love me more for it too.
Yeah, because you're sacrificing so that they can
put
live
you
it
in the
up.
corner and walk away.
Exactly. Oh my God.
You can.
Wow.
Do you know how wheelchairs work? I don't think that you
joke.
do. You grab the wheels and then you kind of roll them around. And that's how you move around.
Forward or backwards. Got it.
You're not stuck whenever no one else is around. Like second time you mentioned how much other people would have to help you. You can be independent in a wheelchair.
I know you can, but it's to a limit. You're not getting upstairs. That's the point.
Your family might take a running start.
I think it's pretty easy to eliminate stairs from your life.
Okay.
I do. And for $10 million, I'm down. Texter, who is the bigger jerk? The people bringing a baby to a non-kid wedding or the bride being mad about it?
I think it's if you're the bride, you have every right to be mad, especially if you said it's a non-kid. I think it's the people bringing the baby to the wedding.
Yeah, I don't think it's even a question.
Yeah.
This was a Barstool one. You don't bring a kid to a non-kid wedding. There's a reason that it's a non-kid wedding.
And that's the biggest day of her life. You don't do that to her.
Yeah, that's a way bigger jerk there. Does a hole-in-one on a simulator count?
No.
Yeah, this is an easy no for
Yeah,
me.
no, not even close.
I don't even think hole-in-ones and par 3 courses count.
See, I disagree with that. If it's a legit par 3, if it's like these, pitch and putt par 3s where every hole is 100 yards or less, then no. But if it's a legit 18-hole golf course and you get a hole-in-one on a par 3, it absolutely counts.
I disagree completely because you're playing nothing but par 3s. You don't have the variety of pars that you're playing, par 3, par 4, par 5. So you're sitting there just par 3, par 3, par 3, par 3. That's not.
But they all range in distance. You can have a 175-yard par 3 and 125-yard.
Is it a par 3 still?
Yeah.
You just can't play a continuous stream of par 3s and be
But
like,
you're
I got a hole-in-one.
But you're hitting different clubs on those
stream
different
of par
holes.
3s. Not that different. Like you said, the longest was what?
I said, I didn't say that was the longest,
You're
but I
hitting
said
a low iron.
you could have a 175, which is probably what, a 7-iron, 6-iron, or
That's a flex.
And you could have, you've played with me, and you could have a pitching wedge, a 125, 130.
Cool. Like you're not bringing out a driver in your hand at any point while you're playing a par 3 course, and you're going to count that as a hole-in-one? No. Par 3 course, hole-in-one, absolutely not.
Disagree.
It should be an 18-hole course, and it should be the normal variety of holes. That's the only way a hole-in-one counts. Otherwise, I'm just going to go spam play these par 3s to get my first ever hole-in-one.
Okay.
No,
well, if that's the objective, it's supposed to be, kind of honing in the skills of your game. And if you're playing a good par 3 course that has everything from 2 bills down to 125, you're playing enough clubs that I think it counts.
Yeah, we'll never agree on this one.
We won't.
Costco or Sam's?
I haven't been to either in a while, but I'd say Costco.
Where do you do your shopping? In bulk?
I don't need that much stuff in bulk.
Yeah, you don't like value, huh?
I just go to H-E-B.
Anti-value. I buy a lot of stuff in bulk. I buy my meat sticks in bulk. Buy hairspray in bulk. Buy laundry detergent in bulk. Napkins, toilet paper.
Yeah, but if
What
you
else do I
buy
buy in bulk?
the big laundry detergent at HEB, they're almost similarly priced as what they're charging at Costco.
I think you get better value more times than not when you're buying in bulk at Costco or Sam's. You can find good deals though. Like I'm not saying that's 100% of the time. Sometimes I'll buy my eggs in bulk. Milk, definitely milk in bulk.
Oh, we don't
Random
drink.
baby goes through so much
Oh,
milk.
I bet. Yeah, we don't have that.
He drinks so much milk. We need to wean him off of milk. Actually, it's becoming quite a bit. I'm more of a Costco guy. But that's just because where I have a membership at. I would do Sam's. I have no problem with Sam's.
Yeah, I mean, look, both of them are fine, and we used to have memberships to both, and we have a Costco closest to us, and we've been a member. I think it expired like a year ago, but I don't think you get as much out of it as you used to get.
Okay, we'll disagree on that one as well. Which actors would play ESPN 97.5 characters in honor of the Oscars, obviously? So which actors would play ESPN 97.5 characters if it were a movie? 713-780-3776. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
You got my music here, Brian. Actors that would play ESPN 97.5 characters. This, of course, in honor of the Oscars, where John Granado was the most famous person in the room last night. No doubt about that. I plugged these into to AI, Blankers.
Okay.
ESPN 97.5 personalities. I don't remember why I made my wife do it. But she used AI lookalikes, and then it actually spammed out 3 different celebrities. Actually, in some cases, 4 different 3 or 4 different celebrities for each ESPN 97.5 personality. Okay. So I can read through a few of these, and then y'all can give y'all's as well. Texters, Twitchers, YouTubers, 713-780-3776. So we'll go from morning till evening. Mm-hmm. For John Granado, AI, not I, but AI, spit out these 3, which are all disrespectful. Harrison Ford, Dean Martin, and Gene Hackman. 2 of the 3 which are no longer with us. Yeah. Blame AI. Don't blame I. Blame AI. So Harrison Ford. I actually see Dean Martin. I know he's no longer with us. But I could see some comparisons between Dean Martin and John Granado.
Just
looking, yeah, like looks.
I mean, maybe the hair.
No, I mean, they're pretty.
I think facially,
the complexion,
they're semi-close.
I think they're pretty close.
I think that's actually a good one if he were, alive.
I had named the King of Cool. You have who?
I had Al Pacino.
I think Dean Martin looks more like Granado than Pacino.
I don't think he looks anything like Pacino.
I think Al Pacino with the scruff and the same hair.
See, I think Al Pacino would play the life of Rick Pitino.
Yeah,
I could see that too.
Yeah,
but
they're slim and yeah. Okay, so you got Pitino there. Do you have any for Granado, Bremac?
Yeah, I didn't actually really care about looks. I just went for more vibe, and I went with someone that was in The Godfather. I went with Robert De Niro.
Okay, Robert De Niro had some things to say.
Boy,
De Niro there. So Lance's 4, which I don't agree with Lance's at all. The first one is Benedict Cumberbatch.
No. Far too distinguished.
I feel like my wife pulled a too good of a picture of Lance, like a fit, maybe early 30s. Lance Erline. Because Benedict Cumberbatch looks nothing like Lance.
Nope.
The next one was Daniel Day-Lewis, which,
no.
Again, kind of slim.
Doesn't have the vibe at all.
Tatted up. The next one was Kevin Nealon, which I could see that one a little bit.
Yeah.
I could see Kevin Nealon a little bit, especially like forehead, like eyebrows up.
Maybe.
I can see that one. I think Kevin Nealon's the best of the 4. And then the last one they had was Michael C. Hall.
Oh, from Dexter?
Michael C. Hall from Dexter, which I think that's too slim too.
Yeah.
I think AI thought too highly
and he's
of Lance
redheaded
Erline.
too, so that doesn't really work.
I'm going with Kevin Nealon of those 4. Who do you guys have?
Well, what do you got for yourself? You're just going to do all
We're going from early to evening.
I know, but I'm saying, what are your personal choices for who Lance
Kevin
looks
Nealon.
like?
Kevin Nealon would be mine of these.
I didn't use AI again. I had Russell Crowe. Or Brendan Fraser.
I can see Russell Crowe more than I can see Brendan Fraser. Fraser's not bad. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
especially like current Brendan Fraser.
Right, current Brendan Fraser and current Russell Crowe.
Brendan Fraser, I think, is the best one. Actually, that one's pretty good.
Yeah, I went more vibe than look, and I went with someone who could be funny and a little bit chaotic, and I went with Danny McBride.
Danny McBride
from Eastbound and Down.
Oh, I think it's too silly, too goofy.
I know that. That's what I think Lance is. I mean, he's silly and goofy.
Huh. Okay. Interesting. 713-780-ESPN. For Dell, I spit out these 3. LL Cool J.
Oh, my.
Not even close.
Nope.
Ving Rhames.
Not even close.
And then the last one, which is the one that I'm going with, Martin Lawrence.
Yeah, no, I don't like that one at all.
I can see Martin Lawrence I can see Martin Lawrence looking like Dell. The other 2, no chance. LL Cool J, no. Ving Rhames, no. I'll go Martin Lawrence.
That was so grumpy though. I couldn't put a comedian on him. Like
it's Martin Lawrence with the cast of Martin. Off the camera stuff.
No, I don't think that's a good list.
Martin wasn't great. Martin was not really a happy camper. His castmates hated him.
Oh my God. Some of them hated him because he was trying to do other things.
Not so grumpy, but other things.
Yeah. All right, so Brian, you and me, because I've got Forrest Whitaker and Jay Farrow.
Again, I don't see the silliness there. I'm
not looking personality. I'm looking look.
Yeah, I know. See, you and I went. We went different ways. I went with more personality. I went with a serious actor. He's in the current show Paradise. He was also in This Is Us. I went with Sterling K. Brown.
I know Sterling K. Brown is, but
I thought that fit more the vibe of Dell. Someone a little more serious.
I don't think I know who that is.
I think you recognize him.
Oh, he's in This Is Us.
Yeah.
I feel like he's too sophisticated.
I don't disagree with that.
I just kind of with the serious tone, like no nonsense.
Yeah,
kind of over it sort of thing. That's kind of the vibe I was going for.
I like how you went vibes though, because it's different than what we were doing. We went more looks. So Sean Mapes, his 3 I disagree with completely. The first one was Jack Johnson. This is celebrity, not really actor. But Jack Johnson was one that AI spit out. The other one it spit out was Orlando Bloom, which AI thinks a whole lot of Sean Mapes. I could see of the 3, Bloom is probably the highest, like especially when he had his long hair. And the final one was Andrew Garfield, who played
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man. I know him from Social Network fame. He was Eduardo.
I could kind of see Andrew Garfield.
I think he is Roaring Kitty. Roaring Kitty and Sean Mapes to me are 2 peas in a pod.
The guy from Dumb Money.
No, Roaring Kitty is the dude who bought a bunch of GameStop stuff.
I know, but there was a movie called Dumb Money about that. And there was an actor that actually played that guy. But I didn't know.
Never saw it.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going with the real Roaring Kitty. Who'd you have for Mapes?
I got Mike Myers.
The one who played
old.
Austin Powers?
Wayne's World. If you think about Wayne's World, Mike Myers,
he's in his 60s,
that's Sean Mapes.
Okay.
If you're going back in time, okay.
And same thing with Corey Feldman. Corey Feldman has the thick black glasses. He had the long hair for quite a while, and he dyed it black.
Feldman looks like a creep.
Yeah, a little bit. I don't know if Sean has the drug problem of Corey Feldman.
It's a movie. It's a movie. We're not going for like personalities.
Yeah,
I could see Corey Feldman. Yeah, that one's pretty good.
So going vibes, I went for someone who who played the goofy character, a little unassuming, and I went with Jack Quaid from The Boys. Plays Huey on that show. I know Joel's never seen it. Jeremy, have you seen The Boys?
I've never seen The Boys.
Yeah, I guess that fits.
Your own boys? Oh,
I googled him. I remember I've seen the guy. He was in Hunger Games.
Oh, was he? I haven't seen that movie or movies.
Yeah, I can see it a little bit. I can see the personality more. He looks kind of goofy.
Mm-hmm.
Paul Gallant. AI spit out these 3, which I disagree with Paul's maybe more than any. I don't know how to say this guy's name. Justin Theroux. Is that how it's pronounced?
Yeah, he was on.
You said it right.
He had a small run on Parks and Rec and a few other things.
So they have him. He was in. Apparently, he was in Zoolander. I didn't realize that. It had Rob Riggle, which
no way.
Paul's way too fit to be Rob Riggle. And then the last one they had AI was Patrick Warburton.
Oh, from Seinfeld.
Yeah, he played
These are
Putty.
both, I mean, Riggle and Patrick Warburton, both huge guys, like 6'4". That doesn't fit at all.
I think AI thought too much of Lance and not enough of Paul.
Yeah,
maybe so.
I guess if I had to pick between these 3, I'd go with the first one. What about you guys?
I had Paul Rudd.
Yeah, I could see that.
I had John Krasinski.
Ooh, Krasinski's interesting.
And then I had Adrian Brody.
Oh, Adrian Brody's solid.
That's actually pretty good.
Yeah. Doesn't have the schnoz of Brody.
Right.
Yeah, the height, the dark complexion.
Yeah,
Hal Berry.
The 5 o'clock shadow.
Hal Berry had her liberties with Adrian Brody.
No, that's a payback, though.
I know, but he still had her liberties right in front of her wife.
Right in front of his wife.
What in the world? Come on, wife.
I think I like Joel's answer the best so far.
Who did you have?
I had, again, vibes, not look. He doesn't look anything like Paul. But Jeremy, you've seen Succession. I went with Kieran Culkin. I just just the
Macaulay's brother. He just won the Academy Award.
Kieran Culkin.
Yeah, the craziness, the craziness of that character, the ability to speak quickly, think on his feet. I thought of Paul when I see.
He's
Kieran
an idiot,
Culkin.
Kieran Culkin.
I wouldn't say he's an idiot.
He's a train wreck.
He's a train wreck emotionally in his personal life. I don't know about professionally.
I think they were all idiots, the kids.
Well, compared to that, yeah. But I went Kieran Culkin.
He's not going to be happy about that.
No, probably not.
Culkin's like 5'3", too.
Okay. Paul's under 6 feet. It's not that far.
Joe George, the 4 they listed for Joe, Andy Kaufman.
No way! Andy Kaufman was huge.
No, man. Like, there's a picture of Andy Kaufman.
No.
Andy
I'm going to
Kaufman
send
won
it
to
to you
wrestle
right now.
bears and
Andy Kaufman, like older Andy Kaufman. There's a picture of Andy Kaufman I'm looking at right now that looks exactly
Are
like
you
Joe
texting
George.
it to us?
I just sent it to you. I didn't send it to Blank because he
Okay.
doesn't have iMessage. I'm not
Yeah.
on my phone right now. I'm
Yeah.
on my computer. So Andy Kaufman was one of them. The second one was outrageous. Justin Verlander.
Come on.
Again, someone who's like 6'4".
This is what we have to look forward to with AI.
You know what? Okay, I got the picture. You're right.
The Andy Kaufman picture
Yeah.
looks just
If-
like Joe
If
George.
Andy Kaufman's hair was a little bit shorter and he had a mustache, that would look like Joe George.
The third one they had for Joe is Matthew McFadden, who was also in Succession, which I don't see that one at
Which
all.
character was that? I don't remember.
That was the redheaded's husband that ends up with everything.
Oh, okay.
What's
okay,
his
yeah.
name? I forget his name.
I'm
in the
forgetting
show.
the character. Yeah, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah, Shaban's husband. I can't remember his name.
What was her name? Prim?
Her name was Shaban.
Oh, and they called her
It started with a
Shav or
P.
Shav or whatever.
Shib.
Shib.
Yeah.
Shib. Yeah, her husband. Her husband
Okay.
on the show. I don't see that one.
No, I
and
don't
then
see
the last
Joe
one,
looking like that.
And the last one they had was Kevin James.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I could see that one.
I thought a little insulting for
Josh
Joe.
Beard was more Kevin James.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Andy Kaufman, I think, was spot on.
Yeah, I think Andy. I like that. I like that answer more than my own. But
What do y'all have?
I got Jonah Hill.
Okay.
I got the guy that played Mr. Belding.
Oh.
For Saved by the Bell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that.
Especially now.
If that guy shrunk, then
Yeah. And then I got Brian Windhorst.
Oh man, that's mean. That's mean.
I mean, you put
That's
Brian Windhorst in a baseball hat with a little scruff.
That's mean.
I don't think he can act though.
Yeah,
Probably
I
not.
I saw that bit about the Jazz. I don't think he can act.
What do you got?
Joel won't get this reference, but I went with the guy who plays Neil Fack on The Bear, named Matty Matheson. I wanted to go with someone for The Bear, keep it kind of Chicago vibe. And I obviously Joe doesn't have the same amount of tattoos as Fack on that show, but I get some Joe vibes from Fack.
Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, not bad. I'll go with Blankers here. Did you see how Adam Sandler was judged at the Oscars yesterday?
Yes.
Blankers is Adam Sandler.
Oh, that's a good call.
AI spit that one out before I already had that idea, and AI spit that one out. AI did spit out two more though. Dan Aykroyd was one of them.
What?
Yeah, Dan Aykroyd, Coneheads, the Blues Brothers.
I know who he is. Thanks.
I see that one a little bit.
I don't.
I can see Dan Aykroyd. And the last one was Rob Riggle as well. AI got a little Rob Riggle heavy.
No, I don't see Rob Riggle.
I don't see Riggle. I think I go Sandler though. I think Sandler's
a good one.
Brian?
Yeah, I was actually another actor from The Bear. I'm not even going to try to pronounce his name, but the guy that plays Cousin. The Cousin gives me vibes to Joel. If you've seen the show, you know. If you know, you know.
Is that the one that is like he's the main actor?
No, not Jeremy Allen
But he's
White.
he's pretty like he's not the one who died. He's not the brother. He's the cousin, Richie.
Yeah,
You talking about
Richie. Yeah, Richie. Cousin
Okay.
Richie. Yeah.
I can see that a little bit.
Just the vibes. The looks actually not too far off.
Yeah.
But I would say more vibes. I get Cousin from.
That's
from
not a
Joel.
bad call. That's not a bad call.
I've hooped with Sandler.
Have you?
Yep.
Humble
school
brag.
you?
He's not bad. He's not a
break
great
your ankles?
shooter, but he can play a little bit.
Well, I thought he was a good shooter.
No, it's kind of a funky release too, but it's not bad.
I got you. For Brian, the ones they sent out for Brian are awful. Kurt Cobain.
What?
I don't look anything like Kurt Cobain.
know. So
And your
bad,
personality
AI.
doesn't seem to be that way either.
Well, yeah, still here.
They had Steven Adams.
The
Rocket?
from the Rockets?
No, actor Steven Adams.
I
He
don't know
was
who
in.
Steven Adams is.
He wasn't very well known. He was like his Satisfaction. He was in Tangle.
Yeah, I don't
Not
know.
a great one. Not a very popular one at all. The looks I can see a little, not crazy. And then the last actor they had was Kevin Smith.
I can see that
From
one a
Jay
little
and
bit.
Silent Bob and Clerks. Yeah, I think that was the best one.
I could see Kevin Smith. Kurt Cobain is wow.
That's
That's
amazing.
amazing. But no, not
Literally
even close.
crazy.
Yeah. What did you have for
For
BMAC?
BMAC, I had Rainn Wilson.
Interesting. Huh. Okay.
Yeah,
And-
if I slim
and-
down a little bit, maybe.
Yeah.
And well, Rainn Wilson now has a beard.
Yeah, that's true.
And then
Post
Wayne
office,
Knight,
yeah.
who played Newman on
Oh,
Seinfeld.
F man,
Oh
come on.
man.
Oh man, if I don't want
If
to
he's
hit
a
the
he,
dump button here,
he'd
but
grow
I'm
the
thinking
beard.
about it.
He'd grow the beard.
Interesting. And then for my three, it had John Stamos, Brad Pitt, and George Clooney.
I bet
Liar.
yeah, right.
Liar.
AI thinks highly of me.
Liar.
I can't influence AI. That's what AI had. What'd y'all have?
For you, I had Jeremy Renner, Steve Carell,
Nah.
And Corey Haim.
Jeremy Renner.
Another
Steve
drug
Carell?
problem.
I'll take Carell. Who was
Without
the last
glasses.
one?
Yeah.
Who was the last one?
Corey Haim.
I've never heard of him.
He was one of the Coreys, like Corey. Yeah.
That's not that insulting. I thought it'd be way worse.
I know you haven't seen these movies, but I went with Sebastian Stan from the Marvel Universe. He plays the Winter Soldier, Bucky.
Okay.
You know the actor?
No, I Googled him.
Okay. But yeah, I think you kind of look like Sebastian
I can
Stan.
see that a little bit.
The Winter Soldier's a very like serious kind of button down character. So I went with Sebastian Stan.
All right. Not bad. I think that's okay. All right. It's your turn, Hive. 713-780-ESPN. ESPN 97.5 characters. Who do they look like? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. It's March. Spring is on the way. It means it's time for the spring savings event at Monument Chevrolet. Get over to the dealership, 225 and Beltway 8. Check out their massive inventory. Monument Chevrolet is the dealer you can trust. They're transparent, no hassle pricing. Get your car shopping done fast. They eliminate all those headaches and heartaches that are involved with car shopping. Employee pricing going on right now as well. Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 50 years. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and this is your chance to do that as well. One of the perks of Monument Chevrolet, amongst many, is one of the best service departments in the game. They service all makes and models, even commercial and big rig trucks too. They're trusted by school districts, law enforcement, county and city officials, and they're open from 7 a to 10 p. So they're always there when you need them. Get a fair deal, a fast, easy transaction without wasting your time in those aggravating, stressful negotiations. No one likes that. No tricks, no time wasting. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, now is the time to do it. Spring savings at Monument Chevrolet. Take advantage of that employee pricing right now. Visit them online, monumentchevrolet.com. That's monumentchevrolet.com, or better yet, visit them in person, 225 and Beltway 8. That's Monument Chevrolet.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Glenn Davis. Do you have a couple for Glenn Davis, Splinkers?
I have one.
You got
Ray Liotta. I've said Ray Liotta forever for him.
Also, no longer with us, right?
That's okay.
Correct.
That's
All right,
hypothetical here.
just
It doesn't have
checking.
to be alive. I had AI. I actually did Glenn Davis on AI too. It had Michael Keaton, which
I can see
maybe
maybe
a
Michael
little,
Keaton. Yeah, I can see that.
he would need to be. I think he would need to be younger and like longer hair a little bit. And then it had Dennis Quaid. Go Cougs.
Oh, I
For,
see Dennis
Glenn Davis
Quaid.
a little
Yeah,
bit. I can
that's
see
a good
that.
one. That's a good one.
Yeah. I mean, Glenn Davis is easily the best looking of all these.
Yeah, Ray
people
Liotta
that
had the
we
blue
mentioned.
eyes and the dark hair like Glenn.
I could see Ray Liotta. I could see that one. And did you have any for anybody else?
I had Samantha, our marketing girl. She always reminds me of that. I guess her name is Becky G. She did the Xfinity commercials, and she's a singer.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
You'd recognize her.
No, I know who she is. Yeah.
Yeah,
Becky
Becky G
G, let me
or
Google
Selena Gomez or but she's obviously a lot younger than Selma Hayek.
Okay, so anybody that's Latina.
Well, I mean, she has jet black hair and
And I'm Mexican.
Yes.
713-780 ESPN. B. Hannon has a couple here. He has Adam Scott for me.
I
which
think
is
that's a
Mark
great
on
one.
Severance.
That's a great one.
Yeah, I
You
don't
don't
know.
see it?
I don't know. Not really. Not really. You are going to sound like I'm being arrogant here, but like people have told me before I look like Tom Cruise. I don't see that one at all. I'm being serious. People have said that.
People have said that.
People
Okay.
are talking. They've
People
said
have
I
that.
got
that.
that in college. I wouldn't get
I'm
that.
being dead serious. Like I've heard that. I'm not. I don't think it's true, but I don't like.
Were they
we're-
trying to
and-
sell you solar
but
panels or something?
the reason the reason I said that though is because I think that Tom Cruise and Adam Scott look alike.
Who's Adam Scott? Not the golfer.
Parks and Rec. He was Ben Wyatt.
Oh, I see him now. Oh,
Don't
yeah.
you think Adam Scott and Tom Cruise look alike?
Not really.
No.
I think Adam Scott and Tom Cruise look identical.
No.
Nah.
Wow, interesting. I think they look very similar, especially Adam Scott and Step Brothers.
I think this Adam Scott. I think it's a pretty good call.
Adam Scott and Step Brothers, I think, looks just like Tom Cruise. That's why I brought it up. Not to like, I've been
People
been
have
called
said
this
I look like
handsome,
Tom Cruise.
sexiest man alive in the 1990s.
Long time ago, Jeremy.
I have heard that. Like it's like my younger days for sure. Before
My
I got
nickname was
fat.
Mav in high school. So.
B. Hannon says George Clooney for Glenn. Somebody said Ricky Martin, a white Ricky Martin.
For
what was
who,
it?
Glenn?
No, for me.
Oh,
What was it? Living La Vida Loca.
Yeah, that was the song. That was the hit.
He says Granado is Christopher Moltisanti. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah,
The
Christopher
guy on,
Moltisanti. That was the character name on it.
I
for
could see that.
Sopranos. Yeah.
Oh, is his character name?
That was the character name. Yeah,
I could see that.
it a little bit.
He says Tom Hanks for Lance Zerline. I don't know about that one.
Doesn't Granado look like the most interesting man in the world?
Oh, the Dos Equis
Yeah,
guy?
the Dos Equis guy.
A little bit.
I could see it. Skin tone's there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that one. That one's pretty good. Alex says Chris Farley is B-Mac.
That's just downright rude.
Total Dallas says for me, Jim Belushi.
Belushi, jeez.
He spelled it Belushi. He misspelled it.
He did. You're right. I'm looking at it, but it's Belushi. I don't.
Jeremy's not Jim Belushi.
No, like if young Jim Belushi lost 30, 40
Yeah,
pounds,
I was gonna say Jim
then
Belushi's
maybe,
got at least
But no, I wouldn't put Jim Belushi.
a chin and a half. More
Yeah,
than
no.
Jeremy,
Adam Scott's way closer.
King of Twitch says Will Wheaton.
Yeah, actually, I could see that one.
I need
He was on
glasses.
some Star Trek shows. He was on Big Bang Theory. I could still Will Wheaton.
King of Twitch also says Del RuPaul.
That's just rude. We won't read that sort of text.
Martin Freeman for Glenn Davis says Josh from Seabrook.
Too short.
I don't even
We're
know who
going
Martin
that.
Freeman
We're getting
is.
that technical.
Oh,
I
he's in
just
Sherlock?
don't see it. No,
I don't see that one
Martin
either.
Freeman.
No, I don't see that one. What about Booker T? Is there a comp for Booker T?
You can take that one, Jeremy.
Yeah, his brother Stevie Ray.
I would probably go Bubbles from The Wire for Booker T. Look-alike for Joel's Bill O'Brien.
Oh boy.
I don't know. Barry
I
used
know-
to think Blankers looked like Bill O'Brien. Oh, Barry used to call
I
you
don't
that?
remember that, but I saw that.
Wrong
someone
drop
texted
there,
that.
Brian.
Yeah, I was
Cousin
hoping
gets
no one caught that.
Stabbed in the bear. Doppelganger is literally about looks. B-Max goes vibes. Car wreck. So he nominated you for car wreck there.
Personal opinion.
Someone said Rich Eisen, but he didn't say for who.
Yeah, for who?
Like these people are just sending us actors' names and without telling us who the person is.
Yeah, who looks like
Rich
Rich
Eisen?
Eisen?
That's a
Joe?
good game to play, I guess. Rich Eisen would probably look more like
Joe
I would
George?
go Lance over anybody
Yeah, maybe.
because Eisen's kind of tall.
Is he?
No,
Is he not?
doesn't
I
look
don't
tall.
think so.
I thought Rich Eisen was like at least 6'1", 6'2".
I don't think so.
I wouldn't guess that. No.
Really?
No,
Six
I think
even.
he's like
He's 6 foot.
5'11".
They
He's
list
6
him at
foot?
6 foot.
Yeah, but I mean,
you know who's really short? I was surprised. Brad Nessler.
Oh, is he really?
Okay.
Brad Nessler's like 5'5".
So is Tom Cruise.
Yeah, I knew that about Cruise though.
Okay.
I didn't know that Nessler was so. Nessler's 5'6". I thought he was like 5'10", 5'11".
Kevin Hart's like 5'5", right?
Yeah, but we know that about Kevin Hart. We're talking about unsurprisingly short people.
Okay.
Yeah, Nessler was unsurprisingly short, to me, anyways. I think Eisen looks like Lance. Dennis Haskins says somebody, but I don't know who he's talking about. Somebody said Joe George, Bilbo Baggins. Come on, we're not reading that. B-Mac and Paul Bearer.
Mean. He was the Undertaker's manager back in the 90s.
John C. Riley for Lance.
Yeah.
Lance is Vince Vaughn. That's not a bad one.
Oh, that's pretty good.
That is pretty good.
That's
that
pretty
one's
good.
I like that one.
Yeah.
Pat Riley for Granado. I could see that too, but Riley's not an actor. Jack Black for Joel Blank.
No.
I think a younger Jack Black before he got heavy. I could see a younger Jack Black.
No,
Okay.
I don't see that one at all.
You don't remember young Jack Black?
I
He's pretty
do. I
thin.
mean, I remember him in High Fidelity, but I don't think he looked like anything like Joel.
I could see some young. I'm going to send
Kevin
you a
Hart
picture.
is 5'2". I didn't think he was that short.
Yeah.
Man.
Okay. Yeah. Kevin Hart's still short.
He's a short guy. Let's go out to the HRP listener line.
He gone.
713. Oh, okay. He didn't want to stick around for his lookalike. I guess he was insecure about it a little bit.
He went to look up Kevin Hart's height.
John kind of looks like Richard Gere.
Maybe.
That's
mean,
not bad. That's not bad. It's better than I thought.
With the 5 o'clock shadow. Yeah.
You know what? Okay. So Jeremy how old? Any idea how old?
I mean, he's probably in his early 20s.
You know what? It's actually not bad. Jack Black.
Early Jack Black.
See, I haven't
just
seen.
like Joel.
I had Jeremy text me a picture of Jack Black that I hadn't seen before. It's actually not bad.
No, it looks.
It's actually decent. It's actually a decent comparison.
Granado Steve Martin says Dre.
No, not at all.
Joel's Leonardo DiCaprio. Dre says I'm Mango from SNL. You know, I don't think
who's that?
Domingo.
That's old school.
No, Domingo's a new character.
Is he the new one? I thought Mango from SNL was old though.
Well, if it's maybe it's a different character, but there's a new character played by
Mango's
Marcelo.
Old school. Mango is Chris Kattan. That was way back in the
that
day.
guy. Okay. That guy. Yeah, no, I don't see that.
Yeah, I can see it a little bit if I grew the sideburns out. Certainly would have the moves like him. There's no doubt about that. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, I think about some. Oh, there's a lot more here. B-Mac looks like Pepe the King Prawn. I don't know who that is.
I don't know that one.
Trey looks like Louis Anderson. That's not a bad call. That's old school. But
You're Lance Berkman?
I don't see the Berkman thing. Maybe a little husky. Maybe a little fat Elvis-y. Joel's a younger William Macy. B-Mac goes vibes, but then he says too short. Max Greenfield looks like Paul.
Max Greenfield. I don't know that one.
Oh, he's the guy from New Girl. He's the one who plays Schmitz, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's on a newer show called I forget what it's called, but it's with Cedric the Entertainer. Yeah, I could see that.
David Hasselhoff for Granado.
Hasselhoff.
Hasselhoff for Baywatch and Knight Rider. Come on.
I can't
It
see.
was just
Did
a
you see
mistake.
Granado eat a
I'm saying
cheeseburger
he had a
off the floor?
perm. He doesn't look anything like Granado.
You don't think he looks like Granado?
I think Granado could have a perm back in the day.
When I see Branham, I think of that weightlifting pic of DK Metcalf. I think of Terrell Owens doing sit-ups in his driveway, personally.
Don't see that for you.
Granado is Vince McMahon. That's not a bad call.
Ooh, actually, yeah, that's actually not
I
bad.
can see a little of that.
Plus, he fires everybody. So, like, there is that. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Lionel Messi did not play. He did not play against the Dynamo over the weekend. What are the most anticlimactic things in sports? Like Messi's playing in Houston. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Oh, man. Oh, man. On Twitch says that Paulie's Rachel Maddow.
I think he's made that joke before.
I think I've heard it too.
Yeah,
by the way.
I think
Yes.
he's made it.
Paul
but
made it or the Twitcher made it?
I think someone made it at his expense and he went along with it.
That's rough. That's a tough one there. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What are the most anticlimactic things you remember in sports? Lionel Messi was supposed to play against the – I mean, Lionel Messi, one of the all-time greats. I'm sure Glenn Davis was heartbroken not to see Lionel Messi play for Inter Miami against the Dynamo over the weekend, but he didn't even make the trip. To Houston. The Dynamo, this is how bad it is, that the opposing club is putting out a press release about Lionel Messi not playing. The Dynamo are excited to host Inter Milan at Shell Energy Stadium on Sunday. The recently shared player status report for the match did not include forward Lionel Messi, but it has been reported he did not make the trip to Houston. Unfortunately, we have no control over who plays for our opponent. We look forward to hosting everyone tomorrow night for what will be an incredible atmosphere and celebration of soccer for the city of Houston. To show our appreciation, fans who attend tomorrow's match can claim a complimentary ticket to a future Dynamo match this season. Additional details will be provided early next week. B. Hannon on the Twitch said that he saw tickets on the secondary market going at like $185, $175. So anticlimactic. Everybody thought they were going to see Messi. Did not happen. I saw Messi at the Gold Cup at NRG Stadium. Made a great set piece just from the top of the box there. But what are you laughing at?
Because I'm glad you said it. The second part of that, I was like, you saw Messi at the Gold Cup?
Yeah.
Is that still open?
It was the Gold Cup at NRG. Argentina beat the Americans because of the left foot of Lionel Messi off a set piece from just at the top of the box. I think it was the Gold Cup. I'm pretty sure it was.
Okay.
Yeah. What was the other Gold Cup?
They had some stages.
James Harden might have been a big fan.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, why do you know so much about the Gold Cup, Blinkers?
I don't need to tell you all my life experiences.
Oh, you don't need to. That's why I asked.
Yeah. I mean, I knew where it was. I've driven by it.
Okay. All right. Yeah. But anyway, so what are the most anticlimactic things in sports? What sticks out to you, Blankers? Things that everybody was excited for, and then it just went out with a whimper.
Man, I'll tell you, I came up with quite a few, and a lot of them with local ties, obviously. But I think it starts with like Game 7 against the Mavs when you were looking for a close game, and they got blown out by 40.
Yeah, the playoff blowouts are the ones that stick out to me too.
Yeah.
Like that's a really good one. But like you spend the whole season like getting ready for or you spend the whole season like qualifying for the postseason, and then you get there and you get blown out by 25 points or something like that. Like that is like that is one. Those are the ones that stick out to me. I had a commenter on Twitter say the Pacquiao versus Mayweather.
I had that on my list,
which eventually happened.
Too late.
But it happened too late.
Yeah.
It happened whenever Pacquiao was they were really both past their prime, but Pacquiao was further past his prime, further over the hill. How about Jose Abreu as an Astro?
Pretty good.
As anticlimactic. What else was on your list, Blinkers?
I had Astros Nationals World Series. I had Astros Rangers after the Altuve home run when we all thought, holy bleep, he just turned the whole series around with a bomb that was unexpected, and then they just crapped the bed.
Yeah.
Yeah, specifically Game 7 was on my list because that one was over before it began. Like, the Astros actually took a brief lead in Game 6, and obviously it fell apart, especially in the ninth inning. But, like, Game 7 was just a bludgeoning from the beginning.
Yeah. So what else did y'all guys have?
I had the last two I had were both Rockets Warriors. I had the missed 20-some-odd threes in the fourth quarter of the Rockets Warriors game, that one. And then the Rockets Warriors, I believe in Golden State in 2015, when Harden just could not stop turning the ball over and they had a chance to beat the Warriors.
Yeah. The hamstring is up there, man. Like the hamstring of Chris Paul is way up there. Like that, you think that it's going to be the year that you beat Golden State, you're finally going to get over the hump, and then pull the hamstring. Like that's super anticlimactic, I think.
Yeah, completely.
Argentina's never played in the Gold Cup. Somebody said, okay, it's Copa America. I screwed that one up. The Gold Cup is
Gold
a
Cup on
soccer.
your mind?
The Gold Cup is a soccer tournament. CONCACAF Gold Cup is a soccer tournament, but the one that I'm thinking of was the Copa America. Dan and Dave in the Olympics. I don't remember that. What is that?
What is that?
Yeah, that was for the Barcelona Olympics. They had there was a commercial campaign for two guys that were
triathlon.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact event. It was track and field,
Or not
for
triathlon.
sure.
It was like,
it was track and field. They were super
How did
hyped
you ask
up.
who it was, and then you knew the
Because
event?
then as he was talking about it, I was like, oh my God, it was Dan O'Brien. I remember.
Yeah,
Oh.
but they got super hyped up. A huge commercial campaign behind them, and then neither one made the Olympics.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
I don't remember them at all.
It was early. I think it's for Barcelona. It might have been 96, but
No,
I think
you're
that's-
right. It was. I googled them. 92. Barcelona was the decathlon.
Yeah.
Decathlon. Dan O'Brien and Dave Johnson. They failed to qualify.
Yeah.
That's brutal.
Like massive hype train behind them, and then they didn't even qualify.
You could go Nancy Kerrigan, anticlimactic. Whenever
Yeah.
Tanya got a hold of her.
Yeah.
Or
The
paid somebody to get a hold of
Yeah,
her.
circumstances. I don't know if I'd say anticlimactic, but I get what you're saying.
Oh, I had
05
last
World
year's
Series,
Super Bowl.
says Eric.
I had last year's Super Bowl. This last year's Super Bowl, the Chiefs Eagles. I was expecting at
Oh,
least
sure.
a
That could be
good
up
game,
there.
and it was a
It was
complete
a
snooze
bludgeoning.
fest.
Yeah, it was a bludgeoning.
Mike from League City, the Texans 24 season with all the wide receivers. Weren't able to watch them all together. Oilers and Texans playoff debacle versus Bills and KC. See, I don't know if that was
That's
anticlimactic,
not
though.
anticlimactic.
Yeah, like they had a huge lead, gave you hope, all that stuff.
Like if I were to go Texans, I would go 2015 when they lost 30-0 to the Chiefs. Like they hadn't been in the playoffs for a few years. It was the first playoff trip under O'Brien. They get there and boom, 30-0 to
What
the
about
Chiefs.
the letter jacket game? Where
Oh, that's a
everybody's
good
like,
call. Yeah, that's a good call.
Yeah, this is their chance
That's
to
a good
really
call.
get the Patriots, and then blech.
Yeah, that's a good
Yeah,
call.
that is like their first, like I think it was their first Monday night game or their very few primetime games.
I don't remember.
And it was their
yeah.
chance to step into the spotlight.
They were
of the
11-1
NFL,
going
and
in.
then
I
they
remember
got
that.
beat by the Patriots after they wear the letter, and it was never a game.
No, that was a beating.
They got absolutely hammered. Ed Reed is a Texan. That's a pretty good call.
Yeah.
99 Astro playoffs with a big unit. Is it
That was
99?
98.
Oh, that was
Yeah,
98,
but yeah.
But either way, they it's still the same point.
Yeah.
They're not
Kevin
going to
Brown.
Paul you here. Kevin Brown, was it Andy Ashby and Sterling Hitchcock?
Yeah, because Kevin Brown got to pitch twice
He did pitch
in
twice.
4 games.
And then you had
Ugh.
Jim Leyritz, I think, hit a big home run in that
Jimmy
series.
Leyritz, that's right.
I hated that team so much. I have so much bitterness to the 1998 San Diego Padres. I'll never forget lifetime Astro Alex Bregman per Dana Brown. Dana Brown has had some doozies. Like,
Yeah.
Kyle Tucker is going to be an Astro. Bregman's not going to leave us. We're going to sign a bunch of long-term extensions, and he only did it with Javier. Texter says Astros current outfield. That has to,
There's
you
no
would
hype.
have to
It
be
can't
excited about it.
Yeah, there's no hype. It can't be
Nope.
anticlimactic.
Nah, I don't think it could be anticlimactic either. Panthers Broncos Super Bowl with the Cam Newton flop. You could go the Broncos getting killed by Seattle that
Yes.
year
Yes.
as well
Yes, you sure
Yes.
could. Yep.
as an absolute anticlimactic.
That was another
moment.
stinker for a Super Bowl.
We missing any others here?
Uh,
I think we hit the hard ones.
Yeah, I
think we hit
don't
the big
know.
ones.
I had another box because Joel took my first one, was that 40-0 Game 7 loss
Ooh.
against the Mavs. But I had a boxing one. You mentioned Manny Pacquiao. He had a fight. We had multiple fights with Juan Manuel Marquez, but I believe it was his second fight against him. Juan Manuel Marquez knocked him out in the second round. Was just the prettiest little quick left hook you'll ever see. That was pretty anticlimactic.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah, it was an exciting moment. It was kind of like, Mike Tyson fights back in the day. You get all jazzed up in 2 rounds, it's over.
Yeah. You could go Tyson Holyfield too. Like,
Sure.
but they didn't fight in their heyday because Tyson was supposed to fight Holyfield before he went to prison,
Right.
and then had to fight him way later. Same thing with Lennox Lewis. Jim Leyritz just drank beer and ate Slim Jims until October, then just absolutely raked every year. I hated that guy. Simone Biles, the year she got the twisties. That's a good call.
that is a good call.
That
Because
is a
she
good
was
call.
everywhere for everything, marketing into that Olympics, and just, ugh.
Yeah, like she was gonna be the big story, and then she
Yep.
checked out. Texter Bo, Texans Sunday Night Football against the Packers. Rodgers threw for 6 touchdowns. I don't remember that. Do you remember that?
Texans were 5-0.
I
and-
was.
Yeah.
I loved I was on the sideline for that one.
Yeah,
Yep.
Jordy Nelson caught multiple touchdowns. It was a bloodbath.
It was enjoyable.
Anticlimactic event. Astros getting swept by the White Sox in 05. Joyous playoff run just to end like that. Also the
That's
fact
a good
that
call.
that was the first time you ever been in franchise history.
And it was such people look back at the series. Oh, it was a sweep. I mean, 4 games were separated by a total of 6 runs. Like it feels like it was a close series, but 4-0. It was that was rough.
7-20 game 7 and 18 for the Rockets. 27 missed threes. Blankers mentioned that one earlier.
The White Sox game too. Who would have thought Blummer and was it Pasednik that hit the 2 big
Pasednik
bombs?
hit a walk-off homer.
Yeah. And Blummer hit the bomb in extra innings. Yeah,
14th inning. Yeah,
that was the one at Minute Maid.
Yep.
Yeah, it wasn't the walk-off. It was the go-ahead, right?
Yep.
And
yeah, it was 14th inning tied, and Blummer hit the go-ahead, and it held.
Every Cowboy season for the last 30 years. It's a good call. You could go Tony Baselli, Texans first player.
Ooh,
yeah, that's a good call.
That's a good
2
call.
years ago versus the Ravens. You could go Hulk Hogan, Ric Flair, whenever Flair had his 1990s, early 1990 stint.
The Flair for the gold. Yeah.
They were supposed to main event WrestleMania, and you never got Flair versus Hogan in their prime.
Instead you got Hogan and Sid Justice.
You could do the Christmas Eve Massacre last year.
For Ravens.
The Ravens game that you were hoping was going to be a close. I mean, I think we expected it to be a little closer than what it was.
Know. I mean, I guess I'll speak for myself. I didn't expect the Texans to stay within 10, so it really wasn't anticlimactic for me.
Junior Bronco says anything BMAC says.
Oh, wow.
Anticlimactic. All right, car wreck of the day. What are your car wrecks of the day? 713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5. Stocks got hammered today as President Trump confirmed that tariffs against Canada and Mexico will go into effect tomorrow, 25% tariffs and a doubling of tariffs on Chinese goods to 20% from 10%. That drove the Dow down as much as 900 points at one juncture, finishing down nearly 650 to 43,191, about a 1.5% decline. The S&P down 1.75% or 104 points to 5849. NASDAQ tumbling as semiconductor stocks got absolutely hammered, down 2.6% or 497 points to 18,350. Worries more about growth than inflation weighed on the market and pushed down long-term interest rates, with the 10-year note yield dropping to 4.16%. Similar concerns about oil, about economic growth, about more output coming from OPEC, pushing oil down $1.55 to $68.21 a barrel. Gold, flight to safety, up $50 at $28.99 an ounce. The dollar down across the board. And crypto got hammered today, despite the fact that the president announced a strategic crypto reserve.
Charles Barkley and Pippen on the Rockets, anticlimactic. Aaron Rodgers' Jets career, anticlimactic. Those are some
Certainly
good ones.
that first game.
That first game is right, is what I was thinking. Yep.
The no mas between Roberto Duran and Sugar Ray Leonard.
Good one, yeah. Refused to
That
get
is
off
a
the
really
stool.
good one. And then Duran, Sugar Ray kind of screwed him, though. Like, Sugar Ray made him fight quickly. Duran was partying, and then he didn't give him a trilogy fight.
Would you go Tyson Spinks?
Anticlimactic?
Well, because Tyson was supposed to knock him out quickly.
He did,
He
didn't
did. It was like first round.
No, what was the one where who beat? Not Spinks. Buster Douglas.
Oh, what?
I mean, it's such an upset. It's like the greatest upset in boxing history.
I don't know about anticlimactic.
I think,
It's
I
exciting.
think everybody was looking forward to Tyson going crazy, and he didn't.
But it's exciting, though, I would say.
That's
So, by that definition, I would say no.
All right, what are your car wrecks of the day? 713-780-3776. Blankers, what you got?
I got the Rockets injuries over the weekend. They finally get healthy. They haven't been healthy in like over a month. They get everybody back, and now they have 1 out, 5 questionable for tonight's game against Oklahoma City. Here we go again.
Yeah, they're preserving legs, right? They're playing it back
Well,
to back.
Tari got hurt, but he may or may not play in one. He'll probably play in one of the 2 games if he's capable. Fred's out, and then everybody else is probably one of the others.
Who's missing?
Şengün is questionable. Brooks is questionable. Tari's questionable. There's 5 questionable, and Fred's out.
Huh. I mean, first game of a back-to-back, just sit all those guys. Just play their scrubs.
And you're playing
Win
OKC,
tomorrow.
who's going to...
Yeah, just tank. Win tomorrow. Sell out for tomorrow. I'm okay with that.
Tomorrow's a tough game too, right? Indiana?
If most of those guys are missing back-to-back games, though, we got an issue. Texture says never having Rockets Bulls finals anticlimactic. That's a good call.
That is a good call.
It's a good call. I have 3 here. First one, Lionel Messi. You're screwing Houston soccer fans, man. Glenn Davis
Talk
was
about
irate.
anticlimactic.
Glenn Davis and the millions and millions of soccer fans in Houston were livid. Secondary market, $175. And then you don't show up. You AJ blue ball them. That was brutal. Come on, Lionel. Have respect for the game of
I like that
football
one.
in the city.
8.2.
Ridiculous. Jake Myers batting 9th, even though there's roster bubble guys in front of him. It was over the weekend. But you had 3 roster bubble guys, like Quincy Hamilton was one of them, Luis Guillermo, who roster bubble, Brendan Rodgers, roster bubble. One of those last 2 guys will probably make it. But all those 3 guys are roster bubble. Maybe a couple are on the right side, probably 2 are on the wrong side. And even though you have 3 roster bubble guys in the lineup, where couldn't you find Jake Myers? He's still batting 9th.
Second leadoff spot.
He's batting 9th with 3 roster bubble guys. Now, I wonder if this is Joe Espada's way of saying, hey, Jay Myers, you're going to be our full-time 9-hole hitter,
question.
like Martin Maldonado was a few years ago. You go play a really mean center field, we'll bat you 9th, and this is just the way it's going to go. So I do think that's the reason, but it's just funny to look at the roster bubble guys batting in front of Jake Myers.
That's good. Yeah, it's true. I mean, but that tells you exactly how bad Jake Myers is probably offensively.
Yeah, I think he's trying to, here's your home, Jake. Get used to it. But like some of these guys too, it's like, hey, you're gonna bat in the top, 6 spots just to get some work in. And the last one I had, this fight at the Dallas cheerleading competition.
Oh yeah,
I saw that.
I saw the video.
Okay, and then they had a mistaken gunshot. You had like people like running in droves out of the arena or whatever. These girls are 12 and 13 years old. You should be ashamed of yourself, cheerleading parent. What do you got, Brian?
Quickly, WWE security for allowing a barbed wire wrapped steel chair underneath the ring during the Kevin Owens Sami Zayn match. Maybe check that out, guys. And then Will Howard's throwing performance at the NFL Combine, just missing guys all over the place.
Yeah, I heard he got booed.
Yeah,
I think it was
pretty,
the rivalry.
The
thing.
video is pretty bad.
He's high on.
Yeah, because he was throwing a ball over a wall.
Yes.
That night before.
Yeah, the night before, right.
That's funny. I'm gonna have to find that for bad take. Who's winning here?
Messi.
All right, yeah, Messi wins. The Houston soccer fans don't, though.
Nope.
All right, does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Blank. I'm Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Keep it here. The Boston Gloss coming up on ESPN 97.5.